Lin Yuan, a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, inadvertently traverses into the Dragon Ball universe and begins his adventure by discovering a one-star Dragon Ball. Overjoyed, he shouts towards the sky, "Come forth, system. I see you. Do not hide." The system remains silent. Lin Yuan declares, "Now that I am in the Dragon Ball realm, I am determined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and experience a new form that no one has ever witnessed." A one-star Dragon Ball? I have no interest in that. The system responds, "In that case, I recommend the Perfect Saiyan Bloodline. It can merge with and absorb all forms of energy." Chapter 1. The Mysterious One-Star Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is the fervent youth of generations past. In their younger years, how many have fantasized about unleashing their rage and transforming into a Super Saiyan? If a chance were to present itself now, would you be willing to traverse into the Dragon Ball world and embark on your own Dragon Ball saga? Ding. The conditions for traversal have been triggered. Readers before the screen, please choose whether to traverse. Option 1. Decline. I have a beautiful wife at home. I'm not interested. Option 2. Politely refuse. I have to work overtime. Tomorrow no time. Option 3. Ugly refuse. Overindulgence has left me weak. Ding. The system has detected that you, before the screen, have chosen to decline. The system is now automatically searching for the next host. Next host bound. Host name, Lin Yuan. In a moment of mystic, resplendent golden light, Lin Yuan traverses through countless realms at remarkable speed, arriving before a cerulean planet. In an instant, he disappears into the planet, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, a one-star Dragon Ball emits a faint glow. The story begins. Well, the stream ends here for today. To all my friends in a live chat, same time tomorrow. Let's not miss it. Goodbye. The young man in front of the computer closed the streaming software, reclining back in his chair. Finally done. This man, Lin Yuan, age 23, currently works as a streamer. After a brief respite, he picked up his phone, expertly taking a few screenshots to send to his operator. My back aches, I should take a shower. With that, Lin Yuan stood and walked toward the bathroom. Lin Yuan stands tall, his physique well-proportioned, reaching a height of 178 centimeters. Beneath his black attire, muscle definition subtly reveals itself. His musculature, though not overly large, is well-defined and robust, exuding an aura of agility and strength. With a neat head of black hair, his eyes are deep and bright. A prominent nose and slightly upturned lips lend him a charming demeanor. "Wow, I really am handsome," he exclaimed narcissistically after glancing in the mirror post-shower. Emerging from the bathroom, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the figurine placed on his desk. It was a fist-sized, exquisitely crafted orange sphere, adorned with a red star. Indeed, it was a one-star Dragon Ball from a series. Lin Yuan had purchased it just the previous night and placed it there due to his fondness for it. Strangely, he felt as if the Dragon Ball was glowing today. Could it be luminescent? Lin Yuan pondered. Given that it was afternoon and the room was sufficiently illuminated, he decided to verify whether the one-star Dragon Ball would glow. He drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Approaching the desk again, he gazed at the Dragon Ball, which now emitted a soft golden radiance, appearing remarkably brilliant in the obscurity. "Unbelievable. It really is luminescent," Lin Yuan remarked in mild astonishment. However, he dismissed it as merely a glowing glass ball and was about to pull open the curtains when an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The faint golden light on the surface of the Dragon Ball seemed to come alive, rippling like a golden lake, with gentle halos gradually expanding. The golden glow swiftly enveloped Lin Yuan. "What the is happening?" Lin Yuan gasped in surprise, instinctively reaching out for the one-star Dragon Ball. Yet, upon his fingertip lightly touching the sphere, the golden light surged forth, instantly consuming him entirely. As the golden light dissipated, the room was once again cloaked in darkness. Along with the golden light, Lin Yuan and the mysterious one-star Dragon Ball vanished. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming brightness before succumbing to unconsciousness. Just before fading away, a thought crossed his mind. Is this the solar flare? In another world, time passed unmeasured until Lin Yuan gradually regained consciousness. His head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and his eyelids felt leaden. With great effort, he managed to pry them open, revealing an abyss of darkness. The darkness felt surreal, and he endured the ache in his body to sit upright. Almost immediately, a foul, musty odor assaulted his senses. What is this smell? Lin Yuan thought, likening it to the scent of decayed wood mingled with dirt, as if it had been flung at him from a long-abandoned house. As his vision adjusted to the dimness, Lin Yuan finally discerned his surroundings, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. What on earth? Where am I? Is this a Tomb Raider's tale? It was no wonder Lin Yuan felt this way. Anyone in his position would think he was a grave robber. For at that moment, Lin Yuan found himself standing amidst 2 rows of humanoid soldiers clad in stone armor. The cold temperature, coupled with the dim light, rendered the space eerily reminiscent of a tomb. At the end of the 2 rows of soldiers lay a grand staircase. Atop the steps sat a colossal figure adorned with a horned Helmeta general. The imposing figure was staring directly at Lin Yuan, creating an unsettling illusion of being scrutinized. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Yuan, and his hair stood on end. Anyone suddenly thrust into such an environment, under the gaze of a 3 to 4 meter tall giant, would feel a sense of dread. Am I dreaming? Lin Yuan questioned, suspecting he was trapped in a dream. However, the vivid sensations of his body told him otherwise. The frigid air, the repugnant scent, and the pervasive chill were all absent in dreams. If this isn't a dream, then it must be a real world. He resolved to remain calm and ascertain the situation. Lin Yuan slowly rose, striving to make no sound, his eyes darting around the surroundings. Fortunately, he soon spotted a door not far behind him. From Lin Yuan's observations, these armored soldiers appeared to be mere statues. I should make my escape. This was Lin Yuan's thought. Though uncertain of where the door led, he had no desire to linger in this place. As he turned to leave, his eyes caught a glimmer beneath the giant armor. Lin Yuan, possessing keen vision, found it hard to believe his eyes upon recognizing the object. It was unmistakably an orange crystal ball, and as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Lin Yuan immediately thought of the Dragon Balls that he swallowed hard, inexplicably drawn towards the small table holding the orange sphere. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan could hardly contain his astonishment as he muttered, "Wow, it really is a Dragon Ball, and it's a 1-star Dragon Ball." Indeed, lying beneath the gigantic armor was none other than the 1-star Dragon Ball. Lin Yuan was utterly astonished, for he had been at home gazing at a star, only to find himself inexplicably transported to this place. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this star bore a striking resemblance to the one in his home, yet it possessed subtle differences. Each point of the pentagram was intricately engraved, seemingly imbued with the essence of some ancient runic power. As he leaned in for a better look, he noticed that the lines of the star were not mere carvings, a radiant glow pulsed within, as if this were a living star. At that moment, a ludicrous thought sprang to Lin Yuan's mind. Could this possibly be real? Chapter 2. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. As Lin Yuan pondered, he suddenly heard a creaking sound. An armor piece at the edge of the table abruptly launched an attack towards him. Fortunately, its speed was not particularly swift. Lin Yuan swiftly grasped the Dragon Ball and leaped to the side. A resounding bang followed as the moss-covered and dusty armor shattered upon impact, scattering into fragments. The helmet rolled on the ground, revealing a half-exposed, white, objectin, unmistakable skull. From the hollow eye sockets, a half-visible, dark green serpent peeked out. Startled, Lin Yuan felt his hair stand on end once more. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. I must escape this dreadful place. He clutched the Dragon Ball and made his way toward the door, feeling an eerie familiarity about the scene, though he could not quite place it. Lost in thought, he reached the door and, without hesitation, pushed open the ancient entrance. As the stone door creaked open, he was greeted by the scent of fresh foliage and the cheerful chirping of birds. Outside lay a forest. Lin Yuan was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, greedily inhaling the invigorating air. Perhaps due to the recent dark experience, he felt as though the atmosphere was charged with power. Turning back, he beheld a colossal black castle, not a tomb as he had initially feared. Phew, I thought there would be another door behind this one. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief, only to be struck by confusion. But where exactly am I? Wasn't I at home? What on earth is happening? It was only now that he began to contemplate this puzzling situation. Just as he was grappling with his bewilderment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, providing clarity to his confusion. Congratulations, host Lin Yuan. You have traversed into the world where the main storyline of Dragon Ball is just beginning. The Perfect Saiyan Bloodline system has been bound to you. Please complete the main quest promptly to receive rewards and dominate the Dragon Ball world. Upon hearing the robotic female voice, Lin Yuan was momentarily dazed, processing the information for 3 full seconds before erupting in excitement. No way. This is incredible. His first reaction was disbelief. Have I really crossed over? Then, euphoria washed over him. A system? What kind of system? It was undoubtedly a game-enhancing feature. I am destined for greatness. Lin Yuan's body trembled slightly as he stood frozen in place for several minutes, finally managing to compose himself. The implications of this revelation were immense. Crossing over. Dragon Ball. A system. Super Saiyan. Merely contemplating such exhilarating prospects set his heart racing. The fact that all of this was happening to him was almost too much to bear. After settling his excitement, Lin Yuan opened the system, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his eyes. The Perfect Saiyan Bloodline? What could that possibly be? The system interface was quite simple, displaying only 2 sections: character information and quests. He decided to examine the character information first. Host name, Lin Yuan. Identity, human. Battle power, 3 points. Abilities, none. Divine power, none. 3 points of battle power. Well, that should be slightly above average. Next, he turned to the quest section. At the top, a blue and gold progress bar hovered. Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline. 0 progress can be gained by completing quests. Below, there was Task 1, Meet Son Goku. Task reward, 5 Bloodline progress, 10 points battle power. Unlike tasks in games that required acceptance, it seemed the system had automatically registered this one upon meeting Goku. It would be completed directly. Based on this, with each task contributing 5% to progress, Lin Yuan would need to complete at most 20 tasks to unlock the Bloodline. However, as a seasoned Dragon Ball fan, he had never heard of such a thing as a Perfect Saiyan Bloodline. System, are you there? What is the Perfect Saiyan Bloodline? I only know of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Asking the system directly was undoubtedly the right approach. After approximately 3 seconds, the electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. The Perfect Saiyan Bloodline is the most refined bloodline power of the Saiyans, allowing the bearer to perfectly control their energy. Additionally, it possesses numerous traits far surpassing those of other powerful Saiyan bloodlines. Specific abilities will be discerned by the host upon unlocking the bloodline. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, Lin Yuan quickly grasped its implications. In layman's terms, it meant enhancing the deficiencies of a typical Saiyan. For instance, addressing the rapid energy depletion and low endurance when transformed. Furthermore, according to the system's description, the Perfect Saiyan Bloodline held many other unique features, which would require personal exploration. Alright, Super Saiyan. Here I come, Lin Yuan. Imagining the moment he would transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Yuan stood there, grinning like a fool, lost in dreams. However, amidst the excitement, he realized he needed to find a place to rest. Based on Lin Yuan's knowledge of Dragon Ball, such forests might harbor wild boars, beasts, or even dinosaurs' formidable creatures. With his slightly above-average battle power, encountering even a wild boar or leopard would likely spell disaster. It was unthinkable to face anything more terrifying. Fortunately, after only a few steps, he spotted a plume of smoke rising in the distance. That should be a village. Perhaps I can find a place to stay. With that thought, Lin Yuan hurried towards the source of the smoke. Not long after Lin Yuan departed the ancient castle, 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 short, arrived at the castle entrance. The shortest among them exclaimed, "Are you sure this is the place? This eerie location really has the Dragon Balls?" It's quite frightening. Despite the fear etched on their faces, their bodies betrayed their eagerness as they pushed the door open. Indeed, according to the intel, this is the location, Lord Pilaf, replied a beautiful woman beside him. Meanwhile, not far away on the Bowsy Mountain, young Goku encountered Ms. Bulma, embarking on an adventure filled with uncertainty. After enjoying dinner with the villagers, Lin Yuan prepared for bed. As for why he didn't seek out Goku, the reason was straightforward. He had learned from the system that the main storyline was only just beginning, so there was no rush for this task. After all, there was no point in hurrying without a Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Ball world was vast, and blindly searching would yield little success. However, as long as he possessed this Dragon Ball, Bulma and Goku would eventually come looking for him. Little did Lin Yuan realize that his arrival had thwarted a certain trio's plans, leaving their leader, Pilaf, in a fit of rage, smashing a bowl in frustration. Chapter 3. First Encounter with Goku. The gentle morning light filtered through the gaps in the window, cascading like silk onto Lin Yuan's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze landing on an unfamiliar bed and surroundings. It took a moment for his sluggish thoughts to coalesce before he suddenly realized he was in the world of Dragon Ball. Alas, it appears this is no dream. Lin Yuan sighed. Although he had been exceedingly thrilled upon discovering his transference yesterday, awakening today still left him with an unsettling sense of unreality. Fortunately, he had acquired a system, and the villagers had graciously offered him shelter, alleviating much of his confusion and disorientation. I could see that moment. A noise outside caught Lin Yuan's attention, prompting him to hastily straighten his attire. His usual style was quite simple, so he did not appear out of place in this unfamiliar world. The door creaked open, revealing a gray-haired, elderly man with a Mediterranean appearance. Upon noticing Lin Yuan awake, a warm smile lit up his face. "Child, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night? There is food on the table. Feel free to help yourself." Lin Yuan quickly replied, "Thank you, Grandpa. I slept very soundly." In truth, he had indeed enjoyed a deeply restorative slumber. Strangely, after arriving in this world, Lin Yuan felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his body, ensuring that his sleep was both sweet and fulfilling. The old man nodded approvingly. "That is good to hear. Do eat something quickly," he said as he stepped outside. Lin Yuan glanced at the wooden table in the corner, which held a piece of bread and a cup of warm milk. After finishing his meal in a few swift bites, he tidied up the bed and table before making his way to the door. Through his previous interactions, Lin Yuan discovered that the system allowed him to inquire about the information of others, akin to advanced sensory perception. For instance, the middle-aged man chopping firewood at the entrance possessed a combat strength of 2 and was the old man's son. Lin Yuan approached him to greet and offer assistance with the firewood. Since he had nothing else to express his gratitude to this family, he could only contribute his physical labor. After some initial reluctance, he gradually learned the technique under the uncle's guidance, finding himself improving with each chop, though each strike left his palms stinging. As he chopped wood, he engaged in conversation with the uncle. During their chat, Lin Yuan inquired about the best route to the nearby town. As he intended to leave after lending a hand, it felt inappropriate to overstay his welcome. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth, and the distant horizon shimmered as if distorted by waves. A dark figure slowly emerged, a striking young woman, adorned with blue hair and sporting protective goggles, rode a uniquely designed motorcycle, kicking up clouds of dust behind her. Indeed, this was none other than the heroine of the Dragon Ball saga, Miss Bulma. In her prime, Bulma's flowing blue locks cascaded beautifully, and her figure was enviably slender, epitomizing grace and allure, admired by many as a goddess. Above her, a fluffy yellow cloud drifted leisurely. Perched upon this cloud was a small boy, appearing no older than 7 or 8, dressed in martial arts attire, a stick strapped to his back, and a fluffy tail swaying behind him. This was none other than young Goku. Goku, with wide eyes, exclaimed, Hey, you're going so slow." Bulma retorted, "Stop chatting. Your speed exceeds the traffic regulations. Do you even understand that? Traffic regulations? What are those? Are they fearsome monsters?" Goku innocently inquired, By the way, when are we going to find the next Dragon Ball?" he asked, feeling a bit bored. Bulma halted her motorcycle and pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, checking the location. The radar indicates that the next Dragon Ball is not far ahead. Upon hearing this, Goku's face lit up with excitement. Wow, let's go. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already set out on the path to the town. Since arriving in this world, he felt an extraordinary shift. If he were to undergo the same training intensity, his physical prowess, which might have been rated a 10 in his original world, felt like it could reach 20, 30, or even 50 here. It was as though the limitations of his body had vanished, but of course, this was merely Lin Yuan's perspective, drawn from a godlike viewpoint and his personal experiences. In this world, apart from the Saiyan's extraordinary physiology, even the strongest earthling, Krillin, could achieve combat strengths in the hundreds or even tens of thousands. With relentless training, something utterly unattainable on his home planet, as Lin Yuan pondered these thoughts, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle abruptly interrupted him. He looked up to see a vehicle shrouded in thick smoke, approaching him from a distance. Initially indifferent, his attention sharpened when he noticed the yellow cloud racing toward him as well. His eyes widened in realization he knew they would find him eventually, though he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Standing at the roadside, he watched as Bulma gracefully brought the motorcycle to a stop and pulled out the Dragon Ball radar. Murmuring, the radar indicates it should be right. Here, taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan called out to Goku and Bulma. "Excuse me, are you looking for this?" He then produced a Dragon Ball from his pocket. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma turned to see Lin Yuan's handsome face, and her attention shifted from the Dragon Ball, her cheeks flushing crimson. She dropped the radar without a second thought. Flustered, she thought to herself, wow, a handsome guy's talking to me. Could he be asking me out? How embarrassing, but it wouldn't be entirely out of the question, she mused. Before Lin Yuan could approach, he noticed Bulma's bashful demeanor and suddenly felt exasperated, recalling that in the earlier part of the story, she was indeed an infatuated young girl. Little Goku, noticing Bulma's flushed face, asked with concern, "Bulma, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? If you are, you should see a doctor. That's what Grandpa taught me." He then turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Who are you? How did you know we were looking for the Dragon Balls? Can you perform magic?" With a playful smile, Lin Yuan looked at the naive Goku and replied, "Hello there, Goku. My name is Lin Yuan, and I do not possess any magical abilities." To illustrate his point, he gestured toward the shy Bulma. "I only heard this lovely lady mention the Dragon Ball radar, and wondered if the sphere in my possession might be the one you seek." It seems I was correct. Goku's eyes widened in understanding. "Oh, that makes sense. Wait." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "I never mentioned my name. How did you know my name? You truly can perform magic." Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Not only had he encountered Goku and Bulma, but a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 1. Befriend Sun Wukong. Reward: Combat Strength 10, Bloodline Progress 5. Chapter 4. The Transformation of King Oolong. Setting aside the words spoken by little Wukong, Lin Yuan took a moment to savor the surge of power coursing through him. He could feel his muscles becoming increasingly taut, as if his veins had been purified. This sensation was extraordinary. Lin Yuan even felt capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a bull or shatter a wall. After calming himself, he addressed the two individuals. "Well, this Dragon Ball is something I have acquired after enduring countless hardships. I have heard it is quite a remarkable treasure. I would like to gift it to you as a token of friendship. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bulma snapped out of her infatuated state. After all, her dream was to find a dashing Prince Charming. However, she realized that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls could also fulfill this aspiration, perhaps even more splendidly. Indeed, Bulma's sole purpose for collecting the Dragon Balls was to date handsome boys. Thus, she shyly responded, "Lord Lin Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bulma, and I am 16 years old." Lin Yuan felt a bit bashful and chuckled awkwardly. "Hello, Bulma. From now on, we are friends. So you can just call me Lin Yuan. I will give you this Dragon Ball." He extended the Dragon Ball towards her and continued, "However, I have a small favor to ask. Could you assist me?" No sooner had Lin Yuan finished speaking than little Wukong leaped off his nimbus cloud, approached Lin Yuan, and reached out to pat him in a rather inappropriate manner. Lin Yuan's pupils dilated as he instinctively dodged the gesture, exclaiming, "What are you doing? A sneak attack, huh?" Little Wukong, with an innocent grin, replied, "Haha, I'm not sneaking up on you. I just wanted to see if you have that little thing down there. Grandpa said that boys have it, but girls don't." Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled that there was indeed a scene like this in the anime. Little Wukong's initial method of distinguishing between boys and girls was to simply check for the presence of that little thing. Well, it was no surprise that he was a wild child. Bulma, witnessing this, immediately rushed in front of little Wukong and delivered a punch to his head. Angrily, she scolded, "You fool, don't act so recklessly." She then turned to Lin Yuan, her cheeks flushed, accepted the Dragon Ball, and said, "Thank you, Lin Yuan. If you need help, feel free to ask, but nothing too outrageous, okay?" At this juncture, Bulma lowered her head, seemingly lost in thoughts of an inappropriate nature. The speed at which her demeanor shifted was astonishing. One moment, she was glaring angrily, and the next, she was blushing with allure. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think this was remarkable, but he maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Actually, I recently encountered robbers and am now penniless. Would it be possible for you to provide me with a couple of universal capsules? I need them for travel and to exchange for some necessities. Bulma, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out a box of universal capsules from her pocket and offered Lin Yuan the freedom to choose. Lin Yuan, feeling no need for politeness, selected a vehicle and a small house, thus securing both temporary shelter and transportation. After stowing the capsules, he spoke once more. By the way, I have a small request. I would like to travel with you for a while. Is that all right? I want to follow you indefinitely, so you need not worry. Of course, Bulma readily agreed, eager to spend more time with Lin Yuan. As for Wukong, he had no objections either. He was curious about Lin Yuan's abilities and looked forward to sparring with him. Thus, the three of them set off with great enthusiasm. Wukong rode on his Nimbus cloud while Lin Yuan and Bulma traveled in a hovering car. As Bulma drove, Lin Yuan gazed thoughtfully, examining the information panels of the three of them. Bulma's power level was a mere 1, which failed to surprise Lin Yuan. However, he was captivated by Wukong's panel. Target information: Son Goku, Kakarot, identity, Saiyan power level, 10 abilities. Great Ape transformation triggered by the full moon, 10 times power level. Pure-blooded Saiyan's special physique. Post-injury recovery enhances physical capabilities. The more severe the injury, the greater the enhancement. Though the effect diminishes with repeated use until it becomes negligible. Divine power. None once I acquire Saiyan blood. I should also possess these abilities. Lin Yuan envied Wukong's remarkable talents as they traveled for 3 days, finally reaching the next destination of the Dragon Ball, a seemingly deserted village. During their journey, they had resided in Bulma's capsule house, and Lin Yuan had even sparred with Wukong once. In their initial encounters, Lin Yuan held a slight advantage, but as time passed, Wukong's Saiyan physiology proved to be overwhelming. Upon entering the village, Wukong surveyed the surroundings while Bulma retrieved her dragon radar. After some inspection, she confirmed that the Dragon Ball was indeed located within this village. However, Bulma remarked, "It's awfully quiet here. It seems like no one lives here. Don't you think, Lin Yuan?" Before Lin Yuan could respond, Wukong, sitting atop his Nimbus cloud, declared confidently, "No, I can sense that there are definitely people living here." Bulma, frustrated by Wukong's interruption, shot him a disapproving glance. She then turned toward a circular building and called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" Silence ensued. When no one answered, Bulma remarked, "See, I told you, there's no one living here. Your instincts are off, Wukong." Wukong ignored Bulma's comment and approached the door of a house, knocking loudly. "Hello, is anyone there? If no one answers, I'm coming in." He then smashed his fist against the door lock, forcing it open. Hey, Bulma exclaimed, startled by Wukong's impolite behavior. "Wukong, you can't just break someone's door like that." Lin Yuan stood nearby, observing this familiar scene. Trying to recall something, Wukong boldly stepped inside the house. As he entered, a dark figure wielding an axe lunged at him. Clang! Ouch! My head! It hurts so much. Wukong cried out as the axe struck him on the head. Though it was painful, he merely cried out. Had it been an ordinary person, the consequences would have been dire. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuan and Bulma followed him inside, only to find an elderly bald man trembling as he clutched the axe, staring at Wukong as if he were a terrifying monster. Beneath the table, a small, adorable girl with bright eyes watched the group with curiosity. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally realized they had stumbled into the storyline involving King Oolong. Subsequently, he and Bulma explained their purpose to the old man, assuring him they meant no harm. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, the villagers emerged, surrounding Lin Yuan and his companions, engaging in lively chatter. "I thought it was strange that visitors would arrive so early today. Turns out it's not King Oolong. You scared me." Yes. My daughter was taken a few days ago." From the villagers, Bulma and little Wukong learned the unfolding events. Some time ago, a tyrant known as King Oolong had invaded their village, abducting many young girls, most of whom were merely 7 or 8 years old. The elderly man's granddaughter was the next intended victim of Oolong's nefarious plot. Upon hearing this, Bulma had a sudden inspiration. She pulled out a Dragon Ball from her bag and inquired whether anyone in the village possessed an identical one. If available, this pearl shall serve as a reward, enabling her to enlist the aid of the young Wukong in rescuing their daughter. After Bulma spoke, an elderly woman emerged, presenting her own Dragon Ball. She addressed Bulma, stating, "I possess one of these orbs. If you can indeed capture the king of Oolong and rescue the children, this Dragon Ball shall be yours. Thus, the plan to capture Oolong commenced in pursuit of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 5. The Battle with Lepin. After devising their strategy, Lin Yuan concealed himself, awaiting Oolong's arrival. Young Wukong, disguised as a little girl, lured Oolong into their trap. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as a colossal figure appeared at the village entrance. At that moment, Oolong had transformed into a gigantic creature, muscular and clad in a nearly bursting white suit. Lin Yuan mused to himself, "Goodness, with such a formidable physique, anyone unaware of the situation would surely be terrified." The monstrous Oolong approached young Wukong, swiftly reaching him and extending a hand. "Hee, my lovely little lady, come with me, and I shall treat you well." At that moment, Lin Yuan had been patiently waiting atop a tree for some time. He leapt down gracefully, making not a sound, and delivered a swift jab to the creature's abdomen. Oolong gasped in pain, nearly losing consciousness, and with a resounding thud, the once mighty monster transformed into a small pig clad in green attire. Upon landing, Oolong cried out, "Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." His eyes darting about, Lin Yuan recognized his intent to escape and firmly grasped Oolong's little arm, preventing his flight. Realizing escape was futile, Oolong reluctantly led the group to his residence. Upon arrival, the villagers were astonished by the scene within. The little girl Oolong had abducted had not endured any torment. Rather, she thrived in luxury at his home. Yoga, beauty treatments, fitness sessions, she was living splendidly. In truth, Oolong felt quite helpless and regretted his situation. He longed for the girls to be taken away sooner. It was far too exhausting for him, as he merely sought a docile, obedient, and virtuous companion. Thus, Bulma and the others successfully acquired the sixth Dragon Ball. Bulma had initially possessed two, while Wukong, Master Roshi, Lin Yuan, and the one obtained here made it 5. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Lin Yuan, young Wukong, and Bulma set forth again, their sights set on the final Dragon Ball. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, it resided with the Bull Demon King, and along the way, they would encounter Lepin, also known as Yamcha, or drink tea. As the original storyline progressed, they now had only 5 Dragon Balls. However, due to Lin Yuan's arrival, the first Dragon Ball had been collected ahead of time. After a period of arduous travel, Lin Yuan and Wukong's group finally reached a desolate desert, where the scorching heat, exacerbated by the arid landscape, proved unbearable for Lady Bulma. Seated behind Lin Yuan, Bulma incessantly exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. I need a bath. Let us take a break. I'm so hot. Lin Yuan, let us rest, shall we?" Unable to resist Bulma's pleas, Lin Yuan halted their journey for a moment of respite. All right. A break it is. The day is waning. We shall camp in the desert tonight." Cheers erupted from Bulma, filled with joy. At that moment, not far from Lin Yuan and the others, atop a white castle, a handsome man with long black hair, clad in a blue martial arts uniform, silently observed them through a telescope. He appeared to have spotted prey, surmising they carried a wealth of capsules. "Puyalu, prepare to launch the moles." Lepin smirked as he spoke to his small gray cat companion. Inside the capsule house, Bulma had just finished bathing, wrapped in a white towel that revealed a delicate silhouette. She entered the living room and grabbed a bottle of chilled beverage, drinking it down. Refreshing. I feel rejuvenated." After finishing her drink, Bulma settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. She expected him to steal a glance at her alluring figure, but was taken aback when she found his gaze directed outside the window. Outside, Lepin had concealed his jet car and stood before the house. "We have guests. I'll step outside for a moment." "Bulma, stay inside," he instructed. "All right, I understand." Bulma replied, though inwardly discontent. She gazed at her chest. "Is my figure truly so unappealing? Not even a glance." Lin Yuan stepped outside, followed by young Wukong, who he did not deter. His intention was solely to prevent Bulma from startling Lepin, as he still had a mission to fulfill. Young Wukong was the first to speak. "Who are you?" Lepin, patting his chest, sneered, "Humph. I am Lepin, the bandit who reigns over this desert. Considering you have a child, I have no desire to harm you. If you wish to live, surrender your wealth and universal capsules." Upon hearing Lepin's declaration, Wukong was incensed, retorting, "So, you are a villain." Lin Yuan's tone grew cold, his resolve unwavering. "What if I refuse?" He glanced at Lepin's large sword, mentally preparing for the impending battle. Though his combat prowess was slightly superior, He knew better than to underestimate his opponent. Lepin stepped forward, drawing his blade, stating, "It seems you prefer money over your lives?" Lin Yuan did not respond, instead taking a step forward, addressing Wukong. "Allow me to handle this first." Without objection, Wukong reclined with his hands behind his head, cheerfully responding, "All right." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air, swirling yellow sand around them. Lin Yuan and Lepin faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension as combat loomed. Lepin initiated the attack, moving with incredible speed, reaching Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye, raising his sword to strike. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade the blow. Seeing his initial strike miss, Lepin followed up with a powerful punch. Lin Yuan leaped back, creating distance between them. Lepin, undeterred, closed in with a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing Lin Yuan to evade continuously. While attacking, Lepin taunted, "Is that all you can do? Just dodge?" "Of course not," Lin Yuan thought, merely gauging Lepin's speed and techniques. Now, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. Taking advantage of an opening during Lepin's assault, Lin Yuan executed a low strike to the abdomen, followed swiftly by a knee lift and a powerful horizontal kick aimed squarely at Lepin. Realizing he could not evade this blow, Lepin braced himself, blocking with his sword. The impact rang out with a crisp sound, sending Lepin staggering several steps back and disarming him, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. As Lepin regained his footing, Lin Yuan taunted, "It seems the desert's ruler isn't all that impressive, relying solely on mindless aggression." Hearing this, Lepin's gaze turned icy, his anger palpable. All right. It has been a while since I've encountered such a formidable opponent." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, his hands gradually forming into claw-like shapes. With a flash of intensity in his eyes, Lepin shouted, "Wolf Fang Fist." Before his words had fully left his lips, Lepin vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Such speed! Lin Yuan gasped, straining to track Lepin's movements. Fortunately, despite Lepin's increased velocity, Lin Yuan was still able to perceive his actions. At this moment, Lepin lunged at Lin Yuan like a ravenous wolf, raising his leg for a sweeping kick aimed directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan, unwilling to be negligent, swiftly raised his hand to block the strike. The impact reverberated through his arm, leaving it sore, yet he could not afford to dwell on the pain. He retaliated with a high sweep of his own. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand for a time. As the battle progressed, Lin Yuan gradually began to grasp Lepin's rhythm of attack. With a fierce claw strike aimed at Lin Yuan's face, the latter deftly turned his head to evade while simultaneously seizing Lepin's wrist. He then pulled downward, disrupting Lepin's balance, and delivered a knee strike to Lepin's chest. The force of the blow was substantial, causing Lepin to double over and stagger back 2 steps before collapsing to one knee and retching. Ugh! Infuriating. Lin Yuan, sensing the opportunity, inquired, "You are no match for me. Are you done fighting?" Aware of his inferiority, Lepin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No more fighting. You win this time. Let's go." At this, Wukong, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Hey, you villain. You haven't fought me yet. What a bunch of lunatics." Lepin cursed inwardly as he mounted his jet bike and made his hasty exit. After Lepin departed, little Wukong continued to shout into the dissipating smoke, "Hey, remember to fight me next time." Chapter 6, The Dragon. Making Wishes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task 2 completed. Defeated Lepin. Reward, Combat Power 20, Bloodline Progress 5. Upon returning to the house, Lin Yuan checked his status panel and found his combat power had reached 34. His strength had increased once more, yet for some reason, this enhancement did not feel as rapid as the last. Perhaps it was due to the experience gained from fighting Lepin, which had allowed his previously acquired strength to settle. Following the encounter with Lepin, Lin Yuan felt a subtle sense of urgency. While Wukong and the others remained oblivious, Lin Yuan understood that increasingly formidable monsters would soon emerge, some boasting combat powers exceeding 100 million. He must awaken his Saiyan bloodline before that time, or he would find himself devoid of any sense of security. Until then, strength. He needed to bolster his foundational combat abilities and refine his sensitivity to energy. Speaking of refining energy, a location gradually emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, the Korin Tower. Once his strength increased further, he would undoubtedly venture to the Korin Tower for training, conveniently collecting some senzu beans along the way. Returning to the present, Lin Yuan and his companions rested for the night. The following morning, They resumed their quest for the Dragon Balls. According to the Dragon Radar, the final Dragon Ball lay just ahead. Indeed, as they progressed, the temperature around them began to rise, revealing a fiery red sky. Gradually, a towering mountain ablaze with ferocious flames came into view, Red Mountain. After parking the vehicle, Bulma glanced at the Dragon Radar once more and discovered that the Dragon Ball was situated beneath the volcano. She then suggested that little Wukong try to ride the Nimbus cloud to retrieve it. Lin Yuan, overhearing, chuckled to himself but did not intervene. As anticipated, this attempt proved futile. Wukong ended up singeing his tail and, in a panic, dove into a nearby lake. Just as Lin Yuan and Bulma contemplated how to obtain the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching them, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He shouted to Bulma, "Danger!" and rushed to embrace her, rolling to the side to evade. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as a massive axe, imbued with terrifying force, embedded itself firmly in the wall behind Bulma. Witnessing this, Bulma broke out in a cold sweat, grateful that Lin Yuan had saved her. Lin Yuan steadied himself, fixing his gaze upon a burly man adorned with a horned mask and a thick black beard. It was evident that this figure was the Ox King. The Ox King approached them, bellowing, "You again? Are you here to steal my treasures?" Lin Yuan quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood, Ox King. We are friends of Master Roshi, here to help extinguish the flames." At that moment, little Wukong arrived on the Nimbus cloud, greeting Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Wukong's Nimbus and the golden staff, the Ox King began to trust Lin Yuan's words. This was indeed a possession of his master and senior brother, indicating that this boy spoke the truth. After discussing their plan, Lin Yuan, Wukong, and the Ox King decided that Wukong would go to Master Roshi's place to inquire about the banana fan to quell the fire. Before departing, Lin Yuan handed Wukong a book and whispered something in his ear. Wukong, confused, nonetheless took the book and set off. Once Wukong left, Lin Yuan examined the Ox King's data and discovered that the Ox King's combat power was an impressive 50. No wonder he was Master Roshi's second disciple. Even with mediocre skills, he possessed such strength. At that moment, Bulma approached Lin Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed as she expressed, "Thank you for saving me, Lin Yuan." Observing the rosy hue on Bulma's face, Lin Yuan chuckled, "It's nothing, just a trivial act. After all, we are friends. Lin Yuan, once we gather all the Dragon Balls, how about we go to West City together? My house is quite spacious." After speaking, Bulma gazed up at Lin Yuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "After we collect the Dragon Balls, I have some matters to attend to. Once I finish, I will come to West City to visit you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then, it's a promise. You must come to West City to play with me." Lin Yuan promptly assured her that he would definitely visit. Before long, Wukong returned on the Nimbus cloud, accompanied by a cute girl with long black hair, none other than Chi-Chi. Lin Yuan appraised Chi-Chi, nodding in approval. Indeed, Chi-Chi had been quite adorable as a child. However, he wondered how she had grown to be so temperamental. He resolved that if given the chance, he would ensure Gohan focused on martial arts, allowing Wukong to support the family and ultimately temper Chi-Chi's fiery disposition. Lin Yuan silently made this vow. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi arrived. Lin Yuan then witnessed Master Roshi transform into his muscular form, unleashing the Kamehameha wave with full force, sending the flames of Fire Mountain flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He knew the terrifying power behind that strike. Had it struck the moon would have been obliterated. Finally, amidst the ruins, they discovered the last Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball. With that, all 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. As the 7 Dragon Balls lay perfectly arranged on the ground, they seemed to resonate with one another, emitting a low hum and radiating dazzling golden light. In that moment, a crowd gathered around the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi, the Ox King, and Chi-Chi, all curious about what the fabled dragon capable of granting any wish would look like. Bulma stepped forward, reciting the incantation, "Come forth, dragon." Instantly, the ground began to tremble, and the golden light intensified. The surrounding air felt as though it was boiling, twisting, and distorting. Above, dark clouds swiftly gathered, turning the sky as black as ink. Amidst those clouds, flashes of purple and gold lightning danced, accompanied by thunderous roars. In the midst of the intertwining golden and white light, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the radiance. The dragon had arrived. The dragon soared higher, circling the sky before bowing its majestic head. Who has awakened me? Speak your wishes, but only one shall be granted. The dragon's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens and earth, carrying an ancient and timeless quality, as if it had traversed endless epochs. Even though Lin Yuan had mentally prepared himself, the moment he beheld the dragon, he was profoundly shocked, filled with awe. Instead, the locals exhibited merely surprise and curiosity. At that moment, Bulma expressed a statement that left Lin Yuan astounded. Lin Yuan, why don't you make this wish? I've lost my desire to do so. What Lin Yuan was unaware of was that, due to his presence, the wish for a Prince Charming had diminished in importance for Bulma. Initially, Lin Yuan had planned to wait a year before seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. However, with the opportunity at hand, he was not one to hesitate. He promptly voiced his desire to the dragon. Grant me the ability to survive in space and master instant transmission. Here, Lin Yuan allows himself a brief pause. Chapter 7. A brief farewell. These two wishes had been premeditated by Lin Yuan, as they were the abilities that would most benefit him in the near term. The dragon pondered for a moment before declaring, "This is quite simple." A brilliant red light flashed in its vertical pupils, and in an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe. Lin Yuan suddenly acquired the knowledge of instant transmission, gaining insights into its application. Simultaneously, his body underwent a subtle transformation through a surge of power. Bulma gazed at the sky, lost in thought. At this moment, little Goku, perplexed, exclaimed, "Bulma, haven't you always wanted to find a prince? Why don't you make a wish?" Bulma shot a glare at Goku. "You little brat. What do you know? Go play." As the clouds dispersed, the group convened to discuss their next journey. Little Goku aspired to grow stronger and chose to train under Master Roshi, while Chi-Chi, after agreeing to marry Goku, decided to stay behind to help the Ox King rebuild their home. In truth, Goku had no idea what marriage entailed. He assumed it was something delicious. Bulma mentioned that she had been away for quite some time and needed to return home. After bidding farewell to one another, they set off toward their respective destinations. As Bulma departed, she cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yuan and urged him to visit her. Lin Yuan promised once more, and they both climbed into their vehicles, heading in different directions. Lin Yuan sped down the narrow road on his jet motorcycle. The acceleration was indeed remarkable, far surpassing that of an ordinary car from his previous life. Next, aside from training, he needed to address financial concerns. With Bulma as a friend, money should not pose a significant issue. Lin Yuan contemplated when he should broach the idea of collaborating with Bulma to create a smartphone. He imagined how profitable that venture could be. However, he was uncertain whether Bulma would agree. In the Dragon Ball world, technology was significantly more advanced than that of Blue Star, though not in all aspects. For instance, electronic entertainment was not as developed as that on Blue Star. It could be said that the technological tree had not branched out in that direction, presenting Lin Yuan with an opportunity. He decided to discuss this with Bulma when the chance arose. As he pondered, Lin Yuan recalled the abilities he had just acquired. He had attempted to utilize instant transmission, but regrettably, though he understood the technique, he could not execute it. Alas, he was still too weak, unable to even sense his own energy. Lin Yuan speculated that he needed to master energy control thoroughly and possess a substantial amount of it to perform the technique. He guessed it might require anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 units of energy. However, that was not something he could focus on at present, especially since he could not even perceive his own energy. After traveling for some time, the sky darkened, prompting Lin Yuan to halt for a rest. Planning to continue his journey the next day, lying in bed, he checked his taskbar. Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline. 10. Progress can be gained by completing tasks. Task 3. Defeat Boss Rabbit. Task reward. 30 combat power, 5 bloodline progress. Oh, Boss Rabbit. He had almost forgotten about him. Originally, Goku and his friends had dealt with Boss Rabbit effortlessly. Now, it was Lin Yuan's turn to confront him. This creature was a notoriously evil rabbit spirit, responsible for countless brutal murders. Reflecting on Boss Rabbit's abilities, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It seems I must prepare some equipment." The next day, this must be the location. Lin Yuan recalled the directions given by the Ox King, murmuring to himself. At that moment, he found himself standing beneath a colossal mushroom outside a bustling town. Inside the town, children played, vendors carried vegetables and fruits, and merchants led camels. This was the liveliest town Lin Yuan had encountered since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Most of the buildings bore the iconic oval shape synonymous with Dragon Ball. After surveying the area, Lin Yuan drove into the town. He first sold an extra capsule for 50,000 zeni. The Ox King had given him and Bulma one capsule each upon parting. Then filled his vehicle with fuel and purchased a pair of gloves and a mask from a shop. After acquiring his items, Lin Yuan inquired with the shopkeeper about the whereabouts of Boss Rabbit. From the merchant's terrified expression, Lin Yuan confirmed that Boss Rabbit was indeed in this town. Though his exact location remained unclear, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, leisurely wandering through the town. Soon, he spotted two men wearing rabbit ears and uniforms causing a ruckus at a store entrance. Approaching them from behind, Lin Yuan called out, "Hey, you two, no bullying others." Whether it was his choice of words that incited them, the two men turned around in unison and began to curse. Lin Yuan, unfazed, swiftly knocked one of them unconscious with a punch. The other man, witnessing Lin Yuan's ferocity, immediately drew his weapon. However, before he could lift the gun, Lin Yuan had already darted to his side, delivering a kick to his knee, causing him to collapse. Lin Yuan seized the gun and pressed it against the man's head, threatening, "If you wish to live, summon your boss." Trembling, the man retrieved his walkie-talkie and reported to Boss Rabbit. "Boss, urgent situation. While we were executing our task outside the fruit store, a guy suddenly came and knocked us down, saying he would kill me if you didn't come." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. The surrounding villagers, upon hearing that Boss Rabbit was on his way, rushed back into their homes. Too terrified to remain outside, Lin Yuan stood by, awaiting Boss Rabbit's arrival, donning the gloves and mask he had purchased. Though he did not believe Boss Rabbit would pose a threat, caution is the mother of safety. At that moment, a small boy peered out from a window and shouted at Lin Yuan, "Big brother, you should run. That monster is coming, and he turns people into carrots to eat." No sooner had he spoken than the window slammed shut, clearly terrified of Boss Rabbit. Lin Yuan chuckled, unfazed by the child's warning. Before long, a vehicle appeared, looking quite out of place on the empty street, especially with the character Rabbit emblazoned on it. Lin Yuan confirmed that this was indeed Boss Rabbit's car. As the vehicle came to a halt, Boss Rabbit stepped out slowly. Upon exiting, he locked eyes with Lin Yuan and extended his hand in a friendly manner, saying, "Hello, friend, I'm Boss Rabbit, and these are my subordinates." Not wishing to hear any further nonsense, Lin Yuan sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to Boss Rabbit's solar plexus. With all his strength behind the blow, Lin Yuan was confident that with Boss Rabbit's mere 6 points of combat power, survival was not an option. After dispatching him, Lin Yuan heard the notification in his mind confirming the completion of his task. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task 3, defeat Boss Rabbit completed. Reward, 30 combat power, 5 bloodline progress. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through him, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Then, with his leg muscles taut, knees slightly bent, he leaped gracefully into the air, reaching a height of over 20 meters. Lin Yuan estimated that with full exertion, he could leap even higher. Once he landed safely, he departed from the town. The villagers gradually made their way to the streets, confirming the demise of Rabbit Boss, and they wept tears of joy. After departing, Lin Yuan intended to journey to the western capital to seek Bulma. He needed to acquire a set of gravity training gear and find a secluded place to diligently enhance his combat prowess. Once his strength had sufficiently increased, he planned to train at Korin Tower. Thus, Lin Yuan embarked on his path to the western capital. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with Lan Shi on a narrow path nestled between two rocky mountains. A thrilling chase unfolded. A golden-haired girl rode a motorcycle with wild abandon, her expression manic. In her left hand, she wielded a machine gun, while her right hand deftly controlled the bike, her voice ringing out, "Come chase me, you bunch of scoundrels." Ha! With that, she turned back and unleashed a frenzy of gunfire. Hot on her heels were 7 or 8 burly men, resembling one-eyed pirates, relentlessly pursuing her. "You cowardly wench. If you have the guts, don't run. You think you can cross our pirate gang and still live? Not a chance." The golden-haired woman paid them no heed, merely discarding her empty gun and flashing them a middle finger. Just then, a gust of wind and sand rushed into her nose. She opened her mouth and sneezed, achoo. In an instant, her golden locks transformed to blue, and her demeanor shifted to one of innocence and confusion. As she fumbled with one hand, the motorcycle lost its balance, and she flew off. Terrified, She shut her eyes, fearing her demise. This was not her first encounter with such peril. She often found herself in strange new surroundings upon waking. However, today was particularly exhilarating as she soared through the air. 2.5 seconds later. The anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, she felt the firm grip of strong hands and the warmth of a solid chest. How comforting. If she could, she would wish to remain in this embrace forever. Hey, stop pretending to be asleep. They are about to shoot. She opened her eyes to find a boy with short black hair staring at her intently. His deep-set eyes seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Put me down, she shyly requested. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan hesitated to release her. Indeed, it was Lin Yuan who had come to her rescue, having been en route to the western capital. When he reached this desolate rocky path, he overheard shouting and gunfire below. Upon stopping to look, he witnessed the golden-haired girl transform as she sneezed. Although she did not recognize him, he was all too familiar with her. She was none other than Lan Shi. In the original narrative, Lan Shi was one of Lin Yuan's favorite characters, rivaled only by Android 18. Seeing her in danger necessitated action, not to capture, but to save. Once Lan Shi steadied herself, her large, innocent eyes fixated on Lin Yuan. Curiosity evident. Who are you, and why did you save me? Lin Yuan was tempted to tease her, but the moment was not appropriate. He sighed. You truly don't remember me? Sigh. I'll explain later. First, let us deal with these men. At that moment, the 7 one-eyed brutes had parked their bikes and encircled them, with the leader saying, Kid, I advise you not to meddle. If you hand her over, you can leave unharmed. Otherwise, he fired a shot into the air. Without so much as blinking, Lin Yuan replied languidly, I forgot to mention. She is my woman. None of you are taking her away today. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's gaze turned fierce, resembling that of a ferocious tiger. Are you sure you want to stick around? With that, he unleashed a powerful punch against the nearby rocky wall, causing the stones to shatter around his arm. The sound of an explosion echoed. The men exchanged glances. Big brother, sister-in-law. It's all a misunderstanding. You all go ahead. As the one-eyed leader began to retreat, Lin Yuan threatened, choose between your lives or your capsules. Leave one behind. The men, fearing for their lives, hastily produced their capsules and deposited them on the ground before fleeing on their motorcycles. Lin Yuan disregarded the bewildered expression on Lan Shi's face and approached to collect the capsules. He counted 20, worth at least 100,000. Next, he pressed a button on one and tossed it to the ground. With a bang, a sleek jet car materialized. Lin Yuan took the driver's seat and beckoned to Lan Shi. Aren't you coming? Are you planning to feed the pirates here? Seeing this, Lan Shi dashed over to the passenger seat. With wide, innocent eyes, she asked, Are you my man? I don't remember. She added, I recall another version of me who also has no man. Lin Yuan found her remark amusing and responded, I was just teasing. I needed a reason to drive them off. But if you wish, I wouldn't mind. With that, he stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Haha. You're so wicked. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Lan Shi, she said, her curiosity evident. I'm Lin Yuan. By the way, what did you mean by another you? Although he already knew it referred to the other golden-haired Lan Shi, he inquired symbolically. Lan Shi appeared slightly troubled. Actually, I'm not certain. It seems that every time I sneeze, I inexplicably end up in a different place, often with an odd stash of money and weapons. It seems you might be even naughtier than me. Not at all. By the way, how are you so formidable? Are you a martial artist? Thus, as they conversed back and forth, the car raced swiftly toward the western capital. Following the Frisia saga, I will impose restrictions on overall combat power for a more reasonable viewing experience, ensuring it does not collapse. Chapter 9. Arrival at the western capital before long. Lin Yuan and Lan Shi reached the outskirts of the western capital. During their conversation, Lin Yuan learned that Lan Shi did not have a stable place to stay. The blue-haired version of her yearned for a tranquil life, but the golden-haired counterpart continuously provoked adversaries, even inciting bounties on her head. Consequently, each time she awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar location, gradually becoming accustomed to it. Lin Yuan asked if she would like to accompany him, promising her a stable life, ensuring she would no longer be pursued relentlessly. She could engage in activities she cherished, such as enjoying gourmet food, cooking, watching movies, and indulging in beauty treatments. As he spoke, a glimmer of longing appeared in Lan Shi's eyes, but after a moment's reflection, she pouted, But I fear the other me might bring you trouble. If that happens, I would feel so guilty. Lin Yuan chuckled. You've seen my skills. Besides, I will be collecting a reward. He then gave her a thorough once-over. Chuckling to himself, the innocent Lan Shi remained oblivious to his ulterior motives and innocently inquired about the reward. If it's money, I have plenty. Lin Yuan was taken aback, realizing that if he asked for $1 billion, she would likely comply without hesitation. He decided to drop the teasing and thought for a moment. Well, I only need you to cook for me every day. That would suffice. Of course, if you could lend me a bit of money, that would be even better. I will repay you later. After saying this, Lin Yuan regarded Lan Shi, feeling somewhat awkward as he had rarely borrowed money from anyone. Lan Shi, without hesitation, pulled her backpack in front of her. Cooking is my specialty. And she unzipped her bag, revealing bundles of cash neatly packed inside. How much do you need? There should be 5 million here. If it's not enough, I have more. Lin Yuan was taken aback. That's more than sufficient. So, does this mean you are willing to follow me? Wow, I didn't realize you were a little heiress. What exactly is Lan Shi up to? And how is she making such a fortune? Lin Yuan mused to himself. Yes, Mr. Lin Yuan, I am willing. I look forward to your guidance in the future. She bowed slightly in respect. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling her to relax, stating that they would be friends from now on. So there was no need for such formality. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in the West capital. Simultaneously, amidst the vast ocean, a small wooden boat sped through the waters. On board was a shifty-eyed little bald man, whose destination was none other than the Turtle Hermit's island. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit's abode lay in disarray. As the previous day, Goku had inadvertently glimpsed the full moon in the sky and transformed into a giant ape. Fortunately, the Turtle Hermit, being exceptionally powerful, discovered the giant ape's weakness and managed to revert Goku back to his original form. Today, he was contemplating relocating for training, as the current site was rather cramped, hindering his ability to train effectively. Meanwhile, Krillin was seen with his shiny bald head in another area, having departed from the desert. His destination was the great forest adjacent to the West capital, where he intended to train diligently for the upcoming martial arts tournament. By the time they reached the West capital, it was already afternoon. Lin Yuan first accompanied Lan Shi to find suitable accommodations. He then informed her that he would return later for dinner and set off, with his destination being Bulma's residence, the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, Lin Yuan was greeted by a variety of maid robots, and shortly thereafter, he encountered Dr. Brief, who had white hair and wore reading glasses. The doctor appraised Lin Yuan and inquired, "Hello, young man. Who are you looking for?" "Ah, hello, doctor. I am a friend of Bulma's, here to see her. Is she home?" Dr. Brief, upon learning that Lin Yuan was a friend of Bulma's, warmly grasped his hands. "Oh, so you're Bulma's friend. She has mentioned you before. Come in, come in. She should still be at school. I'll notify her, and she'll be back in no time, as she often talks about you." The sudden warmth made Lin Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. Following the doctor into the reception area, he was bombarded with questions, such as whether he and Bulma were dating, if they had kissed, and when they planned to have children. It was undeniable that the wealthy family's mindset was quite liberal. The key point, however, was that Bulma was only 16. Lin Yuan quickly clarified that he and Bulma were merely good friends, not romantically involved. Before long, Bulma rushed in, her joy evident as she flitted around like a little bird, eagerly bombarding him with questions. At that moment, Mrs. Brief appeared with pastries and tea, elegantly offering, "Oh, young handsome, please enjoy at your leisure. You are welcome to stay the night after dinner as well." With that, she sashayed away. The Brief couple was rather open-minded, akin to individuals in their 20s. After chatting with Bulma for a while, Lin Yuan explained his purpose for visiting. He inquired if she could assist him in creating several sets of gravity suits and a gravity chamber. After some contemplation, Bulma agreed, stating that while the gravity suits were feasible, the gravity chamber would require her father's assistance and take some time to complete. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this arrangement. After discussing the gravity chamber, Lin Yuan shared another idea with Bulma regarding a smartphone. Upon hearing his description, Bulma's interest was piqued, and she confidently asserted that creating a smartphone would be a breeze for her. With the outline Lin Yuan provided, she believed she could have the design ready in just a few days for mass production. As for equity, Bulma opted to gift Lin Yuan 30% of the shares instead of the 500,000 he initially offered. Lin Yuan felt it was too generous to receive so much without any effort, and they ultimately settled on 15%. It wasn't that Bulma was foolish. She was acutely aware of the immense profits this project could yield. Developing smartphones would also entail venturing into the realm of the internet. And if they could successfully launch these globally, the revenue would undoubtedly rival that of the Capsule Corporation. Given that the Brief family was the wealthiest in the world and the creators of the Capsule Corporation, it was certain that within a few years, they could achieve global distribution of the smartphone. After discussing these matters, Bulma gazed at Lin Yuan, puzzled, and asked, "Did you come up with all these ideas on your own? How is your mind so brilliant? I almost suspect you might be an alien." Lin Yuan chuckled, "Haha. I suppose it's because I've always enjoyed reading various novels. My imagination is quite expansive. Besides, where else could you find such a handsome alien?" After chatting a bit more, Lin Yuan returned home. Bulma had wanted to accompany him to the amusement park, but he politely declined, citing that it was too late and he had other matters to attend to. Lin Yuan's house was styled like an old earth villa, complete with a small yard. The three-story villa suited him well, as he had never been fond of the mainstream architectural styles found in the Dragon Ball universe. As Lin Yuan approached his front door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. His previously unhungry stomach suddenly growled in response. The once empty yard was now adorned with several pots of flowers and plants, breathing life into the home. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's face as he thought, "This little girl is quite capable." He pushed the door open and called out, "Hey, Lan Chi, I'm back. Is dinner ready? I'm famished." The only response was a moderate sneeze from within. Achoo! Lin Yuan felt a sense of foreboding as he then heard a furious shout from inside. "Damn it! Why is she here, cooking? Those one-eyed monsters? I'll show them what." Before Lin Yuan could react, he saw Lan Chi storming out of the kitchen, her fury palpable. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, her immediate reaction was to whip out a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere. "Who asked that dog of a man? You're dead," Lin Yuan lamented, realizing he had forgotten about her, and felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 10. Training. Progress a month later. In a training room in the West Capital, beads of sweat dripped to the floor with a rhythmic plop. 198, 199, 200. A young man with short black hair, clad in a black vest, transitioned from a one-handed handstand back to a standing position. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen. It was Bulma calling. He answered, and after a brief conversation, excitement gleamed in his eyes. The gravity chamber had been completed. Bulma inquired whether he wanted it delivered. Lin Yuan declined, eager to pick it up himself as he could hardly contain his anticipation. He quickly donned his jacket and dashed toward the door. Hearing the commotion, Lan Chi emerged from the living room. Today, she wore a light yellow dress that accentuated her long, perfectly proportioned legs, capable of making any man's heart race. The skirt swayed gently with her graceful steps, and her flawless blue hair framed a face so beautiful it required no adornment. "Ah, Yuan, where are you off to in such a hurry? Be careful." Lan Chi's cherry lips parted slightly as she inquired, to which Lin Yuan merely replied with a casual, "Got it," before mounting his motorcycle and departing swiftly. Observing Lin Yuan's urgent demeanor, Lan Chi couldn't help but recall a recent incident when he had rushed out in a similar frantic manner. She had just cautioned him not to be in such a hurry, only for him to stumble and fall face-first moments later. The memory elicited a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Lin Yuan made a phone call while entering. Before the call connected, he spotted Bulma bouncing out of the corridor. She waved a capsule in her hand playfully, exclaiming, "Look, the gravity chamber you wanted is right here. After tireless efforts from both my father and me, we have finally brought it to fruition. It can adjust to 210 times gravity. Isn't that impressive?" With her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, she looked at Lin Yuan like a student yearning for praise. Having received the benefit, Lin Yuan felt inclined to indulge her. Of course it's impressive. Not only is it remarkable, but it's also beautiful. Upon hearing his compliment, Bulma gleefully handed him the capsule. "Hee, now that's more like it. Here you go." Lin Yuan accepted the capsule and stored it in his box. He casually inquired, "By the way, where's Lu Ping? Aren't you two together?" Fate had a peculiar way of intertwining lives. A few days prior, Lu Ping had arrived in West City and fortuitously encountered Bulma, even rescuing her once. Since then, their rapport had deepened, showing signs of blossoming into something more. "Oh, him? He's been visiting various martial arts schools, claiming he needs to find opponents of comparable strength to enhance his combat abilities. Honestly, he always ends up with injuries," she replied, rolling her eyes. Lin Yuan chuckled, mounting his motorcycle as he said, "With his skill, I doubt any ordinary dojo could match him. When the time comes, you should let him come to my place for a spar. I've been itching for a good tussle. After finishing his sentence, he shifted gears and twisted the throttle. Well, I must be off. I need to hurry back and try out the gravity chamber. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Bulma rolled her eyes. You always say that, yet I've never seen you actually do it. Just go already. Haha, I promise next time. Lin Yuan called out as he sped away. Once home, Lin Yuan eagerly entered the gravity chamber. The chamber was semi-oval in shape, not particularly large, measuring only a few dozen square meters. In the center, there was a control panel. Lin Yuan examined it briefly. The operation seemed straightforward, featuring only a monitor. On either side of the screen, there were 4 buttons labeled Stop, Start, Minus, and Plus. For the past month, Lin Yuan had been training with a 50-pound weight, and with it, his combat power reached 65. After shedding the weight and stretching, his power surged to 69. This indicated a 5-point increase over the month, a progress he found quite satisfactory. With the gravity chamber now at his disposal, he was confident that his improvements would be even more pronounced. Let us start with double gravity, Lin Yuan decided. Closing the door and pressing the start button. He then pressed again, and the number on the screen leaped from 1 to 2, accompanied by a low hum. An invisible pressure surged toward him from all directions. Lin Yuan felt as though his legs were shackled with heavy lead weights, making even a single step an arduous task. The intensity of the double gravity exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated it to be this challenging. Within moments, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Let us begin with walking, he resolved. Thus commenced his slow, laborious movement, reminiscent of an elderly man shuffling along. Gradually, Lin Yuan managed to walk at a normal pace under the double gravity, though it was still quite slow. It took him 10 minutes to complete a single lap around the chamber. At this rate, achieving a standard physical training regimen in double gravity would likely take a considerable amount of time. After completing his training, Lin Yuan took a refreshing shower and shared a delightful dinner with Lan Shi. His appetite had grown immensely, as he now consumed enough food for 3 people. A testament to Lan Shi's exceptional culinary skills. Over the past month, he had continually praised her cooking, save for one instance when she had mistakenly prepared pufferfish hot pot. Their relationship had grown increasingly intimate over the past month. Even the once pure Lan Shi seemed willing to share a life with Lin Yuan. Though her penchant for mischief often landed them in trouble, she also had a habit of teasing Lin Yuan, but such antics were of little concern to him. With just a bit more time, he believed he could win her over completely. Lin Yuan chuckled at the thought. Yes, he wished to win Lan Shi's heart, a dual victory, achieving 2 goals with a single effort. Yet, he reassured himself not to overthink it. He merely sought to review his language studies. However, progress had been relatively slow. During this period, apart from training, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time accompanying Lan Shi, shopping, dining, visiting amusement parks, and watching movies. Yet their advances remained limited to hand-holding, as Lan Shi's innocence and Lin Yuan's inexperience in romance left him at a loss whenever he met her pure gaze. Fortunately, she met me. Otherwise, she might have been deceived by some wicked uncle. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, clearing his mind of such thoughts. He resolved to wait for the right opportunity to express his feelings to Lan Shi. Now was not the time for such discussions. He needed to grow stronger. Once he fully adapted to the double gravity and his combat power exceeded 100, he planned to train at the Corinne Tower. This was also the reason he had yet to tackle his 4th task, climbing the Corinne Tower, as he was uncertain of the required strength. To be safe, he aimed to reach 100 first. Thus, Lin Yuan donned the 50-pound weight once more, though he refrained from returning to the gravity chamber for further training. Balancing work and rest was the essence of the Turtle School's philosophy. Although he had not formally joined the Turtle School, this principle resonated with him. In Lin Yuan's view, Goku's strong foundation in martial arts, cultivated during his formative years on Earth, was why he consistently outperformed Vegeta at equal power levels. Meanwhile, Vegeta's solitary training and relentless efforts in the gravity chamber had not yielded results as favorable as Goku's. This disparity often manifested in their energy control, where Vegeta expended more energy during similar transformations. Having meandered off topic, Lin Yuan settled cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes in contemplation. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, as if cradling a delicate glass sphere, he began to sense his energy. For the past month, he had practiced this energy awareness exercise each night before sleep. Now, he could feel the flow of energy within him, though he had yet to harness it. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan surmised that his breakthrough was imminent. Before long, he would be ready to attempt the Kamehameha and the instant transmission techniques. Chapter 11. Turbulence time slipped away quietly, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the backyard of the Lin family villa in West City, Lin Yuan soared through the air, performing acrobatic maneuvers as he accelerated in a straight line. Suddenly, he executed a backward somersault and dove toward the ground. Just as he was about to crash into the earth, he deftly reversed his position, landing on his feet with his knees slightly bent. With a powerful push against the ground, he countered the inertia of his fall and soared upward at a 45-degree angle. 2 months prior, he had independently mastered the instant transmission technique. While learning to fly was not inherently difficult, achieving quality and speed in flight presented a greater challenge. Just like before, Lin Yuan initially intended to propel himself through the air without touching the ground, aiming to counteract his falling speed. However, due to either a lack of proficiency or insufficient strength, he found himself colliding with the ground each time he attempted to dive from the same height. With a combat power of 92, practicing the aerial dance technique proved to be quite taxing for him, resulting in him breaking a sweat within half an hour. After completing his practice, Lin Yuan took a shower and changed into casual attire. According to his usual schedule, he should have engaged in gravity training next. However, today was different, as he planned to head to Karen Tower for training the following day. Before that, Lin Yuan had arranged to dine with Lan Shi, Bulma, and Lu Ping for a lavish meal. Their destination was a newly opened mountaintop restaurant, reputed for its delightful cuisine. As Lin Yuan entered the living room, he picked up the smartphone on the table and called Lan Shi. She had dyed her hair blonde and was out enjoying herself. Moments later, the call connected, and a cacophony of shouts echoed from the other end. It seemed she was at a casino. "Hey, Lin Yuan. I'm busy right now. The big game is about to start. I swear," Lan Shi exclaimed, her voice filled with intensity. "What a ridiculous place. Do you think I won't demolish your house?" Her outburst echoed, completely oblivious to the ongoing phone call with Lin Yuan. The casino staff had no recourse against Lan Shi, for she was known to be quite formidable, and they could only appease her with gentle words. Lin Yuan felt helpless. Ever since she developed this gambling habit 2 months ago, she had lost much of the money she had taken. Yet, that money was gained through unscrupulous means, so losing it was hardly a concern. Now, Lan Shi relied on the pocket money Lin Yuan provided each month to indulge in her escapades. This was the leverage Lin Yuan had over her. Seeing Lan Shi engrossed in her activities and disregarding his words, Lin Yuan resorted to a trump card. "Lan Shi, if you come home now, I'll triple your allowance for next month. If you can't hear me, then just keep playing." "What? I'm on my way home." Upon hearing the promise of a tripled allowance, Lan Shi immediately agreed to return. Once she arrived home, Lin Yuan changed her hair color to blue. He then called Bulma to inform her of their meeting time at the mountaintop restaurant. Consequently, Lan Shi excitedly began to prepare herself. Lin Yuan settled on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of juice. As he sipped, he gazed around his clean and tidy home, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have Lan Shi as a potential wife. As a veteran, he held his own standards regarding cleanliness and order. He had never imposed strict demands on Lan Shi regarding how clean the house should be kept, yet she managed to maintain a tidy home daily. Although it may not have been immaculate, it was close enough. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a wave of affection. The more he observed Lan Shi, the more attractive she became, and her qualities shone brighter with each interaction. He resolved firmly in his heart, Lan Shi must become his wife. Although Lan Shi was not yet his wife, Lin Yuan believed that would be merely a matter of time. The thought of marriage inevitably reminded him that he was in the Dragon Ball world, where possessing sufficient strength was paramount to protect the woman he cherished. As for money, Lin Yuan had no shortage of that, unless the earth were to be destroyed. Lost in his thoughts, Lan Shi finished her preparations and entered the living room. Lin Yuan looked up and was instantly captivated. Today, she wore a purple sweater paired with fitted jeans. Her face was adorned with a light makeup that suited her perfectly, and as she approached, a delightful fragrance filled the air. Seeing the beautiful Lan Shi uplifted Lin Yuan's spirits, and he couldn't help but compliment her. "Wow, Chi, you look stunning today. What perfume are you wearing? Let me smell." With that, he leaned in closer. Lan Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pushed his forehead away, flustered. All right. Let's hurry. Bulma and the others will be waiting." Her voice trailed off, seemingly recalling some shy memory. Lin Yuan burst into laughter. She was simply delightful and adorable. Without wasting any more time, the two of them headed straight to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found Bulma and the others already waiting. After exchanging greetings, they proceeded to their reserved table. The view here was indeed splendid, perched atop a mountain with a panoramic vista of the entire West City. As soon as they sat down, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to the three people at the adjacent table, rather than being captivated by the individuals themselves. It was their hats that caught his eye, each adorned with distinctive patterns. Two of them wore red armbands, while the third had a blue insignia on his arm, clearly identifying them as members of the Red Ribbon Army. To Lin Yuan's surprise, the leader among them was none other than General Blue, the commander of the blue team of the Red Ribbon Army. Noticing the commotion, Bulma glanced at the striking yet peculiar individual with curiosity. Internally, she mused, he's rather handsome. But what a lunatic. Observing the scene, Blue's subordinates quickly asked, General Blue, what's wrong? Realizing he had lost his composure, Blue cleared his throat and replied, cough. That table over there is so ugly, it startled me. His two subordinates swiftly stood up and angrily shouted at Lin Yuan and his friends, hey, you guys are disturbing our general's meal. You have 3 seconds to scram, or don't blame us for our guns. The other patrons in the restaurant turned their curious gazes toward the commotion. Someone recognized the Red Ribbon Army and shouted, the Red Ribbon Army. They're from the Red Ribbon Army. Run. Those who had heard of their fearsome reputation quickly scattered in all directions, leaving only 2 tables occupied in the vast restaurant. Lu Ping was the first to rise, unafraid, and retorted, you really think you're above everyone? Do you believe this restaurant belongs to you? Apologize to my friends now, and we can overlook this incident. Dare you insult Bulma? I, Lu Ping, will not let this go. Ha. Apologize? Did I hear you right, little brat? You don't recognize the Red Ribbon Army? One soldier pointed toward the door and added, look how smart they are to run and save their lives. You still dare to demand an apology? I think you want to die? With that, the two raised their guns, ready to pull the trigger. But alas, no bullets were fired. Lu Ping was swifter. In less than a second, both men were on the ground, unconscious. Lu Ping dusted off his hands, declaring with righteous indignation, Humph, I see you've committed many misdeeds. Today, I shall deliver justice. Lin Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Oh please, delivering justice? Wasn't it you who once boasted of being the desert overlord, planning to rob people? How shameless could one be? Clapping slowly, Blue stepped forward, saying, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. How about it? Interested in joining me? With that, Blue's gaze fixated on Lu Ping with keen interest. Lu Ping sensed the unusual aura emanating from Blue and responded, sorry, but I have no interest in following a nefarious group. I only sought to defend my friend's honor. And your subordinates have received their due punishment. Let this matter be settled. Upon hearing Lu Ping's refusal, Blue's expression darkened. Settling things? From the moment you rejected me, you signed your own death warrant. Upon finishing his words, Blue let out a fierce shout and charged towards Lu Ping. Lin Yuan refrained from intervening, quietly cautioning Lu Ping to be wary, for this opponent was formidable. He did not disclose the truth that Lu Ping stood no chance against Blue, as the disparity in their combat abilities was vast, Lu Ping at 25 and Blue at 66. Chapter 12, A Beautiful Evening. However, with Lin Yuan providing support, at least Lu Ping would not sustain severe injuries. It was prudent to let Lu Ping realize he was outmatched before stepping in. This was an unwritten rule in the Dragon Ball universe, to avoid hastily interrupting another's battle. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Blue had already closed the distance to Lu Ping, striking out with a powerful palm. Lu Ping could barely discern Blue's attack, only managing to raise his hands defensively to shield his chest. The impact was thunderous. He was sent flying, crashing through several tables and chairs before coming to a halt. Such speed and force. Struggling to rise, Lu Ping shook his arms. Lin Yuan recognized his intent to retaliate with the Wolf Fang fist and interposed himself between the two. Addressing Lu Ping, allow me to take over. He is too strong for you. He entrusted Bulma and Lan Shi to Lu Ping's care. Despite Lu Ping's potential with the Wolf Fang fist, it would likely only prolong the encounter by a mere few seconds. Understanding this, Lu Ping quietly positioned himself in front of the two women after reminding Lin Yuan to exercise caution. Bulma anxiously inquired about Lu Ping's injuries, while Lan Shi gazed at Lin Yuan with concern. Lin Yuan perceived the worry in Lan Shi's eyes and offered her a reassuring smile. Fear not, I will be fine. Bru, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Humph, another fool seeking death. Rest assured, regardless of who comes first, the outcome will be the same." Ignoring Bru's taunts, Lin Yuan advanced towards him with deliberate steps. If a fight was to ensue, there was no need for idle chatter. Suddenly accelerating, Lin Yuan closed the gap and delivered a powerful kick directly to Bru's chest. Bru, caught off guard, slid backward several meters until he collided with the wall. Astonished by the unexpected strength of this young man. How could he be so strong? This is impossible, Bru thought, yet he did not halt his movements. Rolling to the side to evade Lin Yuan's next strike, which was already en route to his face. Lin Yuan's punch missed, and he remarked, "You do evade swiftly. It seems I must resort to that technique." In that moment, as Lin Yuan turned to assess his opponent, a glimmer of blue light flickered in Bru's eyes. Lin Yuan sensed trouble and attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He found himself immobilized, despite having anticipated this very move. Bru's speed of execution had left Lin Yuan caught off guard. A wave of paralysis swept through Lin Yuan's body, rendering him unable to move. Was this Bru's peculiar ability? Seeing Lin Yuan's plight, Bru laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, what use is your strength in the face of my special ability? Once I eliminate you, I shall turn my attention to your friends." With that, Bru advanced toward Lin Yuan, his eyes brimming with disdain. However, as he took a few steps, he noticed something amiss. His prey, seemingly on the brink of death, was still smiling. Indeed, Lin Yuan was smiling. Had it been the pre-training version of himself, he might have struggled against this ability, but now suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression turned fierce, his aura surging. With a mighty shout, he regained his mobility. Without further ado, Lin Yuan lunged forward, seizing Bru by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Now, there is no escape. In a mere 3 punches, Bru succumbed to unconsciousness. "Let us go? Lanshi, Bulma. We need to find another place to dine. This one feels ominous." Afterward, Lin Yuan and his companions relocated for their meal. Once they were satisfied, each returned home. Upon arriving home, Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa, with Lan Shi behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Every evening after training, Lan Shi insisted on giving him a massage, and over time, Lin Yuan had grown accustomed to it. Having a beautiful wife providing a massage was indeed a delightful way to unwind. During the massage, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to share his plans for the following days. "Tomorrow, I will embark on a journey to a place called Corin Tower for training and may not return for several months. Please take good care of yourself." Lan Shi paused, momentarily taken aback, before softly replying, "So long? I will wait for your return." "Thank you, Lan Shi. I must become stronger to protect you," he assured her. Upon hearing his words, Lan Shi stopped her ministrations and moved closer, taking his hand in hers, kneading it gently, her face filled with concern. "I understand, but I don't want you to overexert yourself. To me, you are already the strongest." Lin Yuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "In the present, perhaps I am strong. But what about 10 years from now? 20 years? If I stagnate, I will undoubtedly regret it when the time comes. By then, the enemies won't grant me any chances." Thus, despite the tedium of daily training, Lin Yuan was driven to persevere, striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts to safeguard his beloved Lan Shi. "I understand your intentions and assure you that I will not overexert myself. When I am weary, I will rest properly," Lin Yuan promised her. Lan Shi embraced his arm, resting her head gently on his shoulder, speaking softly. "You know, several times after your training, you've fallen asleep on the sofa, mumbling in your dreams. Though I cannot decipher your words, I sense your anxiety and fear, as though haunted by something troubling." With gentle eyes filled with tears, she gazed at Lin Yuan. "Seeing you like this pains me. That is why I want to help you with massages and prepare delicious meals, hoping to alleviate your fatigue. I believe I have fallen in love with you, Lin Yuan." Her voice was resolute, gradually filling with sweetness. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, his gaze fixated on Lan Shi's lovely face. He had not anticipated that she would be the one to declare her affections so boldly. At that moment, Lan Shi appeared to Lin Yuan as if she were enveloped in a soft glow, radiating beauty that captivated him entirely. He could not resist pulling her into his embrace. "In truth, from the moment we met, I was drawn to you. I wished to protect you, and thus you have become my source of motivation to grow stronger. Without you, I might not have persevered." Lan Shi trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, I am truly happy." As he inhaled her sweet fragrance and felt her soft body against him, Lin Yuan's breath quickened, and his heart raced. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he gently cradled Lan Qi's face, aligning his lips with hers, and kissed her tenderly. She did not resist, clumsily returning his affection, her small hands tightening around him. In an instant, the room's atmosphere grew warm, as if the very air had thickened. As they kissed, Lin Yuan laid Lan Qi back onto the sofa, his gaze filled with a fierce desire, as if he wished to consume her entirely. With a soft moan, Lan Qi gazed up at Lin Yuan, her lips slightly parted. "Be gentle." Lin Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration and desire course through him. This night was destined to be a beautiful one. Chapter 13, A Great Crisis. Amidst a chaotic backdrop, two figures battled fiercely in the air. Each clash of fists and feet sent tremors through the very fabric of space. The two warriors were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, one shadow continually morphed its form, its aura steadily intensifying, leaving the other person at a disadvantage. As the shadow's energy peaked, it expanded outward, transforming into a vast, dark web that engulfed the other individual. The engulfed figure was met with a sudden darkness before losing consciousness. Lin Yuan abruptly awoke from his slumber, drenched in sweat, realizing it had merely been a dream. Just as he intended to rise and freshen up, he noticed several striking strands of purple hair scattered across the pristine white sheets. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yuan recalled the tumultuous events of the previous day. It became evident that, at the last moment, the two had shifted their battleground to the bedroom. Rubbing the back of his head in resignation, Lin Yuan conceded that he had indeed lost his restraint yesterday. After all, having been a novice for over 20 years, he was not a paragon of self-control. With a captivating beauty like Lan Qi constantly in his vicinity, it was quite challenging to maintain composure. The fact that he had managed to hold out for so long was commendable. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the immaculate sheets. Had he misremembered? He distinctly recalled seeing a flash of glaring red amidst the chaos yesterday. Never mind. In reality, Lan Qi had risen early and changed the sheets, discreetly stashing away the original white ones adorned with red embroidery. Stretching lazily, Lin Yuan got out of bed and headed downstairs to freshen up. As usual, Lan Qi had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she joyfully exclaimed, "You're awake. Please sit down and eat. I made all your favorites." Perhaps sensing Lin Yuan's impending departure, breakfast was particularly sumptuous today. Lin Yuan leaned in and pecked Lan Qi on the cheek, waiting for her to finish her preparations before they sat down together to enjoy their meal. After breakfast, Lin Yuan prepared to leave, planning to first utilize the flying technique to visit Master Rashi and inquire about the location of the Korin Tower before proceeding there. Before departing, he reminded Lan Qi to stay safe and to contact Bulma or Lu Ping if she encountered any insurmountable difficulties. If they couldn't arrive promptly, she could also reach out to him. Lan Qi nodded obediently, assuring him she understood. Only then did Lin Yuan feel reassured enough to set off. He was well aware of Master Rashi's residence, but he recalled that at this time, they were not residing on the small island in the sea, but rather conducting special training on a nearby island. It seemed he would have to search the surrounding islands. After purchasing some gifts from a bookstore, Lin Yuan embarked towards Master Rashi's island. After a sporadic flight throughout the morning, as afternoon approached, Lin Yuan finally spotted Master Rashi on a small island. He landed steadily behind the master, who was currently teaching a beautiful woman, the nature of which involved some rather inappropriate postures. Master Rashi was so engrossed in the scene that he failed to notice Lin Yuan's arrival. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuan coughed a couple of times. Master Rashi showed no reaction, prompting Lin Yuan to raise his voice. Long time no see, Master Rashi." Both Master Rashi and the woman halted their activities, turning to face Lin Yuan. The master's tone was somewhat displeased as he queried, "Who are you? Can't you see I'm busy?" Then, as if recalling something, he continued, "Oh, I remember now. You're the friend of Goku and that well-endowed beauty. What do you want?" Master Rashi's demeanor suggested he was not particularly pleased with Lin Yuan interrupting his lesson, but Lin Yuan had anticipated this reaction. He tossed a universal capsule onto the ground and stated, "Well, Master Rashi, I'm here to inquire about the location of the Korin Tower. These are gifts I brought for you." Before Lin Yuan could finish, Master Rashi waved his hand dismissively. "What Korin Tower? I'm old. I can't remember. Go ask someone else." "Really? That's unfortunate. If that's the case, I'll just have to take these gifts back." Lin Yuan feigned disappointment, preparing to retrieve the items. Upon seeing the gifts laid out, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately teleported to inspect them, treating them as if they were rare treasures. This one, and this. All my favorite types. You've got good taste, kid. Clearing his throat, he reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll tell you the location of the Korin Tower. Thus, Lin Yuan obtained the location of the Korin Tower. After expressing his gratitude to Master Roshi, he soared towards the tower's direction. Master Roshi observed Lin Yuan's departure with a grave expression, murmuring, "Flying technique. Huh. This kid is no ordinary individual. It seems I need to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament." After approximately an hour of flight, Lin Yuan landed on a grassy field for a brief respite. He could not sustain prolonged flight and needed to rest before continuing. Moreover, his speed was not particularly swift. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent rapidly approaching him. Not daring to be careless, he quickly stood up, his body tensing as he focused intently on the distant sky. Indeed, the source of this energy was in the air. This meant that the individual was likely capable of flight. Why not an airplane? Because the speed was far beyond that of a jet. Furthermore, the energy was exceptionally formidable. However, based on Lin Yuan's knowledge, no one in this timeline possessed the ability to fly. Before he could contemplate further, a stone pillar descended with terrifying velocity, embedding itself into the ground before him. Dust erupted around the impact site. Above the stone pillar stood a figure, arms crossed, exuding an air of cold disdain. Clad in a flamboyant pink robe emblazoned with a large character for kill, he sported a small braid. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, it was Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai produced a photograph, confirming Lin Yuan's identity before coldly stating, "It's definitely you, cheap punk." The situation was dire, although the reason was unclear. It was evident that Tao Pai Pai had set his sights on Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not in optimal condition, even in peak form. He might not stand a chance against Tao Pai Pai. What to do? Lin Yuan's mind raced through potential strategies. Fleeing? Useless. His flying technique was too slow, and his energy had yet to fully recover. As he pondered, a chilling electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host detected to be facing a formidable enemy. Triggering random mission. Defeat Tao Pai Pai. Mission reward. 5 combat power, 5 bloodline progress. Would the host like to accept the mission? Why run? This reward was too enticing for Lin Yuan to decline. Accepted. Fortune favors the bold. Tao Pai Pai leaped down from the stone pillar, slowly advancing toward Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan shed his burdens. The weighted vest thudded heavily to the ground. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. His eyes ablaze with determination as his aura surged. Observing Lin Yuan's sudden increase in strength, Tao Pai Pai's expression soured. It seemed this target would not be easily dealt with. He would need to renegotiate his price with Bulma. Without further ado, the two sprang into action. There were no frills. It was a direct exchange of blows. The force of their strikes rustled the grass around them. Tao Pai Pai initiated an assault with a knee strike aimed directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan leaned back, executing a backflip to evade the blow, while Tao Pai Pai pursued relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Yuan, who had just steadied himself, transforming his palm into a blade. He raised his hand to strike at Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan could only evade by sidestepping. A sinister smile crept onto Tao Pai Pai's lips as he swiftly morphed his palm into a fist, forcefully redirecting the diagonal cut into a powerful blow that landed squarely on Lin Yuan's abdomen. Lin Yuan let out a dry heave, his body momentarily stiffening from the impact. Tao Pai Pai was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. Another swift kick struck Lin Yuan's chin, sending him flying as if struck by a steel whip. After a dizzying spin, he crashed heavily to the ground. Tao Pai Pai clasped his hands behind his back, a mocking smirk flashing across his face. "It seems you are not as formidable as I thought. You faltered so quickly." Struggling to rise, Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He had to admit, Tao Pai Pai was indeed powerful. After shedding his gravity suit, Lin Yuan's combat strength had reached 105, whereas Tao Pai Pai's was 110. Yet, in actual combat, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the disparity was not merely in raw power, but also in martial arts foundation. Indeed, after reaching such high combat levels, the skills from his past life seemed woefully inadequate. Wiping away the bloodstains, he called out to Tao Pai Pai, "Come on, let us continue." Chapter 14, Comet Explosion. "Humph." Tao Pai Pai scoffed. "Humph, you old fool." Lin Yuan roared, stepping forward with such force that the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him toward Tao Bai with an unstoppable momentum. He raised his fist to strike Tao Bai's loathsome face. Tao Bai slightly tilted his body, narrowly avoiding the blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan pivoted, unleashing a barrage of punches like cannonballs fueled by fury. To Tao Bai, Lin Yuan appeared more like a mindless beast, attacking without strategy. As Tao Bai retreated and dodged or blocked, not a single one of Lin Yuan's strikes found its mark. Such a shame. Possessing great strength, yet resorting to blind attacks, Tao Bai remarked disdainfully as he evaded Lin Yuan's sweeping kick. "Oh, you're courting death." In response to Tao Bai's taunts, Lin Yuan charged at him once more. Observing Lin Yuan, consumed by rage, Tao Bai shook his head, deciding it was time to conclude the battle. The next strike would surely be fatal. Both Tao Bai and Lin Yuan shared the same thought. Lin Yuan had been feigning anger and reckless attacks all along, intending to catch Tao Bai off guard for a decisive strike. As anticipated, the moment arrived. Tao Bai calmly observed as Lin Yuan approached, then suddenly stepped forward, his body sinking low. He evaded Lin Yuan's punch while delivering a powerful blow with his right fist, striking Lin Yuan's abdomen with even greater force than before. "It's over," Tao Bai thought, just as he intended to retract his arm. He was startled to find his arm firmly gripped by a large hand, immovable. Overcoming the excruciating pain, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and tightened his left hand around Tao Bai's arm. "I've got you." Tao Bai felt a wave of dread wash over him as he repeatedly kicked Lin Yuan's body in a desperate attempt to break free. "Let go? Impossible. I won't release my grip even if it kills me." Lin Yuan slowly tightened his right hand, channeling all his energy into his forearm. Then, with a powerful push from the ground and a twist of his hips, he unleashed a devastating punch. Tao Bai, witnessing this terrifying strike, first felt fear, then disbelief. He could see a wave of energy surging from Lin Yuan's elbow joint, resembling a comet with a trailing tail. This comet crashed heavily into Tao Bai's abdomen. "Wow." Tao Bai spat out blood. "You're betting everything on this one strike. You've miscalculated, kid." Tao Bai roared, convinced that Lin Yuan aimed for a single, lethal blow. However, it was evident that Lin Yuan had not achieved that goal. Though he had indeed suffered a grievous injury, it was not fatal, and he could still kill Lin Yuan shortly thereafter. Just as he contemplated retaliating, he felt a surge of intense energy gathering in his abdomen, his previously cold expression transforming into one of panic. "What? Stop. I want to kill you." If slow motion and X-ray vision were available at that moment, one could see that all the energy in Lin Yuan's right forearm had compressed at the tip of his fist, poised to erupt at any moment. Ignoring Tao Bai's pleas, Lin Yuan shouted, "Give me." "Explode." As Lin Yuan uttered the final word, the energy in his right hand erupted with blinding brilliance, followed by a thunderous roar. Boom. Tao Bai's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a distant hill. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan maintained his punching stance, gasping for breath. The fabric of his right arm had completely shredded, leaving no trace behind. He named this technique the Comet Explosion. Not daring to linger, Lin Yuan soared toward Corin Tower. Although he felt utterly drained, he had received a system reward that restored a modicum of energy. He briefly sought refuge in a concealed spot to recuperate before continuing on his journey. After about 2 hours, Lin Yuan finally spotted the towering structure of Corin Tower rising toward the heavens. Upon reaching the base of Corin Tower, Lin Yuan encountered Bora and Upa. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's intention to ascend the tower, Bora began to recount the tales of Corin Tower. Once Lin Yuan had sufficiently regained his strength, he bid farewell to the father and son and took to the skies, soaring toward the tower's summit. Watching Lin Yuan ascend, Bora and Upa were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "Dad, do you think this big brother will succeed?" Upa asked. Hearing his son's question, Bora mused. Perhaps he truly can become the second person in this world to reach Corin Tower. Before long, Lin Yuan beheld an oval-shaped structure. Knowing that it housed the cat sage and his sacred beans, Lin Yuan's purpose for this visit was twofold: to train and to acquire as many sacred beans as possible. Such treasures were never too plentiful. Remembering a certain rotund pig who had treated the sacred beans as mere snacks filled Lin Yuan with frustration. Upon landing, Lin Yuan began calling out the name of the cat sage. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a cat leaning on a large cane. This cat, with its snowy white fur and slightly plump physique, exuded an aura of wisdom in its eyes. It spoke slowly. I never expected such an interesting visitor to arrive. Greetings, esteemed cat sage. I have come here. Before Lin Yuan could finish, the cat sage interrupted him. I am aware of your intentions. What intrigues me is how you came to know my name. Lin Yuan recounted the carefully crafted story he had prepared, claiming that he possessed memories of the future from the moment of his birth. He learned of the existence of both the sage and the sacred beings atop Corin Tower through these memories. The cat sage fell silent for a moment, seemingly convinced by Lin Yuan's tale. Lin Yuan requested a sacred being to recover from his injuries, initially hoping for more. The cat sage declared that if Lin Yuan could manage to seize its cane, it would grant him additional sacred beings. Thus, training commenced. This time, the challenge was not to snatch the holy water, but to wrest the cane away. However, the outcome remained the same. The goal was to eliminate unnecessary thoughts and movements during combat. In the beginning, Lin Yuan found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered by the cat sage. His martial arts foundation was inherently weak, and his shortcomings in battle were even more pronounced. This is why, despite only being 5 points weaker than Tao Baibai, he had almost no room for counterattack. Had it not been for Tao Baibai's momentary carelessness, coupled with Lin Yuan's reckless resolve to inflict mutual harm, he would have caught Lin Yuan off guard, potentially leading to dire consequences. As time gradually progressed, and under the tutelage of the cat sage, Lin Yuan began to grasp the intricacies of combat. By eliminating distractions during fights and closely observing the cat sage's movements, he further honed his ability to anticipate his opponent's actions. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's foundational combat skills were commendable, allowing him to gradually keep pace with the cat sage's movements. For months swiftly passed, Lin Yuan completed all his training and decided it was time to descend from the tower. In fact, he had already procured a cane a month prior, but he still sought the cat sage's guidance on some fundamental martial arts techniques. During this month, Lin Yuan diligently reinforced his studies. Ultimately, the cat sage presented him with a large vat of divine beings. After bidding farewell, Lin Yuan soared towards the base of the Kalen Tower. As he swiftly traversed the sky, Lin Yuan opened his information panel. Character information, name, Lin Yuan identity, human combat power, 208 ability, instantaneous movement divine power, none quest, Super Saiyan Bloodline, 25 quest 5, participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and secure first place. Quest reward, combat power 70, progress bar 5. Chapter 15. The first taste of defeat. Upon leaving Kalen Tower, Lin Yuan first visited the training island of Master Roshi. Greeting Roshi and Goku. He had missed them during his previous visit due to Goku and Krillin being away for training. Half a year had passed, and Goku had grown taller, while Krillin was slightly shorter than him. Through this period of training, Goku's demeanor had evolved, in addition to his innate innocence. A hint of resilience now shone in his eyes. His combat power had seen a substantial increase. Although he still lagged behind Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. In the later stages, if Lin Yuan were to slacken even slightly, he risked becoming a mere speck of dust beneath the explosion's aftermath. Thus, he could not afford to stagnate, especially during this time prior to acquiring his bloodline. He needed to amplify his strength as much as possible. Enhancing his combat power was secondary. The primary focus was to solidify his martial arts foundation and continuously train his energy. This had always been Lin Yuan's guiding principle. With Kalen Tower now behind him, he aimed to fully assimilate the teachings of the cat sage. His next target was the Supreme Kai Bobo, whom he believed possessed the strongest combat philosophy on Earth, an opportunity not to be missed. However, all this would have to wait until after the martial arts tournament concluded. After exchanging pleasantries with Goku and the others, Lin Yuan set off once more, his destination, West City. Thoughts of Lan Shi crossed his mind, and the mere image of her adorable face unconsciously quickened his pace. His return speed had nearly quadrupled, and without pausing for rest, he soon beheld the architectural splendor of West City. Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Yuan pushed the door open and called out, "Lan Shi, I'm back." A moment later, a voice responded, "Why are you shouting? You interrupted my nap." The voice belonged to the blonde-haired Lan Shi. Upon entering the living room, Lin Yuan found Lan Shi sitting up from the sofa, her eyes still heavy with sleep, surrounded by a scattering of snacks on the coffee table. "Really? I return after such a long time, and you can't even be bothered to greet me." Lin Yuan feigned anger, settling beside her to tidy up the mess on the table. "Why should I welcome you? Wait until she, the blue-haired girl, comes out. Let her greet you, Lan Qi retorted, turning on the television and engrossing herself in the show. Lin Yuan sensed something peculiar about the blonde-haired Lan Qi today. Was there a hint of shyness in her demeanor? Normally, she would never speak in such a manner. Could it be that she sensed the other version of himself? Lin Yuan pondered. With this thought, he gradually leaned closer to Lan Qi. As she watched television intently, she suddenly felt a large hand resting on her thigh, gently kneading. Lan Qi's eyelashes fluttered. Her face flushed as she warned, "What are you doing? You better not get any ideas." With that, she playfully swatted at Lin Yuan with her delicate hand. Naturally, he did not withdraw. Instead, his hand traveled upward, eventually encircling her slender waist. "What do you mean? You are already mine, so I can do as I wish," Lin Yuan asserted, pulling her into his embrace. Amused by her startled reaction, he found the once domineering Lan Qi now resembled a frightened kitten. He resolved to tease her more in the future. Unexpectedly, Lan Qi flipped over and positioned herself on Lin Yuan's lap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Feeling her warmth through her thin clothing, his heart raced. The previous shyness on her face had vanished, replaced by an air of arrogance. Holding Lin Yuan's face with her hands, she proclaimed, "Humph, I knew you had ulterior motives. If you don't take responsibility for this, just you wait." Before he could respond, her soft lips pressed against his. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. With a lingering look in Lin Yuan's stunned gaze, Lan Qi licked her lips and ascended the stairs. The same person, yet two distinctly different styles, one gentle and delicate, the other fervent and wildly playful. However, that sensation was rather delightful. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. What began as his intention to tease her had ultimately left him in a passive position. A wave of frustration washed over him. He had faced his first defeat, defeated by a woman. After a brief moment, Lin Yuan assessed the quantity of divine beings he had acquired, estimating around 350. Although there were still many at the cat sage's place, he had been firmly denied any additional supply. There was little he could do. He couldn't just seize them by force. Fortunately, the threat of a chirolobe had yet to materialize, ensuring the safety of the beings for the time being. Before departing, Lin Yuan had specifically urged the cat sage to increase the cultivation of divine beings, warning that a figure named a chirolobe would consume them all, leading to the emergence of monsters capable of easily annihilating the world. The cat sage had nodded in a manner that suggested skepticism. As for whether the bean cultivation would actually increase, Lin Yuan was uncertain. Regardless, he planned to return after the tournament. If necessary, he would resort to taking them by force. He was determined to obtain them, for he was no longer at the cat sage's mercy. Subsequently, Lin Yuan ventured to the backyard to experiment with his previously acquired skills. He had long contemplated the comet explosion technique, but struggled to execute it flawlessly until his battle with Tao Bai, where various factors had finally allowed him to perfect the move. After several attempts to control his power and master the technique, he donned a 150-pound weighted suit, which immediately suppressed his combat power from 208 to 180. Today, Lin Yuan decided to forego training, having finally returned home. He thought it best to grant himself a half-day of leisure, intending to resume his training the following day. Lin Yuan's upcoming objective is straightforward: to challenge the high-gravity chamber, refining his energy usage and enhancing his martial arts foundation. The pursuit of strength is limitless, and the path of martial arts is equally infinite. Although his current power guarantees him a stable victory in the martial arts tournament, Lin Yuan's aspirations extend far beyond mere championship titles. His ambition is to surpass formidable figures such as the future Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. After a soothing hot shower, Lin Yuan donned a fresh change of attire and ventured out with Lan Qi, planning to spend the afternoon on a date with her. Truth be told, Lin Yuan also needed to purchase a couple of outfits. Chapter 16. Preliminary rounds on the eve of the World Martial Arts Tournament. On a small island amidst the vast ocean, Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi concluded their morning training. They were preparing to take their customary afternoon nap on a hammock nestled in the forest. Following their training regimen, it had become their habit to rest in this serene spot. Master Roshi climbed onto his hammock with considerable effort, nearly losing his balance in the process. Observing his slow movements, one could hardly fathom that this elderly man, struggling to mount his bed, was the legendary martial arts master, Roshi. Once settled, he sought the most comfortable position and contentedly addressed Goku and Krillin. "All right, from now until 1 o'clock, we shall enjoy our nap. Make the most of this time to rest." Goku eagerly responded, I know. Because our turtle school's principle is to train diligently, rest well, and study hard. You've mentioned it countless times. Master Roshi chuckled at his two exceptional disciples, pride swelling within him. Perhaps it won't be long before they surpass me, he mused. Young Goku, with a naive smile, radiated excitement and anticipation. I can't wait to see what kind of masters will compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. They must be training hard right now. Lost in thought, Goku gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the distant West City, Lin Yuan and Lu Ping were sprawled on the floor of their training room, deep in sleep. Unbeknownst to Goku, most of the skilled fighters participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament were also taking their afternoon respite at that very moment. As the afternoon approached, the training room echoed with the sounds of vigorous training. Wolf Fong Fist. Huh. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying across the room. It was Lu Ping. Rising to his feet, he sighed, Your strength is overwhelming. We are no longer in the same league. At your level, only a select few can match you. Perhaps. Lin Yuan replied with a soft smile, refraining from disclosing that there indeed existed beings stronger than him, albeit not the ones Lu Ping imagined. Presently, only the two formidable figures from the Heavenly Temple and the yet-to-emerge Demon King Piccolo posed any real challenge. After practicing together for a while longer, Lu Ping took his leave to prepare for the next day's World Martial Arts Tournament. In the days following Lin Yuan's return, he dedicated his time primarily to training in the gravity chamber and sparring with Lu Ping, resulting in slight improvements in their abilities. Though the progress was modest, Lin Yuan firmly believed that with perseverance and consistency, their efforts would eventually yield substantial results. The stronger their foundation, the greater the potential for future enhancement. Upon Goku's return from training with King Kai after his first death, his base power had skyrocketed to 8,000. This remarkable leap was attributed not only to the superior training environment and King Kai's unique methods, but also to Goku's solid foundation in martial arts. That evening, Lin Yuan refrained from further training, opting instead to enjoy dinner with Lan Shi before retiring early for the night. Soon, the evening transitioned into the following day. After reuniting with Bulma, Lu Ping, and Puar, the group set off together towards the city hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Simultaneously, Master Roshi, accompanied by Goku and Krillin, departed from the island. The tournament was set to officially commence the next morning, with the drawing of lots and grouping scheduled for that day, though all participants were required to register. Upon arriving at the martial arts venue, Lin Yuan and his companions registered for the tournament, with Lin Yuan and Lu Ping as competitors, while Bulma, Lan Shi, and Puar would serve as spectators and cheerleaders. After completing the registration, Lin Yuan began searching for Goku and his group. It wasn't long before he spotted Master Roshi's gleaming bald head amidst the throngs of people. Today, Master Roshi donned a sleek black suit and dark sunglasses, while young Goku and Krillin wore the signature orange turtle school uniforms. Due to Lan Shi being swept away by the protagonist, no one had made their outfits. Lin Yuan approached to greet them, and Goku, perhaps overwhelmed by the crowd, exhibited boundless excitement, bombarding everyone with questions. Look at all the people and cars in this big city, and those enormous birds flying in the sky. Tomorrow, I must have a proper match with Lin Yuan and Lu Ping. Krillin rolled his eyes, feeling that Goku's naive enthusiasm was rather embarrassing. As for Master Roshi, he discreetly shifted his gaze away from Lan Shi and Bulma, chuckling to himself. After a brief reunion, the group agreed to reconvene at the same spot the following day for the drawing of lots before returning to their lodgings for rest. As dawn broke the next day, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Wow, I never expected such a massive turnout, Lin Yuan exclaimed, surveying the crowd. It truly was a spectacle of people. Goku, Krillin, and the others shared Lin Yuan's sentiments. Master Roshi, however, remained unfazed. Let us head to the preliminary venue for the drawing. Everyone, stay close. With that, Lin Yuan led the way into the competition hall. This venue was designated for the drawing and preliminary rounds, allowing only participants to enter, while accompanying individuals and spectators waited outside. Upon reaching the entrance, staff members explained the tournament rules to Lin Yuan and his companions, confirming their identities before granting them access. This year's preliminary rounds featured over 100 participants, who would be divided into 8 groups through a lottery, with the top 8 contestants advancing to the finals. The competition rules were straightforward: no eye gouging, no attacks on private areas, and no lethal strikes. Falling outside the ring, conceding, or remaining incapacitated for 10 seconds would result in a loss. Inside the competition hall, numerous contestants eagerly warmed up around the ring. Once the lottery concluded, the matches commenced. Fortunately, Lin Yuan, Goku, Krillin, and Liu Ping were not placed in the same group, meaning they were likely to advance to the top 8 without issue. The first to compete was young Goku, facing an opponent of considerable size, a stark contrast to his own small stature. Most spectators doubted Goku's chances. However, the outcome was surprising. With a single punch, young Goku knocked out the towering man, eliciting gasps from the audience. Among the onlookers, Lin Yuan remained composed, followed closely by Krillin and Liu Ping. As the matches continued, most ended swiftly, with contestants defeating their opponents in a single blow. Lin Yuan observed that, based on his rough assessment, his group was among the strongest in the tournament, surpassing 50 points. The highest combat power in the arena, apart from them, was merely 45 points. Lin Yuan recognized the individual with 45 points. His name was likely Namo. Chapter 17. The quarterfinals at the Martial Arts Academy on the 7th ring. Klin nervously ascended the stage. His expression betrayed his fear. Observing this, Wukong shouted to Klin, "Hey Klin, this guy isn't formidable. Just defeat him with one move." Klin, hearing Wukong's words, became even more flustered, stammering, No, don't joke. How could I possibly be a match for the elder brother?" His opponent was none other than the former elder brother of the Shaolin Temple, who had often bullied Klin during their time in the temple, instilling in him a sense of inferiority. This sentiment was understandable, as Klin had only been a disciple of the Turtle Hermit for a year, and he believed that no matter how strong he became, he would never surpass his elder brother. Noticing Klin's apprehension, Lin Yuan encouraged him, "Hey, Bald Klin, you are a disciple of the god of martial arts. You will be just fine. Just perform normally." As the referee announced the start of the match, Klin's elder brother sneered, "Humph, not running away is already quite an achievement for you. Klin, prepare yourself." With that, the elder brother charged at Klin, delivering a powerful punch. Klin appeared frozen in fear, gripping his clothes like a child caught in wrongdoing. "Huh, scared silly are you? I'm going to win," the elder brother coolly remarked as his fist was about to land. However, what he envisioned did not transpire. His fist passed harmlessly through Klin. In that moment, driven by instinct, Klin leaped into the air, landing and springing forward with a flying kick, sending the bewildered elder brother flying out of the ring. Klin could hardly believe it as he clenched his fist, realizing, "So, I am already this strong. Haha, amazing job, Klin." Little Wukong cheered for him from below. As the number of competitors dwindled around the rings, some had already determined their victors. Among them were Lin Yuan and Little Wukong, who effortlessly dispatched their opponents with a single strike. Shortly after, Liu Ping and Klin also emerged victorious, thus securing the advancement of all four. The final 8 contenders were Lin Yuan, Wukong, Klin, Liu Ping, the Barbarian, Lan Feng, the Dinosaur Man, and Namo. Moments later, the 8 began drawing lots to determine the matchups for the quarterfinals. After the draws, the contestants took a brief respite before heading to another dojo to await the commencement of the quarterfinals. Alright, the final showdown of the martial arts tournament officially begins. Please welcome our first group of quarterfinalists to the stage. The audience erupted in cheers. However, the cheers abruptly ceased as the Barbarian, with his massive frame, took to the stage, filling the arena with a stench reminiscent of a mouth that hadn't been brushed in 800 years. The crowd erupted in retching sounds. Lin Yuan felt nauseous, covering his nose, wishing fervently for the battle to conclude swiftly. As the battle commenced, the Barbarian resorted to unsavory tactics, such as foul breath assaults and other crude maneuvers. Unable to endure the stench, Namo took to the skies, executing a free-fall cross-slash that knocked out his opponent. The next match featured Lin Yuan against Klin. Klin, facing Lin Yuan, was surprisingly composed, aware of Lin Yuan's prowess but uncertain of its extent. Lin Yuan strolled onto the stage, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. After bowing to one another, Klin declared, "Lin Yuan, I know you are formidable, so I will give it my all." Lin Yuan responded with a laugh, "Haha, bring it on." Voices of encouragement from Lan Qi, Bulma, and the audience filled the air. And the Turtle Hermit, observing Lin Yuan's stance, was visibly astonished. This feeling, "It appears that this lad has climbed the Korin Tower and gained significant strength. He may have surpassed me." Although Wukong couldn't discern the uniqueness of Lin Yuan's stance, he sensed an underlying power. Lin Yuan seemed casual yet without a single flaw, so strong. Wukong felt a surge of excitement, shouting, "Clin, Lin Yuan, you both must give it your all." With Wukong's encouragement, Clin initiated the attack, charging forward and swinging his fist at Lin Yuan. Just as Clin's punch was about to connect, he vanished from sight. The audience was bewildered, wondering, where did he go? Lin Yuan, with a sidelong glance, thought, this kid is quite eager, trying to catch me off guard. If he were facing Lu Ping or even Wukong, it might have worked. Unfortunately, his opponent is Lin Yuan. Without turning, Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch the whip kick that came from behind, effortlessly tossing Clin forward, nearly sending him off the stage. Most of the audience was oblivious to what had transpired, merely noting, here comes the little bald head, and there he goes. Nevertheless, they raised their hands to cheer for Clin. Although Clin was unscathed, he felt frustrated and charged at Lin Yuan once more. In the ensuing battle, Clin failed to land a single hit, while Lin Yuan deftly exploited Clin's openings, landing strikes intermittently. Too slow, too chaotic, it lacks precision. While engaging Clin, Lin Yuan offered occasional guidance. Don't be confused, just the right amount of force will do. Initially, the martial arts tournament was meant to be an anonymous participation for the Turtle Hermit, aimed at training his disciples and teaching them a lesson about humility. Given his involvement, he decided to adjust the narrative slightly and provide some training. Once he felt he had imparted enough, Lin Yuan delivered a decisive kick, sending Clin off the stage and securing victory in this round. Next up was Little Wukong against Lan Fong. The outcome was never in doubt, as Lan Fong attempted to seduce Wukong with charm, only to be swiftly kicked away as Wukong muttered, "Humph," a creature with its rear end facing forward. The final match of the quarterfinals featured Lu Ping against the Dinosaur Man. This Dinosaur Man was among the strongest competitors, aside from the Four and Namo. In the original storyline, Lu Ping might have faced a tough battle, but due to Lin Yuan's influence, Lu Ping had become significantly stronger than before. The result was predictable. Within 5 rounds, Lu Ping triumphed over the Dinosaur Man, advancing to the semifinals. The matchups for the semifinals were clear, Namo versus Lin Yuan, and Wukong versus Lu Ping. It seems I must still provide some training for Wukong, Lin Yuan thought. While Wukong was stronger than Clin, he was not strong enough to pressure Lin Yuan. With a bit of time remaining to adjust their states before the semifinals, everyone returned to the lounge. Little Wukong proposed a feast to replenish their energy, and since Lin Yuan was a bit hungry as well, he joined Little Wukong and Lan Shi for a meal. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to the lounge. Soon, as the referee called out, Namo and Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage. The renowned martial arts tournament has officially commenced with the match leading to the Final Four. Chapter 18, The Champion. On the arena, Lin Yuan and Nan Wu stand facing each other. Nan Wu's expression is resolute as he clasps his hands together and bows slightly to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reciprocates the gesture, harboring a deep admiration for Nan Wu. A true man of honor, Nan Wu hails from a village plagued by perpetual drought, with living conditions that are woefully inadequate. Currently, the sole water source has been cut off. To save his village, Nan Wu relies on his robust physique to participate in the world's premier martial arts competition, hoping to win the prize money to restore their water supply. Yet, the harsh reality looms. Given Nan Wu's abilities, reaching the semifinals is already a monumental feat, and Lin Yuan will not show him any mercy. The battle soon begins. Nan Wu launches the first attack. Lin Yuan effortlessly evades, delivering a precise strike to the back of Nan Wu's neck. Nan Wu feels a wave of weakness wash over him, his consciousness fading to black as he collapses to the ground. Lin Yuan shakes his head slightly, a gesture of regret. In his blurred state of awareness, Nan Wu seems to hear voices calling his name. He lifts his head to see his family from the village, their faces filled with hope as they inquire, "Nan Wu, did you bring back water? Our village will be saved, right?" "No, I cannot fall now. If I do, the village is doomed." Nan Wu silently screams within, his consciousness gradually returning to him. 6, 7. The referee counts fervently from the side. Just as the count reaches 9, Nan Wu rises again, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan's eyes reveal a flicker of surprise. He understands that it is a force known as belief that has empowered Nan Wu to stand once more. With a mighty roar, Nan Wu leaps high into the air and unleashes his signature move, the Sky Cross Slash. In essence, It employs the momentum of his falling body to amplify his attack, a technique that can be easily countered. Lin Yuan, showing utmost respect, charges toward Nan Wu and delivers a powerful punch to his abdomen. Thus, Lin Yuan secures victory in this round, advancing to the finals. The next match features the spirited little Wukong. Although Wukong's strength has notably doubled compared to the original narrative, allowing him to potentially exchange dozens of blows with Krillin, he still falls short against little Wukong. Lin Yuan does not watch this match, instead finding a corner in the resting area where he encounters the recently revived Nan Wu. As Lin Yuan approaches, Nan Wu sighs inwardly, lamenting his own inadequacies. Observing Nan Wu's despondency, Lin Yuan smiles gently and inquires, "Are you all right, my brother Nan Wu?" Nan Wu, momentarily taken aback, clasps his hands together and replies, "I am grateful for your restraint, brother Lin. I shall be fine after a short rest. With your prowess, victory in this tournament is surely yours." They converse briefly, and Nan Wu shares the purpose of his participation in the competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, wishing to express his regret, informs Nan Wu of his plans to open a martial arts school soon. He invites Nan Wu to become the headmaster, offering to advance a portion of his salary to aid the village. Nan Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, hesitates momentarily, appearing torn. Lin Yuan perceives his concern regarding his qualifications and reassures him, "Fear not, Nan Wu. You need only manage the students. I will personally guide you through the training methods." Nan Wu is thoroughly moved and eagerly agrees. "Thank you for your trust, brother Lin. I shall exert my utmost effort." Lin Yuan waves his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. We are comrades now. Just call me Lin Yuan." The idea of establishing a martial arts school had emerged during Lin Yuan's training at Korin Tower. He intended to commence this endeavor following the conclusion of the tournament. Lin Yuan recognizes he lacks the time to oversee the school and seeks a suitable candidate, which leads him to Nan Wu. With commendable character and notable strength, Nan Wu captures Lin Yuan's interest at first glance. This opportunity allows him to assist Nan Wu's village through their struggles, a win-win situation. After all, Lin Yuan himself had received kindness from villagers upon his arrival in this world, bringing his karmic cycle full circle. After deliberating, Lin Yuan and Nan Wu return to observe the ongoing battles. The outcome is predictable. Wukong emerges victorious, concluding the match in less than 20 exchanges. After a brief respite, little Wukong and Lin Yuan ascend the stage for the ultimate showdown. On the arena, little Wukong radiates enthusiasm while Lin Yuan maintains a relaxed demeanor. Lin Yuan's primary objective is to provide opportunities for exchange. Soon, the match commences amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience. Little Wukong initiates the attack, darting about like a monkey, swiftly reaching Lin Yuan's feet before executing a sweeping kick. To Lin Yuan, Wukong's speed appears sluggish, revealing numerous flaws. Lin Yuan retreats a step, countering with a kick that sends Wukong to the edge of the arena, his movements fluid and graceful. Wukong quickly regains his footing and charges at Lin Yuan once more. Lin Yuan deftly blocks while identifying Wukong's weaknesses, pointing them out as he goes. "Here, an opening," Lin Yuan exclaims, delivering a kick to exploit the gap. "Your strength is excessive. You cannot maintain control." Lin Yuan seizes Wukong's arm, utilizing the momentum to send him sprawling. Remarkably, Wukong, a true combat prodigy, displays an increasing fighting spirit with each fall. "Incredible. This scion is truly formidable," Lin Yuan muses. Sensing Lin Yuan's immense power, Wukong excitedly shouts, "Lin Yuan, you are even stronger than I imagined. I cannot match you." Wukong adopts a horse stance, placing his palms at his waist and murmuring incantations. "Let me show you this move. Huh, May, huh, May." From Wukong's palms, a small blue energy sphere rapidly forms. As he shouts, the sphere expands, culminating in a powerful release. "Huh." A robust wave of energy hurtles toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan does not flinch, a glimmer of exhilaration in his eyes. "Bring it on." He extends his hands, forcibly catching the Kamehameha in his grasp. "Huh." With a mighty shout, he hurls the Kamehameha skyward. The arena falls silent, particularly the skilled warriors such as Master Roshi, Nan Wu, and Krillin, who break into a cold sweat, while others may be oblivious. They understand the sheer terror of the energy just unleashed. It could obliterate everything in its path. Yet, Lin Yuan has caught it barehanded. Is he not a monster? Wukong watches his Kamehameha soaring into the sky, scratching his head in resignation. Well, It seems there's nothing I can do now. I cannot defeat Lin Yuan. He is simply too powerful. Suddenly, as if perceiving something forbidden, a strange sensation overwhelms Wukong's body. A surge of destructive rage engulfs him, and he loses consciousness. As his body expands, dark fur begins to sprout from his skin, his eyes turning crimson. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of all, Wukong transforms into a colossal gorilla, towering several meters high, covered in black fur. He roars, beating his chest and howling towards the heavens. The resonance of his voice sends shockwaves through the audience below, prompting them to scatter in all directions. Damn it, I nearly forgot about this. Lin Yuan thinks, exasperated. Quickly formulating a plan, he calls out to Master Roshi, "Master, I'll distract him. You all find an opportunity to sever his tail." Master Roshi immediately grasps the situation, instructing Puar to transform into a giant pair of scissors. As Lin Yuan feels a gust of wind approaching, he instinctively leaps backward to evade. Fortunately, the speed of the colossal gorilla was not exceedingly overwhelming, allowing for effective distraction. Amidst Lin Yuan's deft evasion to capture the giant ape's attention, Master Roshi finally seized an opportunity and severed Goku's tail. Goku gradually reverted to his original form, landing bare on the ground. At that moment, the diligent referee suddenly leaped forth, announcing, "Congratulations to Mr. Lin Yuan for becoming the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 5. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and achieve first place. Reward received. Combat Power 70, Bloodline Progress 5. Chapter 19. Extreme intent flow. After the competition concluded, the crowd dispersed. Krillin followed Master Roshi back to the island for further training. Little Goku set off in search of his 4-star ball. Nam, holding a sum of money given by Lin Yuan, purchased several large boxes of water and returned to his village. He and Lin Yuan agreed to meet again in West City after resolving matters in the village. Upon returning to West City, night had already fallen. As soon as he entered the house, Lan Shi busied herself, first preparing warm water for Lin Yuan, then bustling about in the kitchen. In celebration of Lin Yuan's victory, she insisted that dinner be especially sumptuous. Lin Yuan was to take a delightful bath first, then simply await his feast. While bathing, Lin Yuan contemplated his upcoming plans. First, he intended to select a suitable location for his martial arts school the following day, resolving the venue issue. Once the village matters were settled, he would assign the renovation and equipment procurement tasks to Nam. Next, he would train Nam, teaching him the application of energy and various combat techniques. Finally, he would recruit students for the martial arts school, confident that with Lin Yuan's illustrious title, attracting students would not be a concern. However, he would not accept just anyone. Those of poor character, like that blonde underling of Satan, would certainly be turned away. The training for the school's students would begin with foundational strength and physical conditioning for those with weaker skills. Once their basics were solidified, they would progress to advanced training in explosiveness and combat techniques. The final phase would involve weighted training and energy mastery. Furthermore, a reward and punishment system would be instituted. For instance, representing the school in prestigious competitions like the World Martial Arts Tournament and achieving championships or commendable rankings would yield corresponding rewards. The specifics of these rewards, besides monetary incentives, would include other benefits, which Lin Yuan would later discuss with Nam. Once these matters were settled, Lin Yuan would dedicate himself to rigorous training in the gravity chamber, preparing for the impending arrival of the Scions and the confrontation with Frisia, laying a solid foundation. Glancing at his golden finger, he noted, "Perfect Saiyan Bloodline Progress, 30. A slight sigh of relief escaped his lips. At this rate, he should be able to catch up, right? After dinner, Lin Yuan settled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Lan Shi emerged from her bath, donned in a white silk camisole. Her flushed cheeks resembled a freshly ripened apple, her adorable visage eliciting an irresistible urge to nibble. Observing Lan Shi's enchanting appearance, Lin Yuan swallowed hard and said, Lan Shi, I feel a bit tired. How about we retire early tonight? Perhaps you could give me a massage before bed?" Lan Shi's face reddened further, her lips slightly parted. Under Lin Yuan's mischievous influence, she had learned quite a bit. For instance, whenever Lin Yuan suggested heading upstairs to sleep, it invariably implied ulterior motives. After all, why not massage anywhere else? Why the bed? Thus, under Lin Yuan's coaxing, the two soon found themselves in bed. They did indeed share a massage before sleep, but it was mutual. An hour and a half later, Lan Shi lay like a limp doll atop Lin Yuan's chest. Her hair damp with sweat, her body radiating warmth. One could only imagine the vigor she had exerted during the massage. Exhausted from her efforts, she had succumbed to slumber. Her face adorned with a satisfied smile, resembling a contented kitten. As Lin Yuan gazed at the slumbering Lan Shi, a wicked thought crossed his mind. What if he could induce a sneeze in her, transforming her into the golden-haired version? Would they then engage in another epic battle, or would she still feel fatigued? Though Lin Yuan was tempted to experiment, he opted to wait for another opportunity, unwilling to disturb her rest. If two of them took turns, perhaps he could find a worthy opponent. Lin Yuan mused that given Lan Shi's ordinary physique, her massages were somewhat insufficient. Contemplating the various chaotic matters ahead, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, Lin Yuan finished breakfast and ventured out to scout potential land for his martial arts school. In this world, land was typically rented or purchased directly, making it remarkably convenient to establish operations with a universal capsule. Before long, Lin Yuan discovered a spacious location on the outskirts of West City, nestled against a mountain. Perfect. It would also provide a route for mountain training. Nodding in approval, he decided this would be the spot. He promptly contacted the landowner to finalize arrangements, and after a brief meeting, Lin Yuan purchased the property outright. Subsequently, he hastily acquired 2 buildings, one for accommodation and the other for training. All that remained was to establish an outdoor training facility. When Nam arrived, he could simply request any necessary training equipment. After completing his errands, the day began to dim, prompting Lin Yuan to return home. Regarding the name of the martial arts school, he whimsically decided on Extreme Intent Martial Arts School, and the style would henceforth be known as Extreme Intent Flow. With that settled, Lin Yuan immersed himself in the gravity chamber, eagerly awaiting Nam's arrival. He had already adapted perfectly to 4 times the gravity and commenced his pursuit of 5 times the gravity. Perhaps once he could withstand 10 times the gravity, his combat power would soar beyond 1,000. Finally, one morning several days later, Lin Yuan awaited Nam's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Nam bowed deeply and expressed, "Mr. Lin Yuan, words cannot express my gratitude. I shall do my utmost to manage the martial arts school for you." Lin Yuan assisted Nam to his feet, reassuring him that such formalities were unnecessary and to simply call him Lin Yuan. "Come, let me show you our school," he said. Together, they arrived at the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School, where Lin Yuan explained, "I plan to name the school Extreme Intent Martial Arts School. Soon, I will need your assistance with equipment procurement. Rest assured, leave it to me." Nam replied confidently. Lin Yuan entrusted him with a sum of money and elaborated on the future direction of the school before they parted ways. Lin Yuan returned home, continuing his efforts to adapt to 5 times the gravity, while Nam diligently began purchasing equipment and designing the school's FAAD. Thus, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School, destined to become renowned throughout the Dragon Ball universe, was established. Chapter 20. Uninvited guests in West City, within a martial arts school that had begun to take shape. The sounds of disciples practicing echoed vibrantly, infused with energy and vitality. To date, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School had enrolled nearly 60 disciples, all united by a singular goal, to become stronger. Some pursued power purely for its own sake, while others sought to win prizes and improve their family circumstances. Overall, their dispositions were commendable. Nam stood before the disciples, imparting fundamental skills as they diligently practiced and emulated his movements. Suddenly, the door of the martial arts hall was forcefully pushed open, and 2 figures slowly entered. Everyone immediately halted their movements and turned to look. One of them was short and frail, eerily floating in the air with a somewhat childish face. The other was his complete opposite, tall, muscular, with 3 piercing eyes that exuded an overwhelming presence. The newcomers were none other than Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Namu called upon a slender, handsome young man from the group to demonstrate the moves for everyone in his absence. Namu sensed that these 2 were not ordinary individuals, particularly the tall, 3-eyed man, who instilled a significant sense of pressure in him. He quickly approached the 2 and, cupping his hands, inquired, "What brings you to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall?" "My friends?" Tien Shinhan responded with a cold smile, his 3 eyes scanning the hall. His voice was deep and powerful. "I've heard there is someone named Lin Yuan here, who claims to be the best in the world. Bring him to me. I wish to test his skills." Namu furrowed his brow, realizing they had come to provoke them. He decided to be direct and replied, Mr. Lin is not currently at the hall. I must ask you both to leave. In the past 6 months, Namu had encountered many troublemakers, all of whom he had dealt with effectively. However, these two were clearly different. Tian Xinhan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. It seems that this so-called best in the world is merely a hollow title, especially since his disciples are so inept. His master must not be much stronger. Upon hearing the insults directed at Lin Yuan and the extreme intent martial arts hall, Namu's expression turned icy, and the disciples within the hall erupted in righteous indignation, shouting for the two to leave. Tian Xinhan, unfazed by the outcry of what he deemed mere ants, let out a cold snort and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent the disciples crashing to the ground, their faces filled with terror. Only a few remained standing. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Tian Xinhan, Namu's expression grew serious. He understood that a peaceful resolution was impossible today and that he must silence them. Since you are so obstinate, allow me to demonstrate my skills. Namu assumed a combat stance and spoke in a low voice. Tian Xinhan, observing Namu's posture, crossed his arms and mocked. Very well. I shall first knock you down and then demolish this hall. Let us see if that Lin fellow can still sit tight. Ha ha ha. The battle was imminent. Namu struck first, his form lightning fast as he aimed a punch directly at Tian Xinhan's chest. However, Tian Xinhan merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the blow, and countered with a palm strike, the force of which sliced through the air towards Namu's face. Namu hurriedly retreated but was still caught by the wind pressure, leaving a blood mark on his cheek. Kaiatsu floated nearby, observing with a cold gaze. As if he had already foreseen the outcome of the fight, Namu felt a surge of shock. He recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and Tian Xinhan. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on with his attacks. However, no matter how he approached, Tian Xinhan deftly neutralized his every move, as if toying with him. After several exchanges, Namu was panting heavily, and Tian Xinhan seemed to have grown bored. Seizing an opening, he struck Namu squarely in the chest. Namu was sent flying into the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the young man who had replaced Namu rushed to his side. Panic etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Namu, are you all right? Damn it, I'll take them on." The boy's alarm transformed into fury as he charged at Tian Xinhan. But Kaiatsu abruptly intercepted him, and before the boy could comprehend the situation, he felt a blinding flash before being sent flying back. Tian Xinhan observed the crowd of onlookers, who hesitated to approach, and felt a twinge of boredom. He called out, "I will return tomorrow. Be sure to inform Lin Yuan to wait for his defeat, otherwise." Just then, a cold voice interrupted from the entrance of the hall. "I am right here. May I ask if you are looking for me?" The voice, though not loud, instantly invigorated the disciples within the hall, as if they had found their backbone. Lin Yuan, who had been training at home, sensed the presence of two formidable energies emanating from the martial arts hall and rushed over, only to witness the scene of Sate being kicked away. Tian Xinhan regarded the young man before him with a flicker of excitement, sneering, "So you are Lin Yuan? Your disciples are rather easy to take down. I haven't even laid a finger on them, and they collapse like that. I wonder if you are equally fragile?" Lin Yuan ignored Tian Xinhan and walked directly to Namu and Sate, splitting a magical bean in half and feeding each of them a piece. Sate, who had been taken in as a disciple 6 months prior, was considered the most talented among the 50 or so present, second only to Namu in strength at the extreme intent martial arts hall. Namu felt a twinge of shame and opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Yuan silenced him. In contrast, Sate was visibly excited, gazing at Lin Yuan with admiration. His dream was to become someone like Lin Yuan, handsome, wealthy, and, most importantly, powerful. "You both did your best. Leave the rest to me." With that, Lin Yuan rose, his gaze icy as it swept over Tian Xinhan. "Are you proud of yourself?" Tian Xinhan, "No wonder you are so weak. Such a mindset explains it." Tian Xinhan expected Lin Yuan to erupt in anger, but instead, he was taken aback by Lin Yuan's words, his expression darkening. Moreover, how did Lin Yuan know his name? Not wishing to ponder further, Tian Xinhan resolved to defeat Lin Yuan and silence his clever tongue. In an instant, he flashed forward, launching a straight punch at Lin Yuan. Yet, before his fist could connect, a wave of unease washed over Tian Xinhan. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened, and a dense, powerful surge of energy erupted forth, colliding with Tian Xinhan. Bang! Tian Xinhan fell to the ground, feeling as though his insides were being rearranged, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his expression one of shock. How can he be so strong? Just from a single breath of energy. Seeing Tien Shinhan injured, Kaiatsu recklessly charged at Lin Yuan. Tien Shinhan bellowed, "Come back, Kaiatsu. You are no match for him." Tien Shinhan knew full well that even if he and Kaiatsu joined forces, they had no chance of victory. Lin Yuan, observing Tien Shinhan's wary demeanor, slowly approached him. "You possess great talent, Tien Shinhan, but it is unfortunate that you have followed the wrong master. It is not too late to turn back now, otherwise, your path in martial arts may come to a standstill." Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan fell into deep thought. He indeed felt he was at a bottleneck, and that his temperament had become increasingly violent. Perhaps Lin Yuan was right. He had just never considered it before. Subsequently, Tien Shinhan clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, sincerely saying, "Today's events were a moment of folly on my part. Thank you, Mr. Lin Yuan, for your counsel. I hope you can forgive my rashness." Lin Yuan forgave him, understanding that Tien Shinhan was not inherently bad. Moreover, Lin Yuan had not held back in their earlier encounter. With words of awakening, Tien Shinhan would likely come to his senses promptly. Furthermore, Tien Shinhan's strength and talent were exceptional. Perhaps he could be recruited into the martial arts hall. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan approached Tien Shinhan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "I sense that your heart is not malicious. You have simply strayed from the path of martial arts. You are always welcome to come to the hall to spar and exchange ideas." Tien Shinhan expressed his gratitude once more. A bag of magical beans in exchange for a day of training with Cell at the second level. While this statement may boast a hint of exaggeration, it certainly reflects Tien Shinhan's formidable prowess. Compared to Krillin and Yamcha, Tien Shinhan is undoubtedly a true martial arts enthusiast. Most of his time was devoted to training, while Wukong and others utilized various aids, diligently practicing alone in the gravity chamber, exploring their potential, and making use of the time chamber, which he had never experienced. Consequently, he gradually fell behind. Chapter 21. The Temple of the Gods. Since a few days ago, after Tien and Kairatsu received a lesson from Lin Yuan, they have been visiting the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall almost daily. Although they left a rather poor impression in front of the disciples, they were fortunate enough to acknowledge their mistakes and strive for improvement. Their formidable strength soon allowed them to integrate with Namu and the other disciples. Today was no exception. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lin Yuan noticed that Tien and Kaiatsu had already arrived early, practicing their fundamentals alongside numerous disciples. Given their capabilities, such practice was unnecessary. But perhaps it was to demonstrate their determination to start anew or to earn Lin Yuan's acceptance as their mentor in martial arts. Regardless, Lin Yuan had already intended to welcome the two into his dojo. He summoned Namu, Sartre, Tien, and Kaiatsu and inquired whether they wished to join his martial arts hall to train together. Naturally, Tien was eager to accept, having recognized Lin Yuan's immense power and his own shortcomings. As for Kaiatsu, he simply stated, "If Tien agrees, I shall too." Thus, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall gained two more formidable members. Lin Yuan then briefly outlined the future training plan, indicating that some individuals could progress to the next stage of combat, weight training, and ki cultivation. He handed Namu 3 capsules. The first contained several power measuring devices capable of gauging values up to 1200. A full force punch would yield a power reading, approximately correlating to a battle power of 2. Achieving a score of 20 points would allow for combat training, while 40 points would initiate weight training, with the weight increasing as the score rose. Attaining 80 points, roughly equivalent to a battle power of 40, would permit ki training. The second capsule contained hundreds of gravity suits, ranging from 10 to 100 pounds. The last capsule housed his gravity chamber, which required a power measurement of over 200 to enter for training. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he spoke of the gravity chamber. If one's strength was insufficient, even under double gravity, it could be fatal. He emphasized the gravity of the situation, ensuring that Namu enforced strict adherence from Tien and Kaiatsu for everyone's safety. The power measuring devices and gravity suits were crafted by Bulma, and the power meter was meticulously calibrated with data for accuracy under 100 battle power. Following this, Lin Yuan imparted some training insights from Master Roshi before he set off for the Temple of the Gods. At Karen Tower, high above the clouds, Lin Yuan greeted Master Roshi and ascended directly to the temple. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the magnificent structure, filled with reverence and anticipation. The surroundings were desolate, as if isolated from the world, with only the gentle whisper of the wind echoing in his ears. "Is this the temple of the gods?" Lin Yuan murmured, before stepping inside. Within, an elderly man clad in a white robe with dark blue skin stood silently, his gaze deep and serene. He was indeed the god of earth. Beside him stood a relatively short, dark-skinned figure with a benign smile, Mr. Popo. "Lin Yuan, you have finally arrived," the god spoke in a deep, gentle voice, as if he had anticipated Lin Yuan's visit. Lin Yuan respectfully bowed, addressing him, "Great God, Mr. Popo, I have come seeking your guidance to become even stronger." The god nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, "It seems you possess some understanding. Otherwise, you would not have found your way here. As for your training, I shall leave that to Mr. Popo." Popo replied, "Yes." Lin Yuan bowed once more, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, great god. I shall rely on Mr. Popo." Thus, under Popo's guidance, Lin Yuan commenced his advanced training. Mr. Popo's training methods were unique and demanding. He insisted that Lin Yuan first calm his mind to feel nature, free from any chaotic thoughts. The first lesson in calming the mind was meditation. Extended periods of meditation can be exceedingly dull, and Lin Yuan often found his mind wandering. At such times, Popo would chide him, "When still, be like the sky, when in motion, like lightning. You must harbor no thoughts, like a stone." Heeding this instruction, Lin Yuan began to imagine himself as a small stone. Thus, apart from eating and sleeping, his daily training consisted solely of meditation. Time passed, and Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly tranquil, the surface of his inner lake becoming ever calmer, undisturbed by even the slightest breeze. Gradually, he began to sense nature, not through key exploration, but through a physical communion with the natural world, a truly wondrous experience. Popo observed Lin Yuan's transformation, and upon witnessing his understanding of tranquility, he smiled with satisfaction. Time in training always flew by swiftly. Before long, a year had passed. Throughout this year, Lin Yuan had thoroughly grasped the mysteries of stillness and movement, akin to the saying, "As still as a maiden, as swift as a hare." However, the fruits of his training were far more profound and intricate than mere words could convey. Subsequent training involved engaging in battles to comprehend these two states of change. While this may sound simple, it proved quite challenging. Achieving that ethereal, self-forgetting state of stillness during meditation often required considerable time. Mr. Popo's expectation was that Lin Yuan could enter this tranquil state amidst fierce combat at any moment. After a prolonged period of training, Lin Yuan discovered that his control over Qi had become exceedingly detailed. The advantage of this was that during battle, he could exert maximum force while expending minimal energy. If previously Lin Yuan could condense his Qi into a massive tree to crush his foes, now he could shape it into a golden staff, wielding it with grace and power. His ultimate goal was to condense Qi into a fine needle to thread a line. This analogy may seem exaggerated, yet it encapsulated Lin Yuan's sensation. As he felt his martial arts foundation deepen, he became increasingly absorbed in training. The experience of unlocking previously dormant potential within his body was truly exquisite. Chapter 22. The Demon Realm, Azura at the edge of the Temple of the Gods. Three figures stood. A peculiar creature, entirely black and somewhat rotund, remarked with satisfaction, "Lin Yuan, you have surpassed the limits of mortals. The path ahead is yours to traverse." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan bowed deeply to Mr. Popo and the god, expressing his gratitude for their attentive guidance over the past 2.5 years. "Once I conclude my affairs in the mortal realm, I shall return to visit you both." With that, Lin Yuan soared down to the lower realm. The god and Popo slowly made their way back to the palace, conversing quietly as they walked. Upon leaving the temple, Lin Yuan did not immediately proceed towards West Capital. He sensed a familiar Qi nearby, not far from him. As the sun dipped low, dusk approached. Little Wukong, clad in dark training attire and carrying his iconic red staff, was surrounded by a throng of villagers. The villagers murmured anxiously, their faces betraying their fear. As dusk falls, the local village is besieged by numerous magical creatures. At this hour, the figure of the young son Wukong appears, balancing a large tree at his waist and walking on his hands, causing the villagers to regard him as a monster. Fortunately, Wukong's harmless appearance and his explanations soon earn the villagers' trust. He reveals his identity as a martial artist, prompting the villagers to decide to take him to meet the king, hopeful that this young boy might rescue Princess Misha. Upon arriving at the castle gates, Wukong spots a familiar figure and excitedly rushes over. Wow, Lin Yuan, what are you doing here? Lin Yuan smiles. Long time no see, Wukong. I happened to pass by and saw you. Wukong realizes, so that's it. Haha, I was just about to rescue Princess Misha. Would you like to join me? Sure. I have nothing else to do. With that, the two enter the ancient castle, chatting and laughing. The castle's owner, the king, warmly welcomes Wukong and Lin Yuan, sharing the tale of the gate to the demon realm. Inside the castle lies a portal leading to the demon realm, ruled by a demon king named Ashura, who has kidnapped their daughter Misha and opened the gate. The portal cannot be sealed unless Ashura is defeated and the great sword before the gate is pulled out. Intrigued, Lin Yuan and Wukong promise the king that they will rescue his daughter. Initially skeptical, the king becomes convinced after Lin Yuan reveals that Wukong is a disciple of Master Roshi. A moment later, Lin Yuan and Wukong stand before the ominous gate to the demon realm and step inside. The dim, narrow corridor is lined with flickering lights. As they walk, a dagger, propelled by a fierce wind, suddenly flies towards them. Wukong reacts swiftly, knocking the dagger away and shouting, "Who goes there?" A melodious female voice responds, and two figures emerge from the shadows. One, a towering figure wielding a massive club and wearing a horned helmet reminiscent of a bull demon, and the other, a striking woman with long pink hair, a curvaceous figure, and alluring features. Aside from her greenish skin and pointed ears, she appears entirely human. "We're here to rescue a girl named Misha," Wukong shouts at the two. The muscular figure raises his club, stating in a deep voice, "I don't care what you're up to. To pass through here, you need a pass. Show me your credentials, or turn back." "A pass? Lin Yuan, do you have it?" Wukong asks, puzzled. Lin Yuan shakes his head, indicating he does not possess one either. "Then hurry up and leave. I can spare your lives," the muscular figure threatens, swinging his club menacingly. "And let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, step aside. For the sake of this beautiful lady, I might let you go." Lin Yuan's voice rises calmly. "What? Just because of you?" The muscular figure, enraged, swings his club. "Gora, stop. Let them through. You're no match for them," the woman interjects, sensing that the two are formidable, especially the handsome young man. Lin Yuan nods gratefully to the beautiful woman. After a brief exchange, he learns that the muscular man is named Gora and the woman is Mira, tasked with guarding the passage to the demon realm to prevent others from entering. Upon hearing that they wish to confront Ashura to rescue someone, Gora bursts into laughter. "Ha! You have no idea what you're up against. Do you know how powerful Lord Ashura is?" Lin Yuan remains unfazed, while Wukong boasts, "I'm not afraid. People like him who bully others are the real villains." Surprisingly, Mira offers to lead them. Together, they venture deeper into the passage. Before long, they arrive at a grand hall bathed in a faint red glow, where a colossal combat arena is surrounded by numerous demons. On a high platform, Ashura and Misha sit, the former lifting Misha's chin and whispering, "You will be my bride. Don't be afraid. The show is just beginning. Enjoy it." Misha fights back tears, nodding in fear, though she dares not show it. Suddenly, a demon steps onto the arena, proclaiming in a booming voice, "To celebrate Lord Ashura's wedding, we shall now hold a martial arts tournament. Who dares to challenge?" Without hesitation, Wukong jumps into the arena, directly calling out Ashura. The demon king laughs heartily, rising slowly. "Ha! Where did this little one come from? Is this your entertainment? Fine, I'll play with you." With that, Ashura floats onto the stage, a smirk on his face. "Prepare yourself," Wukong shouts, charging at Ashura with a punch. Ashura mirrors the motion, and their fists collide with a thunderous sound. Ashura remains unmoved, while Wukong is pushed back several steps. Before he can regain his footing, Ashura presses the attack. His strikes swift and fierce, each imbued with terrifying power. Wukong struggles to withstand the onslaught. "This guy is too strong. He is the most powerful opponent I've ever faced." Wukong wipes the blood from his lip, exhilarated. Lin Yuan nods silently, recognizing the truth in Wukong's words. Ashura is even stronger than he was 2.5 years ago, boasting a combat power of 230. "It seems I have no choice but to use this technique." Wukong unleashes the Kamehameha, sending Ashura hurtling backward. "This guy fears light," Lin Yuan deduces instantly. In that moment, Ashura could have dodged, but upon seeing the dazzling blue light, he froze, fully absorbing Wukong's Kamehameha. Wukong then scoops up Misha and retreats to Lin Yuan's side. Just then, an unexpected turn occurs. You dare to injure me? Today, you shall not escape. Ashura's furious roar echoes from afar. Chapter 23, Phase 2, Ashura. Lin Yuan looks toward the sound, seeing Ashura's form swell in the smoke, dark energy surging from him. His size becomes massive, veins bulging on his arms, and his aura multiplies in strength. Ha 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 ha, now you shall witness my true power, Ashura declares as he leaps onto the arena. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, sensing Ashura's overwhelming energy. Yet, he remains calm, a fierce resolve evident in his eyes. Interesting, now this feels like a real challenge. Just when I needed an opponent to sharpen my skills. Ashura is undoubtedly the perfect candidate for this moment. Wukong, let me take this round. You rest for a bit, Lin Yuan says, stepping onto the stage. Wukong, recognizing his own limits, cautions Lin Yuan to be careful before taking his place beside Misha to watch. Lin Yuan stands with arms crossed, making no move, merely locking his gaze onto Ashura. Wukong feels as though Lin Yuan is both present and absent. He radiates strength, yet Wukong can only sense a faint energy, like that of stone. Ashura perceives it similarly. Die! He bellows, charging toward Lin Yuan. The battle between the two erupted in an instant, fists and feet clashing, energy colliding, causing the entire grand hall to tremble. Each attack from Ashura was imbued with destructive power, executed with grand, sweeping motions. In contrast, Lin Yuan's movements were subtle. Each strike appeared casual, yet he perfectly countered Ashura's assaults time and again. Frustration welled within Ashura. Despite feeling as though he was dominating the fight, he found himself gasping for breath, his stamina severely depleted. Meanwhile, the young man across from him wore an infuriating grin, his breath remaining steady and undisturbed. After a round of probing, Lin Yuan had gauged the situation. Ashura was indeed formidable, his combat prowess at least on par with his own. Had it not been for the 2.5 years of training, he might have found it impossible to defeat him under similar conditions. But now, victory was assured. Unless Ashura's strength doubled, he posed no threat to Lin Yuan. Assuming a starting stance, Lin Yuan wiped the smile from his face and calmly declared, "It's my turn." No sooner had the words left his lips than he launched his attack. A simple, unadorned straight punch surged toward Ashura's face. Observing this seemingly effortless blow, Ashura broke into a cold sweat and instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Little did he know, the force behind that punch was akin to a swiftly flying arrow, driving him directly into the wall. Impossible. This guy's aura is clearly weak. How can he unleash such a powerful attack? Ashura exclaimed in disbelief, rage boiling over as he roared, "I will kill you, brat." Hawa. Ashura's rage intensified, and his right arm began to swell, enveloped by a dark mass of energy that surged ominously. Lin Yuan did not let his guard down. The energy gathering in Ashura's arm was formidable enough to pose a genuine threat. His combat power surged to an astonishing 800 points. Lin Yuan clenched his fists at his waist, letting out a fierce shout. A brilliant white aura began to emanate from within him, enveloping his form. This powerful presence radiated like waves, rippling outward in all directions. In the next moment, both combatants sprang into action. Ashura, with a fierce cry, transformed into a black meteor, hurtling toward Lin Yuan. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan, shrouded in his white aura, charged toward Ashura. Die! Comet! Explode! The two battle cries resonated simultaneously, followed by a clash of black and white light. After a tense second of stalemate, the black light was consumed by the white. As the explosive aftermath settled, the scene became clear. Ashura's right arm had vanished, blood oozing from the stump, while Lin Yuan had merely lost the sleeve of his right shirt. With a resounding thud, Ashura collapsed heavily to the ground. The surrounding minor demons, witnessing their leader's fall, were paralyzed with shock, frozen in place. Looking at the fallen Ashura, Lin Yuan felt no stir of emotion within. He calmly reassured, "Fear not, your leader will not perish." He then turned his gaze to Goku. "Let us go, Goku. Bring Miso along." The three of them swaggered out of the demon realm. Upon returning to the human world, Goku marveled, "Wow, I never imagined there were such skilled fighters like you. It seems I must train even harder." With the gates of the demon realm closing behind them, they successfully returned little Misa to her parents. Relieved to see her safe, her parents hosted a grand feast in honor of Lin Yuan and Goku. After feasting to their heart's content, the two rested in the castle for the night. The following morning, Lin Yuan and Goku set off for the Western City, with Goku expressing his desire to visit Lin Yuan's martial arts dojo. Naturally, Lin Yuan used his flight technique, while Goku rode on his Nimbus cloud. Upon reaching the Western City, Lin Yuan planned to drop Goku at the Extreme Intent Dojo, where Tianjin and others awaited. Goku would surely be thrilled to train with them. Over the past 2.5 years, the dojo had seen a significant increase in trainees. Lin Yuan scanned the area with his aura, detecting several powerful presences, each boasting battle powers of at least 100, with one even reaching 200. He sought out Nam, Tianjin, to inquire about the dojo's developments over the past 2 years. With the dojo's growth, the number of disciples had exceeded 130. It was now nearly at capacity. Barring extraordinary talent or unusual circumstances, no new recruits would be accepted. In addition to Nam, 3 captains had been selected to lead basic training, while advanced training was conducted under Nam's supervision. The dojo had also adopted a unified attire, silver and white practice uniforms emblazoned with the character for extreme. Pleased with the progress, Lin Yuan left Goku behind and departed the dojo, heading home. On the way back to the Western City, he had already called Lan Shi to inform her of his imminent return. She was likely preparing breakfast now. The thought brought a smile to his face, quickening his pace. In just under 2 minutes, he stood at his doorstep, gazing at the familiar courtyard with a sense of nostalgia and excitement. He pushed the door open and called out, "I'm back, Lin Yuan." A figure dashed from the kitchen, leaping into his arms. "I missed you so much." Lan Shi buried her head in Lin Yuan's chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Looking at Lan Shi in his embrace, Lin Yuan felt a pang of guilt and sighed. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Lan Shi shook her head fervently. "It's fine. You haven't eaten yet, right? Breakfast will be ready soon. You should go wash up." Before she could finish, Lin Yuan kissed her. Perhaps due to their long separation, they stood locked in a kiss for a full 5 minutes. Even the typically reserved blue-haired Lan Shi appeared fervent. Eventually, they parted, and Lin Yuan gazed into her flushed face with tenderness, as if resolved to make a commitment. He softly uttered, "Lan Shi, marry me." Chapter 24, Selection. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, human. Combat power, 650 points. Ability, instant teleportation. Divine power, 0. Task list, Super Saiyan Bloodline, 40. Task 7. Increase combat power to 1000. Task reward, 150 combat power. Progress bar, 5. The next morning, Lin Yuan checked his panel. After completing Task 6 and defeating the second stage Azura in a random task, his bloodline progress had reached 40, and his combat power had seen a significant increase. Lin Yuan could now ascertain that whenever he encountered a stronger opponent who harbored hostility toward him, a random system task would be triggered. Completing these random tasks would grant additional bloodline progress. This indicated that the more random tasks he encountered, the faster he would gain bloodline enhancements. It seemed that random tasks were indeed a requisite. Lin Yuan placed a call to Bulma. After exchanging pleasantries, he focused on sensing Bulma's aura and, with a swish, vanished from his location. Lepin and Bulma were taken aback as Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before them. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Bulma asked incredulously. "Ha. I was just nearby." Lin Yuan scratched his head, offering a vague excuse. He had come primarily to collect the 20-fold gravity chamber Bulma had recently created and to inform them of his and Lan Shi's plans to marry in 6 months. The marriage proposal had indeed been finalized the previous evening. Bulma and Lepin were again left in shock before expressing their heartfelt congratulations. After retrieving the gravity chamber, Lin Yuan bid farewell to them and soared toward the Extreme Intent Dojo. Why not teleport? Because, given Lin Yuan's current strength, he could only perform short-distance instantaneous movements. Upon arriving at the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall, Lin Yuan instructed Namu to summon all the disciples to the indoor training arena. Before long, everyone had gathered. Lin Yuan surveyed the spirited disciples within the hall and felt a sense of satisfaction. He spoke, "Greetings, I am Lin Yuan, the founder of the Extreme Intent School. To assess your training achievements, I have decided to utilize the world's premier martial arts tournament as a means of evaluation." Lin Yuan planned to use the tournament to gauge the disciples' progress. However, the hall would only dispatch its strongest 4 disciples. Thus, in 5 months, an internal competition would be held, open to all who wished to participate. The top 4 finishers would represent the hall at the world's premier martial arts tournament. Those who managed to enter the tournament and rank within the top 8 would receive additional rewards. Upon hearing this announcement, excitement surged among the disciples, each proclaiming their intent to compete for the top position. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. This time, he did not intend to compete himself. He preferred to remain a silent observer, for his participation would simply be an act of bullying. In the following weeks, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall was swept by a wave of combat fervor, with most foundational training sessions replaced by one-on-one sparring classes. Lin Yuan, along with Tianjin Fan, Wukong, Namu, and Jiaozi, continued to train in the gravity chamber. Presently, among the trio, Tianjin Fan had achieved a combat power of 200. Wukong followed closely with a power of 170. Jiaozi reached 150, and Namu, the weakest, had a power of 130. In addition to gravity training, Lin Yuan provided them with guidance in their practice, a role he was undoubtedly qualified for. As days turned into weeks, the day of the internal competition quickly arrived. Within the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall, 80 disciples clad in white uniforms stood in neat rows, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Lin Yuan stood on a raised platform, his gaze piercing as it swept over each participating disciple. Esteemed disciples, Lin Yuan's resonant voice echoed throughout the spacious hall. Today, you shall prove your strength and determine who is worthy to represent our hall at the world's premier martial arts tournament. Without further ado, he declared, "Let the selection competition commence." The disciples erupted in unison, their voices nearly shaking the roof. Satisfied, Lin Yuan nodded and gestured for an assistant to bring forth a massive draw box. The competition would follow a one-on-one elimination format. Victors would advance, while the defeated would exit. Remember, martial arts is not solely a contest of strength. It is also a battle of will and wisdom. Lin Yuan drew the first matchup from the box. The opening bout would feature Sate against Jian. Sate was one of the 3 captains and, aside from a few others, was the only captain whose combat strength had reached 100. With a thud, Jian was knocked back several meters, kneeling on one knee. "I concede," Jian said with a wry smile, acknowledging Sate's prowess. Sate stepped forward to assist him, stating, "Your strength has improved significantly. Keep striving." As matches proceeded one after another, cheers erupted within the hall. The other female captain, Fry, showcased equally impressive skills. Her petite frame concealed tremendous power, delivering each strike with pinpoint accuracy, winning 3 consecutive bouts with overwhelming dominance. The third captain, Carino, pressed forward relentlessly, leaving no disciple able to withstand him. It appeared that as long as the 3 captains did not face each other, they would all likely advance. Lin Yuan mused, while Namu, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Wukong, and others naturally refrained from participating in the selection. With their capabilities, they would effortlessly secure a spot among the top 8 in the tournament. Thus, no further selection was necessary. After a morning filled with fierce competition, only 8 participants remained from the initial 80. Besides the 3 captains, 5 other strong disciples, each with combat power around 50, also advanced. With such a narrow disparity in power, the outcome of the matches would hinge on other factors. The 8 then proceeded to finalize their matchups, which would determine the 4 representatives for the tournament. As the matchups were revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The captains had indeed drawn against one another. Sate versus Carino. For Carino, Sate had always been a figure akin to an elder brother. "You must give it your all. Carino, let me see how much you have progressed in the past 6 months," Sate said with a slight smirk. Carino clenched his fists, eyes ablaze with determination. "I will defeat you, Sate." As the earlier matches concluded and winners emerged, it was finally time for the 2 captains to face off. The 2 stepped onto the stage, standing opposite one another. They required no warm-up, their bodies already in peak condition. Lin Yuan solemnly stated, "Keep it within limits. The match begins." No sooner had he spoken than Carino's figure vanished, reappearing at Sate's left side, launching a knife-hand strike toward his neck. Sate sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch aimed at Carino's chest. The impact echoed as Carino crossed his arms in defense, being pushed back several steps, the ground cracking beneath him. Such formidable strength, Carino thought, shaking off the numbness in his arms. Sate remained silent, his muscles tense, skin faintly flushed, a sign he had maximized his energy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carino took a deep breath. Both rushed toward each other, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous sounds. Their speed was so great that ordinary disciples could only catch glimpses of their afterimages. Only Lin Yuan and a select few could discern their movements clearly. In the eyes of these masters, the outcome was already evident. As expected, after a flurry of exchanges, Carino struggled to maintain his defense and was sent flying by a single punch. Aware that further combat would yield no advantage, he promptly called out his surrender. "The match is over. Sate wins," Lin Yuan announced. The hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Gasping for breath, Sate approached Carino and gave him a thumbs up. "You've grown significantly stronger." Filled with joy at Sate's acknowledgement, Carino replied, "I will continue to strive. Next time, I will not lose to you." The two shook hands, and the audience erupted in applause once more. Lin Yuan observed this scene with satisfaction. Martial artists cultivate their hearts. He believed that as long as they maintained this mindset, the title of the strongest on earth could belong to anyone. I will now announce the representatives of our hall for the World's premier martial arts tournament. Chapter 25, Facing the Waves. On an uncharted island, the sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting above a colossal martial arts arena. The audience roared with excitement as martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe waved colorful flags, eagerly anticipating the thrilling confrontations of the 22nd World's premier martial arts tournament. Lin Yuan stood in the competitors' resting area, arms crossed, gazing at the arena. Beside him stood Bulma, Launch, and Poir, along with Fry, who had been eliminated in the preliminaries. The overall strength of the contestants in this tournament was significantly higher than that of the previous one, Lin Yuan remarked. On the stage, the host, microphone in hand, boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense preliminary round, we have finally arrived at the quarterfinals. In the first match, contestant Jackie Chan will face contestant Sate." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause as Jackie Chan, clad in traditional martial arts attire and sporting sunglasses, made his way to the stage. Across from him, Sate also limbered up, approaching the platform with a look of eager anticipation. Indeed, this time, Master Rashi, Jackie Chan, had entered the competition, and Sate had successfully reached the quarterfinals. Their confrontation would mark the first match of the quarterfinals. The match commenced. Sate launched the first attack, his form darting toward Jackie Chan like lightning. Hiya! He delivered a straight punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. Jackie Chan remained unperturbed, slightly tilting his head to effortlessly evade the blow. Sate swiftly changed his tactics, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Jackie Chan's lower body. "A commendable combo," Jackie remarked, leaping gracefully, yet the approach was rather straightforward. As he spun midair, a roundhouse kick struck Sate's shoulder. Sate barely managed to block it with his arm, but was still forced to retreat several steps. What a formidable old man. Sate gritted his teeth. He steadied himself, suddenly transforming his right palm into a blade, energy coalescing and extending from his hand, gradually forming a 25-centimeter energy blade. With that, he charged at Jackie once more. Jackie squinted as the energy blade was about to make contact, and in an instant, his form split into three. "Phantom punch," gasped the audience. Sate's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Before he could react, he felt a strike to his back. Jackie had somehow maneuvered behind him. In combat, one cannot rely solely on sight, young man. Jackie's voice resonated in his ears. Sate stumbled forward, barely managing to turn and defend himself, yet Jackie's relentless assault came crashing in like a tidal wave. In no time, Sate was knocked off the stage. Jackie Chan wins, the referee announced. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lin Yuan nodded. Sate has shown commendable energy. He's improved. Unfortunately, he faced Master Wu Tian. The second match commenced swiftly, featuring Tian Xinhan against Krillin. As both ascended the stage to bow, the battle began. Krillin initiated the attack, using his shorter stature to close the distance rapidly. After a series of exchanges, Krillin feigned an assault and then vanished from sight. A perfect opportunity. Krillin quickly circled behind Tian Xinhan, delivering a powerful punch to his back. However, the moment his fist made contact, Krillin realized something was amiss. His punch passed through Tian Xinhan's body. "A phantom?" Krillin gasped. "Right here." Tian Xinhan's voice came from above. Krillin looked up to see Tian Xinhan floating in midair, unleashing an energy blast towards him. In a panic, Krillin crossed his arms to defend, only to be met with a devastating explosion of energy, sending debris flying. When the dust settled, Krillin was left battered and bruised. Acknowledging he was no match for his opponent, he reluctantly called for surrender. Tien Shinhan wins, the referee declared. The outcome of the battle had shifted in mere moments, with the second match concluding in under 3 minutes. Next up were Nam and Lu Ping. Last year, Lu Ping had the upper hand over Nam, but in the past 3 years, it was evident that Lu Ping had not trained as diligently as Nam. Consequently, in this match, Lu Ping faltered. Despite unleashing a full barrage of attacks, he engaged in 30 rounds with a restrained Nam before ultimately succumbing. The final bout featured Goku against Chaozu. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Chaozu was the first to unleash his psychic powers, attempting to immobilize Goku. Suddenly, Goku felt his body stiffen. "Huh, I can't move," he exclaimed in surprise. Seizing the moment, Chaozu ascended, landing a flurry of quick punches on Goku. The sounds of impact echoed throughout the arena. "What is Goku doing?" Bulma anxiously questioned from the stands. Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Such feeble attacks cannot harm Goku." On the stage, after enduring a dozen punches, Goku suddenly broke into a grin. "Your punches are so light." With a surge of strength, he freed himself from the psychic hold. Chaozu was taken aback and quickly retreated. "Now it's my turn." Goku instantaneously appeared before Chaozu, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Chaozu hurriedly adjusted his posture, stabilizing himself mid-flight. What incredible speed! Chaozu marveled inwardly. Goku didn't pursue. Instead, he stood his ground, beckoning, "Come at me." Gritting his teeth, Chaozu began forming a rapid sequence of hand signs. A surge of potent psychic energy enveloped Goku, attempting to restrain him once more. This time, Goku feigned being immobilized. Success! Chaozu descended rapidly, gathering energy in his palm and aiming directly at Goku's chest. Just as it seemed he would connect, Goku blinked, slightly shifting his body, causing Chaozu's palm to graze past his clothing. Simultaneously, Goku delivered a gentle knife hand strike to the back of Chaozu's neck. Bang! Chaozu fell face first onto the stage, momentarily incapacitated. Goku wins, the referee declared. Goku quickly crouched to help Chaozu up, asking, "Are you alright? Your psychic powers are truly impressive." Chaozu, rubbing his neck, replied with a wry smile. "You could have ended the match much sooner." Goku chuckled sheepishly. "Hee, if it weren't for my recent increase in strength, I wouldn't have been able to break free so swiftly." The quarterfinals concluded, revealing the 4 finalists. The host announced loudly, "After fierce competition, our 4 finalists are Jackie Chan, Tien Shinhan, Nam, and Goku." The semi-final matchups were drawn, pitting Jackie Chan against Tien Shinhan and Nam against Goku. After a brief intermission, the semi-finals commenced. The first match featured Jackie Chan, Sanin, against Tien Shinhan. The battle began. Tien Shinhan launched the first attack, propelling himself forward with a fierce gust. His fists and feet aimed directly at Jackie Chan. Jackie was unfazed, evading with agility and countering with an elbow strike, which Tien Shinhan blocked. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent dust flying. The audience watched in awe. Quite the talent. Tien Shinhan suddenly accelerated, delivering a heavy punch to Sanin's abdomen. Jackie let out a grunt and staggered back, but quickly regained his composure, his body moving with deftness. In an instant, multiple phantoms of Jackie appeared before Tien Shinhan. With a scoff, Tien Shinhan dismissed them. Child's play. His eyes gleamed with determination as he quickly discerned the real Jackie, executing a sweeping kick that forced Jackie to retreat. The phantoms vanished. From Jackie's movements, he sensed something unusual and questioned, "Young man, are you a disciple of the Crane School?" Tien Shinhan hesitated, puzzled as to how this elder could know of his past. Shaking his head, he replied, "I once was, but I am not anymore." Jackie nodded in understanding. He could detect the lingering coldness of intent in Tien Shinhan's techniques, though it had been considerably muted. Yet, the influence of his junior, the Crane Master, was evident. "Let us continue, young man. I shall now fight earnestly." Sanin's gaze sharpened as he pressed his palms together, an immense surge of energy swelling within him. Kamehameha, a blinding golden light erupted from his palms, transforming into a multitude of energy strands that ensnared Tien Shinhan entirely. Tien Shinhan's body stiffened, his muscles paralyzed by the electric currents, rendering him momentarily immobile. "Damn it!" Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth and struggled, but Sanin did not afford him a moment's respite, gathering energy anew for another Kamehameha. In a critical moment, Tien Shinhan roared, forcibly breaking free from the electric bindings, his own hands coalescing energy for a Kamehameha. The two titanic waves of energy collided with a thunderous roar. In that instant, the entire martial arts arena trembled violently, a tempest sweeping through the audience, and the stage crumbled beneath the force of their clash. Tien Shinhan's veins bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to push his energy wave forward, while Jackie, drenched in sweat, was astonished that Tien Shinhan could recover from the paralysis so quickly and counterattack. Ultimately, Jackie began to falter and was defeated. The victor was decided. Kame Sennin rose from the stage, brushing off the dust, and sighed. It appears the future belongs to you young ones. Cheers erupted. Chapter 26. A crisis approaches. The final match of the semi-finals experienced a slight delay due to the preceding bout's intensity, which had caused some of the stage's tiles to be blown away, necessitating repairs. In the waiting room, surrounded by familiar faces, the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. About an hour later, staff announced that the competition could continue, and everyone made their way to the spectator stands. Wukong leaped onto the stage with a cheerful grin and performed a respectful bow towards Nammu. "Please guide me, Mr. Nammu." Nammu, with his hands pressed together, slightly inclined his body in return, stating, "I will give my utmost effort, Wukong." To exert oneself fully in battle is the greatest respect one can show to an opponent. The referee waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the match. In an instant, Wukong's figure flickered and vanished. Nammu's pupils narrowed as he immediately adopted a defensive stance, but the next moment, Wukong's voice echoed from the side, "Here." A fierce whip kick came sweeping towards him. Nammu barely managed to evade, yet the gust of wind stung his cheek painfully. Alarmed, he realized Wukong's strength had increased once more. Nammu retaliated with a sudden step that shook the ground, launching a powerful straight punch towards Wukong. Unflinching, Wukong raised his hand to intercept. A dull thud resonated as Nammu's punch was firmly caught. Following this, Wukong lowered his stance and executed a sweeping leg kick that forced Nammu back, immediately followed by a flurry of rapid punches raining down like a torrential downpour. Nammu gritted his teeth to block, but each blow sent vibrations through his arms, compelling him to retreat step by step. This could not continue. Suddenly, Nammu let out a fierce shout and stomped the ground. The arena trembled, causing Wukong's movements to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, Nammu unleashed a heavy uppercut aimed at Wukong's chin. Thud! The fist landed solidly, yet Wukong merely tilted his head back, grinning as he exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurt." As Wukong rubbed his chin, Nammu took a deep breath, suddenly bringing his hands together, his muscles tensing as his aura surged dramatically. Observing Nammu's escalating energy, Wukong too tightened his stance. Nammu spoke solemnly, "Wukong, this technique is the strongest I can muster. Please, guide me." He then slightly opened his palms, fingers splayed and gradually bending. A white energy wave began to coalesce in his hands. Ultimate energy wave. Nammu thrust his palms forward, unleashing a blazing wave of energy that roared towards Wukong. Crossing his arms, Wukong assumed a defensive posture. Boom! The explosive shockwave engulfed the arena, shrouding it in a cloud of smoke. The audience below gasped, "Did it hit?" Bulma and the others watched the stage with concern. As the smoke cleared, Wukong remained standing, albeit with some tattered clothing. Shaking his tingling arms, he chuckled, "Wow, that was close. I almost couldn't defend." Nammu sighed and shook his head. "Wukong, you are too strong. I am no match for you. Good luck in the finals." With that, Nammu hopped down from the stage. Wukong emerged victorious. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with this outcome, having taught Nammu the ultimate energy wave 6 months prior. However, the version Nammu utilized was a diluted one, properly termed the Super Ultimate Energy Wave. Its principle was similar to other energy blasts, involving the continuous compression of energy. But Lin Yuan had incorporated additional techniques that Nammu could not replicate, resulting in his inferior version. Now, Lin Yuan's martial school possessed its own specialized technique. And in the future, he planned to rename his low-tier Comet Explosion and teach it to capable and reliable disciples within the dojo. Soon, the finals approached. Tien Shinhan versus Wukong. In the original narrative, Tien had won the last match by sheer luck. This time, the outcome was uncertain. However, Lin Yuan leaned slightly towards Tien. The match commenced swiftly, and the two immediately engaged in intense close combat. Wukong grew increasingly exhilarated, his figure flickering like a wraith as he appeared on Tien's left side, then circled behind him, unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, and elbow strikes. Tien, undeterred, responded in kind, matching Wukong's strikes blow for blow, each hit resonating with raw power. The audience, initially stunned by the ferocity of their exchange, gradually erupted into cheers. Fight! Keep fighting! This is thrilling. This is the World Martial Arts Tournament. They exclaimed. Who do you think will win? Both are incredibly strong. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Wukong found himself gradually pushed toward the edge of the stage by Tien's relentless assault. They collided fists, each grasping the other's hand, and began to grapple. It was evident that Wukong was slightly outmatched in strength. Soon, his feet were nearly teetering off the edge. Realizing the precarious situation, Wukong deftly shifted his weight, evading Tien's push, causing Tien to tumble forward due to inertia. Wukong seized the moment to strike, launching an energy blast towards Tien's back. Just as it was about to connect, Tien leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ah, I forgot you could fly. Wukong chuckled sheepishly. In midair, Tien also laughed. Haha, if it weren't for my ability to manipulate air, I would have been out of bounds just now. You are truly formidable, Wukong. After a brief pause, Tien's smile faded. But you are destined to lose. With that, he pressed his palms together, forming a hollow void aimed at the stage. An enormous amount of energy began to coalesce in his hands. Lin Yuan's heart sank at the sight. The impending energy blast was clearly formidable enough that even he might struggle to withstand it. Wukong, unaware of Tien's intentions, felt an ominous aura looming. He focused intently on Tien. With his hands locked onto Wukong, Tien glared fiercely and shouted, "Energy wave!" In an instant, blinding light erupted, followed by an overwhelming force crashing down upon the stage. As the brilliance faded, the spectators gasped in astonishment. The stage had been obliterated, leaving behind a gaping black void. What happened to the stage? Is Wukong finished? Murmurs filled the crowd. While Lin Yuan and the others looked upwards, Tien had deliberately slowed his attack, intending to lure Wukong into the air. In doing so, Wukong, who lacked the ability to manipulate air, would undoubtedly face defeat. At this moment, Wukong found himself airborne, flailing his arms in an attempt to ascend. Oh no, I'm going to fall. Wukong lamented as he plummeted to the ground, realizing he could not take flight. With that, Tien successfully secured victory in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. In the original storyline, Wukong had used a reverse Kamehameha in midair to knock Tien unconscious. However, in this instance, Tien, having expended the energy wave, still possessed sufficient energy, and Wukong recognized this, knowing he could not land a hit, thus refraining from using that technique. As the tournament concluded, Tien announced he would treat everyone to a meal with his prize money, and together they headed to a restaurant. Lin Yuan, however, bid farewell, citing his busy schedule with Lan Shi and wedding preparations. Leaving a magical bean for Wukong, he departed. Lin Yuan was aware of the events that would unfold next, yet chose not to intervene, merely providing Wukong with a bean. Inside the restaurant, Wukong and Tien's group settled at their table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Yet, the ever-hungry Wukong appeared somewhat restless. He was concerned, as Krillin, who had gone to fetch the Dragon Balls, had yet to return. Suddenly, Wukong sensed something amiss. A shiver ran down his spine as his instincts screamed that Krillin was in danger. Meanwhile, Krillin had just acquired the Dragon Balls and was on his way back when he felt a terrifying presence behind him. Turning around, he was met by a monstrous green creature charging at him, moving too swiftly for him to react. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Chapter 27. The Demon King emerges. When Wukong arrived at the scene, he found Krillin lying motionless on the ground. Krillin! Wukong cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, then dashed frantically to Krillin's side. With trembling hands, Wukong gently lifted Krillin. Krillin, wake up! Don't joke around, Krillin! Wukong's voice quivered with a hint of sorrow. In response, there was only an oppressive silence. Damn it! Wukong struck the ground with force, just as Master Roshi, Tien, and others arrived at the scene. Wukong, what happened? What's wrong with Krillin? Master Roshi asked anxiously, sharing Wukong's distress. It's my fault. Krillin is dead. If I hadn't asked him to help me get the Dragon Ball. As Wukong mentioned the Dragon Ball, he quickly scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of the 4-star ball. The 4-star ball is missing, Wukong exclaimed. Master Roshi furrowed his brow and said, it seems the assailant was after the Dragon Balls. Who could it be? Suddenly, Wukong seemed to remember something. Right, the Senzu beans. He hastily retrieved the senzu beans given to him by Lin Yuan, pried open Krillin's mouth, and placed one inside. Then, he poured a small cup of water into Krillin's mouth. The liquid slowly carried the senzu bean into Krillin's stomach, while Wukong anxiously awaited a response. Though only a minute passed, it felt to Wukong like a century. Seeing that Krillin remained unresponsive, Wukong succumbed to a frenzy of emotion. Damn it, Bulma, do you have the dragon radar? If the enemy took the Dragon Ball, I could track them down with the radar. I must avenge Krillin. Wukong thought to himself. Bulma quickly produced the dragon radar and handed it to Wukong, who dashed outside. Master Roshi understood Wukong's intent, but the enemy had dispatched Krillin with a single blow, indicating formidable strength. Coupled with Wukong's exhaustion from a day of battle, the odds seemed bleak. He shouted, Wukong, don't act recklessly. Come back. When Wukong ignored him, Master Roshi's expression grew serious, and he reprimanded, Wukong, this is your Master's command. Return. Are you disregarding your Master's words? Wukong froze momentarily at the sound of those words, then leaped into the air, stepping onto the flying nimbus and soaring into the distance. Sigh. Master Roshi exhaled deeply. He was not truly angry, but wished to prevent another of his disciples from falling into danger. The others around fell into silence. At that moment, Lepin noticed a paper with a demonic symbol in the corner of the room. Seeing this, Master Roshi was taken aback. This is from King Piccolo. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had returned home with Launch. He was unsure if the senzu bean he possessed could save Krillin. In his memory, he recalled that Krillin was killed at this moment, but the specifics were hazy. I hope it works. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to the Dragon Balls later. Lin Yuan genuinely cared for the members of the main cast, yet he did not wish to intervene directly. King Piccolo was a significant threat in the series, providing a perfect opportunity for Wukong and his companions to hone their skills. Speaking of the Dragon Balls, Lin Yuan wondered if this timeline also had the evil dragons that emerged due to negative energy corruption. The plot was still too early to judge. For now, Lin Yuan's primary adversary was Frieza. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed two distinct energies engaged in battle. One he recognized as Wukong's, while the other belonged to Dambalin, one of King Piccolo's minions. It appears Krillin is in trouble. Otherwise, Wukong wouldn't recklessly seek revenge against Dambalin. With King Piccolo's emergence, it was time to visit Korin Tower. He needed to gather more senzu beans, as they were essential. In an instant, Lin Yuan teleported to Korin Tower, where Korin was intently watching a jar. Oblivious to Lin Yuan's arrival, Lin Yuan greeted him, startling Korin, who realized he had failed to sense Lin Yuan's presence. How could I not have noticed his arrival? Korin pondered, then dismissed his confusion, acknowledging Lin Yuan's strength, which surpassed his own understanding. After Lin Yuan explained his purpose, Korin readily provided the senzu beans. In addition to the large jar Lin Yuan had previously taken, Korin had 2 more jars containing approximately 700 beans. Lin Yuan took over 600, leaving around 50 behind. Lin Yuan, it seems your forebodings were true. A crisis is looming on Earth. With your strength, you should be able to handle it effortlessly. Why not intervene? Korin asked, puzzled as Lin Yuan packed the beans. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, the enemies to come will possess power 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 times greater than King Piccolo. The warriors of Earth must be trained. I cannot resolve every conflict for them. Korin was astonished. If King Piccolo could plunge Earth into despair, what kind of monstrosity could be 1,000,000 times stronger? Such a concept was beyond Korin's comprehension. In truth, Lin Yuan found it equally unimaginable. Just as the main cast first clashed with Frieza in his first form, where Frieza proclaimed his combat power at 530,000, the cold, stark number combined with the overwhelming pressure of facing Frieza was something one could only truly grasp through experience. After bidding farewell to Korin, Lin Yuan leaped down from Korin Tower, flying towards West City. There was no choice. He had run out of energy to teleport. Chapter 28. The first clash. As Lin Yuan made his way back to West City, an unexpected scene unfolded in the waiting room of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Inside the room, Master Roshi was educating everyone about the terrifying aspects of King Piccolo when he was abruptly interrupted by a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the seemingly lifeless Krillin began to show signs of life, followed by a series of intense coughs. Krillin. Upon witnessing Krillin's revival, everyone rushed to his side, inquiring about his condition. After Krillin regained his composure, Master Roshi proposed that they act together, which everyone readily agreed to. Through their discussions, they deduced that King Piccolo likely had two main objectives: to gather the Dragon Balls and to eliminate the world's strongest martial artists. This implied that they were all potential targets. In such precarious times, it was wise to avoid being isolated. Thus, they all decided to head to Master Roshi's small island to strategize their next steps. In a nearby forest, a small child with a tail was searching desperately for food to satiate his hunger. This child was none other than the young Goku, who had lost to Damblin due to his empty stomach. Soon, Goku caught a whiff of delicious grilled meat. Following the scent, he discovered a wild roasted fish and, without a second thought, began to devour it. After satisfying his hunger, young Goku patted his round belly and let out a satisfying burp. Ah, that was delicious. Now, to continue the search for the Dragon Balls, young Goku mused as he pulled out the Dragon Radar from his waist. He pressed the switch, and the radar screen lit up. Young Goku's eyes widened as he brought the radar closer to his face. This Dragon Ball seems to be overlapping with mine. This indicated that the Dragon Ball was within a few meters of him. Young Goku turned around, scanning the area. Just then, a plump figure lunged toward him. Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the impending assault. "Why would you attack me for no reason?" he inquired, casting a wary gaze at the portly assailant. Bi, feigning innocence, replied, "You consumed my grilled fish. What do you have to say about that?" "You're lying. When I arrived, the fish was already here. It's not yours at all," Wukong retorted, disbelief etched across his face. "Does your fish cook itself?" Bi, exasperated, pondered whether this boy was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. It seems so, Wukong suddenly realized, acknowledging the truth in Bi's words. At that moment, one of King Piccolo's subordinates, Cymbalue, arrived, having tracked Wukong by following the Dragon Balls. Upon noticing the Dragon Ball adorning Bi's person, his eyes gleamed with avarice as he threatened him to surrender the treasure. Realizing the danger, Bi swiftly retaliated, dispatching Cymbalue with a single stroke. Subsequently, he and Wukong ignited a fire and feasted upon Cymbalue's remains. In the distance, King Piccolo sensed the demise of his son, Cymbalue, and was consumed by fury. "Damblin, Cymbalue has been slain. Go and eliminate the one responsible immediately," he instructed telepathically. "Yes, my lord," came the obedient reply. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and his companions decided to relocate to a deserted island, while he, along with Tin, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, resolved to search for the Dragon Balls. Although they were uncertain of King Piccolo's intentions regarding the Dragon Balls, they were determined not to fulfill his desires. Just as Wukong and Bi finished their meal of grilled dragon, an unexpected visitor arrived, Damblin, the one who had previously defeated Wukong. Now satiated and fueled by rage for Krillin's vengeance, Wukong swiftly dispatched Damblin within 10 moves. "I didn't expect you to be quite formidable," Bi remarked appreciatively. Wukong reciprocated the compliment, acknowledging Bi's strength, as the latter had effortlessly defeated Cymbalue, proving his prowess equal to Wukong's. Bi, puzzled, asked, "Why do they always manage to find us?" Wukong pointed to the Dragon Ball hanging around Bi's neck and stated, "As long as you carry that, they can track you." After a brief exchange, Bi finally grasped the situation. At that moment, King Piccolo approached, and both Wukong and Bi sensed a formidable and malevolent aura. "I no longer want this glass bead. Here, take it. Farewell," Bi said decisively, removing the Dragon Ball and handing it to Wukong before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, a jet aircraft hovered above Wukong. He was certain that enemies resided within, emanating an evil energy he had never encountered before. Fixating on the aircraft, the hatch opened, and a towering green figure descended. Clad in a purple robe emblazoned with a large demon, his dark green skin was marred by wrinkles and topped with 2 antennae. It was none other than King Piccolo. "Hey, are you the leader who killed Krillin and those other villains? Tell me," young Wukong blurted out. Ignoring him, King Piccolo muttered to himself, "You carry a Dragon Ball. It seems you are the one who has slain my sons. Cursed be you for aligning with them. I shall not forgive you. I will defeat you and avenge Krillin." Realizing that this foe sought the Dragon Balls as well, Wukong confirmed that he and Damblin were indeed allies. King Piccolo, amused by the audacity of the young boy declaring his intent to defeat him, burst into laughter. "You clearly do not comprehend my prowess, Wukong. Rest assured, all warriors of your caliber will eventually fall before me." Unable to endure the mockery, Wukong launched the first strike, dashing toward Piccolo and delivering a powerful punch. How swift, Piccolo thought, momentarily taken aback as Wukong's fist landed squarely against him. Seizing the momentum, Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing Piccolo to retreat without the opportunity to retaliate. Wukong executed a flying kick, sending Piccolo hurtling through the air with a resounding crash. Slowly rising, Piccolo chuckled, "I never imagined there could be someone capable of defeating me. No wonder you managed to kill Damblin." With that, Piccolo shed his heavy cloak, discarding it aside. "Now, I shall reveal my true strength. Consider yourself fortunate to perish at the hands of King Piccolo. I am not afraid of you." Wukong shouted defiantly, propelling himself like a cannonball toward King Piccolo. "Too slow." Piccolo scoffed, evading with ease while delivering a swift strike to Wukong's neck. In midair, Wukong skillfully twisted his body, using his tail to alter direction and narrowly avoiding the attack. Upon landing, he quickly turned around. Kamehameha. Wukong gathered energy at close range, a brilliant blue light coalescing between his palms. Piccolo's pupils contracted, astonished that this boy could unleash such a powerful attack with such speed. Boom. The energy wave struck Piccolo squarely in the chest, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke and debris. Wukong, panting heavily, stepped back, eyes fixed on the smoke's epicenter. However, as the dust settled, Piccolo remained unscathed, save for a large hole in his clothing, revealing his intact green skin. How is this possible? Wukong gasped in disbelief as Piccolo vanished from sight. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Piccolo's fist had plunged deep into his gut. Wukong's eyes bulged, saliva uncontrollably spilling from his mouth, his body bending like a bow. "So weak," Piccolo coldly remarked, following up with a powerful kick that sent Wukong soaring dozens of meters into the air. Wukong curled up in agony, but before he could regain his composure, Piccolo appeared above him, fists clenched, crashing down upon his back. "Ah!" Wukong screamed, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Lying at the bottom of the pit, every bone in his body felt shattered, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, his consciousness fading. Piccolo descended beside the crater, gazing down at the barely conscious Wukong, raising a hand to unleash an energy blast. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Wukong lay lifeless at the bottom of the deep pit. King Piccolo seized the Dragon Ball from Wukong's possession and returned to the jet aircraft. As King Piccolo departed, rain began to pour from the sky. Aikiralbi, who had been hiding behind a rock, approached Wukong's side, murmuring, "Why did you provoke King Piccolo of all people? You poor thing, I suppose I should bury you." Just as he reached down to lift Wukong, he thought he noticed a faint heartbeat. Chapter 29, The Demon Seal Wave. "You truly have a tenacious life, Wukong. To still be alive." At that moment, Aikiralbi was carrying Wukong toward Karen Tower. "Is that tower you mentioned really filled with so many delicious treats? I'm so excited." Aikiralbi exclaimed with longing, thinking that without the food, he would hardly care about any of this. With anticipation, the jet sped along. In an open area, Master Roshi, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin dug a hole in the ground, burying the 5 Dragon Balls they had found. According to the Dragon Radar, King Piccolo, bearing 2 Dragon Balls, was swiftly approaching their location. Eventually, it was inevitable that they would cross paths, so it was prudent to prepare in advance. They concealed the Dragon Balls, ensuring that when the Demon King Piccolo descended, he would initially be unable to locate them, while they sought an opportunity to seize his 2 Dragon Balls. Subsequently, they would restrain Piccolo, allowing Kairatsu to summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for the demise of the Demon King. This was their strategy. Once the plan was laid out, the 4 of them hid away. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin took refuge at one location, while Kaiatsu concealed himself elsewhere, awaiting the arrival of the Demon King. They were here. Master Roshi's deep voice resonated. A jet plane approached, gradually coming to a halt directly above the buried Dragon Balls. Soon after, Piccolo and his minions emerged. Peering down, Piccolo noticed that apart from a few stone pillars, there was not a soul in sight. Humph, they must be hiding, undoubtedly coveting my 2 Dragon Balls. With that, Piccolo opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 Dragon Balls. Tien Shinhan and Master Roshi, hiding below, witnessed this act. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, realizing that they would not obtain those 2 Dragon Balls without first defeating him. "Damn it," Tien Shinhan remarked, promptly shedding his shirt to reveal his muscular physique, his demeanor brimming with readiness. Krillin also prepared for battle. In that case, let us confront him head-on. Master Roshi paused for a moment, then sighed. You two remain on standby. I have a method to deal with him. However, as the two began to protest, they watched Master Roshi produce a mysterious spray and douse Tien Shinhan and Krillin. Immediately, they felt their strength drain, collapsing to the ground. You may rest for a while. Having lived for over 300 years, it's time for this old body to take action, Master Roshi murmured as he dragged Tien Shinhan and Krillin further inside. You are the last hope of defeating the Demon King Piccolo. If I perish, and Goku falls as well, you must continue your training. One day, you shall vanquish the Demon King. Please convey my regards to everyone. With that, Master Roshi emerged from their hiding place and called to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, the plan has changed. No matter what occurs, do not come out, do you understand? Kaiatsu promptly affirmed, I understand. Master Roshi approached the location where the Dragon Balls were buried and shouted into the sky, Piccolo, come down. The Dragon Balls you seek are with me. Piccolo, taken aback that this old man knew his name, felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, regardless of who he was, anyone daring to speak to him in such a manner would pay dearly for it. Piccolo descended slowly, surveying the man before him, realizing he did not recognize him. Master Roshi pointed toward the lawn and spoke first. The Dragon Balls you desire are buried beneath this ground. If you can defeat me, feel free to take them. Piccolo sneered. You're quite old and yet so audacious. Surely you've heard my reputation, but still dare to challenge me? How foolish. It is precisely because I have encountered you before that I intend to defeat you here. Master Roshi's voice rang out with conviction, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed intently upon the Demon King. Piccolo, clearly skeptical, thought to himself that he had been sealed for centuries and had just revived. He had never met this old man. How could he possibly claim to have seen him before? However, the next words from Master Roshi nearly caused Piccolo to lose control of his faculties. You may not remember me, but my master, you certainly do. His name is Master Mateto. Master Roshi's words echoed like a devil's whisper, causing Piccolo to tremble as beads of sweat poured from him uncontrollably. The reason Piccolo sought to eliminate martial artists was precisely due to the fear of encountering another who could wield the Mafuba technique. And now, the individual most likely to possess it stood before him. No, this was impossible. The mere fact that he dared to stand before him meant he must have mastered the Mafuba. As this realization washed over him, Piccolo's composure shattered. He had to kill this man. Die, old man. Piccolo raised his hand, unleashing a blast of energy toward Master Roshi, who did not evade nor flinch, instead being sent flying by the force. Witnessing such feebleness, Piccolo erupted into laughter, though his amusement quickly faded. Master Roshi gradually rose, producing a capsule and tossing it to the ground. With a resounding bang, it revealed a rice cooker. Upon seeing this, Piccolo was engulfed in despair. His mouth agape as he shouted, a rice cooker. No one could fathom the terror that gripped Piccolo's heart. He simply wished to escape this place. Master Roshi clasped his hands at his waist, his aura surging, and began to form a series of intricate hand signs. In an instant, the winds shifted, the earth trembled, and countless small stones floated into the air. Recognizing the dire situation, Piccolo screeched and took to the skies, fleeing. Master Roshi extended his fingers, tightening them, and with a sharp lift, bellowed, Mafuba. A colossal green energy wave erupted from Master Roshi's hands, hurtling toward the airborne Piccolo at breathtaking speed, catching up to him in an instant and striking him with tremendous force. Piccolo's body reacted as if electrified, ensnared by the green energy wave, rendering him utterly immobile. Master Roshi then manipulated the energy, causing it to swirl violently, ultimately forming a green tornado that elongated Piccolo's form, spinning him helplessly. Now, Master Roshi focused intently on the rice cooker before him. All he needed to do was direct this energy into the rice cooker, and success would be his. With a sudden motion, Master Roshi forcefully thrust his hands downward, and the green energy wave, as if obeying a command, redirected itself toward the rice cooker below. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan had awakened, though he remained unable to move. However, with his keen eyesight, he witnessed Master Roshi's Mafuba technique subduing the Demon King Piccolo, and exclaimed, "It's going to work." Just then, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The green energy wave veered off course. Chapter 30. Goku'S youthful Demon King. After Master Roshi's defeat, the only one capable of movement, Kairatsu, attempted to thwart the Demon King Piccolo from making a wish to the Eternal Dragon, ultimately sacrificing himself. Only Tien Shinhan and Krillin survived. Subsequently, the Demon King summoned the Eternal Dragon and wished to return to his youthful form. Once his wish was granted, he killed the Eternal Dragon, now rejuvenated. The Demon King Piccolo swiftly imprisoned the reigning king, seizing the throne for himself. Simultaneously, Goku, having consumed the super divine water, hastened to the Demon King's location in West City. The streets were filled with panicked citizens, scattering like frightened beasts, their screams, cries, and the cacophony of collapsing objects intertwining into a symphony of despair. The news of the Demon King Piccolo's ascension to kingship spread through the city like a wildfire. Lin Yuan, what on earth is happening out there? Lan Shi clutched Lin Yuan's arm, her blue hair framing eyes wide with terror. She had just emerged from the kitchen, still wielding a kitchen knife she had been using to prepare lunch. Lin Yuan gently grasped her trembling hand, sensing the pervasive fear that enveloped the city. The Demon King Piccolo had already taken control of the King of Kesslurgen, and his next target was West City. Before he could finish speaking, a loud crash erupted from the front door. 3 burly men in prison garb, their faces marred with scars, kicked open the door, their eyes glinting with madness and greed. "Haha, we've found someone." The leader, a scar-faced brute, sneered. "Hand over all your valuables." His gaze fell upon Lan Shi, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Lan Shi, step back," Lin Yuan whispered, positioning himself protectively behind her. The young man, sensing the situation, realized that the scarred-faced man's words remained unspoken. Lin Yuan's fist had already struck his abdomen, causing the burly man's eyes to bulge as he curled up like a boiled shrimp. Before the other two could react, Lin Yuan had already darted between them, delivering precise blows to their necks. In a mere second, the 3 thugs collapsed to the ground like rag dolls. All is well. Lin Yuan gently caressed Lan Shi's back, while also sensing the powerful auras approaching from afar. The battle had begun. He first escorted Lan Shi to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall. As the situation in West City was too chaotic, the dojo offered a semblance of safety. After instructing Carino to protect Lan Shi and the dojo, Lin Yuan tuned into the energy of Tianjin Fan and disappeared from his spot, using instantaneous movement. Upon arriving at Kaislujin City, Lin Yuan witnessed Tianjin Fan engaged in combat with a massive green monster. "What's wrong, three-eyed kid? Where did that earlier momentum go?" Dolam licked the blood from his nails, remarking, "Your blood has a delightful flavor." Tianjin Fan, panting heavily, analyzed the situation internally. Prolonging the fight with this monster would lead to mutual destruction. He could not hesitate any longer. He needed to find an opportunity to unleash the demon sealing wave against King Piccolo. Casting a glance at King Piccolo, who stood by watching with an air of confidence, Tianjin Fan seized the moment. He suddenly leapt, not towards Dolam, but instead tossed a capsule towards King Piccolo while swiftly forming hand seals, his energy surging wildly. Demon Sealing Wave. A brilliant green energy wave erupted from Tianjin Fan's palm, hurtling towards King Piccolo. After Master Roshi's death, Tianjin Fan had vowed to master the Demon Sealing Wave to avenge him. King Piccolo's expression froze, his typically mocking green visage now filled with terror. "No, it's impossible," he exclaimed, desperately trying to evade. Just as the Demon Sealing Wave was about to strike, the green monster suddenly appeared before Piccolo. "You shall not harm Lord Piccolo," Dolam declared, spreading his arms wide, bracing himself to absorb the sealing technique with his body. "What?" Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Dolam scream in agony, yet refused to yield amidst the green energy. "Well done, Dolam." King Piccolo quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast that accurately struck the rice cooker beside Tianjin Fan. Boom! The rice cooker shattered, the energy of the demon sealing wave dissipating into the air. The backlash sent Tianjin Fan reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell to his knees. "Ha ha! Foolish!" King Piccolo cackled maniacally. "Kill him, Dolam." Dolam, battered and bruised, approached the barely conscious Tianjin Fan with a sinister grin. "Die, human." As Tianjin Fan's vision began to blur, despair filled his heart. It was over. Everything was over. In the instant Dolam raised his claws, a resounding explosion echoed from the sky, and an orange figure descended like a meteor. Boom! Dolam was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a building, lifeless. Tianjin Fan gazed at the spiky-haired boy with a tail before him, tears welling in his eyes. "Goku, it's so good to see you." You're alive. Goku's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixated on King Piccolo. Leave the rest to me. I will surely defeat him. King Piccolo, taken aback, exclaimed, You're still alive. I distinctly remember your heart had stopped beating. Goku assumed a battle stance. I will not die until I defeat you. Piccolo laughed heartily. Haha. I am no longer the same as before. I have grown younger, and my strength has increased tremendously. You dare to think you can defeat me? Very well. I shall send you to your demise once more. In the next moment, the two figures collided like lightning, their blows striking with thunderous echoes. Goku's speed astonished all. King Piccolo could barely defend himself. A powerful punch landed in Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to spew acidic liquid. A swift roundhouse kick struck his jaw, sending Piccolo crashing through 3 crumbling walls. How is this possible? Piccolo gasped, struggling to rise. How could you have grown so strong? You are just a mortal. How can you be my opponent? I must kill you. Regaining his composure, Piccolo's expression grew frenzied, green energy enveloping him as his powers surged once more. I had no intention of using my full strength, as it would shorten my lifespan. If you wish to die, then so be it. In an instant, Piccolo appeared before Goku, raining down heavy punches. Goku, unwilling to back down, retaliated with his own strikes. Their battle escalated to a new level. Their speed so rapid that Tianjin Fan could only see fleeting shadows colliding, shockwaves reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Even against Piccolo, whose strength had surged again, Goku maintained a slight advantage. With a clever use of momentum, Goku slammed Piccolo into the ground, creating a crater several meters wide. Piccolo roared in fury, soaring into the sky, preparing to unleash all his energy for a final stand. Goku, undeterred, positioned his hands at his waist, preparing the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Boom. 2 powerful beams of light collided in midair, producing a deafening roar as yellow energy clashed with blue, neither yielding an inch. Both fighters gritted their teeth, holding their ground for approximately 30 seconds. Gradually, the yellow energy began to falter, being consumed by the blue light. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed another surge of power. The blue aura erupted, devouring the yellow energy entirely and piercing through King Piccolo's abdomen. No, it's impossible. Piccolo gasped, looking down at the gaping wound in his chest as green blood gushed forth. His body began to disintegrate, and in his final moments, he swelled his cheeks and expelled a massive egg towards the distant valley. The demon race will not perish. My son, you must avenge me. As those words left his lips, Piccolo's body exploded, and the egg vanished into the sky. Chapter 31. The wedding. After vanquishing King Piccolo, Goku, guided by Lin Yuan, headed to the heavenly palace to request the dragon's resurrection. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan busied himself with wedding preparations, intending to hold the ceremony at his home in West City. Make the room a bit more festive, then set up a stage in the backyard, inviting around 10 to 8 tables worth of guests. On that day, Lin Yuan was busy decorating the wedding room alongside Lan Shi when the sky suddenly darkened. Undoubtedly, this signified that the deity had revived the dragon, and Tian Xinhan and his companions had summoned it. As the dark clouds dispersed, all those who had perished due to the malevolent demon Piccolo were resurrected. The revived individuals could hardly believe their eyes, while those who mourned their passing were overwhelmed with joy and tears. Lin Yuan felt a stirring within him as he gazed at the gentle and charming Lan Shi by his side. He silently vowed to protect her from any harm. Suddenly, Lan Shi looked up, meeting Lin Yuan's deep and tender gaze, which reminded her of their first encounter, filling her heart with sweetness. She leaned her head against Lin Yuan's chest, as obedient as a kitten. How comfortable. I wish to remain in your embrace forever. Lin Yuan affectionately stroked Lan Shi's soft hair and gently laid her down on the bed. The next day, the sun shone particularly brightly. Standing at the doorstep, Lin Yuan held a stack of exquisitely crafted golden embossed invitations, each exuding a faint fragrance of gardenia, Lan Shi's favorite scent. The first stop was the Heavenly Temple. Lin Yuan planned to visit the farthest location first, then return while distributing invitations to Master Roshi, Bulma, and others, ultimately notifying everyone at the Martial Arts Academy. With his sights set, Lin Yuan instantly teleported to the Heavenly Temple. At that moment, Goku was engaged in rigorous training under Bobo's guidance. Bobo was the first to spot Lin Yuan, and they exchanged friendly waves. Mr. Lin Yuan, you've arrived, Bobo exclaimed. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. It's been a while, Mr. Bobo. After greeting Goku, Lin Yuan retrieved an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Bobo. Mr. Bobo, Lan Shi and I are about to get married, and I'm here to invite you, the deity, and Goku to our wedding. That is truly wonderful news, Mr. Lin Yuan. Bobo expressed his congratulations, but gently explained that he and the deity would be unable to attend, but could allow young Goku to descend and join the celebration. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding, knowing it was merely a formality, aware that Bobo and the deity were unlikely to attend. After reminding Goku not to be late, he proceeded to his next destination. After Lin Yuan's departure, Goku looked puzzled. Marriage? What is that? Is it food or a new martial arts tournament? Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, a lively atmosphere prevailed with Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, Dend, Bulma, and others gathered. A wedding? Don't worry, we'll definitely be on time. Congratulations to both of you. Upon hearing the news, everyone was initially surprised, then expressed their heartfelt congratulations. After a brief exchange with the group, Lin Yuan hurried towards West City, leaving only the Martial Arts Academy attendees to notify. Time passed swiftly. On the eve of the wedding, the house had been transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Golden-haired Lan Chi stood on a ladder, hanging streamers with a straw in her mouth, exuding an air of elegance. A bit higher on the left, Lin Yuan instructed from below, holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Like this? Lan Chi adjusted the streamer's position when a sudden sneeze escaped her. Achoo! Her golden locks instantly morphed into a gentle shade of blue, causing her to grasp the ladder in panic. What is happening? Lin Yuan quickly set down the bouquet and steadied the ladder. It's all right. Take your time. Carefully. The blue-haired Lan Chi descended the ladder, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently took her hand, arching an eyebrow playfully. Who are you thanking? Lan Chi lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, my husband. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, chuckling. Now that is more like it. Come, my wife. Let us go check out the wedding venue. With that, he took Lan Chi's hand and led her into the backyard. The backyard had now been adorned into an open-air chapel. White drapes cascaded elegantly from the archway, forming graceful curves. Each chair was tied with a pale blue ribbon, and the central aisle was strewn with flower petals, extending toward the wedding stage. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more dreamlike. So beautiful. Lan Chi's large eyes sparkled with longing. Come, Lin Yuan said, holding Lan Chi's hand as they slowly walked to the center of the stage. The white drapes swayed gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the twinkling stars above. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and gently held both of Lan Chi's hands. The moonlight illuminated her, as if draping her in a silver wedding gown, making her radiate with brilliance. Her eyes shone brightly in the night, reflecting the entirety of the starry sky, with only his image mirrored within. Lan Chi. Lin Yuan's voice was low and tender, tinged with a subtle tremor. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You are beautiful, kind, gentle, and caring. Each time I see your smile, I feel immense happiness. Lan Chi's eyes glistened, her lashes casting delicate shadows in the moonlight. Lin Yuan gazed at her with utmost seriousness. Thus, I wish to protect this happiness for all eternity. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply. Lan Chi, will you be my wife? Under the moonlight, tears quietly slid down Lan Chi's cheeks. She abruptly threw herself into Lin Yuan's embrace, holding him tightly, her voice resonating against his chest. Yes, 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 I will be your wife. Lin Yuan held her firmly, and as the night breeze swept by, flower petals danced around them, as if the world itself was gently blessing their union. On the wedding day, Goku was the first to arrive, followed closely by the Martial Arts Academy members, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and others, who gradually filled the venue. After everyone was seated, music began to play. Lin Yuan and Lan Chi, hand in hand, walked slowly along the flower-strewn red carpet. Today, Lan Chi wore a simple yet elegant off-shoulder wedding gown, her veil fluttering in the sea breeze, making her appear as a celestial being descended from the heavens. The couple ascended the stage, eliciting cheers from the audience. At that moment, Namu, serving as the officiant, stepped forward. Today, we gather here to witness the sacred union of Mr. Lin Yuan and Miss Lan Chi. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to recite his vows, Lan Chi suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Her golden hair cascaded down, and blinking in surprise, she surveyed her surroundings. Wow, has my wedding already begun? Laughter erupted from the audience. Lin Yuan looked at her with affection. Indeed, Today you officially become my woman. Taking a deep breath, he spoke sincerely, whether you are gentle or lively. You are my beloved Lan Shi. I promise that no matter what happens, I will stand by your side, love you, respect you, and protect you until the end of my days. Lan Shi's face turned crimson as she stammered, I understand. I hope you keep your word, or I won't let you off the hook. Then, with a firm grip on Lin Yuan's hand, the golden-haired Lan Shi declared, from this day forth, Lin Yuan is my man. After exchanging rings, Namu proclaimed loudly, I now announce that you are officially husband and wife. The groom may kiss the bride. Lin Yuan gently lifted Lan Shi's veil and placed a soft kiss on her lips. The applause and cheers resounded throughout the Lin family backyard. Chapter 32. Honeymoon Trip. Lin Yuan, wake up. Lin Yuan groggily opened his eyes to find Lan Shi's beautiful gaze upon him. Upon seeing him wake, Lan Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. Quickly get up, breakfast is ready. Didn't we say we would go on a trip today? Lin Yuan gazed at the festive decorations within the room, and after a moment, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Observing the rosy-cheeked Lan Shi, he seemed to recollect something, and the smile gradually stiffened. The previous night, the two Lan Shis had taken turns to keep him entertained, leaving him quite exhausted. He even required someone to wake him this morning. Reflecting on their flawless coordination, one gentle as water, the other fiery as flame, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if the two could communicate privately. After getting up, Lin Yuan quickly washed up while Lan Shi tidied the bed. Following breakfast, they boarded a jet and set off. Their first destination was a southern beach named Gem Beach. By the time they arrived, it was nearing afternoon. True to its name, the beach was adorned with countless tiny, colorful pebbles that sparkled like gems under the sun. The seaside villa, conjured by Lin Yuan's capsule, nestled in a secluded cove by the beach, with its white architecture harmonizing beautifully with the azure sea. This is the convenience of traveling in the Dragon Ball world. All necessities could be managed with a single capsule. Lan Shi stood barefoot on the beach, allowing the waves to caress her ankles. She had changed into a light blue dress, her blue hair dancing in the wind, radiating a soft luster under the sunlight. She looked exquisite. Lin Yuan donned beach shorts, his bare torso revealing well-defined muscles. At that moment, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the beach, with the colorful stones reflecting an array of extraordinary lights, truly a sight to behold. Most importantly, he was at this beach with the woman he cherished most. Lin Yuan set up a phone stand and activated a 10-second countdown for a series of photos. As the countdown commenced, he took Lan Shi's hand and ran to the camera. They posed with peace signs and heart shapes, their faces beaming with joyous smiles, capturing a heartwarming scene. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Lan Shi's blue strands to tickle her nose. Achoo! With the appearance of the golden-haired Lan Shi, the photo session transformed into a lively affair, filled with playful pursuits and laughter. Don't run, Lin Yuan. Witness my prowess. As Lan Shi tossed a handful of sand towards Lin Yuan, a commotion erupted in the distance. A group of young men, clad in flashy shirts, was surrounding an elderly man, shouting at him, with one even shoving the old man. This beach is under our protection. If you want to set up shop here, you must pay a fee. The elderly man staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. A flicker of anger flashed in Lan Shi's eyes as she approached the group of young men. Producing a machine gun from seemingly nowhere, she advanced. Lin Yuan quietly tucked away his phone and stand, following closely behind Lan Shi, whistling nonchalantly. Since his little firecracker had decided to take action, he would simply enjoy the show. With Lan Shi's prowess, even without a weapon, handling a few ruffians would be a trivial matter. Hey, you lot, have you no shame? Bullying an old man like this, scram, or else. The ruffians turned at the sound of her voice, and Lan Shi aimed her gun at their feet, firing warning shots. Terrified, the thugs scurried away with their tails between their legs. Lin Yuan discreetly gave her a thumbs up from behind. This woman had become considerably gentler with him, yet was still as fiery as ever towards others, quick to fire at the slightest provocation. The elderly man, trembling, approached them, expressing his gratitude to Lan Shi and insisting on gifting her a bracelet made of colorful stones. Young lady, I wish you happiness. He smiled kindly, his eyes narrowing into slits. You remind me of my younger self and my late wife. Lan Shi and Lin Yuan graciously accepted the bracelet and bid farewell to the old man before returning to their villa. On their way back, Lan Shi incessantly asked Lin Yuan if he thought she was handsome or impressive. often muttering to herself about how beautiful the bracelet was and her desire to cherish it for a lifetime. Lin Yuan was taken aback by this youthful side of the golden-haired Lan Qi. The following day, they set off for their next destination, a northern hot spring town, rumored to possess miraculous properties that could alleviate fatigue and soothe the soul. To Lin Yuan's surprise, this hot spring town was perched atop a snowy mountain. As they neared their destination, a towering snow-capped peak came into view. Wow, soaking in the hot springs here must be incredibly soothing. I plan to indulge myself and my other self thoroughly. The golden-haired Lan Qi gazed at the pristine mountain, her face alight with excitement. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she seemed to witness something dreadful, her face paling. Lin Yuan, it's bad. An avalanche. Lan Qi tugged at Lin Yuan's shirt, panic evident in her voice. Lin Yuan, focused on piloting the aircraft, scoffed lightly. Uft, Qijia, even if there's an avalanche, we're in a plane. Are you afraid it will fly up into the sky? No, I mean, there are people. Down below, there are people. Lan Qi exclaimed, pointing frantically. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan ceased his teasing and looked down. He spotted a bus preparing to ascend the mountain, filled with passengers. A few individuals had disembarked, attempting to flee, but it was clear they had no chance of escape unless they could fly. I'll go save them. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan handed over the controls to Lan Qi, opened the cabin door, and leaped out. Be careful, Lin Yuan. Lan Qi called out, worry etched on her face. He landed right beside the bus and quickly assessed the situation. Most of the passengers appeared to be young, likely university students. He sternly shouted at those wanting to escape. If you wish to live, get back in the bus and close all the doors and windows. The young people hesitated but, after a moment, returned to the bus, knowing there was no way to outrun the impending disaster. In an instant, the avalanche roared toward them, and everyone inside the bus shut their eyes, trembling in fear. Lin Yuan, observing the raging white beast before him, felt a sense of urgency. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands before his chest, and a silvery energy began to gather rapidly. Ultimate energy cannon. He thrust his palms forward, veins bulging on his forehead. Lan Qi, her face tense, looked down to see a massive silver shockwave surging toward the oncoming avalanche, forcefully carving out a safe zone. Once the avalanche passed, the passengers slowly opened their eyes, and upon realizing they were unharmed, erupted in cheers of relief. However, when they exited the bus to search for the black-haired young man, he had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Tenfold Gravity. On the 10th morning following the conclusion of Lin Yuan and Lan Qi's honeymoon, in the gravity chamber of the Lin family's backyard, Lin Yuan was engaged in basic physical training, his sweat-soaked training attire clinging to him. After completing a set of exercises, he inhaled deeply and trudged over to the control panel, adjusting the gravity setting from 7 times to 8 times Earth's gravity. As the gravity level increased, Lin Yuan felt as if an immense weight had settled upon his entire frame. His knees buckled involuntarily, and he braced himself against the ground, struggling to breathe. 8 times the gravitational pull felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, each muscle fiber crying out in agony. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the strain on his cells as they fought to survive, each one striving to adapt to this oppressive environment. 5 minutes later, he could no longer endure the pressure and collapsed to the floor. With great effort, he lifted his arm and pressed a circular device strapped to his bicep. Beep. The gravity in the chamber instantly vanished, and Lin Yuan sat up, gasping for breath. He suspected he had strained his muscles once more. He mused silently. He broke a half of a senza bean in half and swallowed it. The pain in his body gradually dissipated. It is imperative to acquire the Saiyan physique at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, the paltry gains from training in the gravity chamber, reliant solely on earthling physiology, will prove insufficient. Were I to possess the attributes of a Saiyan, with the advantage of passive enhancements, I could effortlessly elevate my combat power to between 5,000 and 8,000 under tenfold gravity. Greater heights are attainable, though the increments would be considerably slower. After a brief respite, Lin Yuan resumed his training. His current objective was to acclimate to the tenfold gravity and elevate his combat power to 1,000. Simultaneously, Goku, Tien, Krillin, Liu Ping, and Nam, along with others in the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Dojo, were engaged in rigorous training. Their singular goal was the World Martial Arts Tournament set to unfold 3 years hence. Lin Yuan's subsequent aim was to confront Vegeta and Nappa following this tournament. As for Raditz, Despite his projected power level being around 1400 to 1500 at this juncture, Lin Yuan's own power was merely 700. Approximately 860 after shedding his weighted clothing. Yet, with his adept mastery over ki and the ability to utilize instant transmission, Lin Yuan could unleash a ki blast nearing 2000 in power, leaving Raditz with little chance to evade. Even in the unlikely event of a successful dodge, Lin Yuan still possessed nearly 1,000 senzu beans. Against Scions who lacked rigorous ki training, if their power did not exceed Lin Yuan's by threefold, he remained confident in his ability to contend, at the very least ensuring his survival. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan immersed himself back into the training under eightfold gravity. The days of training passed in a blur. Like a man possessed, he entered the gravity chamber at dawn and did not depart until nightfall. His body gradually adapted to the eightfold gravity environment, evolving from a state of immobility to slow walking, and eventually to normal training. Thus, time flew, and a year and a half swiftly elapsed. At this point, Lin Yuan had fully acclimatized to tenfold gravity and had been training within it for quite some time, having surpassed the 1,000 mark in combat power. For Lin Yuan, training was undeniably monotonous. However, he found solace in the company of Lan Qi, occasionally venturing out with her for relaxation when the tedium became unbearable. Today, he planned to visit the Heavenly Temple to complete his 8th mission, to spar with Bobo and gain the upper hand. After bidding farewell to Lan Qi, Lin Yuan instantaneously transported to the Heavenly Temple. Upon arrival, he observed two young Goku's engrossed in their playful skirmish. Noticing Lin Yuan's presence, one of the Goku's momentarily lost focus and exclaimed in surprise, "Lin." Before he could finish, he was struck by a powerful punch from his doppelganger, sending him flying. As he landed, Goku rubbed his reddened cheek, indignantly pointing at the dazed Goku. "You cheated. You attacked while I was speaking. How despicable." With that, the two resumed their playful tussle. Lin Yuan approached Bobo, greeting him and expressing his desire for a sparring session. Bobo nodded in agreement, indicating he was ready at any time. The two faced each other, Lin Yuan grinning widely, his fists clenched, his aura steadily rising as he assumed his fighting stance. "I shall initiate my attack, Bobo. My apologies in advance." Bobo, with an ever-present smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Though his expression remained unchanged, he was internally astonished. In just over a year, Lin Yuan's strength had escalated to such a degree that he likely surpassed Bobo himself. As Bobo pondered this, he deftly parried Lin Yuan's assaults. Goku, intrigued by the spar between Lin Yuan and Bobo, settled down to watch, while the other Goku had already morphed into a lump of hard mud. Lin Yuan vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Bobo, his right fist charged with ferocious energy, ready to strike down. Yet, Bobo's form dissipated like a phantom, and Lin Yuan's punch only met with an afterimage. Not again. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, swiftly turning around to find Bobo standing to his left, his palm lightly approaching. In response, Lin Yuan retaliated with a strike of his own. The two palms collided with a loud noise, both sliding back several meters. Lin Yuan reflected on the system's reading of Bobo's combat power, which was just over 1,000, not exceeding 1,100. In contrast, his own power had reached 1,200. Logically, he should have been able to dominate Bobo, yet Bobo's performance indicated he was clearly at ease. This disparity showcased Bobo's superior mastery over ki. Determined to compensate with strength and skill, Lin Yuan removed his weighted clothing, his power surging to an impressive 1,450. Feeling his body in optimal condition, Lin Yuan's fighting spirit soared, yet his demeanor remained composed, an invaluable lesson learned from Bobo. The battle resumed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan resolved to alter his strategy. Ultimate. He slowly gathered silvery energy in his hands. Extreme Intent Cannon. He thrust both hands forward. Bobo remained unfazed, subtly shifting his body as the ki wave soared past him, shooting into the sky. However, a smile crept upon Lin Yuan's lips. This was not the end. He swiftly gathered energy again, launching two smaller ki blasts, one to the left and one to the right, effectively sealing off Bobo's escape routes. Bobo's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he maintained his composure, gracefully dodging through the narrow gaps. This was precisely what Lin Yuan had anticipated. "Now," he shouted, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Bobo, who had just completed his evasive maneuver and had yet to regain his stance. "You've fallen for it." Lin Yuan concentrated all his energy into one final ki blast. forcefully directing it toward Bobo's back. Boom! The blast erupted, sending dust swirling. Bobo was propelled by the shockwave, tumbling through the air before regaining his balance. Lin Yuan, panting, revealed a victorious grin. At last, I struck you. As Bobo gently descended, brushing off the dust from his clothes, he continued to smile. A splendid strategy, Mr. Lin Yuan. Pure luck, pure luck. I still have much to learn. Let us call it a day, Bobo. This spar has illuminated my own shortcomings, and I wish to continue training with Goku at the temple until the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Bobo nodded with a smile. Of course, you are always welcome, Mr. Lin Yuan. Yay! Cheered Goku from the sidelines. Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 8. Spar with Bobo and gain the upper hand. Reward, Combat Power 300, Progress Bar 5. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yuan smiled knowingly. Chapter 34. The training concludes in the center of the Heavenly Temple's plaza. Lin Yuan's sweat dripped from his chin onto the pristine white jade floor. Before him stood two identical mirrors, adversaries crafted by Bobo using the water of life, perfectly replicating all of his combat techniques and strength. Again, Lin Yuan commanded, his legs propelling him forward, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the white jade surface. His figure surged towards the two mirror images, the air crackling with sonic booms. Simultaneously, the two mirrors reacted. The left one raised its arms to block, absorbing Lin Yuan's punch, sliding back several meters, while the right one abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Lin Yuan, aiming a knife-hand strike at his neck. Watch out! Goku, watching intently from the sidelines, shouted urgently, Lin Yuan, behind you. This year marked Goku's most rapid growth in height. Just a year ago, he barely reached Lin Yuan's waist. Now standing only half a head shorter, Lin Yuan smirked, leaning forward in a moment of critical danger, executing a swift elbow strike. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, causing the reflection behind to stagger back several steps, while the one on the left swiftly adjusted its stance and unleashed a fierce energy wave. Huh! Lin Yuan raised his hand, sending forth a wave of light to counter it. The two beams collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan charged into the billowing smoke, delivering a powerful punch and kick that sent both reflections sprawling. They regained their balance mid-air and landed firmly, immediately adopting a combative stance as two energy waves surged towards Lin Yuan simultaneously. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan evaded, allowing the waves to pass harmlessly through him. Moments later, a dull thud resounded as both reflections were struck hard in the abdomen by Lin Yuan, transforming into mere clay. Incredible! Exclaimed Wukong, his eyes sparkling with admiration. If Lin Yuan could handle two of himself with such ease, Wukong recalled his own struggle against two reflections. It was apparent that he needed to intensify his training. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and took several gulps of water. Wukong, it's time for us to head down. The 23rd Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Wukong nodded, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Krillin and Tien down below. He had heard from Lin Yuan that everyone had been diligently training, which filled him with anticipation for the upcoming tournament. At that moment, the god and Bobo emerged. The god wore a smile and inquired, "Are you ready to descend? How about having a meal before you go?" Bobo nodded in agreement, hoping they would eat first. Since both Lin Yuan and Wukong were indeed hungry, they eagerly devoured the meal Bobo prepared, with Wukong consuming the majority, as Lin Yuan's appetite, though considerable, still paled in comparison to Wukong's. After setting down their bowls, they bid a solemn farewell to the god and Bobo before soaring away from the divine palace. Although Lin Yuan had made significant strides in his strength, he was still unable to defeat Mr. Bobo or even suppress him, as Bobo had developed a vigilance against instant transmission. In a typical spar, Lin Yuan would always find himself at a disadvantage. How do I fight? You need to tell me how to fight. Lin Yuan expressed his confusion, suspecting that the old man might be concealing his true power. However, even the system could not detect anything unusual, leaving Lin Yuan at a loss. Upon arriving in West City, the two parted ways. Wukong headed to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, while Lin Yuan returned home. From his brief experience at the hall, Lin Yuan sensed that Tien, Jiaozi, and Nam were all present, with Tien being the strongest among them, surpassing even Wukong in strength. Following Tien were Jiaozi, Nam, Sat, and the remaining two captains. Upon encountering Tien and the others, Wukong excitedly waved, "Tien, Jiaozi, you've all grown stronger. I can feel it. Is that you, Wukong?" I almost didn't recognize you. Tien, Jiaozi, and Nam exclaimed, astonished. Wukong, oblivious to any changes in himself, merely felt that everyone seemed shorter, which elicited laughter from the group. When Lin Yuan returned home, he was greeted by a familiar aroma, the refreshing scent of gardenias. Instantly, his nerves relaxed. Stealthily entering the house, he spotted a graceful figure with her back turned. Arranging the dining table in preparation for dinner, the figure paused at the sound behind her, then slowly turned around. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Standing before him, Lan Shi remained as gentle and beautiful as ever, though her hairstyle had undergone a significant transformation. Her once iconic long blue hair was now cut to shoulder length, with the ends softly curling inward, accentuating her delicate jawline and lending her an air of playful charm. Welcome home, dear. Lan Shi's voice was even softer and more melodious than he remembered. Lin Yuan stepped forward and gently embraced her. I'm back, and I love your new hairstyle, he whispered in her ear. Hearing his compliment, Lan Shi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If you like it, I'll keep it short. Are you tired? Would you prefer to eat first or take a bath? Lan Shi gasped as Lin Yuan lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Let us eat you first. In the following days, Lin Yuan devoted most of his time to Lan Shi. Occasionally, he would visit the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, which had seen an increase in participants. While some had left, fresh talent had joined, resulting in a net gain. The hall's reputation soared throughout West City, with many of the older disciples boasting combat power exceeding 80, despite lacking talent and dedication. The majority could register values of 200 on the power meter, thanks largely to Lin Yuan's training methodologies and the organizational skills of Nam and Saturday. For the upcoming martial arts tournament, Lin Yuan planned to adopt the same selection method as the previous tournament, choosing 4 disciples to represent them. This time, however, he entrusted the entire process to Nam, confident in Nam's capabilities as a capable leader. Chapter 35. Wukong and Tien. The bells of Babaya Island echoed beneath the clear sky as the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament entered its most exhilarating phase. The audience was packed to capacity, the atmosphere charged with excitement and anticipation. Martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe whispered amongst themselves, discussing the 8 formidable contenders who had emerged from the preliminary rounds. I heard that Tien, with his 3 eyes, defeated last tournament's top 8 contenders with just 1 move. That boy named Wukong is terrifying. During the preliminaries, his opponent flew out of the ring without him even lifting a finger. The most mysterious of all was the cloaked figure, known only as the Immortal. Each time he fought, it seemed haphazard, yet I sensed that he is not as simple as he appears. In the contestants' resting area, competitors were eagerly preparing for their matches. The first match featured Tien against Nam. The competition commenced swiftly. At this moment, Lin Yuan was not at the tournament venue, but rather at home with Lan Shi, who was feeling slightly dizzy. Initially, Lin Yuan suggested taking her to the hospital for a checkup, but Lan Shi insisted that she simply needed to rest for a while. Consequently, he remained by her bedside, serving her tea and engaging in conversation. Once Lan Shi fell asleep, Lin Yuan hurried to the tournament grounds. At that moment, 2 figures were locked in intense combat on stage, leaving the audience in a state of shock. The match had progressed to the semifinals, with Wukong facing Tien. Lin Yuan was surprised that the 2 had crossed paths so early. It seemed destiny had orchestrated this encounter. On the arena, both fighters vanished simultaneously from their starting positions, only to collide in the center. The sound of their strikes echoed like thunder, their movements almost impossible for the naked eye to track. Ordinary spectators could only perceive blurred afterimages and the shockwaves erupting in various corners of the arena, which accounted for their bewilderment. The 2 continued to vanish and clash. And to Lin Yuan and the others, it was evident that Wukong and Tien had exchanged several blows in an instant. Tien executed a high whip kick aimed at Wukong's head, who ducked to evade, while simultaneously launching a right punch toward Tien's abdomen. Tien swiftly blocked with his left hand, while his right sliced toward Wukong's neck. Wukong arched backward to dodge, performing a backflip to create distance. His expression remained calm, his breath steady, while Tien's chest showed signs of slight exertion. I had thought that with my current strength, I could easily defeat you. Yet I am astonished at how much stronger you have become. Tianjin Fan breathed heavily, his 3 eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Goku grinned widely, exclaiming, haha, you've indeed grown significantly stronger, Tianjin Fan. However, the warm-up has concluded. It's time for you to showcase your true abilities. With that, Goku removed his weighted training gear. Instantly feeling lighter, he leaped effortlessly to a height of several dozen meters. Ha ha ha, quite amusing. I did not expect you to train with such heavy weights as well. It seems today's battle will not conclude so easily, Tianjin Fan remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. As soon as Goku landed, Tianjin Fan discarded his vest, tossing it out of the ring. The vest hit the ground with a thud, creating a small crater. Goku, equally astonished, realized that Tianjin Fan's weights were even heavier than his own. You're right, Tianjin Fan, but I assure you, I will not lose. The two fighters assumed their stances, observing each other's breathing patterns, awaiting an opportunity for a flaw to emerge. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Goku's figure to blur. In the next instant, he appeared behind Tianjin Fan, delivering an elbow strike aimed at his back. However, Tianjin Fan seemed to possess a sixth sense, evading with a sidestep while countering with a spinning kick. Bang! Goku crossed his arms to absorb the blow, yet the immense force propelled him back several meters, leaving two white scuff marks on the stone platform. Tianjin Fan advanced swiftly, launching a powerful punch straight at Goku. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was just what he wanted. He raised his knee to block the attack, successfully deflecting it. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan swept Goku's legs out from under him and followed up with a punch. As the blow neared its target, Goku swiftly rotated his body, propping himself up with one hand while executing a rapid kick aimed at Tianjin Fan's face. A dull thud resonated as both combatants struck each other simultaneously. Goku crashed down onto the ring, while Tianjin Fan was sent flying into the air. Immediately after hitting the ground, Goku sprang back up, while Tianjin Fan executed a graceful roll, landing on his feet. Both fighters vanished from sight. Lin Yuan observed from the sidelines, nodding in acknowledgement. He analyzed, Tianjin Fan's overall strength and ki are superior to Goku's, thanks to his rigorous gravity training. However, Goku's control over his ki is far more nuanced. It's as if both exert the same force, yet Goku expends significantly less energy and ki. Unless Tianjin Fan has an unexpected trump card or aims for a swift resolution, he may find himself at a disadvantage in a protracted standoff. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow landing with palpable force. Tianjin Fan sensed the urgency. He could not afford to prolong the fight. Goku remained composed, while Tianjin Fan began to breathe heavily. With a powerful exchange of punches, they momentarily separated. I intended to reserve this for the finals. But it seems I have no choice, Tianjin Fan declared. Goku, hearing this, smirked slightly. Unleash any secret techniques you may have. Delay will cost you the opportunity. Tianjin Fan stood firm, gradually swaying side to side like seaweed. Suddenly, his third eye gleamed, and he shouted, "For body fist." In an instant, Tianjin Fan split into 4 identical figures, each sporting a subtle smile. Illusions? No, they are real. Each possesses ki. Goku quickly assessed the situation. Tianjin Fan wasted no time, and all 4 clones charged at Goku simultaneously. It's over, Goku. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot contend with 4 of me. Goku hurriedly defended himself, but was soon overwhelmed, struck multiple times in rapid succession. Impressive, Tianjin Fan. You've truly mastered this technique. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 4 Tianjin Fans radiated confidence, believing victory was assured. Bring it on. I think I've discovered your weakness. Is that so? Don't boast. Prepare yourself. Tianjin Fan scoffed. Unconvinced by Goku's claim, the 4 clones spread to the 4 corners of the ring, simultaneously unleashing energy blasts toward Goku. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as Goku leapt into the air, evading the onslaught. Seeing Goku airborne, Tianjin Fan grinned, convinced of his victory, and the 4 figures raised their heads, their third eyes emitting energy beams toward him. Ha ha, let us see how you escape this. Remaining unfazed, Goku watched the beams approach and launched a Kamehameha wave diagonally upward, propelling himself toward the ring. Upon landing, he charged at one of the clones and swiftly knocked it out of the ring. He then darted toward the second clone. The remaining 2 clones attempted to assist, but it was too late. Goku dispatched them one by one, sending them tumbling out of the ring. Tianjin Fan, your greatest mistake was splitting into 4. Each clone possesses only a quarter of your ki. As long as I eliminate them one by one, your chances of victory diminish. Goku declared triumphantly to the defeated Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan scratched his head, fully aware of the flaw in his technique, but astonished at how quickly Goku had recognized it. From the moment Tianjin Fan employed the four-body fist, Lin Yuan had anticipated his defeat, knowing Goku's mastery over Ki would allow him to unveil the weakness in no time. If Tianjin Fan failed to overcome Goku before his flaw was exposed, defeat was inevitable. Chapter 36, Peace. The second semifinal match featured the second generation of Demon, Piccolo II, henceforth referred to as Piccolo, versus the Angel, the embodiment of divinity. This battle concluded unexpectedly swiftly. The Angel attempted to seal Piccolo using the Demon Seal Wave, only to discover that Piccolo had mastered a counter, rebounding the seal and imprisoning the Angel back into a small jar, which he then swallowed. Lin Yuan watched in disgust, shaking his head at the absurdity. Thus, the competition swiftly progressed to the finals. Goku faced Piccolo. The orange and green figures stood opposite each other on the ring. Piccolo's green skin glistened ominously in the sunlight, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you prepared to embrace death, Son Goku? This time, I shall reclaim all past humiliations. Is that so? I believe I will not be defeated, Goku replied confidently, assuming his battle stance. The referee raised his arm and then brought it down decisively. Begin. In an instant, Goku vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Piccolo's pupils constricted, instinctively tilting his head back as a fierce kick grazed his nose, the resulting gust stinging his cheek. Such speed, Piccolo thought, astonished, as he crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing for Goku's subsequent elbow strike. The force sent him sliding back several meters, his shoes screeching against the stone. Goku, relentless, appeared before Piccolo, delivering an uppercut aimed squarely at his chin. Piccolo dodged hastily, but still felt a sharp pain in his shoulder from the near miss. Goku seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of kicks like a tempest, forcing Piccolo into a defensive retreat. Well done, Goku. Keep it up and unleash a thorough thrashing on this guy. Cheering from the sidelines, Chi-Chi waved her flag vigorously, confident that the man she admired would emerge victorious. The spectators, including Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha, watched in astonishment, never expecting Goku to dominate so decisively. Piccolo endured several of Goku's strikes, finding no opportunity to counterattack. Realizing the futility of his situation, he roared, unleashing a burst of energy that pushed Goku back. I never anticipated you would be this strong. As he spoke, a wicked smile spread across Piccolo's face. Suddenly, the body began to expand in a bizarre manner. Muscles inflating as if filled with air, and the veins beneath the skin became distinctly visible. What? Goku stepped back in astonishment, witnessing his opponent rapidly transform into a green giant resembling a small mountain. Ha! Do you feel despair, Son Goku? With a single foot, I could crush you like the ant you are. Piccolo's voice boomed like thunder as his colossal foot lifted, accompanied by a whistling wind, aiming towards Goku. Goku hastily dodged. The ground where he once stood now a deep pit several meters wide. The surrounding spectators, fearing the fallout, screamed and scattered in all directions. The arena was left with only the warriors and the referee. Piccolo's newfound size brought an immense surge of power, each strike delivering a devastating force. Goku darted around the ring, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, will you only scurry around like a mouse? Piccolo bellowed, his fist, as large as a hill, relentlessly pounding the ground. Now's my chance. Goku concentrated his energy into his feet, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged directly into Piccolo's mouth, diving inside. Ugh! Ah! Piccolo retched before roaring in fury. Moments later, Goku emerged from Piccolo's mouth, a small bottle in hand, the vessel that contained the Supreme Kai. Tien, release the Supreme Kai. Goku tossed the bottle to Tien, who swiftly opened it, freeing the weakened Supreme Kai. Piccolo gradually reverted to his original form. Oh, why haven't you transformed back? Goku teased. Piccolo glared with fury, unwilling to endure that nauseating sensation again. Damn it, you're asking for death. Piccolo stomped the ground and charged at Goku. Finally, I can unleash my full power. Goku shook his arms, remaining calm as he vanished from his spot. Damn it, where did he go? Piccolo halted, frantically searching for Goku's figure. I'm right here. Goku reappeared behind Piccolo, delivering an elbow strike that sent Piccolo crashing into the ground. Goku then leaped into the air, gathering energy in both hands. Super Kamehameha. A thicker blue energy wave, more formidable than usual, struck the earth with tremendous force. Boom. a massive mushroom cloud ascended. The explosions shockwaves sweeping through the nearby buildings and trees, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Lin Yuan shielded Tien and the others from the residual impact of the blast. As the smoke cleared, an oval-shaped crater revealed a lifeless green body at its center. Victory! Goku has triumphed. He is the strongest in the world. Krillin and Chi-Chi cheered with exuberance upon seeing Piccolo defeated. However, the Supreme Kai wore a serious expression, understanding that Piccolo was not entirely dead, for otherwise, he would not be standing here unscathed. Slowly, the Supreme Kai raised his hand, energy coalescing within. Supreme Kai, stop! You will perish as well, Goku exclaimed, seizing the Supreme Kai's arm. The Supreme Kai's expression was complex as he spoke slowly. Perhaps I should have never become the Supreme Kai, for it was my creation that brought Piccolo into existence, causing calamity to the world. It is time for me to clean up this mess. Lin Yuan, who had been silent, interjected, You are mistaken, Supreme Kai. If you had not created the Dragon Balls, we would not have gathered and grown stronger. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai lowered his hand. Even if Piccolo had not appeared, more formidable foes would have emerged. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, Earth has birthed many powerful warriors to confront them. So, Supreme Kai, you are not at fault. Lin Yuan continued, sighing. The Supreme Kai fell silent. In a surprising gesture that astonished everyone except Lin Yuan, Goku approached Piccolo's unconscious form with a senzu bean, gently placing it in his mouth. Upon recovery, Piccolo threatened that he would return to take Goku's life before soaring away. Haha, Supreme Kai, trust me. Even if Piccolo attempts to cause chaos again, I shall defeat him once more. Goku reassured the Supreme Kai, patting his shoulder. There's no need to worry. With Lin Yuan around, he is even stronger than I am. The Supreme Kai shifted the conversation, asking Goku if he would like to become Earth's new Supreme Kai. Goku shook his head in refusal, taking Chi-Chi's hand as they boarded the flying Nimbus, bidding farewell to everyone. See you all again. Thus, a brief peace settled over the Earth. Chapter 37. Goten and Ichai Bowsy Mountain. Goku and Chi-Chi's new home. Goten, Ichai. Really, those two children have run off again. We must go to Master Roshi's soon. Chi-Chi called out at the edge of their home, looking into the forest. Just then, Goku emerged, looking somewhat helpless. I suspect they've gotten lost again. I shall go find them. All right, but be mindful of the time, Chi-Chi cautioned before returning indoors. Goku hopped onto the flying Nimbus and soared into the forest. Nearby, in a grove close to Bowsy Mountain, 4-year-old Lin Ichai stood on tiptoe, attempting to reach a bright red wild fruit hanging from a large tree's branches. His dazzling golden hair shone brilliantly under the sun, and his above-average height allowed him easy access to the fruits that Goten could not reach. Be careful, Ichai. Goten stood below, his black hair loosely cascading down his back, clutching a hat adorned with a star, his large eyes filled with concern. It's a trivial matter. Here you go, Goten. Lin Ichai grinned, swiftly plucking 2 wild fruits, handing one to Goten, and donning Goten's hat on his head. Haha, thank you, Ichai. Goten happily accepted the fruit and began to munch on it. The 2 children strolled along, enjoying their wild fruits and sharing laughter. Lin Ichai was the first child of Lin Yuan and Lan Qi, named Ichai, a homophone of Ichi. The other was, of course, Goku and Chi-Chi's child, with Ichai being born a month earlier than Goten, which is why Goten occasionally referred to him as Ichai-ji. The 2 little ones ventured deeper into the forest, with Lin Ichai leading the way. Occasionally using a long stick, he found to clear away obstructing vines. Goten closely followed, nervously yet excitedly observing the unfamiliar surroundings. Ichai, have we gone too far? Dad said he would take us to Master Roshi's. Oh right, I almost forgot. Let's not explore today. We should head back, Lin Ichai recalled, determining their direction as they turned to retrace their steps. Goten hesitated, glancing at him. Are you sure? Mom said if we get lost in the forest, we should stay put. Of course I'm sure. Just follow me. Lin Ichai confidently patted his chest. Just then, the bushes ahead began to shake violently, accompanied by heavy footsteps and a low growl. A gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the thicket, its yellow eyes fixated on the 2 children, drool dripping from its sharp teeth. Wah! Goten's eyes filled with tears as he clutched Lin Ichai's clothing tightly. A dinosaur. Mom said those dinosaurs eat children. Lin Ichai, startled by the sudden appearance of the dinosaur, quickly regained his composure. A mere dinosaur? Humph. Lin Ichi stood protectively behind Gohan, pointing at the dinosaur and threatening in a childlike voice. What are you staring at? Hurry and get lost, or I will flatten you in a moment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt the intensity of Ichi's threat and emitted a deafening roar as it charged towards them. No, don't eat me, Gohan shouted with his eyes closed. Ichi clenched his fist, his beautiful eyes fixated on the dinosaur's jaw. The moment the creature leaned in, his small fist struck its chin with surprising force. Bang! With a dull thud, the Tyrannosaurus, which was dozens of times larger than Lin Ichi, was knocked backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Gohan stared in astonishment, tears still on his cheeks. Ichi, you. Lin Ichi turned his back to Gohan, equally incredulous as he examined his own fist, then spun around with a proud expression. Ha! How could a mere dinosaur be a match for me? Let us go home. Gohan transformed into a little fanboy, incessantly praising Ichi's bravery. After a short while, they were found by Goku riding on the flying Nimbus, who took them towards Master Roshi's direction. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak, Piccolo knelt, his hands weakly resting on the ground, which was soaked with his sweat. A look of fear adorned Piccolo's face. Beads of sweat like soybeans dripping from his forehead. Who was that guy just now? That terrifying aura immobilized me. Damn it. He slowly rose. Following the direction the figure had departed. A man clad in dark battle gear, with a brown tail wrapped around his waist and long black hair cascading to his waist, flew swiftly towards Kame House, wearing a scouter. The device emitted beeping sounds. Oh, this guy is advancing at an astonishing speed. It must be Kakarot, my foolish brother. How on earth has this planet remained intact until now? Master Roshi, observing Goku and the two children, pretended to complain. Goku, you didn't invite me, did you? Ha ha. I'm here now. Goku replied as they chatted joyfully, while Bulma teased Lin Ichi and Gohan. Lin Ichi had grown up under Bulma's watchful eyes. While it was her first encounter with Gohan, whose timid demeanor was nothing like Goku's childhood self, as Bulma admired Gohan's innocent smile, memories flooded her mind. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he gazed anxiously at the distant sky. Master Roshi and Krillin noticed Goku's unease and inquired about it. What an incredible power. Such a strange energy. Who could it be? Goku's forehead glistened with sweat as he spoke solemnly. The atmosphere grew tense. And soon a figure shot towards them from the horizon, landing in front of them. It was Raditz. Raditz immediately spotted Kakarot at the forefront and couldn't help but reflect. Kakarot really resembles our father, but alas, father is no longer alive. Hey, who are you? Goku asked first. Huh, you don't recognize me? Kakarot. I am your older brother, Raditz. Goku looked confused, seemingly unable to comprehend what this man was saying. When did he have a brother? I don't go by Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. I don't have an older brother. Raditz appeared puzzled, convinced he had not mistaken his identity. Did you suffer a head injury in the past? Did that change your personality? Raditz pointed at his own head in inquiry. Master Roshi and Goku exchanged serious glances, acknowledging the truth in his words. But how could he know? Could this man truly be Goku's brother? I did indeed suffer a blow to the back of my head. Goku nodded. After receiving confirmation, Raditz chuckled softly. Well then, Kakarot, you must have lost your memory. Let me remind you, you are a Saiyan, the strongest warrior race in the universe. And your purpose for coming to this planet is to exterminate all its inhabitants. What? Saiyan? Goku exclaimed incredulously. Krillin, seemingly oblivious to the mounting tension, approached Raditz disdainfully, muttering, Shoo, shoo, a drunkard bothering us in broad daylight. Get lost. Before he could finish, Krillin was sent flying into a nearby hut. Krillin, you bastard. Goku charged forward in anger, only to be easily subdued by Raditz in 3 moves. Clutching his abdomen in pain as he curled up, Raditz then took Gohan, warning Goku that he had one day to kill 100 Earthlings, or else he would kill his son and destroy the planet. As Raditz departed with the wailing Gohan in tow, Lin Yuan had just returned to Earth's West City. Chapter 38, Raditz. Lin Yuan had spent most of the past 2 years training under King Kai. Today, upon learning from King Kai that Raditz had arrived on Earth, he hurried back. After sensing the energy, he found that Raditz's presence had stabilized, and Goku and Piccolo were nearing the battleground. Additionally, 2 others had recently departed West City, making their way to Raditz's location. Given the current strength of Earth's warriors, they should be capable of handling Raditz themselves. However, Raditz was part of Lin Yuan's system mission, which is why he had informed King Kai to alert him immediately if a Saiyan invaded Earth. Indeed, Lin Yuan was here to claim a bounty. When Goku and Piccolo arrived at the battlefield, Lin Yuan had just teleported there as well. In the vast plains, Raditz stood beside a large crater, observing the three before him. He had not expected Kakarot to catch up so quickly, and judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had come to confront him. How foolish, Raditz scoffed inwardly. Kakarot, are you planning to fight your brother? You even brought some help. Let's see, he said, scanning the trio with his device. Power level 430, power level 350, and this one. This guy has a power level of only 10. Raditz pointed at Lin Yuan, laughing heartily, not believing that his foolish brother had enlisted the help of someone so weak. Goku looked at Raditz as if he were a fool. Lin Yuan? Power level only 10? Hey, that device of yours must be broken. You should just toss it away. Goku advised Raditz kindly. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke up. It's fine, Goku. Let this guy with a power level of 10 take the lead. Lin Yuan stepped forward, assessing Raditz, thinking to himself, this Saiyan is wasting his potential. His energy is rough and chaotic. He relies solely on this device to gauge his enemy's strength. Moreover, this device is being monitored by Frieza, truly a brute with a small mind. Looking at someone with a power level of 10, Raditz found no desire to engage. Having just killed a human with a power level of 5, which felt beneath him. You may not grasp my terror, fool. My power level is 1,500. Not only can I kill you, but I could wipe out everyone on this planet without breaking a sweat, Raditz taunted Lin Yuan. Unfazed, Lin Yuan replied, oh, if you're so powerful, dare to let me have a shot at you. If you can withstand it, I'll let you do as you please. All right, I'll let you have a shot. If boom. Lin Yuan swiftly appeared before Raditz, delivering a punch straight to his heart. As Raditz had yet to conclude his speech, darkness enveloped him, and consciousness slipped away completely. The last image he beheld in life was that terrifying number displayed on the combat power detector. Combat power, 9,500. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Goku and Piccolo, Lin Yuan began examining the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 11. Defeat the Saiyan Raditz. Reward, Combat Power 1000, Bloodline Progress 5. Viewing the character panel, Lin Yuan Identity, Human Combat Power, 10,500 points Abilities, Instant Transmission. Kaioken Realm, God Zero Tasks. Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline Progress, 65 Task 12. Defeat the Saiyan Vegeta. Task Reward, Combat Power 1500, Bloodline Progress 5. A perfect conclusion. After vanquishing Raditz, Goku rescued Gohan, while Lin Yuan removed Raditz's scouter. Subsequently, he stored Raditz's space pod in a universal capsule. Currently, Bulma's gravity chamber research was stalled at 50 times gravity. It was estimated that with this alien spacecraft as research material, gravity technology could achieve significant breakthroughs. Simultaneously, he planned to hand the scouter to Bulma, requesting her to extract the listening and tracking devices and create a reverse tracking device, allowing him to monitor the movements of Vegeta and Nappa. Lin Yuan then deliberately engaged Goku and others in conversation about the Dragon Balls, intending for Vegeta and Nappa to overhear. This way, they might reconsider abandoning their mission to Earth after Raditz's defeat. After discussing these matters, Lin Yuan stored the scouter in the capsule and spoke gravely. According to the information I received from King Kai, that Saiyan had two even more powerful companions. Nanny? Goku and Piccolo were both taken aback. The scouter had listening and tracking devices, and they had likely already confirmed their companion's demise, pinpointing Earth as their target. They would arrive within a year. Lin Yuan continued. This means that in a year's time, two even stronger foes will descend upon Earth? Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating the insufficient time. Goku, I know a place where there exists a god known as King Kai. Training under him will allow you to grow stronger rapidly, Lin Yuan remarked, glancing at Goku before turning to Piccolo. Piccolo, it seems you want to be able to go. Goku has saved the world, granting him access. But your merits are lacking. Presently, Piccolo's deeds were not just insufficient, they were even in the negative. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Yet he quickly regained his icy demeanor. Humph, I don't need to go to such a place. I can defeat Son Goku without it. Observing Piccolo's haughty face, Lin Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Piccolo longed to train there. However, it was not that Lin Yuan was unwilling to take him. It was simply unfeasible. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could barely teleport himself to King Kai's planet. Bringing someone along was out of the question. Thus, for Goku to go, he would need to seek the king of the other world through the Supreme Kai and plead for passage along the Snake Way. That option was certainly not viable for Piccolo. However, Lin Yuan could teach him the Kaioken technique, though he couldn't guarantee Piccolo's success in mastering it. The Kaioken was a peculiar technique, and with Lin Yuan's combat power of 10,000, he could only manage a twofold increase. After extensive training, Lin Yuan discovered that this technique required a body capable of withstanding greater strain to cultivate higher multipliers. With his earthling physique, achieving a 10-fold or 20-fold increase was utterly impossible. If Goku, with a combat power of 3 million, could utilize a 20-fold increase, Lin Yuan, with 3 million combat power, could only manage a 5 or 8-fold increase at most, lest he risk exploding from the exertion. Once Goku had passed Chi-Chi's test, Lin Yuan led him to the Supreme Kai's temple, where he expressed his intentions. He also used the prospect of teaching Piccolo the Kaioken as bait, requesting Piccolo to mentor his son Gohan in his training. Chapter 39. Preparations for war on a certain planet in the North Galaxy. 2 individuals, one tall and one short, sat side by side around a source of fire. Their attire closely resembled that of Raditz. The taller individual, sporting a bald head, handed a freshly grilled piece of meat to the smaller companion. That Raditz fellow actually fell on Earth. Humph, such a waste of space. He deserved to die. Taken down by someone with a mere combat power in the hundreds. Should we seek revenge for Raditz on Earth? I was initially disinterested, but it seems there is something on Earth called the Dragon Balls, which are said to grant any wish. I find that rather intriguing. Moreover, Kakarot the traitor must pay for his betrayal, capable of granting any wish. I wonder if that's true. Regardless, our next target is Earth. I intend to use the 7 Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life. Nappa, prepare for departure. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the universe, a massive spacecraft was hurtling forward at incredible speed. Within the control room, a man equipped with a scouter inquired of a subordinate. What planets are on our target list next? Report, my lord. Our next target is a planet called Barus, with an estimated arrival time of about 6 months. The subsequent planet is one named Earth, located approximately. Wait, you mean that lowly planet Earth? Shouldn't it have been destroyed by Kakarot long ago? Report, my lord. Scans indicate that Earth has not been destroyed and is teeming with life signals, making it an excellent target for us. What is the meaning of this? Change of plans. Head directly to Earth. Understood, my lord. Target location has been modified, and we will reach Earth in less than a year and a half. Earth at this moment. Lin Yuan arrived at the Kame house, preparing to bring Lin Ichi back to West City. Upon seeing her father, Lin Ichi joyfully leaped into his embrace. Daddy, you're back. Let me tell you about my days. However, when Gohan was mentioned, Lin Ichi's expression turned to one of concern. Gohan was captured by a bad uncle. And that bad uncle is incredibly strong, even stronger than Uncle Goku. At this point, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others shared worried glances with Lin Yuan, recounting recent events. Even with Goku and Piccolo's combined strength, there lingered an unshakable sense of unease. Do not worry, that scion named Raditz has been dealt with. Goku and Gohan are safe. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Lin Yuan continued, however, we have received troubling news. In 1 year, 2 scions even stronger than Raditz will arrive on Earth. To combat them, I have requested the Supreme Kai's assistance, and he has agreed to train a group of warriors from Earth. Krillin, are you willing to go? Krillin hesitated, then eventually spoke up. Yes, although it's dangerous, the guidance of the Supreme Kai will be invaluable. Plus, we have Goku and you with us. We should be safe, right? Ha. Lin Yuan patted Krillin on the shoulder. I can't guarantee that, but having more strength certainly increases our odds. Lu Ping, I'll leave finding him to you. I trust he will be eager to train with the Supreme Kai. As for Tien Shinhan, I will take care of him. Krillin pounded his chest, assuring Lin Yuan that he would handle it. Lin Yuan then handed Bulma the capsule containing the aircraft and scouter, outlining his specific requests, which earned him a roll of her eyes. Not elaborating further, Lin Yuan embraced Lin Ichi, pressed his fingers to his forehead, sensed for a moment, and then vanished from sight. Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others were unfazed by this occurrence. After inquiring about Lu Ping's likely whereabouts from Bulma, they set off to find him. Bulma and Lu Ping had been embroiled in frequent quarrels and cold wars during this period. The reason, of course, is that Bulma cannot tolerate Lu Ping's fickleness, while Lu Ping is unwilling to apologize, making it even less likely for Bulma to concede. especially since it was Lu Ping who was initially at fault. The two remain in this standoff. And had it not been for the need to seek Lu Ping for training, they might have continued this Cold War until a direct breakup ensued. Lin Yuan's figure reappeared as he arrived at his home in West City. The moment Yi stepped inside, he dashed into Lan Qi's embrace. As this little one was particularly clingy to his mother, causing Lin Yuan to feel a twinge of jealousy at times. Now, both Lan Qi and Lin Yuan were 35 years old, yet their faces bore little sign of aging. Rather, their demeanor had matured significantly. This was naturally related to Lin Yuan's long years of martial arts practice, while Lan Qi's good maintenance was one factor, and the other was due to Lin Yuan's request to Shunlong. Yi animatedly recounted his experiences at Baozi Mountain with Wu Fan, continually inquiring when he could visit Uncle Goku again to play with Wu Fan. Lin Yuan approached the mother and son, gently lifting Yi from Lan Qi's arms and setting him down on the floor. With a slightly serious tone, he said, "Xiao Qi, I've told you before. You are already a big boy. Don't cling to your mother for no reason, understand?" Lan Qi looked at the two most beloved men in her life. Her eyes filled with affection and happiness. "Oh, come on. Yi is not even 5 yet. What is wrong with him wanting to be close to his mother?" "Silly dad," she added, playfully patting Lin Yuan's arm as she lifted Yi back into her embrace, showering him with adoration. Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly, feeling as if he were becoming an outsider. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Qi, you probably won't be able to see Wu Fan for a while. He has gone to the deep mountains with Piccolo to train," Lin Yuan continued. Upon hearing that he couldn't find Wu Fan, Yi was not disheartened. Instead, he looked excited and exclaimed, "Training? Dad, you said Wu Fan went to train, so I want to train too. I don't want Wu Fan to become stronger than me." His eyes sparkled with aspiration at the mention of training. Lan Qi remained silent. Although she was reluctant to let her son train, she respected his wishes. Most importantly, this decision required Lin Yuan's approval. Yi had brought this up before, but Lin Yuan had previously denied him. The mother and son then turned their gaze to Lin Yuan, awaiting his response. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan asked Yi, "Training is very tough. Are you sure you can endure it?" Upon sensing a hint of concession from his father, Yi eagerly nodded. Yes, I can definitely endure it. I am a big boy. All right, I agree. Tomorrow you will go to the GE Martial Arts Hall to practice the basics. If you can stick with it, your father will personally train you," Lin Yuan said, seeing his son's enthusiasm. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added with a mischievous smile, "By the way, son, you say you're a big boy, but how can a big boy always want his mother to hold him?" Upon hearing this, Yi immediately jumped down from Lan Qi's arms, feigning a demeanor of a big man, fearful that his father might change his mind. This elicited hearty laughter from both Lin Yuan and Lan Qi. Chapter 40. Wu Fan's training. Lin Yuan's agreement for his son to train was not without reason. Logically speaking, as a human with earthly blood, even if he trained, his potential could never match that of a scion. Not to mention, Yi often declared he could not allow Wu Fan to surpass him. Wu Fan was a formidable individual, renowned for his unparalleled potential in Dragon Ball. Lin Yuan himself had no confidence that, upon awakening his bloodline, he could surpass Wu Fan. He did not believe his son could outshine Wu Fan either. However, nothing is absolute. Lin Yuan sensed that his son possessed remarkable talent for martial arts. Even without instruction, he could perceive ki at the age of 4, demonstrating considerable combat prowess. Perhaps this was due to inheriting Lan Qi's golden-haired lineage or some other reason. Lin Yuan was uncertain, only knowing that his son's hair remained golden and did not change color regardless of circumstances. Perhaps his son would turn out to be an extraordinary genius in the future. Lin Yuan intended to send Yi to the martial arts hall early the next morning, letting today pass without further ado. At the GE Martial Arts Hall, two figures descended at the entrance, Tianjin Fan and Nan Wu. Upon sensing the energy signatures of Raditz, Goku, and others, they hurried towards the battlefield. However, halfway through, Raditz's energy vanished, compelling them to retreat. Could it be that Goku and Piccolo defeated him? Nan Wu inquired, puzzled. Tianjin Fan reflected on the energies he had sensed. Goku and Piccolo were unlikely to be that individual's match. Even if they could prevail, it was improbable they could resolve the matter in such a short time. Nan Wu was even more perplexed. Who could it be? Although it was only for a moment, I felt an energy more powerful than that evil presence, and it felt familiar, akin to Lin Yuan's energy. If it is Lin Yuan, that makes sense. But wasn't he training on some alien planet? How did he return? Nanwu suddenly understood. If it is Lin Yuan, we will know in a few days. He will surely come to the martial arts hall. Indeed. With that, the two entered the martial arts hall. Nowadays, the GE Martial Arts Hall had expanded significantly compared to a few years prior, with a fully matured system in place. There were a total of 300 disciples. The hall was still under the leadership of Nan Wu, with a new vice master, Sate, assisting him. Below the vice master, there were the previous two captains and a newly appointed captain, Yuz. In total, there were 3 captains, now divided into chief captains and junior captains. The 3 captains, Fu Lei, Lin Yuan, and Yuz, had been promoted to chief captains, each with the authority to select 5 junior captains. Each chief captain was responsible for the regular training of around 100 disciples. The gravity chamber had also been expanded to 3. The more outstanding students within each group could train in the gravity chamber for longer periods. Conversely, those lacking ambition were denied access to the gravity chamber and could even be expelled from the hall. Over time, several students had been expelled, primarily those unable to withstand the rigors of training and causing trouble, such as forming cliques, extorting newcomers, bribing captains, or bullying the ordinary. With a larger group, management became more challenging, which was the purpose of establishing junior captains. Fortunately, the vast majority were dedicated to martial arts. Currently, the GE Martial Arts Hall stood as a paragon of martial prowess in West City and indeed the entire world. With the proliferation of mobile networks, many from across the nation sought to learn the art. The reason was simple, because the GE Martial Arts Hall possessed formidable strength. In the evening, little Ichi lay nestled between Lan Shi and Lin Yuan, listening to Lin Yuan narrate enchanting tales filled with wonder. His large eyes sparkled with curiosity about the unknown, while Lan Shi listened with great interest as Lin Yuan recounted stories from novels or anime he had read during his time on Blue Star. Gradually, both mother and son drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, far away on the other side of the earth, Wu Fan found it difficult to sleep. He was perched atop a towering rock formation, approximately 200 to 300 meters above the ground. The space at the top was exceedingly small, about 10 square meters. The howling cold wind whipped across Wu Fan's face, drying the tears beneath his eyes. He curled up on the ground, hugging his chest, as if this could provide him with warmth, appearing quite pitiful. After leaving Wu Fan here, Piccolo intended for him to survive alone for 6 months before beginning his martial training. But at this moment, Wu Fan was both cold and hungry, and exceedingly frightened. He did not wish to live here alone. He wanted to go home. Yet, he could not return. Gohan had been trapped here for 2 days, lacking even the courage to glance down, let alone descend. With a pitiful sniffle, a sudden breeze swept by, and out of the corner of his eye, Gohan spotted 2 bright red apples. How delightful! They must have fallen from the tree. Gohan eagerly picked up the 2 apples and looked up, only to find no apple tree in sight. Never mind, he thought. He would eat them first. He took a hearty bite out of one. It was a tad sour, yet remarkably delicious. Soon, 2 apple cores littered the ground, and though Gohan felt a lingering desire for more, he was quite content, having feared he might go hungry that night. After finishing the fruit, Gohan curled up and lay down on the ground, his small frame trembling slightly as thoughts of his mother's savory meat buns danced in his mind. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Not far above, Piccolo observed the slumbering Gohan, murmuring, "Humph, I'll assist you this one time. From tomorrow onward, if you cannot find sustenance, it will be of no concern to me." Thus, Gohan's training commenced in this harsh and unforgiving environment. Before long, the dawn arrived. After breakfast, Lin Yuan took Ichi to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall. After entrusting Ichi to Sato for training, Lin Yuan discussed with Tianjin Fan and Namu the plans to cultivate at the Temple of the Gods. Without much deliberation, they decided to accompany him to train under the gods. Namu now found himself with considerably more free time, as the 3 captains were capable of handling most matters at the martial arts hall, and if necessary, Sato was there to assist. Crucially, Namu had grown exceedingly powerful. Apart from himself, Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo, no one stood a chance against him. Since Namu was willing to go, it seemed perfectly fitting. Chapter 41. Cultivating Individuals. In Eastern Capital, towering skyscrapers lined the streets, bustling with throngs of people. Hovering vehicles zipped through the air as laughter and chatter filled the atmosphere, blissfully unaware of the calamity that was about to unfold. Suddenly, Two blinding streaks of light zipped through the sky. A little girl tugged at her mother's hand, pointing at the two ominous black dots above. "Mommy, what is that?" The mother looked up, equally puzzled. "Perhaps it's a meteor?" As the black dots grew larger, realization dawned on some. They were two spherical objects hurtling toward Eastern capital at breakneck speed. Moments later, the two meteors struck the commercial district just under 2 kilometers from the financial center, creating two enormous craters. The shockwaves shattered all glass within a radius of hundreds of meters. Two craters, each over 50 meters in diameter, belched forth thick smoke. Amidst the chaos, some screamed and fled, others called the authorities, while many gathered to witness the spectacle. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the hatch doors of the two spherical crafts slowly opened, revealing two figures cloaked in smoke. One was exceptionally tall, bald, with bulging muscles, clad in standard Saiyan battle attire. A cruel grin stretched across his face as he surveyed the terrified crowd, as if gazing down at mere insects. The other figure, comparatively shorter, radiated a more intimidating aura. His black hair stood on end like steel needles, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. "Looks like this planet is quite lively," Nappa remarked casually. Vegeta, without even a glance, replied indifferently, "Who cares if it's lively? As long as we can fetch a good price." Nappa turned to Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Vegeta, my body feels rusty. May I stretch my limbs?" Vegeta nodded slightly. "Just be careful not to overdo it. Otherwise, we won't fetch a good price." Nappa grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Rest assured, I know my limits." With that, he slowly raised his right hand, extending two fingers, and suddenly thrust them upwards. A cataclysmic wave of energy emanated from Nappa's form, radiating outwards, transforming Eastern capital into a hellish landscape. Skyscrapers crumbled like building blocks, and within mere moments, hundreds of thousands perished, vaporized by the sheer force of the energy. In mere seconds, Eastern capital was no more. One of the most prosperous metropolises on Earth was obliterated at the merest flick of a Scion's fingers. "Oops, I might have overdone it," Nappa cackled. Vegeta remained expressionless, as if witnessing something utterly mundane. He pressed a button on his scouter and stated, "All right, time to get down to business." According to the scouter, this planet harbors several strong energy signatures, all exceeding 1,000. Nappa licked his lips. Regardless, they could never match us Scions. "Let us go, Nappa. We must first meet the strongest warrior on this planet and inquire about the Dragon Balls and Kakarot's whereabouts." With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, Nappa close behind. 10 minutes earlier, Lin Yuan had already been alerted to the impending arrival of the Scions and had notified the warriors to gather at Piccolo's location. Lin Yuan then made his way to King Kai's planet, preparing to bring Goku back to Earth. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan and Goku executed an instant transmission, their forms flickering into existence at the residence of Snake Princess. "Goku, we may need to fly for a while. Once we reach King Yama, I can teleport again. I cannot cover such a distance in one go." Thus, they set off toward Earth. At that moment, Piccolo, Gohan, Tianjin Fan, Namu, Dumpling, Krillin, Lepin, and Lin Ichi had all gathered together. Their expressions were grave and tense as they fixed their gaze on the horizon, sensing the two rapidly approaching energy signatures. "They're coming. Everyone be alert," Piccolo shouted. The group looked up to see two figures, one tall and one short, hovering above, gazing down at them before slowly descending. Thud, thud. The two landed in succession. Vegeta wore a disdainful expression. "It seems you were aware of our impending arrival. Do you intend to beg for mercy collectively? Or do you foolishly believe you can defeat us? Huh, just look at this pathetic lot." Nappa laughed heartily, casually activating his scouter, his gaze sweeping over the group. Power levels at 15009901458133110009115010838835. Nappa exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect there to be quite a few strong warriors on this planet. No wonder you're not afraid." Ha ha ha. At this moment, beads of sweat trickled down Piccolo and the others' faces. It was truly unbelievable. They were far more powerful than I had anticipated, their aura pressing down on me like a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Piccolo spoke first. Krillin echoed, "Indeed, I feel the same way. I thought I had become significantly stronger, but it seems I underestimated the enemy's power." Just then, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Piccolo, as if coming to a realization. "So that's it, it's the Namekians. That confirms it. The Dragon Balls are indeed real." Piccolo met Vegeta's gaze, perplexed. What Namekians? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Vegeta, surprised that this Namekian did not recognize his own identity, slowly replied, the Namekians are a wondrous race in the universe, rumored to possess various special abilities, one of which is the creation of wish orbs. And as he spoke, Vegeta pointed at Piccolo, declaring, you are a Namekian. I had only heard tales before, but now it seems all of it is true. Our purpose here is also to seek the Dragon Balls. So if you know what they are, you'd best tell us their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was taken aback, realizing he was not even from Earth, which explained why he looked so different from humans. Coming back to his senses, he resolutely refused to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. As Bick understood that his adversary was a merciless scion, he realized that even if he surrendered the Dragon Balls, the fate of himself, his companions, and the Earth would still be sealed in death. The only hope lay in stalling for Goku and Lin Yuan's arrival. He chuckled, very well, let us entertain you. Vegeta, with a playful grin, remarked, Naba, I recall that there should still be 6 seeds of the cultivator left. Naba produced a bag and poured out its contents. 6 beans, indeed. Let us plant all 6 and allow the cultivators to entertain them. Naba grinned mischievously. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Before long, 6 cultivators erupted from the soil, their faces twisted in bloodthirsty smirks, each possessing a combat power of 1200. Chapter 42, Melancholy. Gazing at the 6 diminutive yet menacing cultivators before Vegeta and Naba, Lepin swallowed hard and stepped forward. Let me be the first to engage. Allow them to witness the fruits of my training. In response, Vegeta commanded one cultivator to step forward to confront him, with only one stipulation: to kill the opponent at all costs. The battle commenced swiftly as the cultivator emitted a piercing screech and charged forth. Its speed was astonishing, reaching Lepin in the blink of an eye. Claws aimed at his throat. Lepin dodged to the side, delivering a swift chop to the cultivator's neck. The cultivator staggered back, and the 2 adversaries quickly distanced themselves, sizing each other up. If this is the extent of your prowess, Lepin grinned, I alone can handle all 6 of you. With that, Lepin unleashed his full strength, lunging at the cultivator and delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. A dull thud echoed as the cultivator doubled over, spewing green liquid. Without granting the cultivator a moment's respite, Lepin followed up with a kick that sent it soaring into the air. Before the cultivator could react, Lepin was already behind it, gripping tightly and slamming it into the ground. He then propelled a ki blast downward. The sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly, and when the dust settled, only a lifeless body remained in the crater. Returning to the ground, Lepin cast a challenging glance at the remaining 5 cultivators, beckoning them with a curled finger. Who among you wishes to meet their demise next? The 5 cultivators bared their teeth, itching to rend the human before them, but without Vegeta's command, they dared not advance. Naba inwardly scoffed at their cowardice, while Vegeta wore a sinister grin. Patience, Naba, the show is just beginning. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air behind Lepin. His hair stood on end as he spun around, his pupils dilating in shock. The very cultivator meant to be vanquished had surged from the pit, arms wide, clinging desperately to Lepin. Straining with all his might, Lepin struggled in vain against the cultivator's grasp. Lepin! Krillin cried out in terror, attempting to rush to his aid. But it was too late. A deafening explosion erupted as the cultivator self-destructed. The force of the blast was so powerful that it rendered the onlookers momentarily blind. When their vision returned, they beheld a bloodied Lepin lying on the ground, almost devoid of life. Krillin dashed forward, cradling Lepin in his arms, but Lepin's breath was faint. Lepin, no? Krillin fell to his knees, tears blurring his vision. Tien, recovering from his shock, retrieved a senzu bean from his pouch. There is still hope. He rushed to the bloodied Lepin, placing the bean in his mouth and urging him, quick, eat this. It's a senzu bean. Krillin, aware of the bean's healing properties, sighed in relief as Lepin consumed it, but his anger remained unquenched. He turned to the remaining cultivators, his rage surging. Veins bulged on his forehead as a yellow energy orb rapidly formed in his hand. Tien, seeing the danger, swiftly moved Lepin to safety. Die! Krillin thrust the energy sphere forward. The projectile flew slowly, allowing the cultivators to evade it, and not a single one was struck. Yet, a smirk crept onto Krillin's face. They had fallen for his trick. He swiftly raised his hand, then slammed it downward. The energy sphere came to an abrupt halt, soaring skyward before splitting into 6 energy blasts that rained down upon the 5 cultivators and Vegeta and Nappa. As the cultivators landed, unable to escape in time, they were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa stood their ground, unscathed by the assault. Remarkable, Uncle Krillin, Lin Ichi, and Gohan exclaimed in unison. Yet, Vegeta and Nappa remained unharmed, adhering to the principle of being impervious amidst smoke and chaos. How is this possible? Kaiatsu gasped in astonishment. Others shared his shock. Although they anticipated that the attack would not defeat the Saiyans, they had not expected it to inflict no harm whatsoever. How powerful must these Saiyans be? Nappa cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. Game time is over, insects. He then turned to Vegeta. Allow me to eliminate them. Vegeta remained silent. Granting tacit approval, Nappa stepped forward, unleashing a ferocious aura that enveloped him in crackling yellow electricity. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Tien, delivering a devastating punch. Tien. Bick realized the magnitude of the blow and shouted, "Dodge." Tien attempted to evade, but the overwhelming force of Nappa's aura rendered him immobile. He could only raise his arms to block. A sickening crack resounded as Tien's arm bent at an unnatural angle, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite. Without hesitation, Bick roared, all at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bick, Krillin, and Nappa charged at Nappa simultaneously, while Kaiatsu formed a hand seal, hoping to restrict Nappa's movements. However, Nappa remained unfazed, turning to engage the three fighters. Each of their attacks was deftly parried, and with casual strikes, Nappa sent them flying one by one. Lin Ichi and Gohan, trembling since Lepin's demise, stood frozen, mouths agape, utterly powerless. After all, they were merely 5-year-old children. Lin Yuan had instructed Lin Ichi to stay out of the fray, but upon hearing that Gohan would join, he had sneakily followed. After the trio fell, Nappa set his sights on Kaiatsu above. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Kaiatsu, grasping his head and slamming him against a nearby rock. Kaiatsu weakly flailed his arms, but it was futile. After repeated impacts, he gradually lost the strength to resist, his arms drooping lifelessly. In mere moments, Nappa had defeated everyone, laughing maniacally in the air. Ha ha, a bunch of insects daring to obstruct us Saiyans, truly delusional. Before he could finish his taunt, he felt a force latch onto his back. Turning to see the little Kaiatsu clinging desperately, Nappa reached out to seize him, but his massive frame struggled to grasp the small figure. Kaiatsu clung tightly, his body beginning to glow with blue energy. Meanwhile, Bick, Tien, and the others regained their composure, watching Kaiatsu with confusion. Kaiatsu, get down, Tien shouted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Kaiatsu, eyes tightly shut, radiated a serene acceptance. Goodbye, Tien. You must survive. I am too weak to do more than this. With that, the energy within Kaiatsu surged explosively, detonating in a cataclysmic blast before Nappa's horrified gaze. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in agony as memories of his encounters with Kaiatsu flooded his mind, from their initial meeting in the Crane School to their reunion at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo where he crossed paths with Lin Yuan, leading him to redemption and the formation of lasting friendships with Goku and Master Roshi. The final image that lingered in his mind was that of Kaiatsu, just before his self-detonation. Echoing in his ears were Kaiatsu's farewell words. Goodbye, Tien Shinhan. Aya. In a fit of fury, Tien's muscles tensed, his body radiating an ominous red hue. The pain from his broken arm barely registered as the anguish of Kaiatsu's death consumed him. The Eternal Dragon had resurrected Kaiatsu once. This time, even it could not intervene. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others wore expressions of deep sorrow, despite having mentally prepared for sacrifice. Witnessing a friend perish was a torment far more profound than death itself. Chapter 43, Chi Yuan Slash. After an overwhelming wave of sorrow, boundless rage surged within him. Among the warriors present, only Gohan and Lin Ichi felt fear. Tien Shinhan slowly raised his hand, forming a single-handed seal aimed at Nappa. Lightning crackled around his arm, and a formidable energy coalesced. I will never forgive you. I will expend every ounce of my energy to avenge Kaiatsu. Tien gritted his teeth as he unleashed the ultimate Kamehameha. A powerful energy wave surged toward Nappa. By the time Nappa realized the attack, it was too late to evade. He was engulfed by the overwhelming force. The explosion echoed loudly, prompting Piccolo and the others to gaze upward. As the light faded, Nappa remained unscathed in the air. his battle suit marred only by minor rips, smoke billowing around him. Witnessing his mightiest attack fail, Tian Xinhan fell to the ground, utterly drained. At that moment, Lu Ping regained consciousness and rushed to Tian's side, inquiring about his injuries. Lin Yiqi also approached, producing a senzu bean from his pocket. "Uncle Tian, take this senzu bean quickly." Seeing the senzu bean, Lu Ping felt a wave of relief. Upon consuming the bean, Tian's wounds healed instantly, even restoring his severed arm. Vegeta and Nappa observed this spectacle, their faces a mixture of confusion. The secrets of Earth were indeed numerous. From Dragon Balls to miraculous beans that could restore one's state in an instant. Delaying further was not an option. If this continued, Nappa, the worthless brute, might actually lose. And would it fall to him to intervene? Vegeta's expression grew cold as he issued a command to Nappa. "End this swiftly. Eliminate everyone except the Namekian." Nappa, filled with rage, eagerly complied. "I understand, Vegeta. I'll kill them all." Tien and Lu Ping exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Nappa, resuming their battle stances. The fight recommenced. "Piccolo, South, I have a secret technique to deal with him, but I need you to distract him. If I can land it, he will undoubtedly perish." Krillin whispered to the two. They exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Piccolo and South charged at Nappa. "Tien, Lu Ping, let's attack together," Piccolo shouted. As the four warriors converged, Nappa let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha. Come on, this saves me the trouble of killing you one by one." Quickly, the four engaged Nappa in a fierce melee. Despite Nappa's superior strength, he found it challenging to fend off their combined assault. Seizing an opportunity, Nappa punched Tien away but was simultaneously struck by Lu Ping and Piccolo. Enduring the pain, he retaliated, kicking Piccolo away, only for South to land a kick to his face. Meanwhile, on the ground, Krillin raised one hand overhead, conjuring a disc-shaped energy blade while observing the battle above, seeking the opportune moment. As the moment arrived, Krillin leaned back, channeling all his strength to launch the energy blade. Chi Yuan slash. "Move aside," at Krillin's shout. Piccolo and the others instinctively scattered in all directions, leaving a bewildered Nappa behind. "Nappa, move, you fool," Vegeta shouted, sensing the impending doom of Krillin's attack. Realizing the danger, Nappa turned, but the Chi Yuan slash was already upon him. He could only slightly shift his body as it sliced through his arm. "Ah, my arm." Nappa clutched his severed limb, blood spilling forth. As a Saiyan, he had never endured such agony, his face contorted in despair. What a worthless fool, Vegeta thought, devoid of sympathy for his wounded comrade, only fueling his desire to kill. It appears Nappa is of no use. If he cannot handle such a trivial foe, I shall have to step in myself. Vegeta muttered, a cold smile on his lips. "Nappa, return. Continue like this, and you will perish." Though reluctant, Nappa's immense pain sparked a desire to retreat. The thought of relying on Prince Vegeta for vengeance brought a twisted smile to his face. "With Prince Vegeta on my side, you are all doomed. His power far exceeds mine," he boasted. "Indeed, I will intervene." Nappa, Vegeta's icy voice rang out, oblivious to the underlying threat. Nappa envisioned the Earthlings begging for mercy. Suddenly, Vegeta placed a hand on Nappa's shoulder and with a powerful thrust, sent Nappa soaring into the sky. Confused, Nappa questioned, "What are you doing, Prince Vegeta?" "Humph, perish. You are nothing but a useless waste." Vegeta scoffed, unleashing an energy wave at the bewildered Nappa. Boom. Nappa's body exploded in midair, dead beyond resurrection. He died without comprehending that Vegeta's intention to intervene was, in fact, a death sentence for him. What a heartless Saiyan. Mercilessly slaying his own ally. Krillin stood in shock, unable to grasp the scene before him. Piccolo mirrored his astonishment. But his shock stemmed from the revelation that a Saiyan they could only hope to match with 5 warriors had been obliterated in a single strike. Just how powerful was this diminutive Saiyan? There was no chance of victory. This thought permeated Piccolo's mind. While there may have been a glimmer of hope against Nappa, they stood no chance against this Saiyan named Vegeta. Immediately, Piccolo yelled to Krillin, "Krillin, South, take Gohan and Lin Yiqi and flee. Otherwise, we will all perish here." Before he finished speaking, a beam of light pierced through Piccolo's body. "I've changed my mind. I will kill you all. Then I shall seek even greater Dragon Balls on Namek." Clutching his chest, Piccolo slowly collapsed. At that moment, the Supreme Kai sensed a shift, his form flickering, an omen that his lifespan was nearing its end. "Baba, my time may be drawing to a close." Piccolo is dead. Tears welled in Baba's eyes. But there was nothing she could do to halt the Supreme Kai's fading presence, helplessly watching as he became increasingly insubstantial. Just then, two figures appeared in the Kai's temple, Goku and Lin Yuan, having returned from the realm of the King of Hell. Upon arriving at the temple, Lin Yuan beheld the ethereal silhouette of the celestial deity. He muttered to himself, "This is dire." In an instant, as Piccolo collapsed, Gohan rushed forward, closely followed by Lin Ichi. While sprinting, Lin Ichi rummaged through his pocket for the senzu beans, continually reassuring Gohan, "Don't worry, Gohan. I have senzu beans. Uncle Piccolo will be fine." Vegeta swiftly positioned himself between the two youngsters, delivering a punch to each and sending Gohan and Lin Ichi flying. "Did you think you could use those beans to save anyone?" "I'm not foolish," Vegeta scoffed. "Krillin, take the two kids and flee, otherwise I will have no explanation for Lin Yuan." As he spoke, Nam was already standing in front of Vegeta, flanked by Tien and Yamcha. "Hurry, Krillin. We'll hold him off," Yamcha urged. Tien, with a resolute expression, had already made up his mind. If he could not avenge Kairatsu today, he would join him in the afterlife. Seeing this, Krillin ceased his hesitations, scooping up Gohan and Lin Ichi before turning to flee. "Humph. None of you will escape today," Vegeta declared coldly. Final flash. Kamehameha. As Vegeta's voice fell, 3 energy waves struck him, granting Krillin a moment's respite to escape. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta emerged unscathed, his gaze icy as he fixated on the 3 before him. "Since you wish to die first, I shall oblige. They won't escape far." With a sudden burst of destructive energy, he unleashed a purple wave towards them. Just as the 3 believed all hope was lost, a silver-white energy blast surged forth, deflecting Vegeta's attack. "Oh, more reinforcements?" Vegeta squinted, assessing the 2 figures in the distance. Ignoring Vegeta, Lin Yuan first distributed a senzu bean to each of the 3. "Are Lin Ichi and Gohan unharmed?" he inquired. Nam consumed the senzu bean and replied, "They'll be fine. They were merely frightened and sustained minor injuries. However, Piccolo and Kaiatsu are dead." Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze shifting to the fallen Piccolo. It seemed he was beyond saving. A gaping wound marred his abdomen. And even with a senzu bean, he could not transform energy to heal such grievous injuries. Had it been a mere scratch, there might have been hope. "Nam, Tien, Yamcha, take Piccolo's body to Kame House. I will handle this with Goku." The 3 nodded, understanding their presence was merely a burden here. "Be careful, Lin Yuan and Goku. This scion is far more powerful than we anticipated." With that, they hoisted Piccolo's body and departed. Vegeta made no move to obstruct them, knowing these 2 would not let him pass. "You 2 must be the ones who killed Raditz," he remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Kakarot, in this one, your voice sounds familiar." "Indeed, I was the one who ended Raditz," Lin Yuan admitted openly. Vegeta's cold chuckle followed as he activated his scouter. "Power level, 4300. It seems you have a means to manipulate energy freely, or perhaps you're merely boasting. And where's your companion? Has he already met his end?" Lin Yuan refrained from answering, instead posing another question. "That worthless fool was killed by my own hand. He was utterly useless." "Lin Yuan, stop wasting time with him. Let me take him on." Goku stepped forward, facing Vegeta. "Kakarot, I never thought a low-class warrior like you would dare to challenge me." Vegeta crossed his arms, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Even a low-class warrior can grow strong through diligent training." Goku assumed a fighting stance, his energy surging. Vegeta's scouter numbers fluctuated wildly. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. "Humph. A mere 7,000 power level." He scoffed. "Let me show you what true power is." Before the words left his lips, Vegeta appeared before Goku like a phantom, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Goku barely managed to raise his arms in defense, yet was still sent flying several hundred meters. Coughing up blood, Goku knelt on one knee, gazing up at Vegeta, who approached with a condescending glint in his eyes. "Too slow, too weak. You think you can defeat me with such paltry strength?" Vegeta aimed a kick at Goku's head, which he narrowly avoided by tilting his head. Goku retaliated with a kick of his own, only for Vegeta to seize his foot firmly. With a brutal toss, he sent Goku hurtling away. As Goku adjusted his trajectory in midair, he realized the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. "If that's the case, I'll unleash the Kaioken ×2. Goku roared, enveloped in a raging red aura. His muscles expanded dramatically, veins bulging beneath his skin. "What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Goku's fist slammed into his face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Interesting, Vegeta licked his lips, his earlier mockery replaced by a hint of seriousness. Now we're getting somewhere. The two figures erupted into a flurry of movement, colliding midair with thunderous sound waves accompanying each clash. For a moment, they appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Eventually, they broke apart, Goku fixating on Vegeta. I know you haven't unleashed your full power yet. Show me everything you've got. Humph, warm-up's over. Now you'll witness the chasm between a low-class warrior and an elite. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists, a purple aura erupting from within him. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Dark clouds spiraled above him, and the earth trembled violently. Vegeta's power surged at an alarming rate. Under Lin Yuan's watchful gaze, Vegeta's battle power finally stabilized at 19,000. Suspended in the air, Vegeta looked down at Goku. Do you see this, Kakarot? This is the gulf that separates us. The oppressive force was palpable. Was this truly his full strength? Goku felt cold sweat trickling down his back, realizing he would have to resort to a threefold Kaioken. He hoped his body could withstand it. Drawing a deep breath, Goku declared, Kaioken times 3. Instantly, his energy surged again, though the strain on his body intensified. What? Vegeta's expression turned to disbelief. How could this happen? This guy is still growing stronger. It seems he's even beyond my full power. This is impossible. In the next moment, Goku vanished from sight, and Vegeta felt a crushing blow from behind, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Before he could recover, Goku descended from above, driving his knee into Vegeta's chest. Cough. Vegeta spat blood, his eyes wide with incredulity. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I lose to a low-class warrior like you? Ignoring Vegeta's protests, Goku launched a powerful energy blast directly at him. Vegeta barely managed to ascend and evade the attack. In the air, Vegeta gazed at the blood on his hands, seething with rage. Damn it! I will bury the entire earth with you, Kakarot. Vegeta pressed his palms together, a formidable purple energy accumulating in his grasp. Gallic Gun. He thrust his hands downward, unleashing an energy wave capable of annihilating the entire planet towards Goku. Ha ha ha. Let it be reduced to ashes along with the earth. Confronted with this terrifying strike, Goku realized he could not evade. He clasped his hands at his waist, summoning an equally fierce blue energy wave. Kamehameha. The blue and white energy beams collided with the purple energy waves in midair, two forces of annihilation grappling with one another. Instantly, the earth trembled, countless trees were uprooted, and rocks soared into the sky. Vegeta's face contorted in rage as he unleashed all his power in one fell swoop, causing Goku's Kamehameha to be slowly pushed back. No way. I won't let you succeed. Kaioken times 4. Goku suddenly roared, his veins bulging, and his aura swelling around him. The beam of the Kamehameha abruptly thickened, shattering Vegeta's Gallic Gun with overwhelming force. No. Vegeta's scream echoed through the sky as he was propelled upward into the clouds by the Kamehameha wave. After executing this feat, Goku fell straight down, utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. At that moment, Lin Yuan swiftly appeared beside Goku. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Goku rasped, "Be careful, Lin Yuan. He is not dead yet." Lin Yuan nodded and fed Goku a senzu-bean. I understand. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 45. Defeating the Prince Above the Clouds. Vegeta gasped for breath, barely escaping being blasted off the planet by the Kamehameha. He could not fathom how Kakarot, a warrior with such inferior combat power, could continually amplify his strength through unknown means. Damn it, what is this planet? Not only can they manipulate energy freely, but they can also exponentially enhance their power. Vegeta clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. After all his toil to become the strongest warrior among the Saiyans, he was now under the control of Frieza while being bested by a lowly Saiyan. It was not the time to worry about appearances. Vegeta had resolved to transform into a great ape and utterly obliterate this planet. However, upon searching, he found no trace of the moon. Damn it, did they destroy the moon in advance? Or does this planet lack a moon altogether? Regardless, he lifted his hand and unleashed a luminous white energy sphere, which hovered above him, expanding and radiating a blinding light. Vegeta fixated on this artificial moon, his blood boiling as his eyes lost focus. Thump, thump, thump. As his heartbeat crescendoed, His energy swelled in tandem with his form. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was scanning the ground for Vegeta's energy signature when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming glow above the clouds. An orb had appeared in the sky. Oh no. Realizing the implications, Lin Yuan soared upward. Roar. Mid-flight, Lin Yuan heard an earth-shattering roar from above, followed by the sight of a colossal gorilla diving toward him from the sky, resembling an ancient beast. Roar. The great ape Vegeta crashed to the ground, bellowing and pounding his chest. The sound reverberated through the earth, shaking it to its core. A terrifying aura emanated, the shockwave obliterating nearby rocks. Lin Yuan gazed solemnly at Vegeta, sensing the most powerful energy he had ever encountered, nearly 20 times stronger than his own. After venting his fury, the great ape Vegeta turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, speaking in human words. Whereas that Kakarot. I want to kill him first, then it's your turn. Apologies. But Goku only handles the first half. Now it's my turn to deal with you. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the great ape Vegeta leaped before him. His crimson eyes locked onto Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed that if the great ape could express emotions, Vegeta would undoubtedly be smirking at him. Well then, I'll kill you first. I'm quite curious about your true strength. By the way, I must remind you that once we Saiyans transform into great apes, our power multiplies tenfold. After declaring this, Vegeta sought to witness shock and fear on Lin Yuan's face. However, Lin Yuan remained composed, responding, You need not remind me. I am well aware of the Saiyans' prowess, including their weaknesses. What? You must be joking. Vegeta thought. A mere earthling knows more about Saiyans than I do. I am the Prince of Saiyans. How about this? Before Vegeta could process this, Lin Yuan slowly spoke, extending his hands before him. Solar flare. A brilliant light blinded Vegeta, who shielded his eyes and cried out, Damn. My eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta, channeling his energy into a blade, and struck fiercely at the base of Vegeta's tail. With a crisp sound, Vegeta's tail was severed and crashed heavily to the ground. In his blindness, Vegeta felt his entire body tingle, and his massive form began to shrink rapidly, gradually reverting to his human shape. Kneeling on the ground, Vegeta's face turned pale as he turned his head to look behind him, horrified. My tail. Damn it. Observing the furious Vegeta, Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly. See, now you believe me, right? I told you I know more than you. You just wouldn't listen. Vegeta glared at Lin Yuan with a look of pure rage, as if he wished to devour him whole. Stop talking nonsense. I will kill you. With that, he charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately activated the double Kaioken, and as Vegeta barreled toward him, he merely sidestepped slightly, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Following up with a knee strike, he sent Vegeta soaring into the air. Lin Yuan pursued, clasping his hands together into a hammer and crashing down onto Vegeta's back, driving him into the ground. As the dust settled, Vegeta lay in the center of a crater, unable to move. His battle suit was severely damaged, riddled with cracks. How is this possible? I am Vegeta. Even now? Vegeta refused to accept reality. In truth, if he were at his peak, defeating him would still pose a challenge for Lin Yuan. Yet, after enduring an intense battle with Goku and expending all his strength in a single attack, combined with the sudden loss of his tail, Vegeta was utterly overwhelmed. With his last vestiges of strength, Vegeta retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a few buttons. Soon, the circular spacecraft he had arrived and descended beside him. Vegeta struggled toward the machine. He must escape this place and return when he had recovered to exact his revenge. Seeing this, Lin Yuan approached Vegeta slowly, who wore an expression of despair. At that moment, Goku flew over, believing Lin Yuan intended to finish Vegeta off. He called out, Lin Yuan, why not let him go? Before Goku could finish, Lin Yuan gave him a reassuring look. He stepped in front of Vegeta, removed the scouter from his face, and crushed it in his hand. Vegeta was bewildered by Lin Yuan's intentions. He was now devoid of any means to resist, even lacking the strength to speak. If Lin Yuan wished to kill him, it would be certain death. Lin Yuan smiled at Vegeta. Rest assured, I will not kill you. You must know that the scouter was being monitored by someone. Vegeta's pupils constricted. How could he possibly know this? Moreover, his tone implied knowledge of Frieza. I merely wanted to warn you. Since he is already aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek, he may very well be on his way to find them. Perhaps he is already en route. After speaking, Lin Yuan retrieved a device resembling Vegeta's scouter from his pocket and placed it upon his head. This device has been modified by me. There is a button, when pressed. It allows Frieza to hear what you say. Press it again, and he will hear nothing, enabling you to convey false information. This might just give you a chance," he added, disregarding Vegeta's astonished expression. Lin Yuan then departed with Goku, leaving Vegeta, bewildered, to pilot his spacecraft into the vastness of space. Chapter 46. The Plan to Journey to Namek Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 12, Defeat Vegeta. Reward, Battle Power 1500, Bloodline Progress 5. Task 13. Reach Namek and undergo potential enhancement by the Grand Elder. Task Reward, Battle Power 2000, Bloodline Progress 5. Character Information Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, Human Battle Power, 13,000 Abilities. Instant Transmission, Kaioken Realm, God Nun. Lin Yuan reviewed the information panel. On the journey back, Goku expressed his gratitude for Lin Yuan's decision to spare Vegeta. With a confident demeanor, Lin Yuan replied, "It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a formidable opponent. I wish to challenge him again in his prime, as this victory was somewhat opportunistic." Goku, filled with excitement, resonated with Lin Yuan's sentiments, for he felt the same way. In truth, Lin Yuan merely spoke what Goku would appreciate, rather than revealing that this man would eventually reform, becoming a good ally, and even marrying Bulma, with whom he would have 2 children. Regardless of the original storyline or Lin Yuan's personal views, he had no intention of killing Vegeta. He admired the character and recognized the necessity of Vegeta's assistance on Earth. Although this victory seemed effortless, much of the credit belonged to Goku, and Lin Yuan merely benefited from the situation. After informing the Turtle Hermit and others that the Saiyans had been repelled, they collectively planned their next course of action. Naturally, they would head to Namek in search of new Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo and Kairatsu. However, they needed to wait for Bulma to complete the spaceship. Regarding the coordinates for Namek, Lin Yuan intended to visit King Kai the following day to inquire. Subsequently, Lin Yuan returned to West City with Lin Ichi. Despite Lin Ichi's reckless decision to join the battle, Lin Yuan was not upset, since he had decided to allow him to train. It was inevitable that he would face danger. In contrast, Gohan had grown remarkably fast, even surpassing Goku by the end of the Cell Saga. This was due in part to Piccolo's rigorous training and Gohan's consistent participation in battles. Thus, to enhance strength, the best method remained to seek fortune in peril through continuous combat. Alas, it was a burden for their mothers. Neither Launch nor Chi-Chi would wish for their sons to confront such adult dangers. No matter how talented their children might be, they merely hoped for their healthy growth, friendships, marriages, and families. Yet in the world of Dragon Ball, this was nearly impossible. Just consider the humans on Earth, who among them had not died at least once. Upon returning home, Launch anxiously checked Lin Ichi's body, fearing he might be injured. Fortunately, after her examination revealed no wounds, she sighed in relief. However, Lin Yuan knew that the boy had taken a punch from Vegeta. While it was not serious, a small scrape was visible on his face. To prevent Launch from noticing, Lin Yuan had given Lin Ichi a senzu-bean. After Launch confirmed Lin Yuan was unharmed, she went to prepare dinner. After a day of exertion and battle, both Lin Yuan and Lin Ichi were visibly fatigued. The father and son duo retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing bath. In the bathroom, Lin Yuan asked as he gently washed Lin Ichi's hair, "Through today's battle, did you gain any insights?" The moment the topic of combat arose, Lin Ichi's eyes sparkled with intensity, though soon a flicker of guilt replaced it. "Dad, I feel so weak. Those uncles are incredibly powerful, not just because of their strength, but because they refuse to back down against stronger foes. They dare to fight on." As he spoke, tears glimmered in his eyes. "But I was so scared that I couldn't move, and I just watched helplessly as everyone fell and was killed." Lin Yuan poured a basin of water over Lin Ichi's head, washing away both the shampoo and his tears. He then wrapped a towel around Lin Ichi's golden hair, drying it slowly. "What I observed was quite different. I saw you bravely utilizing the senzu beans to aid the uncles. That was truly courageous. In such circumstances, mustering the courage to assist others makes you the bravest little one I have ever known." As Lin Yuan dried Lin Ichi's hair, he saw the excitement reflected in his bright eyes. "Really, Dad? I was genuinely terrified, but I was even more afraid of seeing more people fall. So I gritted my teeth and rushed out. But then there was Uncle Piccolo." Lin Yuan gently placed his hand on his son's head, continuing to comfort him. "That is not your fault. The opponent was simply too powerful. Moreover, in such a situation, even consuming a senzu bean might have been ineffective. We will travel to Namek to seek new Dragon Balls to revive them. Now, do not worry. Quickly get dressed and prepare for dinner. Okay, Dad. I wonder what delicious food Mom will make today. Perhaps braised pork leg or dinosaur meat buns. I'm so excited. The little one hopped out of the bathroom after getting dressed. Seeing that Lin Ichi was not overly self-reproachful, Lin Yuan felt relieved. He dressed as well and joined his son in the living room to watch television. Before long, Launch had prepared a table full of delicious dishes, and the family gathered around the dining table to feast heartily. After dinner, Lin Yuan and Launch took their son for a short stroll before returning home early to rest, as they were thoroughly exhausted from the day's events. The next day arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Lin Yuan and Lin Ichi bid farewell to Launch and set off for Kame House. At Kame House, the small dwelling was filled with people, and those without seats naturally sat on the floor. Almost everyone had gathered. Lin Yuan spoke first, directing his gaze towards Bulma. So, Bulma, will the spaceship be ready? Bulma waved her hand confidently, assuring, rest assured, I will enlist my father's help, and it will definitely be completed within 2 months. Lin Yuan nodded. They had ample time, believing that Vegeta would surely devise a way to delay Frieza's arrival on Namek. Thus, Lin Yuan decided they would leave for Namek in 3 months. Uncle Lin Yuan, may I join you on this journey? Gohan timidly inquired, yet his eyes revealed determination. Lin Yuan understood that Gohan felt immense guilt over Piccolo's death, especially since even Lin Ichi was filled with remorse. After all, Piccolo had been like a second father to Gohan, teaching him the ways of survival. Very well, but does Chi-Chi agree? Upon hearing this, Goku scratched his head, promising to discuss it thoroughly with Chi-Chi back home, believing it would be fine. The group then engaged in discussions regarding who would accompany them to Namek. Ultimately, they decided that Lin Yuan, Lin Ichi, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan would embark on the journey together. The departure was set for 3 months later. Chapter 47. Another Wave Begins, Part 1. Initially, everyone wished to join, but under Lin Yuan's persuasion, they ultimately settled on just these 6 individuals for the expedition. Wukong deemed it unnecessary to gather too many people, as he believed their mission was merely to seek the Dragon Balls. Initially, Lin Yuan was reluctant to allow Tianjin Fan to join, but Tianjin Fan insisted on contributing, leaving Lin Yuan with no choice. The group departed from Kame House. Those who needed to train did so, those tasked with shipbuilding engaged in their work, and those who had to appease their spouses did just that. Lin Yuan returned home with his child. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Yuan encountered Wukong and Gohan. Hey, Lin Yuan, I'm here, Wukong exclaimed. Sorry for the intrusion, Uncle Lin Yuan, Gohan added. After exchanging greetings, Wukong and Gohan made themselves at home, enjoying breakfast at Lin Yuan's residence. Once they finished eating, Lin Yuan led them into the gravity chamber. Today, Lin Yuan intended to inform Wukong about the perils awaiting them on Namek, as well as the issue of the Science latent abilities. At this moment, Wukong had yet to fully grasp that he could indeed exploit his latent potential. In the original storyline, Wukong had died while battling Raditz, only to train for a year on King Kai's planet, ultimately achieving a power level of 8,000. A portion of this power was derived from the increase he experienced upon being revived, which was a result of unlocking his latent abilities. Conversely, when Wukong faced Vegeta, he had missed an opportunity to tap into this potential, resulting in a lower power level of 7,000. After exhausting himself in battle against Vegeta and subsequently recovering with a Senzu Bean, Wukong noticed a boost in his power level. Although he had yet to put this realization into practice, upon entering the gravity chamber, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he explored the surroundings. Wow, Lin Yuan. Is this the gravity chamber that can adjust to 100 times gravity? It's amazing. I can't wait to try it out. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied. There's no rush, Wukong. The reason I called you here today is not only for training, but also to discuss something concerning our journey to Namek. Rest assured, I've already spoken to Chi-Chi about it, and since Gohan is adamant about joining, she has relented. Besides, there isn't too much danger involved. Wukong assumed Lin Yuan was referring to whether Chi-Chi would permit Gohan to accompany them, and casually responded. Wukong, have you considered that aside from us on Earth, other extraterrestrial beings might also be after the Dragon Balls? After pondering for a moment, Wukong seized his jovial demeanor. Are you suggesting that guy Vegeta might also head to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls? If that's the case, it seems we shall face yet another fierce battle. Darn it. This time, I must defeat Vegeta. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Wukong's thoughts, as he was aware that Wukong's knowledge of extraterrestrial beings was limited to Vegeta. However, Lin Yuan was actually referring to Frieza and his cohorts. Wukong, you should recall that when I was young, I witnessed some prophetic visions, right? Wukong nodded, remembering that he had heard Lin Yuan discussing such matters with the Supreme Kai during their training in the temple. In those visions, there were glimpses related to our upcoming adventure on Namek. Although the details are somewhat hazy, I could see that, aside from Vegeta, there exists a sinister force that has also set its sights on the Dragon Balls. Their power surpasses Vegeta's by a considerable margin, and their leader is unimaginably strong. At this revelation, both Wukong and Gohan wore expressions of shock. They realized from Lin Yuan's words that within this malevolent faction, there was a leader whose strength dwarfed Vegeta's, and many of his subordinates were equally formidable. Wow, I never imagined there were so many powerful fighters in the world. If this is true, our chances of obtaining the Dragon Balls are slim. They exclaimed. Yes, I merely wish to prepare you mentally. The upcoming conflict will not only be a fierce battle, but a chaotic free-for-all. Ultimately, we cannot avoid the struggle for the Dragon Balls, and we will inevitably confront that most powerful leader, Lin Yuan affirmed. Thus, with 3 months remaining, we must strive to enhance our strength as much as possible. I may not be able to make significant advancements during this time, but you both can. Wukong, as a scion, have you noticed that when your body is on the verge of death or severely injured, recovering your stamina leads to a substantial increase in strength? Lin Yuan inquired. Wukong pondered this and realized it indeed held some truth. It seems so. During my last fight with Vegeta, I had exhausted all my strength and was on the brink of collapse. However, after consuming a senzu bean, my injuries healed and my strength noticeably increased. Could this be related to my scion physiology? Wukong speculated correctly. Lin Yuan nodded and produced a pouch filled with senzu beans, approximately 20 in total, which he handed to Wukong. Indeed, you and Gohan can utilize your scion heritage alongside the senzu beans in the gravity chamber to rapidly enhance your abilities within a short span. Wukong accepted the senzu beans with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "That is fantastic. I was just worried about how to handle those extraterrestrials. Now that I have this training method, I feel much more confident." Thank you, Lin Yuan. Gohan shared Wukong's excitement, realizing he too could grow stronger and thereby increase his chances of saving Piccolo. There's no need to thank me. Once we reach Namek, we will all be comrades supporting one another. Your growth will bring me joy as well. Now, train here while I attend to another gravity chamber. By the way, Wukong, we have ample time. I recommend you take additional time to acclimate at a lower gravity level before attempting to push yourself in higher gravity. There's no need to rush. Understood, Wukong replied, nodding confidently. During their training at the Supreme Kai's temple, Lin Yuan had offered him useful advice, so he generally heeded Lin Yuan's suggestions. Eager to begin, Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Yuan exited the gravity chamber and flew to the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo to train in its gravity chamber. As for why he didn't train alongside Wukong, it was simply due to his limitations. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he could barely manage training under 15-20 times gravity. Anything beyond that would render him immobile. Wukong and the others would soon be training at 50, even 100 times gravity. Training alongside them would only hinder their progress. I truly envy them. I need to awaken my bloodline soon. Otherwise, I'll be left far behind. Meanwhile, as the warriors on Earth diligently trained, a spherical spaceship was hurtling toward the planet at remarkable speed. Lord Dales, due to spatial turbulence, we will arrive at our destination 4 months ahead of schedule. We anticipate reaching it in 50 days. Understood. Maintain full speed ahead. Yes, sir. Chapter 48. Another wave approaches. Part 2. In a certain outpost of Frieza in the North Galaxy, a humanoid creature with a patterned body and talon-like hands was busily manipulating machinery. Beside him stood a massive incubation chamber filled with green liquid, where a naked figure was undergoing treatment. According to the data, Lord Vegeta's recovery is almost complete. As soon as the words were spoken, bubbles began to rise within the liquid of the incubation chamber. Simultaneously, the lines on the machinery started to fluctuate noticeably. Suddenly, Vegeta opened his eyes. With a beep, the green liquid receded, and the chamber door swung open. Vegeta slowly emerged, and the alien creature promptly stated, "Lord Vegeta, you have fully recovered, but unfortunately, I was unable to regenerate your tail." Vegeta glanced at him and replied solemnly, "That's fine. it will grow back on its own. By the way, Lord Vegeta, Lord Chiu, he has requested that you see him once you have healed. Humph, that kind of person thinks he is worthy of my presence? After speaking, Vegeta picked up a nearby scouter, donned his attire, and exited the medical chamber. He clenched his fist, reveling in the exquisite sensation of his enhanced power. It was truly marvelous. He could feel a significant leap in his strength. As he walked, Vegeta pondered, having fed Frieza false information. He wondered if Frieza had fallen for it. He needed to hasten to Namek before that fiend got there first. As long as he acquired eternal life, he could trample Frieza underfoot. And those Earthlings. Just as Vegeta was lost in his grand aspirations, an odious voice interrupted his thoughts. Vegeta, I heard you were soundly defeated. Even that Bardock and Raditz perished. Aren't you Saiyans supposed to be the mightiest warrior race? Look at you now. Vegeta turned to see a figure with purple skin and 2 large holes atop his head, wearing a mocking expression. Kaiatsu, get out of my way. Vegeta spat, disregarding Kaiatsu and striding past him. Hey, Vegeta, I hear Lord Frieza is quite displeased due to your reckless actions. But, well, never mind, Kaiatsu continued. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Kaiatsu's intentions. However, since you provided useful information last time, Lord Frieza has decided not to pursue you. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, continuing forward as he donned the scouter. He arrived at his spherical spacecraft and settled inside. Skillfully, he pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and the ship began to ascend slowly. Namek, here I come. Frieza, one day, I shall crush you beneath my feet. With a whoosh, the spacecraft vanished into the horizon. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Bulma was on the verge of completing the spaceship, just needing to install the premium sound system. The ship was equipped with everything one could desire: a training room, a bathroom, a lounge, and a cafeteria. All that remained was to fit the finest sound system. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bulma admired her masterpiece. Suddenly, a circular device in her pocket emitted a series of beeps. Bulma pulled it out, and upon checking, her expression rapidly hardened, replaced by panic. An unidentified flying object is approaching Earth's atmosphere at an alarming speed. Without delay, Bulma dialed Lin Yuan while rushing towards Capsule Corporation. This device merely served as a warning. A larger apparatus at the company could detect more specific details. At that moment, Lin Yuan was training in the gravity chamber when the monitor suddenly illuminated, displaying a disciple from the dojo. What is it? Master Lin Yuan, you have a phone call. The disciple replied excitedly, holding the phone screen up to the camera. The caller ID read Bulma. All right, I'll be right out. After reducing the gravity from 20 times to 1, Lin Yuan exited the gravity chamber. Has the spaceship been completed? He wondered. He answered the phone, only to hear Bulma's anxious voice on the other end. Lin Yuan, it's bad. My sensors have detected a rapidly approaching object towards Earth. It's just 4 minutes away. What? I'm on my way. Lin Yuan hung up with his left hand while placing his right on his forehead, and in the next moment, he appeared before Bulma. Seeing Lin Yuan arrive, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and said, You need to see this. Approaching the instrument, Lin Yuan observed a red dot rapidly closing in on Earth. Who could it be? Is it Vegeta? Or perhaps one of Frieza's subordinates? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuan instructed Bulma to call Tien Shinhan while he sought Goku. Arriving at the backyard of the Lin residence, Lin Yuan knocked on the gravity chamber door, calling out, Goku, we have an urgent matter. Stop training for now. After about 10 seconds, the door swung open, revealing a shirtless Goku and Gohan. A powerful aura enveloped them. Without time to be astonished, Lin Yuan relayed the situation to Goku. Who could it be? Goku replied, equally perplexed. Lin Yuan was at a loss. So Goku had no clue either. Just then, the 3 of them felt a tremor in their hearts as they sensed the aura, indicating that the intruders had indeed landed. Moreover, this aura was undoubtedly stronger than Vegeta's. In a forest on Earth, a massive circular spacecraft rested on the ground. As the hatch slowly opened, several figures emerged. Plant the seed here, and do it quickly. This planet harbors several powerful beings. The leader commanded his subordinates, having scanned the planet with a scouter prior to landing. He discovered that this planet possessed several entities with power levels exceeding 10,000, the strongest even reaching 50,000. Let us hope they don't notice us. Could it be Kakarot? One of the subordinates found an open space, raised his hand, and unleashed a fissure, promptly tossing a seed inside. Humph, what a splendid planet. But it shall soon vanish. Within seconds, the seed began to root and sprout at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Goku, and Gohan arrived at the scene, immediately spotting a figure standing beneath the spacecraft, clad in traditional Saiyan battle armor, with a brown tail coiled around his waist. Upon recognizing the figure's face, shock washed over them. Goku was stunned to see someone who looked just like him. Gohan was astonished to find someone bearing a striking resemblance to his father. Lin Yuan, however, felt an incredible disbelief. Isn't that Dale's? Chapter 49, The Fruit of the Tree of Might. Hey, who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? Goku demanded, staring at the individual who bore such a striking resemblance to him. Kakarot, I must thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have gained access to such a magnificent planet. Dales exclaimed excitedly, stepping closer to Goku. Kakarot, as underappreciated lower-class warriors, we now possess strength that surpasses even the elite upper-class warriors. Together, we can rule the entire universe. Dale spoke with increasing fervor. Upon realizing that the target was Earth, Goku's gaze sharpened, taking a step forward as his aura gradually intensified. I knew you were no good. I won't allow you to do as you please. What are you talking about, Kakarot? We are both Saiyans. Dales replied, swaying his tail behind him. I am Son Goku, a human from Earth. Goku asserted. Before he could finish, an astonishing event unfolded. In the distance, a colossal tree surged skyward at a visible pace. Its thick trunk resembling a giant's arm stretching upward, its massive canopy obscuring half the sky in mere breaths. The branches writhed like living entities, piercing the clouds, greedily siphoning energy from the atmosphere. Indeed, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted in shock at the rapidity of the growth. Goku, observing the immense tree that nearly dominated the sky, felt an ominous premonition intensify within him, questioning, what is that thing? Dales wore a triumphant expression, arms crossed. That is the tree of might. It will bear a fruit known as the fruit of might, which will exponentially enhance one's strength. So, Kakarot, I offer you one last chance to join my legion, and together we shall dominate the universe. The cost will be the desolation of this entire planet, correct? Lin Yuan interjected coldly. Darius cast a surprised glance at Lin Yuan, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. Indeed, once the spirit tree is planted, it will absorb all the energy of the planet, rendering it a barren wasteland. Furthermore, the more vibrant the planet, the more astonishing the energy contained within its fruits, leading to a significant enhancement in strength upon consumption. This planet is perhaps the most perfect I have ever encountered. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Witnessing the foundation of his opponent's power being established through such ruthless means, Goku could no longer tolerate it. In an instant, Goku released his aura completely, a white flame rising from beneath him as blue energy gathered in his hands. I will not allow you to succeed. Watch me send it flying. Kamehameha. Goku thrust his hands forward, and a brilliant beam of energy shot towards the trunk of the spirit tree. A tremendous explosion echoed, dust swirling, yet the spirit tree remained unscathed, let alone being sent flying. Ha ha ha, fool. Once the spirit tree is planted, no force can hinder it, so do not waste your efforts. Darius's subordinates erupted in laughter. How can this be? Goku exclaimed, astonished. This was his full-powered strike. Gohan, Lin Yuan, let us attack together. There's no point in trying, Goku. We cannot shake it. Gohan replied urgently. It contains the essence of the entire Earth. Shall we merely watch as our planet transforms into a desert? Goku said anxiously. Spirit Bomb. Utilize the Spirit Bomb to target the roots of the tree. It should be able to disperse it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Goku wasted no time, swiftly raising his hands as strands of energy began to converge. I need a moment to gather it. Do not worry, Gohan and I will keep an eye on them, Lin Yuan assured. Darius, sensing the imminent threat from Goku's actions, felt an unsettling sensation wash over him and shouted to his subordinates, quick, stop them. At his command, 5 of Darius's subordinates charged towards the trio. They're coming, Gohan. Let's go. With that, Lin Yuan and Gohan leaped into battle against the 5. Darius's subordinates, having fought alongside him for years, possessed formidable combat prowess, with the weakest boasting a power level of 8,500 and the strongest reaching as high as 13,000. However, Lin Yuan and Gohan showed no signs of intimidation. In a mere exchange, they sent 2 of their opponents flying. Seeing his subordinates falter, Darius clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He then cast a resentful gaze at Kakarot. Kakarot, I kindly invited you to join my legion, yet not only do you refuse my offer, you also dare to obstruct me. Then I shall have to eliminate you first. With that, Darius transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Goku, only to be intercepted by Lin Yuan. Upon sensing Darius's motion, Lin Yuan had entrusted the 5 to Gohan and instantly teleported in front of Darius. Ding! Host has encountered a formidable foe, triggering a random mission: defeat Darius. Mission reward: 20 combat power, 10 bloodline progress. Will the host accept this mission? Accept. Lin Yuan silently affirmed, then turned his gaze towards Darius. Let me have a word with you, Darius. To think a mere 15,000 in combat power would dare to obstruct me. How foolish. Darius bellowed, a powerful aura erupting as he swung a fist towards Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan raised his hands in defense, the immense force numbing his arms. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the double Kaioken, enveloping himself in a crimson aura, engaging Darius in fierce combat. Darius was taken aback, not anticipating such a sudden surge in Lin Yuan's strength, which quickly began to overpower him. As he scrambled to respond, he pondered furiously. He could sense that the energy Goku was gathering was of the same nature as that within the spirit fruit tree. Should the spirit tree be destroyed, he would surely face dire consequences. In a moment of distraction, Darius was struck by Lin Yuan's punch, sending him crashing into the trunk of the spirit fruit tree. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to pursue, countless energy blasts surged towards Goku. Lin Yuan swiftly positioned himself in front of Goku, unleashing a Kamehameha to obliterate all incoming attacks. At that moment, Darius raced at full speed towards the nearest ripe spirit fruit. Just as he reached out to pluck it, Lin Yuan teleported in front of him, both grasping the uniquely shaped red fruit simultaneously. With a crack, the spirit fruit shattered in their grasp. Ignoring the consequences, Darius hastily shoved his half into his mouth. Lin Yuan, momentarily stunned, did the same with his remaining half. You eat. I shall eat too. Chapter 50, Soaring Heights. Upon their arrival, Tien and Yamcha immediately sensed a heavy aura of death in the air. Apart from a towering tree in the distance, the entire forest was devoid of any greenery, replaced instead by barren yellow soil and withered branches. Exchanging a glance, Tien and Yamcha recognized the shock and confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. What on earth has transpired here? Beneath the spirit tree, Gohan had dispatched Darius's subordinates, and Goku's spirit bomb was nearing completion. Both of them intently focused on the two figures in the sky, acutely aware of the immense surge in their energy. In the air, Lin Yuan was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. His energy had increased several-fold, and astonishingly, it had become pure, as if stripped of all impurities. As he lightly clenched his fists, he felt as though he could crush the very air itself. Incredible, was Lin Yuan's sentiment. At that moment, Darius's aura towered over Lin Yuan's, now reaching an astounding 50. This was a staggering concept. Darius's original power was 250,000, but after consuming the spirit fruit, it had multiplied 20-fold. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's power surged from 150,000 to 300,000. The speed of this enhancement could only be described as meteoric. The spirit fruit truly defied nature. If possible, Lin Yuan wished he could acquire a few seeds. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan cast aside such thoughts. Setting aside whether Darius had any spirit tree seeds left, he held no interest in engaging in such malevolent acts. While the rapid increase in combat power through the spirit tree was alluring, it was crucial to remember that the growth of a single tree signified the decay of an entire planet. If that planet had a small population and a poor ecological environment, the strength gained from its fruits would be minimal. To significantly enhance power, one would need to seek planets rich in life, like Earth. However, such actions would equate to extinguishing billions of lives, a deed Lin Yuan could never commit. Darius likely remained oblivious to this truth. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such a slow increase in power, or perhaps he simply had not found a suitable planet. This power is truly marvelous. It is a pity that such a beautiful planet is being lost. Ha ha ha. Darius laughed maniacally, envisioning himself ruling the entire universe. Dismissing even Frisia as inconsequential, Lin Yuan was jolted back to reality by Darius's laughter. Gazing at this figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku yet possessed a starkly contrasting demeanor, Lin Yuan felt an innate aversion towards him. All right, Goku's spirit bomb is about to complete. I must hasten to dispose of you. There is still a mission at hand, Lin Yuan whispered softly, his words just loud enough to reach Darius's ears. Darius's smile gradually morphed into a cold scowl. You little brat got lucky, but it matters not. I am stronger than you. Once I eliminate you, Kakarot will be next. Listening to the confident tone of his opponent, Lin Yuan was almost convinced. Big brother, have you forgotten that I also possess the Kaioken technique? How dare you be so arrogant? Is this characteristic of Saiyans? With their power increasing, do their wits diminish as well? Forgive me, but it seems you have overlooked my ability to transform. Lin Yuan intended to tease Dales, playfully remarking. Dale's expression instantly soured. Resembling someone who had just tasted something unpleasant, he still attempted to maintain his bravado, retorting, so what? You can't intimidate me. If you could transform, you would have done so already. Very well, as you wish, Kaioken. Lin Yuan muttered softly, his arm muscles bulging significantly, as a crimson aura surged from his feet. After employing the Kaioken, Lin Yuan did not rush to attack. Instead, he fixated on Dale's face with a playful expression. Dale's countenance shifted dramatically, akin to a sunny day turning stormy. His frustration evident. Damn it. Even in this form, you can't possibly defeat me in a short time. Just wait for me. Oh really? Then I shall unleash a threefold Kaioken. Lin Yuan interrupted Dales, directly activating the threefold Kaioken, boosting his combat power to 90, which was currently his limit. Alright, transformation complete. Now I shall commence my assault. Lin Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke solemnly. Dales was utterly taken aback. He did not even need to measure it to know that the person before him had grown significantly stronger. He realized he stood no chance now. Damn it. Then fine. From now on, you shall be the king of the Dales Legion. The entire Legion will heed your command, and conquering the universe will be a mere trifle. Does that sound agreeable? Dales attempted to tempt Lin Yuan with the allure of cosmic supremacy. Lin Yuan swiftly appeared before Dales, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Oh, I wish I could, but alas, I am bound by my mission, so I must apologize. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yuan delivered a powerful punch to Dale's abdomen. Dales immediately doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, eyes wide in shock. Instinctively attempting to flee. Summoning all his strength, Dales darted toward the spaceship, while Lin Yuan did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he raised both hands, energy gradually converging. Ultimate Spirit Bomb. Lin Yuan slowly thrust his hands forward, and just as the light wave was about to erupt, he abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Lin Yuan was already before Dales, and then, boom, a ferocious wave of light surged forth like a raging dragon, instantaneously engulfing Dale's figure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the random task, defeat Dales. Rewards, 20 combat power, 10 bloodline progress. After resolving Dales, the spirit bomb was finally complete. Goku raised his hand and directed the spirit bomb towards the roots of the Tree of Might. To everyone's astonishment, even the energy blast with a power level of 50,000 could not shake the colossal tree. Yet upon the collision with this small orb of light, it seemed to resonate with something. In an instant, the entire trunk radiated a jade-white glow, and then the Tree of Might erupted, transforming into a milky white storm resembling a galaxy, scattering across the earth. Wherever the white light touched, previously withered trees revived, flowers blossomed anew, and dying, weakened animals and humans regained their vitality. Goku, Gohan, Tien Namo, along with the recently arrived Kuririn and Lu Ping, all gazed in astonishment at the incredible scene before them. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was examining his information panel, feeling an overwhelming excitement. Information panel name, Lin Yuan identity, human combat power, 360,000 abilities, instant transmission, Kaioken realm. God none what thrilled Lin Yuan even more was the task list on the second page. Task, Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline, 80. Chapter 51, Departure to Namek. Namek, a massive, disc-shaped spaceship, descended gracefully onto a vast expanse of land, its lower edges extending stabilizing supports. The hatch opened, and a semicircular flying craft floated out, followed by two extraterrestrial beings, one blue and one pink. Lord Frieza, this is Namek. The Dragon Balls you seek must be here, a melodious voice announced. Belonging to the tall, blue-skinned alien, Sabo. Sabo's striking features exuded a certain elegance, while his companion, the pink-skinned individual, starkly contrasted with his pudgy stature and acne-ridden face, none other than Frieza's subordinate, Dodoria. In front of them stood the cosmic overlord, Frieza himself. He slowly descended from the craft, his expression cold as ice. That damned Vegeta, he claimed reliable information from Earth, yet the Dragon Balls on Namek have been relocated to Tatarbara Star, wasting me considerable time. Dodoria, how long until that fool Vegeta reaches Namek? My lord, according to Chiu Yi's report, Vegeta is expected to arrive in about a day's time. Once he arrives, eliminate him immediately. His existence is no longer necessary. Yes, my lord. Dodoria replied hastily, a bloodthirsty smirk crossing his face. He had long harbored disdain for Vegeta. Also, summon the Jinyu force. I have an unsettling premonition. Understood. At that moment, not far from Namek, a spherical vessel sped towards the planet. Inside sat Vegeta, oblivious to the fact that another spacecraft was closely tailing him, piloted by Chiu Yi. His movements had been entirely divulged to Frieza. West City on Earth. A month had passed since the destruction of the Tree of Might, and today marked the day for everyone to embark on their journey to Namek. After bidding farewell to Lan Chi, Lin Yuan set off with Lin Yi towards the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, where their spaceship awaited. Initially, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of unease about taking Lin Yi to Namek, but now, with his powers greatly enhanced, he was confident that even if circumstances changed, should Goku fail to defeat Frieza or encounter any unforeseen events, he possessed enough strength to instantly transport his son back to Earth. However, he was determined not to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, everyone had gathered. Tien, Kiririn, and the others were all lightly packed, as the spaceship was well equipped. In stark contrast, the Sun family had burdensome loads, as Kiki insisted that Goku and Gohan carry numerous bags. We're just waiting for you. Lin Yuan. All preparations are complete, and we can depart at any moment. All right, let us set off. Lin Yuan replied. Gohan, be sure to behave over there. Do not leave a bad impression on the aliens, understand? If danger arises, hide behind your father. Do not be reckless, Kiki admonished, waving her hands at Gohan. Gohan nodded earnestly in response. With that, the spaceship soared into the sky under the watchful eyes of Kiki, Lu Ping, Namu, Bulma, and the others. As they watched the departing vessel, Kiki's gaze was filled with concern. Lan Chi shared the same sentiment, standing in the yard, gazing skyward, murmuring, Heaven, please protect those two and ensure their safe return. The age-old adage, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles, rings true in any context. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, everyone gazed curiously out the windows, filled with wonder at the cosmos. The two youngest among them, Lin Yi and Gohan, stood out prominently. They clung to the glass like geckos, their mouths puckered into cute pouts, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Look, Lin Yi, do you see that bright star over there? Ah, how delightful. The banter between the two elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. After everyone became slightly acquainted with the ship's structure, Lin Yuan summoned the group to discuss the potential adversaries they might encounter on their journey to Namek. Upon hearing that they might face Vegeta, or even foes more powerful than him, the initial exhilaration that had accompanied their departure from Earth swiftly evaporated, replaced by a somber atmosphere. Indeed, we should have foreseen this possibility concerning that rascal Vegeta, Tien Shinhan mused, his brow furrowed. He had initially believed that the worst-case scenario would involve conflicts with the native inhabitants of Namek, having overlooked the threat posed by Vegeta. The most alarming aspect was the existence of beings even more formidable than Vegeta, such as that Dorious fellow. Are all extraterrestrials this formidable? Krillin remarked, a hint of panic evident on his face. However, Lin Yuan reassured them, stating that these encounters were merely potentialities. Moreover, even if they did confront such challenges, they would not be without opportunities. First and foremost, Vegeta's objective is the Dragon Balls, as is Frieza's. Given Vegeta's arrogant nature, he would never yield to Frieza. He would likely desire to claim them for himself. The ensuing chaos would undoubtedly create a favorable situation for us, especially since we possess the Dragon Ball radar, which significantly enhances our chances, Lin Yuan articulated, his voice steady. In addition, our strength has increased considerably, particularly with myself and Goku in the ranks. Even the Vegeta of your would not stand a chance against us. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Hearing Lin Yuan's words lifted the weight from their hearts to some extent. While Vegeta and the extraterrestrials were indeed powerful, they were not without their own strengths. Moreover, Tien Shinhan and Krillin perceived that Goku, Lin Yuan, and even Gohan's current capabilities far surpassed those of Vegeta from their previous encounters. Coupled with the Dragon Ball radar, their likelihood of success appeared exceedingly high. After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective training, rest, and nourishment. Lin Yuan also sought a room to lie down, contemplating the impending battle on Namek. Feeling uncertain about the outcome, his combat power was nearing 400,000, with Goku at 110,000 and Gohan at 60,000. Logically, this lineup was far more impressive than during the original storyline, suggesting a reasonable chance of success. Yet, Frisia's combat power was an overwhelming 120,000. What if this fiend decided not to toy with them and transformed into his final form? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yuan eventually drifted off to sleep. At this moment, there remained 4.5 days until Lin Yuan and his companions arrived on Namek. Chapter 52. The Ruthless Frisia Force Whoosh. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the ship piloted by Lin Yuan hurtled towards Namek at full speed. On board, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Lin Ichi sat face to face, engaged in meditative training. In their imaginations, they battled fiercely within their own realms. In another chamber, Goku and Gohan practiced sparring under extreme gravity, while Lin Yuan remained in the cockpit, quietly contemplating their strategy upon reaching Namek. Given the current information, Frisia, Vegeta, and others were either en route to Namek or might have already arrived. This intelligence was gleaned from a device brought by Vegeta, which, while preventing Frisia's team from detecting them, could not shield Lin Yuan and his companions from discovering their presence. The optimal scenario would be for them to be the first to arrive on Namek, collecting the Dragon Balls before seeking the Grand Elder to unlock their potential. The next best situation would involve Frisia arriving before them, but not yet gathering all the Dragon Balls, which would likely lead to a confrontation. The worst case would be that Frisia had already assembled the Dragon Balls and successfully made his wish, obliterating Namek in the process. In such a scenario, it would seem that the Dragon Balls would cease to exist on this world, save for the elusive Super Dragon Balls. At this juncture, the ship's dashboard indicated that they had 3 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining until reaching their destination. On Namek, Frisia's minions were ravaging a village, burning and pillaging as they relentlessly searched for the Dragon Balls. Anyone who dared to obstruct them was met with ruthless violence. "Stop, you fiends. I am willing to surrender the Dragon Balls. Spare my people," pleaded the village elder, who had initially resisted submission to these scoundrels. Yet, as they deliberately spared his life, forcing him to witness the massacre of his kin, he could endure no longer. "Had you been more compliant from the start, perhaps your people would have been spared, elder," Frisia taunted from his hovering pod, surveying the despairing elder with a glint of malice in his eyes. The elder, gritting his teeth in fury, had no recourse but to retreat behind a dwelling, excavating the buried Dragon Ball. Clutching the orb tightly, he approached Frisia, his expression tinged with desperation. "Here it is. I beg you, let your men cease their assault." With that, the elder placed the Dragon Ball on the ground. Nearby, Dodoria seized the Dragon Ball, securing it at his waist, and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord Frisia. You now possess 4 Dragon Balls. You are one step closer to immortality." The mere mention of immortality sparked a flicker of excitement in Frisia's eyes, prompting him to command his subordinates to withdraw and prepare for the search for the next Dragon Ball. Seeing Frisia's forces ascend, the elder sighed in relief, grateful to have saved a portion of his people. However, as Frisia took to the skies, he discreetly signaled to Dodoria, who understood the implication: eliminate everyone, leaving no survivors. After Frisia's army retreated, the village lay in ruins, reduced to a vast pit. As Frisia's crew sought the next village, Dodoria's detector suddenly began to register readings. "Lord Frisia, that rascal Vegeta has arrived. The detector just registered his energy signature. Finally come to meet his doom, has he? Go, Dodoria, and make quick work of him." "Yes, Lord Frisia." With that, a pink figure shot away in the opposite direction of the main force. As he flew, the detector continued to register fluctuating readings. When the values approached 21, an explosive sound erupted and the device shattered. Dodoria, puzzled, thought, could the detector be malfunctioning? I recall Vegeta only having a combat power of 18. Regardless, even if he did reach 21, he would still be no match for me. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just arrived on Namek, standing atop a towering rock, absorbing the planet's energy signatures. Since the battle on Earth, he had learned to sense energy, albeit only the more substantial auras. Suddenly, he detected a formidable presence racing toward him. Who could it be? Alarmed, he activated his detector, which beeped rapidly. Combat power 22,000. This energy, is it Dodoria? Humph, that pink toad must have been dispatched by Frieza. An unsettling feeling washed over Vegeta. After all, he had toyed with Frieza, and he had long harbored disdain for the tyrant. Yet, as the apprehension faded, a cold smirk appeared on Vegeta's face. Perhaps this time, you have underestimated me. I am no longer the Vegeta of old. Here he comes. Vegeta gazed into the distance, spotting a rotund figure enveloped in pink energy hurtling toward him. In no time, it was upon him. Vegeta, you truly dare to come to Namek? Don't tell me you two are here for the Dragon Balls. Oof, what am I here for? Do I need to report to you? Get out of my way. Vegeta disdainfully retorted to Dodoria. In the past, Vegeta would have endured his presence, but now that his power had surpassed Dodoria's, he felt significantly more confident. It seems you've truly grown wings, Vegeta. Not only do you dare to speak to me this way, but you also mock Lord Frieza. However, your good days are numbered. For my purpose here is to kill you, Dodoria declared, laying his cards on the table. Ha 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 ha, you think you can kill me? Bring it on. I'm itching for a fight. Vegeta challenged, his excitement palpable. You're seeking death. Dodoria lunged at Vegeta, throwing a punch, but Vegeta merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. No matter how Dodoria pressed his assault, he could not land a single hit on Vegeta, who soon observed Dodoria panting heavily, having ceased his offensive. How is this possible? You only possess a combat strength of 18,000. How can you be so strong? Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta, with a mocking grin, slowly raised his arm, curling his four fingers while pointing his thumb at himself, confidently declaring, my current battle power stands at 24,000. With that, Vegeta charged at Dodoria, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen while seizing Dodoria's arm with one hand and gathering energy with the other, unleashing a devastating blast that obliterated Dodoria into a charred remains. After discarding the blackened remnants, Vegeta soared into the sky, his objective clear, to secure at least one Dragon Ball, preventing Frieza from making any wishes and perhaps even seizing an opportunity to steal. Chapter 53, Vegeta vs. Cyberman. Standing by the verdant shoreline, Vegeta inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing sea breeze for the first time. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips. Behind him lay the scattered corpses of Namekians, and in his grasp was a large Dragon Ball, which he casually tossed into the depths of the sea. Moments ago, he had dealt with the unexpected arrival of Goku'S and had ventured to this village, where he found the Dragon Ball and subsequently slaughtered its inhabitants. Although he faced some setbacks on Earth, Vegeta felt as though he had become the favored child of destiny since arriving on Namek. First, he toyed with Frieza, then swiftly dispatched both Dodoria and Goku'S, and now, with effortless ease, he had located a Dragon Ball. It felt as though the heavens were conspiring to gather the Dragon Balls for him. Ha ha ha. Frieza, your scouters may track my energy, but you cannot trace this Dragon Ball. Vegeta mused, observing the orb sink beneath the waves, convinced of his brilliance. Frieza would never find it, leaving him with a chance to seize victory. In stark contrast to Vegeta's fortune, Frieza was beset by calamities. With both Dodoria and Goku'S eliminated, he had finally acquired the fifth Dragon Ball, only to encounter an unyielding elder who unexpectedly destroyed their last two scouters, costing him his life. Frieza remained silent, his gaze cold as ice. His subordinates shivered in trepidation, sensing the chilling atmosphere. At that moment, Cyberman summoned his courage to speak. Great Lord Frieza, upon arriving at this village, the scouter detected Vegeta's energy. He must have gone to a village and slaughtered its inhabitants. Do you think? Frieza understood the implications of Cyberman's words. It was highly likely that Vegeta had acquired a Dragon Ball. Vegeta, that insufferable Vegeta. Cyberman, go kill him at once. I want him dead within a day. Yes, Lord Frieza, Cyberman affirmed, ready to rise, but Frieza stopped him. Wait, if you find him with the Dragon Ball, kill him and bring it back. Alternatively, if he has hidden the Dragon Ball, incapacitate him and bring him back for interrogation. Of course, as expected of Lord Frieza, your foresight is unparalleled. I will accomplish this task. Cyberman flattered, then took off toward the last known location of Vegeta. Watching Cyberman depart, Frieza seethed internally. Vegeta, you have continually thwarted my plans. I should have destroyed Planet Vegeta along with you when I had the chance. Years ago, when Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta, A few survivors managed to escape on missions, Vegeta being one of them. Frieza had spared Vegeta, believing he still held some value, and deceived him into thinking that his home world had been destroyed by a meteorite to ensure his loyalty. Little did he know that Vegeta had grown increasingly defiant, no longer fearing Frieza. Now devoid of scouters, Frieza could only return to his ship and await the arrival of the Ginyu Force to seek out the last Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Cyberman unexpectedly found Vegeta with remarkable ease, as if Vegeta were waiting for him. Cyberman, puzzled by Vegeta's apparent calmness, wondered why he wasn't fleeing but instead loitering at the scene of the crime. Did he truly believe he could defeat Cyberman after besting Dodoria? Indeed, Cyberman's base combat power was not much different from Dodoria's, but he had a trump card. If Vegeta naively thought he was as easy to defeat as Dodoria, he was sorely mistaken. With renewed confidence, Cyberman declared, "Vegeta, where's the Dragon Ball? Hand it over, and perhaps Lord Frieza will show you mercy." "The Dragon Ball? If you can defeat me, I might consider telling you." Vegeta beckoned with his finger, challenging, "Come if you dare." Cyberman narrowed his eyes, undeterred by Vegeta's taunts. But he confirmed one thing. This fool had indeed found a Dragon Ball. At that moment, Vegeta had not kept the Dragon Ball on his person. Thus, he resolved to defeat Vegeta and bring him back to Lord Frieza for interrogation. As the two clashed, Cyberman found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. No wonder you could defeat Dodoria. I had no idea you had grown so strong," Cyberman remarked mid-battle. Seizing an opening, Vegeta executed a spinning kick that sent Cyberman crashing into a rock wall, then proclaimed, "Cyberman, we Saiyans are the mightiest warriors. Our strength only grows with battle. After defeating you, Frieza will be next." Emerging from the rubble, Cyberman found Vegeta's arrogance laughable. "You don't truly believe your meager strength is enough to defeat me, do you?" With a chuckle, Cyberman brushed off the dust and flicked his hair, smirking, "Honestly, if it weren't for the aesthetics, you'd already be dead. Now, allow me to show you my full power and brace yourself." With that, Cyberman unleashed a furious roar, his muscles bulging and his once handsome face grotesquely morphing. His visage transformed into a repulsive frog-like appearance. With a long tongue flicking across his lips, Cyberman taunted, "Vegeta, are you ready to embrace death?" Gazing at the repugnant transformation, Vegeta felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "I never imagined your true form would be so revolting. It truly broadens my horizons." "What did you say? Prepare to die?" Cyberman erupted, his fury igniting as he could tolerate any insult, but not one directed at his appearance. Boom! Sabo struck the ground, creating a deep crater, and in an instant, he vanished, swiftly appearing behind Vegeta to deliver a crushing blow to his neck. Ugh! Vegeta, caught off guard by the sudden surge in speed, suffered a devastating hit, and he felt his body convulse, stumbling forward uncontrollably. After landing a successful blow, Sabo, seemingly unsatisfied, unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Vegeta. Fortunately, recalling Frieza's warning, he halted just in time, reverting to his original form. I'll spare you for a while longer. If I were to kill you, I'm certain Lord Frieza would not forgive me. Once I ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, you shall be the first to perish." With that, Sabo hoisted Vegeta over his shoulder and flew back to Frieza's spaceship. Upon their return, due to Vegeta's severe injuries, he was placed in a healing pod for recovery. Frieza, furious, berated Sabo, scolding him for knocking Vegeta unconscious rather than merely incapacitating him. Fortunately, he was still alive. They could interrogate him later. Unbeknownst to them, this entire scenario was largely part of Vegeta's scheme. Chapter 54. The Heist in the Tiger's Den in the North Galaxy, not far from Namek. 5 spherical spacecraft were steadily approaching the planet. In the opposite direction, a massive spherical ship was also racing towards Namek at great speed. Inside this colossal vessel, an electronic voice announced, 1 hour remaining until arrival at Namek. Please prepare for landing. Are we finally arriving, everyone? Stay alert. Ahead lies Namek. Inside Frieza's ship, he inquired of a subordinate, how long until the Ginyu Force arrives? The subordinate promptly retrieved a device and, after examining it, reported, Your Majesty Frieza? According to the readings, the Ginyu Force will reach Namek in approximately 40 minutes. Very well. Sabo, has Vegeta awakened yet? That should be imminent. I shall check right away. He may have already regained consciousness. After replying, Sabo hurried toward the infirmary. However, just as he neared the door of Frieza's chamber, a loud explosion resonated throughout the ship, followed by violent tremors. Frieza, stabilizing himself, questioned, "What on earth is happening? My lord, it seems to be coming from the infirmary." A trembling subordinate stammered, "Oh no, Lord Frisia, Vegeta must have recovered and is attempting to escape. Damn it! Quickly, to the infirmary. We cannot let him get away," Frisia exclaimed, leading the charge toward the infirmary, with Sabo and the rest of his subordinates following closely behind. The layout of Frisia's ship was circular, and the distance from the control room to the infirmary was the most extensive. Returning to a minute earlier, inside the healing pod, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness before slowly opening his eyes. The medical personnel attending to him, upon noticing his awakening, intended to report to Frisia. However, in a sudden burst of action, Vegeta shattered the pod, eliminating the medical staff with a blast of energy. He then raised his palm toward the outer wall, and his energy erupted explosively. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as a large hole was blasted through the wall. Vegeta initially planned to make his escape, but sensed numerous energy signatures approaching his chamber, including those of Sabo and Frisia. Consequently, he abandoned the thought of fleeing, stepping to the infirmary's entrance and unleashing several energy waves toward the corridor where Frisia and the others were approaching. In an instant, the entire ship was engulfed in flames, explosions ringing out incessantly and smoke billowing everywhere. Frisia and his crew, unprepared for the onslaught of energy waves, were caught off guard. Once the explosions subsided, all of Frisia's subordinates lay defeated, leaving only a disheveled Sabo and an unscathed Frisia. "Damn it! We cannot allow him to escape. I shall tear him apart." Upon reaching the infirmary, Frisia was met with thick smoke and a gaping hole visible from the ship's interior. Sabo immediately volunteered to pursue Vegeta. However, Frisia hesitated, surveying the chaos and sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The Dragon Balls are still in the chamber. Could it be? Having caused the commotion, Vegeta swiftly dashed down another corridor, quickly arriving at Frisia's chamber. His eyes lit up upon spotting the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the floor. Ha ha ha! Vegeta longed to laugh aloud, but knew the moment was not appropriate. After blasting a hole in the room, he collected the Dragon Balls, hurling them with all his might out of the ship. The massive orbs flew like meteors into the outer space. Having accomplished this, Vegeta escaped the chamber, suppressing his energy to blend into the vast green ocean below, opting for a submerged escape. Though slow, it was undoubtedly safe. Beneath the water, Vegeta even refrained from using energy to propel himself, instead opting to swim with his limbs. He firmly believed that even if Frisia's crew detected him, they would merely perceive him as a low-powered marine creature. Unbeknownst to him, the good news was that Frisia's devices had already been destroyed. His audacious heist was indeed a masterstroke. However, he remained unaware that the 5 orbs trailing like comets had entered Namek's atmosphere, and the 5 individuals approaching were members of the Ginyu Force, all equipped with the latest detection devices. When Frisia returned to the chamber and discovered the Dragon Balls had vanished, his heart sank. In his extreme fury, he unleashed a devastating energy wave toward the distance. A tremendous explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. After him, Sabo. With the 5 Dragon Balls, he cannot have gone far. After venting his anger, Frisia regained his composure and issued commands to Sabo. Sabo, not daring to delay, swiftly flew out. Shortly after Sabo departed, Frisia spotted 5 streaks of light approaching him from the horizon, and a grin spread across his face. "Ah, you have finally arrived. Now, there is no escape for you, Vegeta." Frisia nearly growled the name with clenched teeth. At that moment, Vegeta had swum close to the vicinity of the 5 Dragon Balls. After collecting them one by one and securing them in a safe spot, he sensed Sabo's energy approaching. An uncontrollable laugh erupted from him. "Ha ha ha! I, Vegeta, am the chosen one. It seems the legendary Super Saiyan is none other than I, Vegeta." After successfully stealing the Dragon Balls, he was astonished to discover that Frisia had sent Sabo alone to pursue him. For Vegeta, this was essentially a gift, allowing him to confront Sabo and reclaim his lost dignity. Vegeta unleashed his power and soared toward Sabo. Having undergone another near-death experience, his strength surged once more. Sabo would not stand a chance against him. Quickly closing the distance, Vegeta greeted Sabo before effortlessly sending him to the depths of hell. Having dealt with Sabo, Vegeta resumed his search for energy signatures. Now possessing 6 Dragon Balls, he needed only to locate the final one to attain the gift of immortality. With so few beings remaining on this planet, excluding Frisia's forces, The remaining Namekians were bound to be close to the last Dragon Ball. As Vegeta was filled with excitement, he sensed four formidable presences approaching him. He was no stranger to these energies. They belonged to the Ginyu Force. Chapter 55. Unleashing Potential. After Frieza dispatched the Ginyu Force to deal with Vegeta, he equipped a scouter to locate the possible whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Beep, beep. The scouter emitted continuous sounds. There exists such a powerful presence on this planet, perhaps even surpassing that of the Ginyu Force members. A slight smirk appeared on Frieza's lips as he slowly lifted off the ground. It seems this is indeed the hiding place of the last Dragon Ball. With that, he soared towards the direction of the overwhelming energy. Inside a characteristic Namekian structure, an imposing elder with dark green skin sensed something amiss while seated in a massive white chair. Ah, that demon has finally arrived. His voice, laden with the weight of years, startled the Namekians nearby. This elder was the great elder of Namek, the creator of Purunga, and his face bore a pallor devoid of life. According to calculations, his lifespan was set to expire within a day. Great elder, are you referring to Frieza? Is he coming this way? One of the tall Namekians clenched his fists angrily. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this robust Namekian bore some resemblance to Piccolo. He was also a warrior type, currently the strongest fighter on Namek, Nero. Indeed, it is Frieza. He is heading our way, likely for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, a young boy named Dandy, upon hearing the elder's words, was filled with panic. Great elder, rest assured, I will not allow him to take the Dragon Balls or harm you. Dandy, I entrust the great elder to your care, Nero declared before rushing towards the exit. Return, you foolish child. Cough, cough, cough. The great elder attempted to dissuade Nero, but he left without looking back. Nero understood that once Frieza arrived, he would not only seize the Dragon Balls, but also annihilate them all. Rather than face such a fate, he preferred to take the initiative, hoping to buy some time while dying with a semblance of dignity. Dandy's face was filled with concern. Nero, what are we to do, great elder? The great elder sighed heavily, remaining silent. He never imagined that the Dragon Balls, symbols of hope and miracles, would ultimately bring such calamity. The room was steeped in despair. Suddenly, the elder's antennae trembled. It seems there are newcomers arriving on our planet, he murmured, his murky eyes sparkling with wisdom. From the aura of these newcomers, he sensed that they embodied peace and justice. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. With a heavy thud, the hatch slowly opened, and Lin Yuan and his companions emerged. They surveyed the unfamiliar planet, while Lin Yuan, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, searched for the elusive orbs. I hope the situation hasn't deteriorated to its worst, Lin Yuan thought. Upon disembarking, he sensed several powerful auras engaged in combat on this planet. The most formidable of them, of course, was Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was battling someone whose energy was dangerously low, teetering on the brink of death. If Frieza is still fighting, then the Dragon Balls must not have been used yet. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball radar indicated that 6 Dragon Balls had already been gathered at a distant location. The final Dragon Ball, however, was in the completely opposite direction. Lin Yuan focused on the area where the 6 Dragon Balls were, sensing that a battle was underway there as well, albeit with 5 against 1. The lone fighter's energy was also extremely feeble, on the verge of collapse. This energy was all too familiar to Lin Yuan. It belonged to Vegeta. Soon after, Frieza's aura began to shift, and his target was directed towards the last Dragon Ball. Lin Yuan deduced the situation. Frieza was likely just 1 Dragon Ball away from gathering them all. The 6 Dragon Balls must be guarded by the Ginyu Force, while Vegeta was inexplicably engaged in combat with them. In truth, Lin Yuan's speculation was mostly accurate. He just hadn't anticipated that it was Vegeta guarding the 6 Dragon Balls, not the Ginyu Force. Lin Yuan began to formulate their next course of action. Goku and the others also sensed the formidable powers on this planet, their expressions turning grave. At that moment, Lin Yuan spoke. The battle has commenced. Everyone, brace yourselves on my shoulders. They all complied, placing their hands on Lin Yuan's shoulders, and he touched his forehead with 2 fingers, causing all 6 of them to vanish simultaneously. They reappeared at the location of the last Dragon Ball, where they encountered an enormous Namekian. I didn't expect you all to arrive so swiftly. It seems you are quite extraordinary. The great elder observed the sudden appearance of the 6 individuals, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Before anyone could grasp the situation, Lin Yuan cut to the chase. Greetings, great elder, we hail from Earth. And our purpose here is to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect our friend. There is no time for lengthy explanations. Please assist us in unlocking our potentials. We will handle Frieza. The Great Elder was taken aback, yet there was little time for deliberation, for the young man spoke the truth. Frieza was drawing near. Very well. I only hope you can save my kin. Come forth. The Great Elder gestured for them to approach. Unlocking potential. Is it true, Lin Yuan? Krillin questioned skeptically. Yet he was the first to step beside the Great Elder, sensing the powerful energy approaching, aware that time was of the essence. Meanwhile, everyone could feel the chilling and malevolent energy swiftly closing in on them. Lin Yuan, is this the Frieza you mentioned? This aura is terrifyingly potent, far exceeding that of Vegeta. Goku articulated, feeling the intensity most acutely. Indeed, it is he, Frieza. As the group gasped in awe, the Great Elder began to unlock Krillin's potential, catching glimpses of fragmented memories. It turned out there was also a Namekian on Earth who had created the Dragon Balls. No wonder the Great Elder finally understood why these individuals were knowledgeable about the Dragon Balls, and he was certain of one thing. These Earthlings were good people. They would not harm his descendants. Soon, Krillin completed his potential unlocking, surrounded by a misty aura of energy. His astonishment palpable as he felt the surge of immense power within him, exhilarated and astounded. Next in line were Tien, Lin Yuan, Goku, and Gohan. While unlocking Gohan's potential, the Great Elder was taken aback. He sensed the tremendous power within Gohan, and despite his abilities, he could not fully unlock it. In an instant, Gohan's combat power surged dramatically, nearing the level of Goku. Gohan truly was a prodigious powerhouse, his strength skyrocketing to 30. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Chapter 56. Lin Yuan's explosive potential. Father, I feel an incredible power surging within me. This is just fantastic. Gohan joyfully exclaimed to Goku. Goku, equally astonished, never anticipated his son possessed such immense potential. Indeed, Gohan, your strength is almost on par with mine. They shared a smile, and those around them rejoiced in Gohan's newfound power. Come here, child. The elder beckoned kindly to Lin Ichi, as he was the last one left with untapped potential. Lin Ichi dashed to the elder's side, her large eyes brimming with anticipation, pondering. Gohan is so impressive, having gained such formidable power. Could I also acquire such strength? Let me see your potential. The elder gently placed his hand atop Lin Ichi's head. In an instant, a warm energy surged into her body, flowing within her. Gradually, the elder noticed something amiss. The potential of the others was dispersed throughout their bodies, and it might be slowly awakened through relentless training or the passage of time, or it might remain dormant for a lifetime. However, this little one's potential was concentrated entirely in her dantian, encased by a thin shell that prevented it from merging with her cells. Had the elder been in his prime, he might have been able to break through that barrier and guide her properly. Yet now, with only a day left to live, any exertion of greater power could hasten his demise. Lin Yuan was the first to sense the disturbance. Observing the elder's prolonged silence and slight frown, he softly inquired, Elder, is there a problem? The elder pondered for a moment, sighed, and slowly shook his head. It's nothing, just requires a bit more time. After all, I don't have much time left. I might as well assist these earthlings one last time. With that, a faint green light enveloped the elder, and a more powerful force surged into Lin Ichi, exerting pressure on the sphere, encasing her potential. The elder continued to channel energy, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, followed by a few heavy coughs. Dondi, witnessing the elder's state, quickly urged, Elder, please stop. Your body can't withstand such excessive force. It's almost done. The elder rasped in response. As Dondi spoke, the others recognized the anomaly. The guidance of their potentials had never taken this long. Lin Yuan deduced that either his son's potential was more complex than the others, or the elder was reaching his limit. Regardless, Lin Yuan could not stand idly by. Swiftly, he positioned himself behind the elder, placing his palm against his back, gradually transmitting his own energy. The elder's expression visibly relaxed as the energy continued to flow. Finally, Lin Ichi felt something within her shatter, and a torrent of energy began to surge through her limbs. Ah! She cried out, overwhelmed by the power. The elder was taken aback by the sudden release of potential and began to guide it while reassuring Lin Ichi, Don't be afraid, child. This is merely the overwhelming magnitude of your potential. Rest assured, I will stabilize it. The pain arrived swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. As the discomfort faded, Lin Ichi felt an unending flow of energy within her, as if every cell in her body was rejoicing. "This is incredible," she exclaimed in awe, as her strength surged. A white aura began to rise from the soles of her feet, expanding and eventually swirling into a magnificent vortex. At the peak of her power, Lin Ichi instinctively clenched her fists and shouted, causing the surrounding white energy to erupt into shockwaves that radiated outward. The elder's hand was abruptly pushed away, but Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, shielding the elder from the blast. After the release, Lin Ichi seemed to realize her earlier loss of control. She scratched her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Dad, and sorry, Elder. I felt the energy building up and just had to let it out. I didn't mean to." "That was astonishing, Ichi. Your power is truly terrifying. I doubt even Goku and Gohan could match it," Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Lin Ichi, brimming with excitement, replied, "I'm not sure how strong I am, but it's thanks to you, Elder." With a beaming smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." The elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. However, Lin Yuan sensed the gravity of the situation. Lin Ichi's combat prowess had reached an impressive level, scoring a solid 20 points, yet it was still far from the peak she had just achieved. Without further ado, Lin Yuan turned to Goku and instructed, "Goku, take this Dragon Ball and gather the remaining 6. Make your wish first. Bring back a being named Piccolo to Namek. This will also revive Earth's Guardian, and consequently, the Dragon Balls will be restored. Secondly, wish for Kairatsu's revival. The rest you can discuss amongst yourselves." The gravity of the situation instantly transformed the expressions of everyone present. Goku grasped the Dragon Ball and asked, "And what about you, Lin Yuan? Do you intend to?" Lin Yuan nodded resolutely. "The primary objective now is to gather the Dragon Balls and revive Piccolo. The Elder doesn't have long left. I will hold off Frieza while you deal with the Ginyu Force. Once you've taken care of them, I'll use instant transmission to find you. Go." Goku understood the urgency. Despite his desire to confront Frieza, the immediate priority was the Dragon Balls. Thus, everyone hurried toward the Ginyu Force's location, accompanied by Dondi, the only one capable of summoning the Eternal Dragon using Namekian. Lin Yuan slowly levitated into the air, watching the approaching black dots in the distance with a smile, his heart racing with anticipation. Ding! System detected host facing a formidable enemy. Triggering random mission. Defeat Frieza at stages 1 to 4. Mission rewards. Combat power increase of 10, 20, 30, 100. Perfect Saiyan Bloodline progress. 5, 10, 15, 100. Will you accept? Accept. He affirmed. Acceptance successful. The host may submit the mission upon completion, and rewards will be dispensed according to progress. Here it comes. Lin Yuan thought, realizing this was the ultimate task. With an 85 progress after unlocking his potential, it meant that if he could defeat Frieza at stage 3, he would finally activate the coveted Perfect Saiyan Bloodline. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, so much so that he didn't notice Frieza before him. "Frieza, I've got you in my sights." Frieza regarded the seemingly dazed human blocking his path, bewildered by the encounter. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as though he were being stalked as prey. Chapter 57. Lin Yuan vs. Frieza. The skies over Namek were a vivid green, with clouds lazily drifting by. Lin Yuan hovered high above, arms crossed, his gaze filled with a fierce determination as he faced Frieza. His black training uniform fluttered gently in the breeze, secured by a silver belt adorned with a prominent insignia. This was Lin Yuan's custom uniform, unique to him within the dojo, while the other disciples donned silver training attire. Approximately 30 meters away, Frieza narrowed his crimson eyes, his tail elegantly swaying behind him. "Oh, a foolish insect dares to stand in my way." Frieza's voice dripped with a characteristic blend of elegance and cruelty. "Do you not recognize me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza?" Lin Yuan smirked slightly. "Frieza, I know you and your goal is the Dragon Balls." Lin Yuan's voice was laced with mockery, but alas, the Dragon Balls have already been seized by my companion. Even if you were to go there, you would not obtain them, and furthermore, I shall not allow you to proceed. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yuan slowly lowered his hands, his body tensing with anticipation. Frieza paused momentarily before erupting into a piercing laugh. "Oh ho ho ho, how amusing truly." He raised his left hand, pressing it against the scouter at his ear. "Let me see how formidable you are, little mouse. Only a battle power of 100? Ho ho ho." The scouter indeed displayed a reading of 100, which only fueled Frisia's derisive laughter. Lin Yuan offered no explanation, merely adopting a combat stance. He withdrew his right leg, extended his left arm, and placed his right hand at his waist. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Frisia contemptuously raised his hand, unleashing a purple energy wave aimed directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Just as the energy wave was about to strike, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. Frisia's pupils constricted, and before he could react, a heavy punch collided forcefully with the back of his head. With a resounding bang, Frisia's body flew forward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant rock formation. Amidst the scattering debris, he barely managed to steady himself, shock etched across his face for the first time. "This is impossible." Frisia winced as a sharp pain radiated from his skull. Lin Yuan did not grant Frisia a moment to ponder. In an instant, he appeared before him, delivering a swift kick that struck like a whip. Frisia hastily raised his hands to defend, yet still found himself sliding backward for dozens of meters from the impact. Damn it, this pesky insect must possess more than just a battle power of 100. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Frisia's chest felt as though it were ablaze. It was the first time in his life he had been injured. In a fit of rage, he crushed the scouter and charged towards Lin Yuan, determined to crush this insect. Enveloped in a violet aura, Frisia's battle power surged to its maximum of 530,000 in his first form. However, even with this power, he proved insufficient against Lin Yuan, whose latent potential was fully unleashed. Every attack, whether energy-based or melee, fell short. Suspended in midair, Frisia gasped for breath. "You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered, yet even my full strength is inadequate against you. It seems I must unleash my second form." With a mighty roar, Frisia clenched his fists tightly, his 6 toes tensing as his body arched with power. His muscles began to swell, transforming his physique into a more imposing figure. The smooth contours of his first form were replaced by sharply defined muscles, and his power doubled in mere moments, surpassing 1,000,000 in battle power as he entered his second form. As he liberated his form, the power within him surged uncontrollably. 1,000,000, 1,005,000, 1,100,000. Ahahaha. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan too began to unleash his full strength. A torrent of white energy erupted from his feet, causing powerful gusts that sent his belt fluttering upward. The contrasting spheres of white and purple light faced off in the air, and as a leaf fell upon the water's surface, both spheres vanished simultaneously. The next moment, a deafening clash erupted in the sky. Lin Yuan struck first, launching a powerful punch aimed at Frisia's face, which the latter blocked with his left hand. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan felt a chilling breeze at his abdomen, prompting him to raise his knee defensively to counter Frisia's whip-like kick. However, the kick was merely a feint. Frisia's true assault came in the form of a ferocious right-hand punch. By the time Lin Yuan reacted, he had already taken a solid hit. Enduring the pain, Lin Yuan leveraged the momentum to pivot and retaliate with a kick to Frisia's face, sending him flying. In that moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. While Frisia's battle power continued to climb, he remained oblivious to the nuances of energy control, relying solely on his vision to locate his target. In contrast, Lin Yuan, with his masterful energy manipulation, managed to hold his ground against the slightly superior Frisia in his second form. As the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and Frisia raged on, Goku and his companions arrived at the location of Vegeta and the Ginyu Force. At that moment, Vegeta lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his energy waning. Before him lay another body, similarly sprawled. It was the weakest member of the Ginyu Force. Nearby, the battered and tattered Goku'S struggled to regain his composure. "Ugh, this Vegeta. I never expected him to have gained such strength. He's hurt me quite badly." Spitting contemptuously, Goku'S grumbled. "Hey, Goku'S, after you've beaten him to this state, how will he reveal the location of the Dragon Balls?" "Are you a fool?" interjected Ginyu. Goku'S appeared sheepish. My apologies, Captain. I got a bit carried away. Perhaps we should take him for treatment first, and once he regains consciousness, we can interrogate him." Observing his incompetent teammates, Ginyu was filled with indignation and promptly commanded his subordinates to disperse and search for the Dragon Balls while he carried Vegeta back for healing. Just as they were about to split up, 6 figures, 3 large and 3 small, descended before them. It was Goku and his group. "Boss, it seems a few more uninvited guests have arrived," noted Jeez. "Hurry and deal with them. We don't have time to waste. If we fail to find the Dragon Balls, Lord Frieza will not be pleased. Indeed. Now, let me take charge, Jeez proclaimed as he struck an awkward pose. With a flash of red light, Jeez made his entrance. Goku and his companions fell silent, while the Ginyu Force members displayed expressions of approval. Jeez, your stance has improved remarkably. Truly impressive. Goku, undeterred by the display, focused on the Dragon Radar, which indicated that the remaining 6 Dragon Balls were not far away. He turned to Gohan and Yajirobe, instructing, Gohan, Yajirobe, take the Dragon Radar and gather the remaining Dragon Balls. Dandy, accompany them. Summon Shenron as soon as you collect them. The 2 youngsters nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Dad. We remember our wishes. First, to revive Uncle Piccolo on Namek, and then to bring back Chaozu. But what about the last wish? Let us set the final wish aside for now. We'll fulfill the first 2 wishes quickly. Understood, Dad. The 3 young ones soared into the air, heading towards the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Goku, Krillin, and Tien's objective was to defeat the 4 members of the Ginyu Force before them. Chapter 58, Soul Exchange. Goku, I'll leave the strongest to you. Tien and I will handle the other 3. Tien instructed Goku. All right, stay cautious. They are not to be underestimated. Ginyu, overhearing their arrogant tone, impatiently ordered his subordinates, finish them quickly. Their strength is not formidable. Having just scanned their energies, he found their powers range from 5,000 to 8,000, and thought it best to end the fight swiftly. He himself took to the air, carrying Vegeta. Upon looking up, Ginyu found Goku standing in his way. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With that, he aimed a kick at Goku. Goku slightly turned his head, evading the blow. Hey, I don't wish to harm you. Let's end this here. Haha. Are you implying that you can harm me at any moment, Ginyu? Haha. Ginyu found this to be the greatest joke he had ever heard. In his mind, no one in the universe, aside from Lord Frieza, had the right to harm him, let alone someone with a battle power of merely 8,000. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien had already engaged in combat with the 3 Ginyu Force members. Klin faced off against Jisoo, while Tianjin Fan confronted Bart and the severely injured Raikou. In a moment of carelessness, Jisoo was swiftly kicked away by Klin. Raikou was knocked unconscious by Tianjin Fan, leaving his fate uncertain. Bart, astonished, could hardly believe his eyes as he had just detected their power levels to be merely 5,000. Gazing at the final reading on his device, he was in disbelief. The diminutive Jisoo had a power level of 4, while the taller one possessed an astonishing strength of 48. How could this be possible? Captain, the detector seems to be malfunctioning. It shows their power levels exceeding 40,000. Bart shouted towards Ginyu. At that moment, Ginyu had already thrown Vegeta to the ground. His face darkened. He too had seen the numbers on the detector and confirmed Bart's findings. No wonder this group dared to intercept the Ginyu Force. It was evident that the person before him possessed hidden strength. Come on, unleash your full power. I know you are capable of more, Ginyu urged Goku. Goku approached Vegeta, offered him a Senzu bean, and then addressed Ginyu. All right, let's take this battle to the skies. With that, Goku ascended into the air, closely followed by Ginyu. Revived, Vegeta's strength surged once more, his gaze darkening as he watched the 2 members of the Ginyu Force fighting Klin and Tianjin Fan, a murderous intent brewing within him. He could not forget how these warriors had mercilessly crushed his pride. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted, he suddenly surged towards Bart, delivering a devastating blow. Bart was crushed by the overwhelming energy, ultimately vanishing. Vegeta, you need not kill them, Goku exclaimed from above, startled by Vegeta's actions. With a tone of frustration, Vegeta retorted, Kakarot, do not lecture me. Your compassionate nature will one day lead to your downfall. With a fierce aura emanating from him, Vegeta soared towards the location where he had concealed the Dragon Balls. No, that direction is where Gohan and the others are searching for the Dragon Balls, Goku thought, a sense of dread creeping in, but then he reassured himself. Well, with Gohan and Yichik there, Vegeta should not pose a threat to them. Returning his focus to Ginyu, Goku clenched his fists, his energy surging dramatically. Ginyu, behold my true power, he shouted. As Goku's energy escalated, Jinyu's detector went haywire, sweat trickling down his forehead. Power levels soared. 300, 000, 800, 000, 1, 500, 000, 3, 000, 000, 3, 500, 000. Finally, the reading stabilized at 350,000. Jinyu, astonished by this formidable power, felt a plan formulating in his mind, an overwhelming ecstasy rising within him. Meanwhile, Jisoo lay battered on the ground, his battle suit nearly in tatters, his body covered in wounds. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, filled instead with dread as he gazed up at Goku. "This is impossible," he muttered repeatedly. "All right, let us begin, Jinyu," Goku commanded, his voice resolute. Stifling his excitement, Jinyu suddenly leapt, driving his hand into his chest. Puffed, purple blood gushed forth. And to the shock of onlookers, Jinyu executed this self-destructive maneuver. Only Jisoo transformed his despair into exhilaration, knowing the captain was about to unleash a powerful technique. Realizing this, a cold smile crept across Jisu's face. In the bewildered eyes of Goku and the others, Jinyu bellowed, "Ha! Your body is now mine. Exchange." Instantly, a beam of yellow light struck Goku, who felt himself being expelled from his own body, uncontrollably flying into Jinyu's form. Simultaneously, Jinyu's soul exited his body, taking possession of Goku's. "Ha! 350,000. I have obtained a body with a power level of 350,000. This is fantastic." Jinyu laughed heartily. What just happened? Clin and Tianjin Fan could only watch in disbelief as Goku was struck by the yellow wave, followed by Jinyu's laughter. Seeing Jinyu's success, Jisu's confidence surged. "Haha, fools. You are doomed. That body now belongs to Captain Jinyu." "Nanny," Goku shouted incredulously at his counterpart. "What have you done to my body? How did I end up over there?" Jinyu replied with a smirk, "Fool, we have exchanged bodies. Now, this body with a power level of 350,000 is mine. Jisoo, take note of my power level." "Yes, Captain," Jinyu shouted, raising his energy to its peak. After reaching his maximum energy, Jinyu looked smugly at Jisoo, awaiting his response. Jisoo stuttered, unable to articulate, and pressed the detector once more. Beep, beep, beep. Jinyu assumed Jisoo was awestruck by his might and impatiently urged, "What's wrong, Jisoo? Speak up. Don't let my strength frighten you into silence." "Report, Captain. Your power level is 43,800. Jinyu erupted with laughter. "Did you hear that? My power level is 43,800. Ha! 43,800? What? 43,800? His laughter abruptly ceased. "You must be joking. Look again, Captain. It is indeed 43,800. Jinyu was in disbelief. He could not accept that his power was so low when it had clearly been 350,000 moments ago. Goku, clutching his chest, suddenly realized, "I understand now. You cannot harness my energy, so you can only manifest this meager power." He then shouted down, "Tianjin Fan, quickly, attack my body. Its strength is currently weak. Defeat him." Tianjin Fan comprehended the situation instantly, his white aura surging as he charged at Goku's body. Jinyu, seemingly unconvinced, raced towards Tianjin Fan. Logically, he should have been able to defeat the bald warrior with a single blow. Yet the opponent's speed was so remarkable that he could hardly react. Tianjin Fan unleashed a flurry of attacks, sending Jinyu crashing to the ground, gathering energy in his hands. "Sorry, son. Well done, Tianjin Fan. Don't forget we still have Senzu beans." Goku chuckled, despite nursing his wounds. As the smoke cleared, only Goku lay in the deep pit, barely clinging to life. He struggled to open his eyes, looking towards Tianjin Fan, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout, "Exchange." "Watch out, Tianjin Fan." Jinyu darted in, positioning himself between them, struck directly by the yellow light. Chapter 59, Frisia's Third Stage. The two souls exchanged bodies once more. And Tianjin Fan, momentarily stunned, quickly flew to Goku's side, producing a Senzu bean. "Goku, are you alright? Here, eat this." Seeing Goku in such a weakened state filled Tianjin Fan with guilt, recognizing it as the result of his own actions. Goku managed a smile that was more painful than tears as he swallowed the Senzu bean. Instantly, it was as if he had been inflated like a balloon, his injuries vanishing. "Haha, well done, Tianjin Fan. Jinyu is truly despicable," Goku exclaimed, brushing off the earlier events. They turned to see Jinyu, now visibly in agony, appearing unable to last much longer. Jisoo, having lost all will to fight, fled into the distance. "Gigi, you coward. You would abandon me." He coughed, choking on his words. Jinyu gazed weakly in the direction from which Jisoo had fled. Neither Goku nor his companions pursued him, nor did they tend to the dying Jinyu. It was all his own doing. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky, and the group turned their gazes upward, witnessing the rapid darkening of the heavens. It seemed Gohan and his allies had successfully summoned the dragon. Goku exclaimed with excitement, for if Piccolo were revived, then the Earth's guardian would also return. At that moment, the dying Jinyu heard Goku's words, a wave of unease and confusion washing over him. They summoned the dragon? Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan and Ichi watched as Vegeta knelt, clutching his abdomen, his chest heaving violently. Lin Ichi stood nearby, eyeing Vegeta with caution. Beside Lin Ichi were Gohan and Dandy, along with a colossal dark green dragon, Porunga. Just moments ago, Vegeta had arrived at the hiding place of the Dragon Balls, only to find that his 6 Dragon Balls had mysteriously transformed into 7. As he marveled at his astonishing luck, a young Namekian child began reciting an incantation over the Dragon Balls. Soon after, Vegeta witnessed the sky darken as the dragon emerged. He voiced his wish for immortality, yet the dragon remained unresponsive. Gohan informed him that he needed to use the Namekian language to make a wish. Panic-stricken, Vegeta lashed out at Gohan and Dandy, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Lin Ichi. "Hey, you wicked uncle. I won't let you disturb Gohan and Dandy." Lin Ichi's youthful voice echoed. Furious, Vegeta gritted his teeth. "Damn it. You little brat, what do you know? Those 6 Dragon Balls are mine. You're stealing." Realizing Vegeta wasn't pretending, Lin Ichi felt a twinge of guilt, turning away to avoid his gaze, kicking small stones on the ground. There were no names inscribed. Whoever picked them up could claim them. Vegeta was infuriated. After all his hard work, he was left with nothing but to watch a bunch of kids benefit from his efforts. He charged towards Gohan again, and this time Lin Ichi did not intervene. Wearing an expression of eager anticipation, Gohan, ever wary of Vegeta, took a battle stance as Vegeta charged. "You're the villain who killed Uncle Piccolo. I won't let you succeed." Vegeta swung a fist at Gohan, who ducked just in time and retaliated with an uppercut to Vegeta's abdomen. Ack! The blow nearly forced the acid from Vegeta's stomach, having just been struck in the same spot by Lin Ichi. Furious, Vegeta glared at the dragon, unable to comprehend why fortune had turned against him so drastically. Immortality was within reach, yet now felt impossibly distant. Dandy made the first wish, reviving Piccolo on Namek, only to be informed by Porunga that a wish could not be fulfilled. Ultimately, they revived Piccolo first and then transported him here, with the final wish bringing back Kaiatsu. As for why Piccolo had to be sent to Namek, the first reason was his strong desire to fight for both Earth and Namek. The second was that Lin Ichi did not wish for him to miss the opportunity to assimilate with Nail. "Your wishes have been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon split into the 7 Dragon Balls, falling to the ground. Piccolo felt a flash before him and found himself on an unfamiliar planet. "This is my homeland Namek." After a moment of reflection, Piccolo sensed Gohan's energy and flew towards him at full speed. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Lin Yuan battled Frieza. The battlefield above was shrouded in a haze of purple energy waves, as Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. The air was filled with explosive sounds as Lin Yuan deftly dodged. As the battle wore on, Frieza's power did not wane. Instead, it grew ever stronger. Lin Yuan realized that this could not continue. He awaited an opportunity. The sky was now entirely cloaked in purple mist, and Frieza paused, panting heavily. "Huh. The damned bug realizes how formidable I am, doesn't he it?" The moment had come. Sensing Frieza's cessation of attacks and the turmoil within his energy, Lin Yuan activated the Kaioken ×2 and charged at Frieza. The combination of incredible speed and thick smoke left Frieza unable to react. Lin Yuan's fist connected with his abdomen. Without allowing for any response, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of punches upon Frieza, culminating in a powerful kick that sent him flying. Super Ultra Instinct Attack. Lin Yuan clasped his hands together, unleashing a silvery energy wave that pursued Frieza relentlessly. The impact was significant, yet Lin Yuan knew Frieza had not been vanquished. He ascended slowly into the sky, feeling Frieza's energy, suspended amidst the smoke. Frieza gazed at the purple-red blood flowing from his body, a murderous intent surging within him. "Good. You've caused me to bleed so much. I will definitely kill you, no matter who you are." From above, Lin Yuan sensed Frieza's energy spiraling out of control, the thick smoke dissipating as he awaited a clear view of Frieza. As expected, Frieza transformed into his third stage. Since you've used your third form, I must act swiftly. I can't wait any longer. Lin Yuan activated Kaioken times 3. Chapter 60, Bloodline Transformation. A red aura enveloped Lin Yuan, and he could hear his heart pounding vigorously. Whether due to the Kaioken or sheer excitement, his heartbeat echoed loudly. Lin Yuan charged at Frieza, his battle power skyrocketing to 300 under the Kaioken times 3, leaving Frieza with little opportunity to counter. After delivering a heavy blow that sent Frieza crashing into the ground, Lin Yuan panted in the air. After several system prompts, Lin Yuan realized that the standard for defeating Frieza was to force him into his next transformation. Hence, his task had only reached the second stage. This meant he must compel Frieza into his fourth form, his final transformation, to complete the third stage of his mission. Although Frieza's fourth form was exceedingly dangerous, Lin Yuan had no path for retreat. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan shouted down, "Frieza, this form is nothing special. You don't look impressive at all. I think you'd be better off reverting to your second form. It's far more stylish. You seek death." Frieza roared, charging at Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan ignited his red aura once again. Bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each grasping the other's hand, exerting their strength until their veins bulged. A struggle ensued, and powerful energy formed two realms of red and purple. The fields began to compress against each other, unleashing destructive forces in a storm of lightning from their palms. Surrounding rocks shattered, the ground collapsed, and the sea began to churn. "Damn bug, how is this possible?" Frieza shouted in disbelief as the red realm expanded. Lin Yuan intensified his grip, his power surging as he coldly declared, "Frieza, if this is all the strength you possess, you have greatly disappointed me. Die." With a mighty roar, the power of the red realm erupted, obliterating the purple light. Frieza's hands were twisted under Lin Yuan's grip. "Ah!" A wretched scream echoed through the air. Lin Yuan disregarded Frieza's anguished cries, pulling him closer before launching a knee strike followed by a spinning kick that sent Frieza soaring into the depths of the ocean. After executing this sequence of attacks, Lin Yuan deactivated his triple Kaioken state as he was nearing his limits. Suddenly, the ocean began to boil violently, as if the entire planet were shaking. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. It appeared that Frieza was transforming into his fourth stage. While monitoring the aura emanating from the seafloor, he also kept an eye on the system within his mind. Lin Yuan intended to submit the third phase of his mission as soon as it was completed, subsequently activating his Saiyan Bloodline. Once he possessed the Saiyan Bloodline, he planned to consume a Senza bean to recover from his injuries and activate a wave of passive abilities. If he could transform during that time, he would fight. If not, he would instantaneously retreat. As he sensed Frieza's fluctuating battle power, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the ocean erupted with towering columns of water, reaching hundreds of meters high, as Frieza's immense power created a crescent-shaped void in the ocean floor. Ding! Random mission. Defeat Frieza. Third phase completed. Upon hearing the system's icy notification, Lin Yuan immediately opted to submit the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the random mission. Defeat Frieza. Third phase. Reward: 30 battle power increase, 15 progress towards Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline. Congratulations, host. Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline progress has reached 100. Would you like to activate the Bloodline immediately? Yes. Lin Yuan, filled with excitement, confirmed. The system detected that the host was currently in a dangerous environment. Would you like to continue activating? If I weren't in danger, why would I choose to activate now? Nonsense. Proceed with the activation. The system began to modify the host's bloodline. It's here. Finally. Lin Yuan cheered internally, overwhelmed with joy. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yuan felt his heart racing rapidly, the blood flow within him accelerating as a mysterious power restructured his cells. Soon, an indescribable agony enveloped him. It felt as though his cells were being torn apart, reassembled, and elevated. The searing pain caused Lin Yuan to collapse, his fingers digging into the earth as his muscles writhed beneath his skin, reminiscent of countless insects crawling beneath the surface. The sweat on his brow evaporated instantly due to the rising temperature within him, forming a faint white mist that enveloped him. Oh no, if Frieza were to strike now, I would be utterly defenseless. Lin Yuan cursed internally, realizing that the system's repeated confirmations were due to the overwhelming side effects. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, relying solely on his willpower. He hoped the transformation would conclude swiftly. At this moment, Frieza had completed his final evolution and slowly rose from the ocean's surface. Observing the writhing Lin Yuan, he was filled with confusion. What trick is this guy trying to pull? Frieza descended to the ground, approaching Lin Yuan step by step. This fellow doesn't seem to be pretending. He appears genuinely incapacitated. Could it be the side effects from expending such power? Lin Yuan sensed Frieza's approach, but was too consumed by pain to consider whether Frieza would attack him. A more intense agony surged through him once again. This time, it was his bones. Accompanied by crackling sounds, Lin Yuan's skeletal structure was being reshaped, and his marrow was boiling. Every inch of his bones felt denser, as though swarms of ants were crawling within. The torment was so excruciating that Lin Yuan wished he could shatter his own bones. Gradually, his vision began to darken, and his consciousness dulled. Hold on, Lin Yuan. You must not lose consciousness. Hearing Lin Yuan's murmurs, a cold smile crept onto Frieza's lips. He then kicked Lin Yuan away, sending him crashing into a distant rocky outcrop. How tedious. After finally achieving my ultimate form, this toy has malfunctioned. I shall dispose of you swiftly and then seize the Dragon Balls. As Frieza began to gather energy to target Lin Yuan, a voice crackled through the communicator. Report. Lord Frieza, that group has stolen the Dragon Balls and summoned some sort of dragon. They are preparing to make a wish. You must hurry. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. What? Is that true? I can see it. That is indeed a colossal green dragon. How infuriating. How dare you steal my Dragon Balls? Frieza's face turned pale with rage, and he disregarded the half-dead Lin Yuan, unleashing a wave of energy towards him. He was then enveloped in purple energy, rapidly flying towards the source of the call. Thus, Lin Yuan was granted a reprieve. At this point, he could no longer perceive any external circumstances, focusing all his remaining mental faculties on resisting the pain. One moment of distraction could lead to unconsciousness. Fortunately, as the pain peaked, it began to subside. Coinciding with the completion of his cellular transformation, Lin Yuan began to sense the emergence of two new types of cells within him, one golden and one silver. Chapter 61. Perfect Super Saiyan. Part 1. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Yuan gradually regained his composure, drenched in sweat. Thump, thump, thump. Feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Lin Yuan gazed in disbelief at his own hands. Ding. Congratulations, host. Perfect Saiyan Bloodline transformation complete. Main quest closed. Random tasks and information viewing functions retained. As the system's cold notification echoed, a smile unconsciously graced Lin Yuan's lips. Ha ha ha. Finally, clenching his fists, Lin Yuan reminisced about the past decades spent in the Dragon Ball universe, overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation at his rear. Turning around, he discovered a silvery tail had sprouted from his backside, wagging playfully. This is incredibly Saiyan-like. A tail has formed. How cool. A silver tail. Lin Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Rubbing his fluffy tail, Lin Yuan took a senzu bean and placed it in his mouth. Alright, next, once my body reaches peak condition. Lin Yuan unleashed a torrent of energy from his feet, shouting, ah! He aimed to test his current strength and uncover the true nature of the perfect Saiyan. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, crushed beneath the overwhelming force of his energy. Lin Yuan found himself suspended in midair. 500. Lin Yuan's base battle power had reached an astonishing 500. But that was not the end. Lin Yuan continued to amplify his energy, while the golden cells within him surged towards his back. From the moment his body was transformed, he had been acutely aware of the two new types of cells, and controlling them was now effortless. As the golden cells amassed to a significant degree, Lin Yuan's eyes shifted to a vibrant green, and his hair transformed to a dazzling gold. Save for a few strands remaining in front, the rest of his golden locks stood upright. With a primal roar, golden energy erupted from Lin Yuan's feet, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning, heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan 1. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed a different person altogether, exuding an air of coldness and seriousness, brimming with murderous intent. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 1? It's astounding. Lin Yuan felt as if he could obliterate this planet with a mere finger. Battle power, 5 billion. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. However, it did not seem to represent his absolute limit. After all, there was still the presence of another type of cell within him, the silver cell. Based on his current assessment, these golden cells should indeed be the type of cells that every Saiyan can cultivate. Consequently, the silver cells must be intrinsically linked to the perfect bloodline. Both types of cells are evenly distributed within Lin Yuan's body. The golden cells can be easily mobilized, yet while he can also activate the silver cells, concentrating them in his back appears to elicit no response. In an effort to understand the situation, Lin Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the state of his body. He first concentrated the silver cells in his back, observing as they gathered like wisps of thread. However, upon reaching the back, they merely circled around the golden cells without producing any remarkable phenomena. What could this mean? Just as Lin Yuan pondered, an astonishing event unfolded within his body. The silver cells seemed to open wide, voraciously consuming the energy of the golden cells, and in an instant, Lin Yuan found himself stripped of his Super Saiyan state. What on earth? Are you devouring my Super Saiyan power? If the cells are depleted and the silver cells cannot transform, won't that be disastrous? Lin Yuan felt a wave of despair. Powerless to command the silver cells to cease their consumption, forced to watch helplessly as they absorbed the golden cells. In truth, it would be more accurate to say they were merging rather than consuming. Once the golden and silver cells completely fused, the silver cells radiated a brilliant light. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan sensed a surge of power that surpassed even Super Saiyan 1, a force that was both more formidable and stable. His hair, save for a few strands at his forehead, remained upright, yet the color shifted from gold to a silvery white. His pupils transformed into a mysterious bright silver, and the aura surrounding him morphed from a wild golden blaze into a silvery white akin to the aurora. He had attained the perfect Super Saiyan 1 form. Unlike the cold demeanor of Super Saiyan 1, Lin Yuan in this perfected state emanated an air of mystery combined with a gentle grace. His combat power soared to 400 million, an astonishing increase. Gazing at his reflection upon the ocean's surface, he barely recognized himself. At that moment, a single thought dominated his mind. I look incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, on another battlefield on Namek, Goku and a group of warriors were anxiously watching the final form of Frieza. Just moments ago, Frieza had slain Jinyu before their eyes, his wrath unleashed. Naturally, the next target was Goku and his companions, the instigators of the chaos. With a resounding crack, Frieza's tail struck the ground, creating a fissure. First you, Vegeta, then all of you pathetic insects. One by one. Frieza's voice escalated as he began to shout, clearly losing his composure. It was hardly surprising. Anyone would have been driven to madness under such circumstances. After laboriously collecting 5 Dragon Balls, he had been mocked and robbed by his own Saiyan minions. Just when he thought the arrival of his elite Jinyu force would turn the tide, this group emerged to thwart him. To add insult to injury, they had already fulfilled their wishes. Consumed by fury, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a deadly energy beam. With a sickening sound, Vegeta's chest was pierced. Starting with you, Vegeta, then you shall all perish. Frieza's voice echoed like a harbinger of doom, sending chills down Goku and his allies' spines. Here, a brief note on the amplification settings of this narrative. The key point to emphasize is that Super Saiyan 1, including its second and third stages, as well as full power, provides a 50-fold increase. Transformations prior to Super Saiyan 1 full power consume an enormous amount of energy. While they offer a 50-fold boost, they do not unleash their true potential. The full power of Super Saiyan 1 significantly reduces energy expenditure during combat and allows for the storage of energy for explosive use, thus unleashing combat power exceeding 50-fold. As for the second and third stages, they still provide a 50-fold increase, but their focus shifts from overall amplification to pure power enhancement, rendering them less desirable forms. The perception of substantial power boosts in the second and third stages is largely attributed to Goku and Vegeta's enhanced foundational combat abilities developed during their training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Super Saiyan 2, a 100-fold increase, arguably the most refined form within the Dragon Ball universe, akin to an evolved version of Super Saiyan 1 full power. Super Saiyan 3, a 400-fold increase, bearing similar drawbacks to Super Saiyan 1, with energy consumption even more pronounced. Perfect Super Saiyan 1, an 80-fold increase. The attributes of the Perfect Saiyan Bloodline include 1. All forms are in a full power state, including standard Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. 2. Cells possess the ability for stable fusion and elevation. 3. Future forms may include, but are not limited to, potential forms, the great ape fused with cells, i.e., forms beyond Super Saiyan 4, divine forms fused with cells, and potential forms combined with divine essence, among others. Chapter 62. Tears of Regret, Vegeta. Goku, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, turned slightly to glance at Vegeta, who lay in a pool of blood. At the moment his body was pierced, countless memories flashed through Vegeta's mind. He recalled his childhood, when his battle power had surpassed that of his father, earning him the title of the strongest Saiyan Prince. He remembered the devastation of his home planet, Vegeta, reduced to ashes by Frieza, and the impotent rage that had followed. He felt the humiliation of serving under Frieza, never receiving recognition for his efforts. So many memories. Vegeta knew that Frieza was responsible for the annihilation of his homeworld, yet what could he do? Frieza's forces were immensely powerful, nearly omnipresent throughout the galaxy. Revenge? How he longed for it. Even his former subordinates, Nappa and Raditz, had harbored thoughts of vengeance, let alone Vegeta. However, without the strength to act, Vegeta had to feign ignorance, pretending to be unconcerned about the destruction of his homeland and the tragic fate of his father. Yet how could a Saiyan, who valued his dignity and pride above his own life, resign himself to such a fate? He yearned to endure, to grow stronger, to become powerful enough to avenge his father and his kin. Alas, it seemed that such aspirations would never be realized. Tears of frustration streamed down Vegeta's face as he clung to his last breath, laboriously lifting his head to speak to Kakarot, his voice trembling. Kakarot, our home, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by Frieza. Your father, your mother. Vegeta coughed up blood, continuing with great difficulty, and my father. Our entire race perished at his hands. I cannot accept this. You must avenge the Saiyans. Never forget the pride of the Saiyans. You can become a Super Saiyan. With that, Vegeta's noble head fell, his life extinguished. At that moment, Goku, Krillin, and the others were visibly moved. Though Vegeta had been ruthless and cold-hearted, his deeply ingrained Saiyan pride commanded respect. A fire of rage ignited within Goku's chest. Although he had not grown up on planet Vegeta and harbored disdain for the Saiyans' actions, his veins coursed with authentic Saiyan blood. And his parents too had perished at Frieza's hands. Goku's expression gradually hardened as he exchanged a glance with Piccolo, who instantly understood Goku's intent. Turning to the remaining fighters, he shouted, "Let us go. Leave this to Goku. We would only hinder him here." With that, Piccolo led the charge away from the battlefield, knowing Frieza would not allow them to escape unchallenged, raising his finger to target Piccolo in midair. At the critical moment, Wukong swiftly appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his neck, while shouting, "Quickly leave. Your presence here only distracts me." The force of Wukong's strike caused Frieza's fingers to tremble slightly, resulting in a misfired beam of energy. However, that was the extent of its effect. Soon after, Lin Yuan, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Gohan all made their retreat. Seeing his comrades withdraw, Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him, but in the next instant, a powerful hand seized his ankle and slammed him down to the ground with a resounding crash. The impact shattered the earth beneath him. Before he could rise, a petite yet ferocious foot descended upon his chest. In a panic, Wukong unleashed a ki blast towards the ground, using the recoil to evade the impending stomp. With a thunderous roar, the already fractured half of the island crumbled further under the weight of the terrifying stomp, sinking into the depths of the sea. Both Wukong and Frieza found themselves suspended in the air. Frieza elegantly flicked his tail, a cruel smile dancing in his eyes, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Is this all you are capable of?" he taunted, staring at Wukong's face, which he found increasingly familiar. "Ah, you are a Saiyan. I recognize that face from when I obliterated planet Vegeta." Flashes of a scarred visage, nearly identical to Wukong's, crossed Frieza's mind. Wukong surmised that it must be his father, as Raditz and Bardock had mentioned their striking resemblance. Ignoring Frieza, Wukong took a deep breath as the ki within him surged like boiling magma. Kaioken times 10. The crimson aura enveloped his body, and his battle power surged to 3,500. Transforming into a flash of red lightning, he charged at Frieza. "Oh!" Frieza responded with mild surprise, raising his hand to block the attack. The force of Wukong's punch sent Frieza hurtling backwards, crashing into a distant mountain. As the dust settled, Frieza slowly ascended into the air, remarking, I did not expect you to possess such a technique. There was another individual who managed to entangle me for a while, employing the same strategy. Wukong paused, realizing Frisia was referring to Lin Yuan. What have you done to him? He demanded. From the onset of Frisia's arrival, Wukong had been on edge, failing to truly sense Lin Yuan's energy. Now, as he searched, he found no trace of him. Could it be that Lin Yuan had been slain? The absurd thought flickered in Wukong's mind, only to be dismissed. Impossible. Lin Yuan is far too strong, and possesses the ability to teleport. He would have escaped. Frisia coldly doused Wukong's hope. Ha ha ha. So that little bug was named Lin Yuan. He indeed had some skill, forcing me to reveal my final form. However, I do not know what sudden whim he succumbed to, losing all combat capability. Which is why I had to kill him. What did you say? Frisia, you claim you killed Lin Yuan. Wukong's energy began to spiral chaotically, his entire being erupting like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His cells boiled with fury as memories of training with Lin Yuan flooded his mind, and golden light flickered across his body, though he did not yet transform into a Super Saiyan. This is intolerable. I will not let you escape unscathed. Frisia? Kaioken times 20. Wukong's aura surged once more as he charged at Frisia. With the power of the 20-fold Kaioken, Wukong briefly subdued Frisia, though the immense pressure weighed heavily on his body. Damn it! Even with the 20-fold Kaioken, I struggle to defeat Frisia? Wukong gasped, acutely aware that Frisia had yet to unleash his full strength, while he himself was far from his peak condition. As Frisia continued his assault, Wukong found himself forced to activate the 20-fold Kaioken again, shifting the battle's dynamics. In the rapid exchange, Wukong's offensive strikes diminished, while his defensive maneuvers increased significantly. Bang! Frisia's fist collided with Wukong's abdomen, shattering the 20-fold Kaioken's power. Instantly, Wukong found his neck ensnared by Frisia's white tail, and despite his desperate attempts to pry it loose, the absence of the Kaioken's strength rendered him powerless against Frisia's might. As the grip tightened, Wukong's face flushed crimson, emitting agonized sounds. Sensing the imminent danger, he summoned his last reserves of strength and activated the Kaioken once more to counterattack. With determination, he opened his mouth and bit down fiercely on the tail. Ah! Frisia howled in pain, releasing Wukong from his grasp. Infuriated, he delivered a swift kick that sent Wukong crashing into the rocks. Damn Saiyan monkey! Wukong slowly emerged from the rubble, gazing up at Frisia with a bitter smile. Huh, not even the 20-fold Kaioken can match you. I truly find myself at a loss. Just then, he sensed an overwhelming energy in the distance, far surpassing that of his 20-fold Kaioken, who possesses such astonishing power. Frisia, intent on dispatching Wukong, raised an eyebrow at his words. What do you mean by powerful? He activated his scouter, scanning the area. Soon, the device emitted frantic signals. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. Just as the scouter began to beep, it exploded in Frisia's face. I understand now. This is Lin Yuan's energy. Haha, he is still alive. Wukong exclaimed, recognizing Lin Yuan's energy, albeit significantly more potent than before. He was certain it was Lin Yuan. Frisia, visibly displeased, retorted, You mean that creature named Lin Yuan? Humph. Even if he is alive, what difference does it make? I have transformed into my final form, and with a mere finger, I could crush him. Ha ha ha, Frisia. You cannot sense his energy, but I am certain Lin Yuan is now exponentially stronger than you. Frisia, with his hand over his mouth, erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho. Stronger than me. You may not realize that I am currently only utilizing 50% of my full power. If I were to unleash my entirety, you wouldn't last 10 seconds. With that, he swung his tail, sending Wukong flying. Raising one hand, he focused purple energy. Once I kill you, I shall turn my attention to that Lin Yuan, and then I will annihilate this planet that vexes me so. As Lin Yuan reveled in his own magnificence for 3 seconds, he deactivated his transformation, his cells reverting to a golden and silver hue. He then activated instant transmission, arriving at the battlefield between Frisia and Wukong. Upon landing, he noticed a purple energy blast hurtling towards him, or rather, towards Wukong. With a swift motion, he deflected it away. Turning to Wukong, Lin Yuan asked, Are you all right, Wukong? With a snap of his fingers, a Senzu bean flew towards him. Upon consuming the bean, Wukong felt his strength return. Ah, Lin Yuan, I didn't sense your energy earlier and thought you were dead. I'm so relieved you're alive. Wukong, looking far from the imminent threat of death moments ago, beamed with genuine joy at Lin Yuan's survival. Lin Yuan replied, I was indeed in grave danger. It was your distraction of Frisia that granted me the opportunity to survive. Otherwise, it is quite possible that I shall never see you again. Lin Yuan, I sense you have undergone a significant transformation, though I cannot quite articulate what it is. Wukong pondered, his gaze suddenly catching sight of a furry appendage, his eyes widening in astonishment. Pointing at Lin Yuan's backside, he exclaimed, Lin Yuan, a tail? You have grown a tail? Are you a scion too? But wait. Scion tails are not silver. Wukong frowned in confusion. Seeing the two engrossed in their conversation, Frisia erupted in fury. Enough. I care not if you are insects or scion monkeys. You shall both perish here today. Cawing like a raven. Frisia's words fell on deaf ears as Lin Yuan and Wukong continued their light-hearted banter. How infuriating. Unable to tolerate the embarrassment any longer, Frisia charged at Lin Yuan. Sensing the malevolent aura behind him, Lin Yuan didn't even glance back. He instantly activated the 20-fold Kaioken and delivered a swift kick. Wait, it's not your turn yet. Was all Frisia heard before he was sent flying. Lin Yuan, you have truly grown much stronger. Upon our return to Earth, we must engage in a proper spar. Wukong said, his face alight with excitement. Lin Yuan readily agreed. Of course, but you must first become a Super Saiyan before we can spar. Super Saiyan? Wukong queried, his expression one of bewilderment. He had heard Vegeta mention this term, but was unaware of its significance. Indeed, a Super Saiyan is a transformation exclusive to Saions. Lin Yuan explained. Wukong quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A transformation? Is it impressive? Honestly, Lin Yuan, can you already transform into a Super Saiyan? Your aura just now was far beyond this. Lin Yuan nodded noncommittally. He approached Wukong from behind, placing a hand on his back. In that moment, upon completing his bloodline transformation, Lin Yuan had sensed Wukong's surging fury, indicating he was on the precipice of becoming a Super Saiyan. Wukong's combat prowess had reached the threshold, and his cells were primed. He merely needed to focus his energy on his back to achieve the transformation. Wukong, do you recall the sensation when you were enraged earlier? When your cells felt as though they were about to surge forth? Lin Yuan inquired. Wukong immediately recalled that moment. The surge of power he felt upon hearing of Lin Yuan's demise, along with the fleeting golden light. Yes, at that moment. It felt as though a force was rising within me, but it quickly receded. Could that have been the power of a Super Saiyan? Wukong mused. Lin Yuan nodded, impressed by Wukong's insight. Indeed, when the time comes, remember that feeling. Focus all your energy on your back, he instructed, patting Wukong's back. Wukong understood immediately, his expression sharpening with focus as his aura began to rise. Lin Yuan observed, reasoning that Wukong should experience a significant boost in power after his near-death experience. However, it appeared that his passive abilities were nearing their limit. Oh, Wukong's continuous roars shook the earth, a golden light flickering to life as his hair began to turn golden and stand on end. With a final, mighty shout, Wukong enveloped himself in a golden aura, his eyes transforming into a fierce emerald, successfully becoming a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Son Wukong, reporting for duty. Chapter 64, The New Namek, Frisia Arc concludes. At this moment, Wukong's power as a Super Saiyan approached 200 million, significantly surpassing his original strength. So this is a Super Saiyan? What a revelation. Such formidable power. Wukong marveled at the strength coursing through him. Lin Yuan silently acknowledged Wukong's prowess. Indeed, at the initial stage of Super Saiyan, Vegeta would not stand a chance against Wukong. Vegeta's control over energy was inferior to Wukong's, and the initial stage of Super Saiyan consumed considerable energy. In prolonged combat, Vegeta would undoubtedly falter. Perhaps it was this subtle disparity that led Vegeta astray, pursuing the flawed second stage of Super Saiyan, while Wukong had mastered the relatively perfect full-power form, mastering all the energy of the first stage. Though Vegeta's control improved after spending time on Earth, it still did not reach Wukong's level. Returning to the present, Frisia had risen once more, gazing at the transformed Wukong with a sense of foreboding. Though he had never witnessed it, his instincts warned him that the Wukong before him was the legendary Super Saiyan that instilled fear in his kind. Yet Frisia remained unconvinced of his impending defeat. He was resolute. He began to unleash his full power with ferocious intensity, a chilling aura erupting from his being. Wukong and Lin Yuan made no effort to deter Frisia. In fact, Wukong hoped Frisia would grow even stronger, so they could engage in a more thrilling battle. However, It soon became evident that Frieza could not meet Wukong's expectations. His power plateaued after reaching its peak. This power was less than 23% of Wukong's current strength. Conversely, Frieza brimmed with confidence in his current abilities, boasting, "Ha! What's Super Saiyan? Before my full power, they are utterly insignificant." With that, the muscular Frieza charged at Wukong. Wukong met him head-on, and in their brief exchange, the outcome was already becoming clear. A casual strike from Wukong forced Frieza to expend all his strength in defense. Though Wukong's energy waned with each clash, Frieza's energy was depleting even more rapidly. Seizing the opportunity to observe, Lin Yuan silently called upon the King Kai, inquiring about the status of the Dragon Balls on Earth. The response was that they were nearly gathered. This had been Lin Yuan's initial directive to the King Kai, to inform the Supreme Kai to collect the Dragon Balls as soon as he was revived. At this moment, Frieza struggled to rise, fear and confusion flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the golden figure in the sky. How can this be? How could a Super Saiyan be so powerful? Even my 100% strength is no match. Wukong looked down upon the beleaguered Frieza, disappointment etched on his face. "Frieza, your strength is utterly insufficient to contend with me. If you agree to cease your reckless ways and stop slaughtering the innocent, I shall spare your life. You Saiyans have the audacity to accuse me of indiscriminate killing? The planets you have destroyed and lives you have taken far exceed my own," Frieza retorted. Wukong responded with serene detachment. Thus, the fate of the Saiyans was sealed. "You too shall meet your end. Despicable monkey. What right have you to pity me? What right do you have to condemn me to death?" Frieza seethed, humiliation etched on his countenance. His purple aura flared dramatically as he ascended into the sky. With both hands raised, a manic glint in his eyes, Frieza gathered a searing energy that resembled molten lava, swiftly coalescing into a sphere of energy akin to a sun. "Let this planet be destroyed alongside you. Die!" Frieza bellowed, expending all his strength to hurl the energy sphere toward the ground. Wukong, sensing the impending wave of heat and energy, felt a grim determination wash over him. Quickly, he gathered his own blue energy, shouting toward Frieza in the sky, "Frieza, you are truly beyond redemption." As Wukong let out a furious roar, a terrifying Kamehameha wave surged towards the energy orb with great velocity. Upon the collision of these two formidable forces, the entire planet trembled, the ground shattering and the seas roiling. The fearsome energy sphere was gradually pushed back. "Huh!" Wukong exclaimed, exerting even greater power, forcing the Kamehameha to collide with Frieza. Soon, Frieza's body was engulfed by the overwhelming energy, propelling him off the planet. In the vastness of space, Frieza opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no sound escaped. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the energy detonated, obliterating his form into dust. Sensing the immense explosion above and the complete vanishing of Frieza's presence, Wukong uttered, "You brought this upon yourself." Subsequently, the Guardian utilized the Dragon Balls of Earth to wish for the resurrection of all those who had perished on Namek due to Frieza's tyranny. After a minute of silence, the Eternal Dragon's eyes glimmered red, fulfilling the wish. Those who had died on Namek, including Vegeta and Jinyu, were revived. Lin Yuan then sought out the Grand Elder, informing him that their planet was no longer safe, as Frieza had perished there, and his minions would inevitably come to investigate, bringing forth greater calamity. The Grand Elder, understanding the magnitude of Frieza's malevolence, took Lin Yuan's words to heart. "I suggest you relocate to another planet," Lin Yuan proposed. The Grand Elder pondered briefly and agreed, but noted that their Dragon Balls were in a cooling period, requiring a year, 130 days, before another wish could be made. During this time, "You need not worry," Lin Yuan smiled. "Just gather your people and provide me with the coordinates of a suitable planet for your habitation. I have the means to transport you." The Grand Elder chose to trust Lin Yuan, and soon all the Namekians were summoned. However, during the count, it was discovered that an entire village had not been revived, as those villagers had been slain by Vegeta. After a brief period of mourning, Lin Yuan commenced the mass transportation task. In his perfected Super Saiyan form, he executed several transfers, successfully relocating all Namekians to the new Namek. Shortly after their arrival, the Grand Elder passed away peacefully, and before his demise, he appointed a new Grand Elder. After establishing a profound friendship with the Namekians, Lin Yuan returned to the old Namek, instantaneously moving back to Earth with the Earth Warriors. Chapter 65. Another battlefield finally back on Earth. Krillin exclaimed, raising his arms triumphantly, only to suddenly sense something amiss, his face contorting with apprehension. He tiptoed to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, "Why did you bring that menace to Earth?" He cautiously cast a glance at Vegeta. Lin Yuan, unfazed, patted Krillin on the shoulder and laughed. "Oh, come on, he's just a little arrogant. He's not a bad guy." Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Vegeta began to stir trouble. Striding up to Wukong, he crossed his arms and declared, "Hey, Kakarot, transform into a Super Saiyan and face me." He then turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, fixating on his tail. "Humph, and you, with Saiyan blood as well. Flaunting that hideous tail. I will never acknowledge you." Ever since witnessing Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek, Vegeta had been in a state of agitation. The inexplicable emergence of Lin Yuan's tail only intensified his frustration, even though he found Lin Yuan's silver tail somewhat appealing. Moreover, he had never heard the name Lin Yuan on planet Vegeta, nor was it a typical Saiyan name. Lin Yuan had previously explained that he had been inexplicably exiled to this planet at a young age, lost his memory, and adopted the name Lin Yuan, with his tail having been severed long ago. Wukong and the others accepted this explanation without question, as Lin Yuan's formidable strength was undeniable, rivaling that of any Saiyan. Yet Vegeta remained skeptical. In response to Vegeta's challenge, Wukong's stomach growled loudly. He agreed to battle after he had eaten. Thus, Wukong and the others enjoyed a hearty meal at Bulma's house, while Lin Yuan and Ichi refrained from eating, as Lan Shi was preparing dinner at home. Once Wukong had satisfied his hunger, he engaged in a brief skirmish with Vegeta. The outcome was inevitable. Even without transforming, Wukong emerged victorious, leaving Vegeta despondent. Lin Yuan approached the dejected Vegeta and suggested, "Vegeta, why don't you train here on Earth? Bulma's place has the best training facilities. Once you improve and become a Super Saiyan, you can challenge Kakarot then." At this moment, Bulma interjected, "What did you say, Lin Yuan? You want that sourpuss training in my house? I'll be scared to death." "What? You call me a sourpuss? It is your honor to have me train in your home. Once I am done with Kakarot, I will leave this planet," Vegeta retorted, turning away to mutter, "Ignorant coward. Fine. I want to see you get defeated by Wukong again." Bulma challenged. "What did you say? In less than 3 years? No, within a year. I will definitely defeat Kakarot to show you," Vegeta shouted, annoyed. Thus, amidst their bickering, everyone shared their intended destinations before parting ways. Vegeta, Lepin, and Bulma remained at Bulma's house in West City. Tianjin returned to the dojo, Krillin headed back to Kame House, and Lin Yuan made plans to visit Wukong's home the next day before each returned to their respective homes with their children. By the afternoon, Lin Ichi arrived at their doorstep, calling out for Lan Shi Mom. "Mom." Lin Yuan quickened his pace, his heart racing at the thought of seeing Lan Shi. Even after all this time as a couple, the anticipation felt as exhilarating as transforming into a Super Saiyan. As the door slowly opened, Lan Shi appeared. Her face lit with joy. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, she softly welcomed him. "Welcome home. Dinner is ready. Let us eat first." Such simple words. Yet Lin Yuan found them to be the most enchanting sound in the world. He hastened forward, yearning to embrace her. However, someone beat him to it. Lan Shi knelt down, arms wide open, ready to catch the rushing Lin Ichi. Like an octopus, Lin Ichi clung to Lan Shi, expressing his longing for her and sharing tales of the wonders he had seen in the universe. Lin Yuan watched, his heart fluttering, silently cursing the boy. Sensing Lin Yuan's discontent, Lan Shi playfully stuck her tongue out at him, as if to say she was powerless to resist. Fortunately, moments later, Lan Shi thoughtfully set Lin Ichi down and instructed him to wash his hands. After Lin Ichi darted off, Lin Yuan finally fulfilled his desire and embraced Lan Shi, inhaling her delightful scent. "I regret it. I should have had a daughter," Lin Yuan said, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Lan Shi chuckled. "You a father now? Still getting jealous of your son?" She then placed a gentle kiss on Lin Yuan's lips. "How about this? This kiss is exclusively for Daddy," Lan Shi said playfully, gazing at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a rush of emotions, his hand playfully grasping Lan Shi's curvaceous form as he leaned closer to her ear. Whispering in a low voice, "Tonight, I shall show you the exclusive moves that belong to a mother." "Humph, Ichi is still here," Lan Shi softly reminded him. With a serious expression, Lin Yuan replied, "Yes, I believe our son has reached the age where he should begin to cultivate his independence. From today onward, Lin Ichi will sleep alone." As you wish, as long as you can persuade our son, I shall agree. Lan Qi said, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the fluffy tail behind Lin Yuan, and she gazed at it in amazement. Wow, Lin Yuan, how did you grow a tail? It's so cute. Let me touch it. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's consent, she reached out and began to stroke it. A shiver ran through Lin Yuan's body, causing him to stiffen. Lan Qi noticed his reaction, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Ah, I see I've discovered your weakness, dear father, she teased, resembling her golden-haired persona. Lin Yuan felt a mix of frustration and despair. Mom, Dad, come quickly. I'm so hungry. At the sound of their son's call, the two reluctantly separated and made their way inside, as if entering another battlefield. Chapter 66. Yudana. The next morning, Lin Yuan announced, I am heading out, my dear. Please take care of the arrangements for the tutor. Lan Qi, with her golden hair cascading down, responded while washing the dishes, Don't worry, be safe out there. You should be the one to be cautious. Others might need to worry about safety. Lin Yuan nearly stumbled at her teasing remark. Indeed. It seems my tail needs some exercise. Determined not to be humiliated, Lin Yuan made up his mind. After locating Wukong's energy, Lin Yuan vanished from his spot, utilizing instant transmission. Today, he aimed to accomplish 2 tasks at Sun's home. The first was to teach Wukong instant transmission, as previously agreed. The second was to discuss the education of Gohan, which he had not yet mentioned to Wukong. Lin Yuan planned to hire a tutor for Lin Yiqi, and he intended to bring Gohan to West City to study alongside him. In a couple of years, he hoped to enroll both of them in the prestigious Hope Light Academy, commonly referred to as the Beacon of West City. The purpose of this was twofold. First, to allow Lin Yiqi to interact with peers of his age. Second, to use this as a pretext to ensure Gohan did not neglect his martial arts for academic pursuits. After all, both private tutoring and private academies would offer a more flexible schedule. They could spend half their time studying, half training, and the rest enjoying life, which seemed quite appealing. In due time, Lin Yuan also intended to establish a security company dedicated to protecting important individuals. He would casually give Wukong a position, along with some shares, funneling the dividends to Chi-Chi. This way, Wukong and his son would have no worries in their martial arts journey. A significant reason for Chi-Chi's irritability after marriage was Wukong's lack of income. Lin Yuan believed that if Wukong could earn money for Chi-Chi, many issues would become simpler. Upon arriving at Baozi Mountain, Lin Yuan found Wukong engaged in an intense sparring session with Piccolo, though Wukong was clearly holding back, keeping his power around 1 million. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, the two ceased their training. After exchanging greetings, Wukong eagerly inquired, Hey, Lin Yuan, when will you start teaching me instant transmission? I can hardly wait. Piccolo, too, displayed curiosity at the mention of instant transmission. Lin Yuan waved his hand, saying, Not right now. And it's not me who will teach you. I have something else to discuss first. It's about Chi-Chi. He then walked toward Wukong's home, with Wukong trailing behind. Asking what the matter with Chi-Chi was, Lin Yuan simply replied, You'll find out soon. Upon meeting Chi-Chi, Lin Yuan spoke to her about the tutor and the Hope Light Academy. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, pleading with Lin Yuan to ensure Gohan attends West City. Under normal circumstances, she might not agree to such matters with others. However, she believed Lin Yuan was different from those warriors, and given her relatively favorable impression of him, she readily consented. Lin Yuan understood Chi-Chi's concerns. Wukong was obsessed with martial arts. His master was a lecherous old man, and Wukong's close friend Piccolo had once been a world-destroying demon king. Even Bulma, who was relatively normal, had reasons to worry about their child's influences. With the arrangement settled, Lin Yuan took Wukong and Piccolo for a brief instant transmission trip to a foreign planet, Yardrat. Although Lin Yuan mastered instant transmission, teaching it was not a simple task, so he decided to leave that to the Yardrat inhabitants from the original story. Piccolo, who was also interested in instant transmission, joined them for the journey. Lin Yuan had acquired the coordinates to Yardrat from King Kai and had previously scouted the location, enabling them to teleport directly there. Wow, where are we, Lin Yuan? This doesn't feel like Earth. Wukong exclaimed as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Fool, of course, this isn't Earth. The gravity is clearly different. Piccolo reminded him. Lin Yuan nodded, affirming Piccolo's accuracy. This is not Earth, but rather Yardrat, the planet where you will learn instant transmission. Thus, Lin Yuan and the others engaged with the natives of Yardrat amicably before departing, leaving Wukong excited and Piccolo contemplative. So he just found it troublesome. which is why he brought us here to learn. Poor old son. He genuinely believed Lin Yuan's claim that he wouldn't teach us, Piccolo mused silently. Nevertheless, Piccolo merely grumbled. He was more than willing to learn instant transmission, regardless of who taught him. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Yuan first visited the martial arts school to discuss the establishment of the security company with Namu and Satur. Subsequently, Namu reported an important matter regarding the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. The essence was that the organizer of the previous tournament had approached Namu, hoping that the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School could host the next tournament. The reasoning was that the prestige of the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School could attract more skilled participants and ensure a larger, better organized event with heightened safety for the competitors. As the competitors' strength increased, the funds required to host the World Martial Arts Tournament became more substantial, and the current organizers were struggling. For instance, in the 23rd tournament, the battle between Wukong and Piccolo nearly obliterated the entire island, leaving the arena in ruins. The costs for reconstruction were astronomical, and the safety of the audience could not be guaranteed. This year's 24th tournament had very few spectators, likely due to lingering fears. After hearing Namu's account, Lin Yuan readily agreed. This would be a perfect opportunity for the security company to manage the event, simultaneously enhancing its reputation. After discussing various details and confirming numerous arrangements, Lin Yuan returned home. Upon arriving, he found an unexpected guest, Chi-Chi's chosen tutor. In the living room, he saw a girl with long black hair engaged in conversation with Chi-Chi about Lin Yi's traits, character, and preferences. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, Chi-Chi immediately introduced him. "Ah, you're back, dear. Nana, this is the child's father." After introducing the girl in front of him, he said, "Dear, this is our son's future teacher, Miss Nana. She is quite an understanding young lady." Lin Yuan nodded and greeted her warmly. "Hello, Miss Nana. I am the father of Yi. Just call me Lin Yuan. I look forward to your guidance for Yi and Wu Fanjiang." The girl shyly responded, "Hello, Lin Yuan Kuan. My name is Udon Na. You can call me Nana." Chapter 67. The early signs of chaos. In a hidden corner of the universe, on a continent suspended in chaos, lies a uniquely shaped, enormous black and gray castle, where flickering lights illuminate the interior. A giant, nearly 5 meters tall with grayish-blue skin and a corpulent physique, sat upon a massive throne, slowly speaking in a thunderous voice. "Baroka, how long until we can return to that place and reclaim all that is ours?" "Master, it won't be long. Within a few years, you will attain that supreme magical power. At that time, no one in the universe will be your match, including them." "Haha, excellent." After waiting for hundreds of years, the moment has finally arrived. On Earth, in the city of West, Udon Na was tutoring 2 children at Lin Yuan's home. Over the past year, she had grown fond of these 2 little ones and cherished this job. Both children were exceptionally bright, lively, and obedient, grasping concepts quickly, which often made her feel more like a caretaker than a teacher. Today, as Lan Shi and Lin Yuan were out on a date, it was Udon Na's responsibility to prepare lunch for the 2 children. However, she had no complaints, as she earned double pay, and the kids frequently took long breaks, allowing her time off as well. Moreover, Lin Yuan and Lan Shi treated her with great kindness. It was common for her to share meals with them after work or go shopping with Lan Shi on her days off. "How fortunate I am to have found such a job. And Mr. Lin Yuan is quite handsome and easygoing, though it's a pity he's already married," Udon Na mused, her delicate face adorned with a dreamy smile. "Hey, Wu Fan, how do you solve this problem? The last question in 4th grade is a bit challenging," Lin Yi asked, holding up a book in front of Wu Fan, gesturing with her small hands. Wu Fan patiently explained the solution, demonstrating the steps. "Wow. As expected of you, Wu Fan. You can do this. That's amazing," Lin Yi said, looking at Wu Fan with admiration. Wu Fan scratched his head shyly. "Oh, it's nothing. My mom made me study a lot before, so I've already learned most of the elementary content." Now, under Udon Na's guidance, Wu Fan was gradually starting to delve into high school material. The elementary subjects seemed exceedingly simple. Lin Yi turned around, presenting her book to Udon Na. "Miss Nana, look, I can solve this problem now. Can we start on the next semester's material?" Udon Na, perhaps too lost in thought, did not hear Lin Yi's voice. Her eyes gazed upwards, a blissful smile gracing her lips, with a hint of a glistening droplet forming at the corner of her mouth. "Miss Nana, what are you daydreaming about? You're so silly." Lin Yi raised her voice. Udon Na quickly wiped her mouth, adopting a serious expression. Ahem, what did you just say? Ichi. The teacher was lost in thought. In contrast to her busy son, Lan Shi was leisurely strolling through the streets of West, linking arms with Lin Yuan. What do you think of Nana? She asked, resting her head on his arm. Lin Yuan, engrossed in watching videos on his phone, replied casually, oh, she's a very responsible teacher. Her teaching methods are engaging and innovative, and she is quite patient. The children really like her. I mean, how about her outside of work? She's not bad. A rather shy girl, diligent in her work, though sometimes she can be a bit silly and lost in thought. Lin Yuan continued to focus on his phone while Lan Shi served as his navigator. Noticing Lin Yuan's prompt responses, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled mischievously. What about her figure? Is it good? Well, Nana's figure is pretty good. Especially, as Lin Yuan felt the tightening grip on his arm, he instinctively swallowed hard, realizing his mistake. He quickly tucked his phone away and pointed towards a tall building in the distance. Look, dear, the Dream-era movie city. Didn't you want to see the new movie? Let's go? Ah, ouch. Before he could finish, Lan Shi pinched his waist, twisting it fiercely, her brows furrowed. Especially what? Especially her legs, her chest, or her backside. Just a slip of the tongue. Your figure is the best in the world. Love you, he stammered. That's more like it, Lan Shi said, a smile gracing her lips as she pulled Lin Yuan toward the movie theater. Ultimately, they decided to watch a movie, but suddenly, an urgent announcement on a large screen caught Lin Yuan's attention. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent notification. Recently, aggressive creatures have been appearing worldwide. They are attacking nearby villages and cities. People in East and South have already been injured. Please exercise caution when going outside. If you encounter animals with red eyes and bared teeth, please. Lin Yuan did not pay much heed, as such events happened annually in the Dragon Ball world. It was likely just some mad scientists' antics or minor evil forces causing trouble. Thinking of mad scientists, Lin Yuan recalled the androids studied by Dr. Gero and the great threats from the future. Only such formidable matters truly warranted his concern. As he pondered about these adversaries, the likes of Majin Buu, androids, and others, an abrupt loud noise shattered his thoughts, followed by panicked screams from outside. The entire cinema began to shake violently. Lin Yuan swiftly lifted Lan Shi and soared outside. The streets were in chaos. A massive, crimson-eyed dinosaur rampaged through, scattering people in all directions. Lin Yuan set Lan Shi down and dashed in front of the dinosaur. It roared at the sight of the tiny human before it. With a foul stench assaulting his senses, Lin Yuan quickly moved to deliver a punch under the dinosaur's jaw, causing its colossal body to crash to the ground. As he floated back to Lan Shi's side, assuring her that everything was fine while deep in thought, his expression turned grave. The dinosaur seemed to have been driven by a violent force, a presence he found eerily familiar, yet couldn't quite place. Sensing similar chaotic creatures attacking humans in several areas of West, he immediately called Nanwu. Nanwu, there have been animal rampage incidents in parts of West. Send some of your people to quell the situation. It's a good opportunity to promote the Zizai Security Group. Understood. I know what to do. Zizai Security was the new security company established by Lin Yuan. After hanging up, he finally recalled why that aura felt familiar. Many years ago, he had visited a place filled with such energy, the Demon Realm. Chapter 68. A return to the Demon Realm. Could it be that the gate to the Demon Realm has been reopened? Yet, what mischief could those few Asuras, whose combat power barely exceeds 1,000, possibly wreak? Dominate Earth? They might not even dream of ruling any planet, let alone our own, Lin Yuan mused. Furthermore, although the location where the Asuras resided possessed some magical energy, Lin Yuan sensed it was akin to a place that had been sealed away. Regardless, he resolved to investigate. Assured by the presence of individuals from the Shiyu Martial Arts Academy, which posed no significant threat, dear, stay by Gohan and our son, do not venture out. I shall be leaving for a while. Please take care, Lin Yuan said after settling Lan Shi at home. He then teleported to the very castle where he had first entered the Demon Realm. Upon arriving at the castle's entrance, Lin Yuan quickly spotted a familiar face, Misa. She was the little girl he and Goku had rescued from the Demon Realm. A decade had flown by, and Misa had blossomed into a stunning young woman. Lin Yuan recognized her instantly, thanks to her familiar aura and somewhat similar features. At that moment, Misa, clad in a pink dress with her hair elegantly pinned up, was watering the flowers in the castle's small garden. Excuse me, are you Misa? Lin Yuan inquired as he approached the garden's edge. Upon hearing her name, Misa looked up and was momentarily taken aback by the familiar visage, struggling to recall who he was. After all, a significant amount of time had passed, and she had been just a child then. "Ah, I am Misa. You are Mr. Lin Yuan," she exclaimed after a few seconds of contemplation. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I never expected that after 10 years, you would still recognize me." Misa, filled with joy, grasped Lin Yuan's hand and said, "You are my savior. And compared to a decade ago, you have hardly changed, which is why I could recognize you so quickly. Come, let us talk inside. I shall brew you a cup of tea, and you can rest here tonight, allowing me to repay your kindness from years ago." Lin Yuan allowed Misa's gentle hand to guide him into the castle. Inside, Misa prepared a cup of tea, and as Lin Yuan took a sip, he revealed the purpose of his visit. "Misa, I have come today because I need your assistance." Without hesitation, Misa replied, "You can tell me anything, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. After rescuing you from the demon realm, I retrieved a sword. I wonder if it still exists? I need it for another journey into the demon realm," Lin Yuan explained. "Of course, it is still here. That sword was originally pulled out by you, so it rightfully belongs to you. Please wait a moment while I have someone bring it to you," Misa assured him. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with a nod. They then chatted about the events of the past years, and Lin Yuan was surprised to learn that Misa had become the lord of the town and the master of the castle. "It seems I should now refer to you as Queen Misa instead of Princess Misa," he joked. A shadow of melancholy crossed Misa's eyes as she replied, "In truth, I long to experience life outside. The world beyond is so vibrant. Being a queen here pales in comparison to being a free-spirited Princess Misa out there." Lin Yuan quickly reassured her, "If you wish to go out, then you should. The times are changing. The existence of this castle will gradually lose its significance. Don't you think, Princess Misa?" Misa's eyes sparkled with realization, finding wisdom in Lin Yuan's words. After a while, her spirits lifted significantly, and the gleaming sword was delivered before Lin Yuan. With the sword in hand, he approached the gate to the demon realm and used it as a key to reopen the path. As Lin Yuan stepped into this territory once more, he could sense the presence of the Asuras, their aura seemingly amplified manifold. At that moment within the Shura Palace, Asura became aware of something and murmured in confusion, How did the gate open? Is it Mela? I must investigate." Before Asura could move, a human figure materialized before him, one he would never forget. It was the man who had stolen his wife and gravely injured him. Asura immediately sprang into action, warily confronting Lin Yuan. "You? What brings you back to the demon realm, you fool? Aren't you afraid for your life?" Lin Yuan shrugged his shoulders, exuding a sense of resignation. "Here we are again, Asura. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. However, I am not here to fight you today. I wish to clarify a few matters." Asura, with a hint of skepticism, asked what matters. Lin Yuan proceeded to recount the events occurring in the outside world, inquiring if Asura was involved. Asura scoffed, "Firstly, I can assure you that I am not responsible for this matter. However, I can provide you with some information, if you can defeat me first." From Asura's demeanor, it seemed this issue was indeed unrelated to him, yet he was clearly privy to some information. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to comply. "Very well, let us settle this swiftly. To the arena." Lin Yuan replied, somewhat bemused that such a trivial matter required an arena. Nonetheless, he followed Asura to the battleground, where Mela and Goku'S soon arrived as well. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, even their combat powers had soared exponentially. Goku'S, whose power was previously around 150, now boasted nearly 20,000. Mela's power was even more astonishing, reaching 20, while Asura's had risen to 28. Soon, the battle between Lin Yuan and Asura commenced. To prevent Asura from appearing too pathetic, Lin Yuan initially evaded, only launching his attack to defeat him afterward. "Hurry and transform. Don't waste time. Use all your strength." "Ha! I never expected you to have grown so much yourself. But with the demon star approaching, you stand no chance against me," Asura declared, before beginning his transformation. Lin Yuan seized upon a crucial keyword in Asura's words, demon star. Could the madness plaguing Earth's creatures be linked to this so-called demon star? Never mind, he thought. Once he defeated Asura, he would inquire further. In a short while, Asura transformed into the second form Lin Yuan had previously battled, boasting a power of 90. "Shall we begin?" Lin Yuan asked. "Patience. Allow me to show you my new form," Asura said with a wicked grin, licking his lips. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Azura could transform further. As Azura roared, his body shifted from blue to red, shrinking in size, with veins bulging. His previously smooth black hair now stood on end like barbs, and white steam emanated from his skin. "All right, the battle may commence," Azura declared, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on Lin Yuan. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to a demon but rather appeared as a fiend. Azura's third transformation was complete. Combat Power 900. Chapter 69, The Demon Realm. Part 1. The crimson waves of energy rustled Lin Yuan's clothing slightly. In the face of the formidable Azura, he maintained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Mela scrutinized the mysterious man named Lin Yuan with narrowed eyes. A decade prior, he had exuded an aura of enigma, having defeated Azura in his second form. Now, 10 years later, with Azura's power having surged exponentially and with the aid of the Demon Star, he had attained his third form. Yet, Mela remained unable to discern the limits of this young man's capabilities. Though Azura was undeniably powerful at this moment, Mela was firmly convinced that this young man would emerge victorious. "Azura, I never anticipated that you possessed such means, significantly enhancing your strength by approximately tenfold beyond the second stage. It appears I truly underestimated you earlier." With a disdainful smile gracing his lips, Azura confidently declared, "If you plead for mercy now, I might consider sparing you, provided you agree to remain in the demon realm as my subordinate. What say you?" Lin Yuan, stretching his limbs, assumed a combat stance, retorting, "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in battle. I am eager to uncover the information you mentioned." Azura, taken aback, thought, "You presume I am offering you a chance? How audacious." With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself towards Lin Yuan, akin to a cannonball. Unfazed, Lin Yuan summoned a golden aura from beneath his feet, though his hair remained dark. The golden radiance flickered for but a brief moment before dissipating. In an instant, Azura was sent crashing into the wall, embedded within it. To Myra's astonishment, she witnessed Azura charge at Lin Yuan, only to be flung away in a flash of golden light, without comprehending how Lin Yuan had struck. In truth, Lin Yuan had merely utilized a single punch. With arms crossed, Lin Yuan surveyed Azura and queried, "Shall we continue, Azura? If you wish to proceed, I shall oblige. Otherwise, you will divulge the nature of the chaos outside." Azura's eyes widened in shock. He had never fathomed being bested in a single move, let alone without perceiving his opponent's actions. A sharp pain radiated from his cheek as he realized the disparity in speed and strength between them. He promptly abandoned any thoughts of further combat, reverting from his third stage transformation. Upon returning to the arena, Azura cast a complex glance at Lin Yuan, then beckoned to Mira. "Come, Mira." He then ambled toward his chamber, with Lin Yuan and Mira following closely behind. Suddenly, Mira spoke, "Lin Yuan, I am astonished by your newfound strength. It is the result of my relentless training. Besides, you two have also grown significantly stronger, have you not?" Lin Yuan replied. Mira, noticing Lin Yuan's small tail, appeared skeptical. "Our enhancement stems from more than mere training. There are other substantial factors at play." "Oh, and what might those be?" Lin Yuan inquired. "You shall find out shortly." Mira responded as the trio arrived at the door of the chamber. Upon entering, Azura secured the door and windows, taking a seat as he began. "First, allow me to clarify. If your intention is to address the invasion of demonic energy from the outside, it is a futile endeavor. Oh, by the way, human, what is your name?" "My name is Lin Yuan." "When you say it is futile, what do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. Azura nodded, inhaled deeply, and replied, "It is due to the Demon Star." Lin Yuan observed a slight change in Myra's demeanor at the mention of the Demon Star, a blend of fear and revulsion evident in her expression. "What exactly is the Demon Star? Is it a planet?" Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Myra's melodious voice chimed in. "The situation is as follows." After Mira elucidated the matter, Lin Yuan finally grasped the entirety of the situation. It turned out that within the universe, there existed a drifting planet known as the Demon Star, which emanated potent demonic energy. Any planet in proximity to the Demon Star would be affected by this energy, causing its inhabitants to become brutal and bloodthirsty. Azura and Mira, being of the demon race, would be empowered by the influence of the Demon Star. However, the downside was that once the Demon Star receded from Earth, they would become exceedingly weak. After absorbing their accounts, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation, recognizing the familiar narrative, though the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, this did not impede his decision-making. First, according to Myra's description, the demon star functioned as a rapidly moving planet. Once it distanced itself from Earth, the ensuing chaos would cease. Yet during this interval, the world would descend into turmoil, and upon the demon star's departure, humanity would succumb to extreme weakness, potentially leading to death. What if I were to destroy the demon star before it fully approached Earth? Lin Yuan proposed, straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Mira and Azura exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying their fear. No, that is absolutely unfeasible. The destruction of the demon star would result in the residual demonic energy completely eroding nearby planets. Given the current proximity, Earth would undoubtedly suffer. Azura, slightly agitated, began to articulate further but abruptly fell silent, as if recalling something significant. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing both Azura and Mira. He had long sensed their reticence. Enough. I suggest you divulge everything you know. Otherwise, I will act according to my own judgment, perhaps by eliminating you both before obliterating the demon star. My patience is limited. Azura swallowed hard, sensing that withholding the truth would indeed lead to his demise. Just then, a sigh escaped Myra's lips. Alas, with a resigned tone, she continued. At this juncture, it is permissible to disclose the truth, provided you refrain from destroying the demon star. Can you agree to that, Lin Yuan? Seeing her willingness to share, Lin Yuan relaxed his demeanor, responding, I can agree, but only if a more favorable solution is presented. Otherwise, I will still destroy the demon star and devise my own means to shield Earth from the encroaching demonic energy. Mira replied, in truth, the encroachment of demonic energy is a minor issue. The critical concern is that once the demon star is destroyed, the denizens of the demon realm will undoubtedly send emissaries to investigate this star system. At that time, Earth, along with this star system, will be incapable of escaping their grasp. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. Demon realm? Are you implying that there exists another demon realm beyond this one? Is the demon star of paramount importance to that realm? Mira solemnly nodded, clarifying, to be precise, it is the lesser demon realm. The significance lies not in the demon star itself, but rather in an artifact upon it, the demon crystal. At this juncture, Azura interjected, indeed. Both Mira and I hail from the greater demon realm. Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The greater demon realm? Wait, greater demon realm and lesser demon realm? Are you certain you have not misspoken? Lin Yuan queried, recalling only a singular demon realm. While he understood that Azura and his kin did not belong to the true demon realm, he was unaware of the existence of both greater and lesser demon realms. Azura affirmed, when I was but a child, I lived in the greater demon realm with my parents. Eventually, they sought to explore the outside world and took me away. During our travels, my parents were deceived by our kin and ensnared within a barrier, which was, in fact, the lesser demon realm. The lesser demon realm permits entry but forbids exit, forcing us to endure a hellish existence. As he recounted this, Azura clenched his jaw, anger etched across his face. It was in the lesser demon realm that I met Mira. Later, amidst a tumultuous upheaval, we managed to escape to this inconspicuous planet, Earth. Yet our parents. Unbelievable. Your experiences are so intricate. But what is the tale behind the demon star and the demon crystal? Lin Yuan expressed his sympathy for their plight. I shall elucidate. Mira interjected. Currently, the demon king of the lesser demon realm is King Gera. His father, having failed to seize the throne in the greater demon realm, took his confidants and Gera to establish the lesser demon realm. Gera's father was accompanied by a formidable sorcerer who discovered the demon crystal and its unique properties. Thus, the magic crystal was placed atop the magic star, gathering the ethereal energies and malevolent thoughts from the cosmos to nurture itself. It is said that once the crystal accumulates a sufficient amount of magical energy, it bestows upon its wielder unrivaled power, potentially surpassing even the Dark Lord who possesses the third eye. At this point, although Lin Yuan comprehended the words, he felt utterly bewildered. He had no knowledge of this third eye or the terrifying magic crystal. Could it be some newly released theatrical version or spin-off? Mira, oblivious to Lin Yuan's furrowed brow, continued, GLA's father sought to harness the power of the magic crystal to reclaim the demon realm and defeat its king. As GLA grew, so did his ambition. Eventually, he killed his father and became the new generation's Dark Lord. However, King GLA was far more ruthless than his predecessor. He sealed off the entire minor demon realm, periodically siphoning the life force and magical energy of its impoverished inhabitants to nourish the magic crystal. Ultimately, the people could no longer endure King GLA's tyranny and organized a rebellion. Yet, King GLA and his 4 demon generals were far too powerful, and the revolution ultimately failed. Our parents perished in that insurrection. Ashura and I seized the opportunity to escape. Having finished her tale, Mira appeared momentarily lost in thought, tears tracing her usually stoic face as she recalled her departed parents. After wiping away her tears, she smiled and turned to Lin Yuan, inquiring, after hearing all this, "What do you plan to do, Mr. Lin Yuan?" Lin Yuan processed the vast amount of information. It was clear that the magic star was not to be trifled with. Even though he was unaware of King GLA's true capabilities, anyone who could contend for the position of a Dark Lord must possess strength far beyond his current prowess. Take, for instance, the Demon King Depura, whom Lin Yuan was familiar with. He was at least on par with a fully realized Super Saiyan. Even if King GLA was not as powerful as Depura, he would undoubtedly exceed Lin Yuan's current battle power of over 5 million. "Do you know Depura?" Lin Yuan asked cautiously. Mira seemed to have no recollection of Depura, but Ashura appeared to know something. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I believe I've heard my father mention that the son of the Demon King is named Depura." Lin Yuan realized with clarity that the demon realm referred to the greater demon realm. Hence, the current Demon King must indeed be Depura. It was likely that he would soon fall under Babiti's control and become a pawn. Mira was somewhat astonished to learn that Lin Yuan knew the name of the greater Demon King's son and inquired how he came by it. However, Lin Yuan deflected her curiosity. Then, Lin Yuan uttered a statement that left both of them in shock. "I believe it would be prudent to take a closer look at the magic star. Perhaps a solution will present itself." "Thank you both. Are you mad?" "The magic star is suffused with magical energy. Just being 100,000 miles away could impair one's sanity. Getting closer might transform you into a demon." Ashura gazed at Lin Yuan as if he were a fool. Lin Yuan remained unfazed by the danger, confident in his ability to teleport. If the situation turned dire, he could simply retreat. "It's fine. I am assured of my safety, and I can escape if things go awry." At this, Myra's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Lin Yuan shared what he considered a tentative plan. "I intend to see if there is an opportunity to steal the magic crystal and hide it in a remote corner of the universe. Alternatively, I could destroy the crystal altogether. I possess a skill called instant transmission that allows me to reach any location in the universe instantaneously. Without the magic crystal, the magic star's energy will surely diminish. I can then use my key to alter its trajectory slightly, ensuring Earth remains largely unaffected." Ashura chuckled bitterly. "Stealing the magic crystal? You certainly have audacious ideas. Mira, if you accompany me, can you still execute that instant transmission?" she suddenly inquired. Lin Yuan instinctively nodded. "Then take me with you. I am far more familiar with the minor demon realm and the magic star than you are. If you agree, I can provide you with additional information." Myra's expression was resolute, as if she had made a firm decision. Ashura grew anxious. "Are you insane? If they discover you, there will be no escape. Don't forget who you are." Mira raised her hand to silence Ashura. "Precisely because I am his daughter, I wish to do this. If I can destroy the magic crystal, it will save countless lives in the minor demon realm." She recalled her father's parting words as he sent her away from the minor demon realm. "You must survive, my beloved daughter." A wave of profound sorrow washed over her, and tears fell unbidden. Mira had thought she would never have another chance to leave this place. Yet, Lin Yuan's appearance, his mystery and strength, had instilled in her courage and hope. If she could indeed destroy the magic crystal and save countless beings in the minor demon realm, she believed her parents' spirits would rejoice. Seeing Myra's tear-streaked face juxtaposed with her unwavering determination, Lin Yuan acquiesced. "Very well, you shall be my guide." Chapter 71, Arrival at the Magic Star. "Really?" Mira beamed with joy. "Thank you, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan smiled back, then asked, "What was the other piece of information you wanted to share?" "It is as follows." Mira revealed a crucial detail. The magic crystal was guarded in shifts by the 4 demon generals. Each general possessed formidable strength, yet there were significant disparities among them. For instance, the first-ranked giant demon general was several times stronger than the second-ranked blood demon general, and so on, with the fourth-ranked being the weakest. However, there was no need for concern. The mightiest giant demon general rarely ventured out to execute tasks, leaving the duties to the 3 lower-ranked generals. I just don't know who is on duty now, Mira noted. After hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of clarity dawn upon him. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately and ascertain the situation on the magic star. Although Ashura recognized the peril that lay ahead, he too harbored a desire to see the magic crystal destroyed. Lin Yuan, Mira, please be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot leave this place. Enough. Your presence would be of no assistance. Mira is sufficient as a guide. If all goes well, we should be back within an hour. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, interrupting Ashura as he and Mira stepped out of the realm. The moment Mira crossed the threshold of the demon realm, her spirits lifted, and she appeared much more animated, her eyes shining with newfound brightness. With her long legs, she joyfully surveyed her surroundings, exhilarated by the world outside. Ah, the air out here feels wonderful. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Why are you thanking me? This is merely the first step. The real challenge lies ahead. Are you prepared? He asked. I'm ready, she affirmed, her excitement palpable. Follow me. Lin Yuan propelled himself into the sky, and Mira followed closely behind. Hovering aloft, Lin Yuan closed his eyes, focusing intently on sensing the aura of the magic star. Mira curiously observed him, puzzled by his actions. After several moments, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I found it. Such powerful magical energy. He extended his hand toward Mira. Grab my hand. Mira obediently reached out her small hand, a hint of shyness flickering across her face. Oh, what now? As Lin Yuan clasped her cool hand, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Take a deep breath. We are about to embark. As Lin Yuan's voice faded, Mela immediately took a deep breath, puffing her cheeks before experiencing a dazzling flash, finding herself outside the atmosphere of the demon star. Indeed, outside the atmosphere. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloping the entire planet rendered Lin Yuan unable to pinpoint a specific aura on the demon star, forcing him to teleport outside its confines. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan felt an immediate tingle at the nape of his neck. The demon star loomed before him like a monstrous creature of the deep sea, with countless colossal tentacles formed from concentrated demonic energy reaching out into the cosmos. Strands of demonic energy visibly ensnared Lin Yuan, disrupting his mind and inciting an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything in his vicinity. Just then, he sensed the silver cells within him pulse to life, devouring the invading demonic energy and gradually restoring his clarity of thought. Without further delay, Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around Mela's waist, enveloped in a white flame, and shot towards the demon star at breakneck speed, resembling a descending white meteor. Once they breached the atmosphere, Lin Yuan navigated through a thick veil of demonic energy, finally catching sight of the ground below. Upon landing, Mela immediately broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace, her face seemingly flushed even deeper. Oblivious to Mela's unease, Lin Yuan was engrossed in examining the demon star, only to be surprised that, despite its ominous crimson exterior, the surface of the planet was, in fact, a vibrant shade of blue. Moreover, the concentration of demonic energy above the demon star was not as potent as he had anticipated. It was even less dense than outside the atmosphere. It appeared that the demonic energy had gathered in the upper reaches of the sky, forming a thick protective barrier around the entire planet. Lin Yuan, look over there. Mela tugged at the hem of Lin Yuan's clothing, her expression one of shock as she pointed towards the sky behind him. Turning his head, Lin Yuan beheld a sight he had never encountered before. In the distance, a serpentine red column rose majestically between heaven and earth, resembling a colossal red dragon coiling through the air, continuously twisting its elongated form. What on earth is that? As Lin Yuan marveled, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura emanating from below the red column. Noticing Lin Yuan's sudden change, Mela inquired, "What's wrong, Lin Yuan? Did you sense something?" Below that red column lies a formidable and malevolent presence. I suspect that is where the demon crystal resides, along with the demon general guarding it. Lin Yuan replied slowly. That must be the case, Lin Yuan. What should we do next? Perhaps we can get a little closer, so I can see which demon general is on guard, and devise a plan to steal the demon crystal. With a chuckle at Mela's serious contemplation, Lin Yuan confidently declared, "Fear not. This demon general will be but a trifling challenge for me. This operation may turn out to be far simpler than we imagined." Mela gazed at Lin Yuan's confident demeanor, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Memories of being held by him earlier flooded her mind, causing a deeper blush to creep onto her cheeks. Having lived for over 2 centuries, she had never held hands with anyone other than her father, let alone embraced someone. This thought intensified her blush. Soon, a wild idea took root in Meila's mind. Lin Yuan, unaware of her inner turmoil, simply urged, "Keep up," and soared towards the direction of the red column. Meila, momentarily interrupted, touched her flushed cheeks and muttered under her breath before trailing behind Lin Yuan. As they drew nearer, Lin Yuan slowly discerned the true nature of the red column. It was the demonic energy being drawn into a specific point on the ground. Contemplating, Lin Yuan surmised that this vast reservoir of demonic energy was likely being absorbed by the demon crystal, and the unending flow of demonic energy from other planets was nurturing it. The sheer magnitude of power contained within the demon crystal must be staggering, necessitating such a relentless influx of energy for its sustenance. Lin Yuan felt a cold sweat break out. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he truly grasp this terror. As they approached the red light column, Lin Yuan and Meila gradually slowed their flight, carefully suppressing their presence until they eventually concealed themselves behind a nearby rock. Just a short distance from the column. The closer they got, the more Lin Yuan felt the frenzied influx of demonic energy flooding his body. Fortunately, his silver cells ramped up their devouring capacity in response. Before them stood 8 towering red crystal pillars, resembling dragon claws, encasing a central red crystal that emanated a blackish-purple glow. The 8 pillars radiated a seductive crimson light, greedily absorbing the chaotic and alluring demonic energy from above. The energy was being transformed through the crystals into pure demonic power, slowly feeding the floating demon crystal at the center. Beside the massive crystal pillars stood a tall figure cloaked in darkness. Lin Yuan turned to Meila and asked, "That must be the demon general, right? Do you know his rank?" Meila quickly responded, "That's the Shadow Demon General, ranked 3rd. He is the only one among the 4 demon generals who dresses like that. He is quite powerful, but thankfully it's not the Blood Demon General." Lin Yuan nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the power dynamics among the 4 demon generals. The Shadow Demon General possessed a combat strength of 7,000, slightly more than half of Frisia's power. However, for Lin Yuan, that was hardly a concern. "Stay hidden and suppress your aura. I will handle him," Lin Yuan instructed Meila. "Be careful," Meila replied, concern evident in her eyes. Despite Lin Yuan's confidence, she remained uneasy, haunted by the profound psychological scars left by the demon generals from years past. During the time when the great demon general and King Jela did not intervene, the other 3 demon generals had utterly defeated her father's revolutionary army. In the end, only through the ultimate sacrifice of all their strongest fighters were they able to slay the 4th-ranked Ice Demon General. "I understand," Lin Yuan acknowledged, then swiftly moved to confront the cloaked figure. The Shadow Demon General slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, his voice laced with lethargy. "Did I sleep too long and start hallucinating? How could there be a person standing before me?" After rubbing his eyes and confirming the presence of Lin Yuan, the Shadow Demon General stiffened in disbelief. "How could this be? My duty to guard the demon crystal has always felt like a mere nap. I have yet to see another soul." The Shadow Demon General took a cautious step back. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Lin Yuan now clearly observed the visage of the so-called Shadow Demon General. He appeared to belong to the same race as Captain Jinyu from the Mike Star. With purple skin and towering over 2 meters tall, adorned with 2 massive black horns and a network of bulging veins on his head. "Hey there, brother. Can you turn off the equipment here? It's disrupting our planet's ecosystem," Lin Yuan said with an earnest expression, as if he were making a genuine request. The Shadow Demon General exclaimed, "What? I can't turn it off. Get out of here, or else I won't wait and will kill you right away." Feigning ignorance, Lin Yuan casually walked towards the demon crystal, stating, "No worries. I can handle it myself." Seeking death, the Shadow Demon General erupted in a burst of purple flames, launching a punch at the seemingly foolish human before him. Bang! The Shadow Demon General's fist was firmly caught by Lin Yuan, who radiated a red aura. Before the Demon General could register his surprise, Lin Yuan delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling backward. The Shadow Demon adjusted its form midair, its energy surging as it barely managed to halt its momentum. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing above the Shadow Demon. Panic surged within the demon at the realization of Lin Yuan's astonishing speed. It frantically scanned the surroundings for Lin Yuan, only to hear a voice from above. "I'm right here," Lin Yuan exclaimed, simultaneously clenching his fists into hammers and striking down upon the astonished shadow demon's head. Boom! The force of the impact sent the shadow demon crashing into the ground, creating a large circular crater and sending up a cloud of dust. Remarkable. Lin Yuan is truly formidable. Mira, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists in excitement, her face alight with exhilaration. Suddenly, from the depths of the crater, a robust wave of dark purple energy surged forth, engulfing Lin Yuan's form in an instant. Mira's smile froze. "Ha! Foolish pig, what are you pretending for?" The shadow demon general cackled, having witnessed Lin Yuan take a direct hit. Yet, the laughter was abruptly cut short. The shadow demon felt a warm wave radiating from its abdomen and slowly lowered its gaze, only to find a large hand poised against its body, energy already coalescing within. It was over. The energy erupted with tremendous force, piercing through the shadow demon, purple blood spraying forth. In disbelief, it stared at the gaping hole in its belly, struggling to utter a few sounds. Impossible. Damn it. It then collapsed weakly to the ground. Just when Lin Yuan and Mira thought the battle had concluded, the shadow demon inexplicably summoned newfound strength, soaring rapidly into the sky. "Ha! To protect the magic crystal, I'll absorb a bit of magical energy, surely. King Grala won't blame me." As the shadow demon laughed, the swirling magical energy in the air began to converge upon it, healing its wounds and amplifying its power. Lin Yuan, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, pursued the shadow demon, his crimson aura dissipating to reveal a golden light. When he once again positioned himself before the shadow demon, his eyes transformed from black to green, exuding a chilling aura. "Apologies for my earlier oversight. Time is limited, and this time I shall obliterate you completely." At this moment, the shadow demon, now considerably empowered, could hardly believe the words of the human before it. It summoned a fierce aura of purple mixed with red, adopting a battle stance. Lin Yuan, keeping his promise, swiftly appeared before the shadow demon, and as its pupils widened, he unleashed a powerful punch. The shadow demon wished to defend itself, having already envisioned its defensive motion, but it was simply too fast. Once more, the shadow demon was sent flying. This time, Lin Yuan did not afford it the chance to recover, opting instead for a relentless pursuit. He teleported behind the airborne shadow demon, delivering a knee strike. The shadow demon was sent soaring like a baseball struck by a bat, propelled into the sky. Super. Ultimate cannon. Huh. Lin Yuan followed up with a devastating ultimate cannon, fearing that the initial power might not suffice, and exerted additional strength to amplify its force. A tremendous wave of energy engulfed the shadow demon general, crashing against the magical shield in the air and creating a large hole. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yuan reverted from his Super Saiyan form. This magical energy is truly immense. I can hardly believe it only made such a small dent. Observing the hole in the sky slowly mending, eventually restoring itself to its original state, Lin Yuan mused, that last attack undoubtedly unleashed over 300 million in power. Yet it barely penetrated a fifth of the magical shield. It's utterly incredible. Success. Lin Yuan, this is fantastic. Now we can eliminate the magic crystal. Mira exclaimed joyfully. Rushing over, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. He had not anticipated it would be this easy. Together, they fixed their gazes upon the floating red crystal. Chapter 73, The Magic Crystal. Bang! A figure was sent flying, crashing into a rocky mountain. This individual had just attempted to retrieve the magic crystal, but was unexpectedly repelled by a tremendous surge of magical energy upon stepping into the circle formed by 8 crystal pillars. Lin Yuan emerged from the rocky debris and approached Mira, confusion etched upon his face. This thing has an automatic defense system? Without waiting for a reply, Lin Yuan transformed into a Super Saiyan and strode purposefully towards the pillars. I refuse to believe this. Mira furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the crystal pillars, recognizing their resemblance to something familiar yet uncertain. Lin Yuan successfully stepped forward, but as he attempted a third step, the 8 crystal pillars suddenly illuminated brightly. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming repulsion threatening to eject him. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his silver cells into a rushing flow towards his golden cells. Activating his perfect Super Saiyan form, his power skyrocketing to nearly 4.5 billion. As the silvery aura erupted forth, Lin Yuan managed to take that third step. Yet he was still several steps away from the magic crystal. Aware that the repulsion grew stronger the further he advanced, he realized he could only manage a fourth step at most, leaving him far from the crystal. Thus, he retreated. Upon Lin Yuan's return, Mira proposed her thoughts. Lin Yuan, I think perhaps we could try a different approach. Understanding the rationale, Lin Yuan acknowledged that a head-on assault was futile. What method do you suggest? He inquired, raising an eyebrow at Mira. I'm not entirely sure, but this seems very similar to the demon array in the Little Demon realm. Mira replied uncertainly. However, the demon array is comprised of 6 specially crafted metal components, designed by the sorcerer Baroka to absorb magical energy and convert it into a protective barrier. Though this is somewhat different, the functions are similar. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan glanced at the intricate patterns on the ground between the 8 crystal pillars. Is there a way to break this array? The magical field generated between the pillars was formidable, yet the pillars themselves were relatively fragile. If one were to shatter a pillar, the internal energy would become unbalanced, resulting in a funnel-like effect. But Mira paused before continuing. The sheer magnitude of magical energy contained within these pillars could lead to unpredictable consequences if the balance is disrupted. No one knows what might happen. Just as Mira finished speaking, Lin Yuan transformed into Perfect Super Saiyan and advanced towards one of the pillars, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a fissure appeared on the surface of the red crystal pillar, spreading like a spider's web until the entire pillar was riddled with cracks. Then, Lin Yuan and Mira heard a loud crash as the pillar shattered, disintegrating into a pile of crystalline debris. With one pillar missing, the array resembled a deflated balloon, allowing a portion of its concentrated magical energy to leak out. Lin Yuan was at the forefront, feeling the immense magical energy surge towards him. He sensed that this energy was nothing like the chaotic, volatile magical aura he was familiar with. Instead, it resembled a form of energy akin to qi but with subtle differences, likely the energy cultivated by beings from the demon realm. This energy and magical power were nearly equivalent in mass, akin to the shadow demon general, whose internal energy, when converted to qi, was estimated to be slightly stronger than half of Frisia's power, approximately 7,000 in intensity. As if struck by inspiration, Lin Yuan shouted to Mira, "Mira, this magical energy is pure strength. You should try to absorb and convert it. Don't let it go to waste." Immediately, Mira closed her eyes, attempting to absorb and convert the energy, discovering that she could indeed absorb it, albeit at a slow pace. She could only convert 1/5 of the leaked magical energy. Nevertheless, even so, Mira's power surged rapidly, easily surpassing the 1,000,000 mark and continuing to rise. As Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to disrupt the equilibrium within the array, he elevated his energy to its zenith and proceeded towards the demon crystal. Although a repulsive force still lingered, it was significantly diminished compared to before. Lin Yuan effortlessly approached the crystal, gazing at the palm-sized gem that floated in midair, crystalline and translucent. He extended his hand and plucked it from its perch. The red crystal emitted a sinister black-purple glow from within, and Lin Yuan could sense the terrifying energy concealed within. Perhaps, one might estimate that the magical power contained within was tenfold that of his perfected Super One state. This was merely a perception through the crystal S layer. The thought of engaging in combat sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Mela approached Lin Yuan, and together they examined the demon crystal. Lin Yuan suggested, "Mela, perhaps you and Azura could attempt to absorb this crystal?" He regarded her with a playful expression. To his surprise, Mela rejected the idea without a second thought, her face reflecting disdain. "This crystal may appear beautiful, but it is born from the lives of countless individuals. That is why it is called a demon crystal. A part of it is derived from my own kin, hence I could never absorb such power. Moreover, the energy is overwhelmingly vast. Even if Azura and I combined our efforts, we would not be able to fully absorb it without risking our lives." Mela reasoned with clarity. Lin Yuan shrugged, recognizing his jest had fallen flat. "Very well, give me your hand. Let us change planets and destroy this demon crystal." Mela nodded, instinctively taking Lin Yuan's hand. "Are you still attached to holding hands?" he quipped, reluctantly transferring the crystal into her other hand as he searched for energy signatures. "Perhaps we should head to the old Namek? That might be a splendid choice." After a lengthy search, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled he was still within the demon star and unable to sense external energies. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I need to break through that layer of demonic gas to utilize instantaneous movement, he remarked, tapping his forehead. Come, Mela, hold on tight. I will take you out of here. Mela softly responded with an pressing herself against Lin Yuan, just as he prepared to launch into the air. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The remaining 7 crystal pillars erupted with a fierce red light, and the magical energy within the array became chaotic and frenzied. In an instant, amidst Lin Yuan and Mela's astonished gazes, the 7 crystals simultaneously shattered. The powerful shockwave rippled through space, drawing Lin Yuan and Mela into its vortex. Meanwhile, on a continent suspended within a concealed barrier, 7 glowing red devices, positioned at various locations, detonated explosively, causing the surrounding space to spiral and distort. Chapter 74, Initial Entry Bang. Within a castle, a giant with ashen skin and a black cloak furiously shattered a cup in his grasp. The shards flew, accompanied by a roar. What did you say? The demon crystal may have encountered a problem? Baroka, what on earth is happening? Baroka, the most trusted subordinate of the minor demon realm's king and the sole demon sorcerer therein, floated before King Grala, his expression grave. Just a moment ago, for an unknown reason, all the crimson crystal hubs within the demon realm were destroyed. Upon hearing this, King Grala's fury intensified, mingled with a flicker of astonishment. What did you say? All destroyed. Who did it? What transpired on the demon star, that even you are unaware? Baroka replied, I attempted to investigate. But the magical energy on the demon star is now chaotic, rendering my vision ineffective. Moreover, Ing has perished. That useless fool. He deserves to die? King Grala cursed, stamping his foot on the ground. Calm down, your majesty. There is also some good news. Oh, what good news? Hearing that there was good news diminished Grala's agitation considerably. His trust in Baroka was absolute, for they shared a common goal, reclaiming the grand demon realm and becoming its true rulers. Baroka's lips curled into a wry smile as he declared, firstly, regardless of who the intruder is, they are undoubtedly after the demon crystal. Given this, we need not worry, for the crystal remains within this minor demon realm. Upon hearing this, Grala breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. The demon crystal cannot be utilized until it fully matures, and as long as it is in the minor demon realm, it is under my control. But who could it be? Could it be someone from the grand demon realm? Grala pondered, perplexed, in his understanding. Only the pinnacle powers of the grand demon realm possess the capability to breach the demon star's gas barrier and defeat General Ing. I believe your majesty will soon uncover the answer. If I am not mistaken, the demon crystal likely became unstable due to the destruction of the crimson demon array, causing its immense power to spiral out of control and reverse the flow of the teleportation channel, drawing it into the minor demon realm. As he spoke, a glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of both Grala and Baroka. So, you mean to say? Indeed, your majesty. It is highly probable that the thief was also drawn into the minor demon realm. Ha ha ha, excellent. From this moment forth, let all guards scour the realm. Baroka, reinforce the barrier with utmost diligence. I shall see who this pesky fly truly is. Yes, your majesty. At this moment, Lin Yuan, disoriented in an unfamiliar terrain, surveyed his surroundings. Above him hung a blood moon, casting an ominous glow that bathed the land in a crimson hue. The air was thick with a musty scent that was indescribably unpleasant. Where am I? Am I traversing dimensions once more? Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he searched for Mela's presence. After a fruitless search with his naked eye, he decided to close his eyes and attune himself to her aura. To his relief, he sensed Mela's presence. However, the disheartening news was that he could not detect any other energies beyond this region. It was eerily reminiscent of the demon star. Moreover, within this area, there were 2 exceptionally powerful auras, not at all inferior to his perfected Super One state. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan focused his energy and instantaneously appeared beside Mela. At that moment, Mela remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's sudden arrival. Rather, she was lost in thought, gazing at the land beneath her feet. Her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, nostalgia, anger, and hatred. This place was all too familiar to Mela, for it was the minor demon realm where she had spent many years of her life. Hey, are you all right? Why do you look so melancholic? Lin Yuan approached, interrupting her reverie. It's nothing, just some memories, she replied. Oh right, Lin Yuan, I have some bad news and some good news for you. Which would you like to hear first? Mela asked, concealing her expression as she teased Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shrugged. Why the mystery? Are you suggesting that the good news is that you are quite familiar with this place, and the bad news is that we are trapped in the minor demon realm? Mela's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know what I was going to say? And how do you know this is the minor demon realm? Initially, Lin Yuan had only speculated, unable to confirm, but her expression indicated that this indeed was the minor demon realm. Now, he found himself in a predicament. Lin Yuan frowned. Based on his sensing and Mela's descriptions, it was evident that escaping this place would not be an easy feat, if not impossible. He wondered if brute force could break through, just as he sensed several individuals rapidly approaching from a distance. Their powers ranged from several thousand to 10,000 points. Looks like company is arriving. Lin Yuan gazed at the horizon and spoke to Mela beside him. Sensing an intruder, Mela lifted her head to the sky. Her heart filled with an ominous feeling. As she discerned the approaching aircraft, her eyes widened in alarm. We must hurry, Lin Yuan. Those are the demon guards of the minor demon realm. If they spot us, it will be disastrous. Lin Yuan understood her urgency, and together they subdued their breaths and hastily retreated into the distance. They planned to first reach the demon abyss realm, blending into the crowd before devising a means of escape. On their journey, Lin Yuan gleaned the circumstances of the minor demon realm from Mela. The so-called minor demon realm was essentially a land floating within a barrier, divided into three main sections. At the heart of this land lay the Demon King's territory, where the esteemed members of the demon race resided in opulent palaces. Surrounding the Demon King's domain was the Demon Abyss realm, home to the common demon populace, who toiled endlessly, drained of their vitality to sustain their existence. This draining was literal. The residents of the Demon Abyss wore watches adorned with blood-red crystals that gradually siphoned their magical energy and life force. Each month, under coercion from the demon guards, these common demons would be compelled to deliver their accumulated magic and vitality to the Crimson Crystal Pillar at the Crimson Nexus, much like enslaved beasts, until they perished. Only the more robust races might endure for a century, while the weaker ones often succumbed within decades. Beyond the Demon Abyss realm lay desolation, the very place where Lin Yuan and Mela had initially been transported. The Crimson Nexus was situated in this wasteland, and according to Mela's hypothesis, a massive magical explosion had disrupted the transport nexus, drawing them into the minor demon realm. Indeed, Mela's analysis was spot on. After hearing her explanation, an unquenchable anger ignited within Lin Yuan. The king of Jela was truly despicable, not even sparing children. Chapter 75, The Starscar Organization. Mom. Look what I found. In a modest dwelling in the Demon Abyss realm, a frail boy, seemingly 6 or 7 years old, stood excitedly before a woman of enduring grace, holding a peculiar crystal that was larger than his palm. The woman, named Yulan, was the mother of the boy, Xiaoji. Yulan gazed at the glimmering black-purple crystal in her son's hands with astonishment, unable to discern its nature, though her instincts hinted that it was extraordinary. Xiaoji, where did you find this? Tell your mother. The boy, Xiaoji, tilted his head and pointed behind him. While playing in the forest with Lei and the others, we encountered the Demon King's patrol. We planned to return home, and on the way, I saw this beautiful stone, so I picked it up. At the mention of the patrol, a flicker of hatred crossed Yulan's face. She swiftly took the beautiful crystal from Xiaoji's hands, admonishing him. I told you not to wander into the forest, but you did well this time. Remember, if you see a patrol, hide far away, understood? And don't tell anyone about this stone. I will keep it safe for you. Stay home and behave while I step out. The boy nodded obediently, signaling his understanding. Yulan affectionately ruffled her son's hair, wrapped the crystal in cloth, and then left the house. She was determined to find her husband, who might know the significance of this discovery. After leaving, Yulan navigated through the chaotic alleys until she arrived at a dilapidated structure on the outskirts of the Demon Abyss realm. The entrance was half blocked by fallen stones, leaving only a narrow passageway at the top. Yulan skillfully climbed over the debris and squeezed inside. Once inside, she deftly approached a dusty table and pressed a spot beneath it. To her surprise, a section of the floor slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Without hesitation, Yulan descended, and as her figure vanished, the door closed behind her. Unbeknownst to many, beneath this unremarkable ruin lay the Starscar Organization, a revolutionary group formed by the surviving members of the army led by Mela's father, Golo. Yulan's husband was a captain within this organization. Upon meeting her husband, Yulan presented him with the crystal that Xiaoji had discovered. Drake, initially inclined to scold her for recklessly entering such a perilous place, was taken aback by the crystal. "Stay here," he commanded urgently, rushing toward another room. Drake could not be entirely certain of its nature, but its appearance bore striking resemblance to an item known as the magic crystal, once mentioned by Golo. If it truly was a magic crystal, Drake gasped, quickening his pace. Soon, he rejoined Yulan, accompanied by another leader of the Star Scar organization, Reina. Standing at 175 meters, Reina's form-fitting black combat attire accentuated her tall figure. With her purple hair tied high in a ponytail and a stern visage, she exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing the black-purple crystal in Yulan's hand, Reina's cold demeanor vanished, her pupils dilating in shock. "Impossible. This is a magic crystal." As one of Golo's trusted aides who had infiltrated the Demon Star, Reina recognized the crystal as the coveted magic crystal long sought after by King Jella. However, compared to the past, the black aura emanating from the crystal was far more intense, nearly overwhelming the purple glow. Drake, though he had never seen a magic crystal himself, understood its immense significance. Following a brief moment of astonishment, a grave seriousness settled over Reina. She summoned all the captains and 2 vice leaders for a meeting to discuss the fate of the magic crystal, whether to destroy it or devise another course of action. Meanwhile, Yulan returned home, determined to keep a close watch on her son, ensuring he did not inadvertently reveal their secret. At that moment, in the heart of the Demon King's realm, 2 figures slowly emerged from a uniquely shaped, massive black-gray castle. One was the diminutive, wrinkled figure of the sorcerer Baloka, while the other was Kazan, the second-ranking blood demon general. They leisurely made their way toward the demon abyss realm, halting above its skies. Kazan, towering nearly 3 meters with bulging veins on his crimson skin, stood with an air of respect. He understood that although Baloka was merely an aide to the Demon King, his true status was on par with that of King Jella, if not superior. After all, the arrangement of this minor barrier and the cultivation of the magic crystals were both his handiwork. Kazan inquired, "Lord Baloka, are you certain the magic crystal is within the demon abyss realm? Who would dare to steal His Majesty's magic crystal? They must be seeking death." Baloka ignored Kazan's question, fully absorbed in sensing something, waves of peculiar energy emanating from his being. Kazan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, remaining vigilant by his side. Baroka's perception of the location of the magic crystal is not particularly precise. The closer he is, the more accurate his sensing becomes. Now, through his perception, Baroka distinctly senses something and slowly fixes his gaze on a location on the periphery of the abyssal realm, near a desolate area. He speaks softly, noting that it appears the magic crystal has been picked up by someone, as this region still retains a faint trace of magic crystal energy. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been able to locate it so quickly. With that, Baroka swiftly flies towards that direction. Kazan reveals a cruel smile, following closely behind, eager to discover who dares to covet the magic crystal of King Gla. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Mela, having just entered the abyssal realm, are cloaked in black robes of unknown origin, obscuring their identities. As they ponder where to devise their strategies, they sense 2 powerful presences swiftly passing overhead. Both Mela and Lin Yuan look up, astonished. Lin Yuan realizes that one of these individuals possesses formidable combat strength, likely surpassing even the shadow demon infused with demonic energy. Meanwhile, Mela recognizes these 2. Both are the culprits responsible for her father's death. Chapter 76. Collision. Deep within the underground of the abyssal realm, in a dimly lit chamber, 8 individuals with elongated ears of varied physiques gather around a table, their expressions grave. Leading them is Reina, flanked by 2 vice leaders of the Star Scar organization, with 5 captains following in rank. The atmosphere is tense due to the matter of the magic crystal, with some advocating for its retention to bolster their strength against King Gla, while others argue for its immediate destruction. Suddenly, Reina speaks up, asserting that the magic crystal must be destroyed. This object is akin to a ticking time bomb in our hands. None of us can predict when Gla might discover its whereabouts and come seeking it. If we are found out, with our current strength, we would be utterly defenseless, and years of effort would go up in smoke. Furthermore, does anyone here know how to utilize this magic crystal? Upon finishing her statement, Reina surveys the room. and those who had previously suggested keeping the magic crystal nod thoughtfully. One of the captains speaks up, acknowledging that even if they were to retain it, they do not know how to use it. By the time they figure it out, GLA might have already discovered it. Thus, I too agree that the magic crystal should be destroyed. I concur. So do I. The remaining members swiftly change their opinions, expressing their agreement. Seeing this, Reina immediately rises and instructs Lise and Lila to accompany her in the endeavor to destroy the magic crystal. Boralis and Baralila, the current vice leaders of the Star Scar organization, are siblings who joined the organization years ago due to their unique abilities and fierce strength, driven by their hatred for the Demon King GLA. Their prowess is only second to Reina, and together, they can even surpass her significantly. Just as the trio prepares to depart, a panicked team member rushes into the meeting room, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is terrible. Sister Reina, Captain Drake." The newcomer is a member of the intelligence team, responsible for gathering various intel within the minor demon realm, and Drake is the team leader. He hurriedly approaches, eager to learn what has caused such alarm. The answer sends shivers down everyone's spines. According to intelligence from the outpost, 5 minutes ago, General Blood Demon and the Demon King's aide, Baroka, were rapidly flying towards the abyssal realm, with their destination being the base. What? Drake's eyes widen. They had just secured the magic crystal and were about to destroy it when the enemies headed towards their stronghold. Instantly, several high-ranking members, including Reina, realized that this is no coincidence. The adversaries have discovered the magic crystal, and they are likely very close. Reina immediately commands, 5 captains stay back, mobilize all members, and prepare for battle. Lise, Lila, follow me. They swiftly take the magic crystal and rush towards a secret passage in the underground base that leads directly to the desolate area. If they are quick, the 3 might be able to draw the enemies away from the base and into the desolate area, where Baroka and Kazan alone might not pose a significant threat. However, it is too late. Just as the captains disperse to gather their teams, the entire base shakes violently. A torrent of dirt and debris begins to rain down from the ceiling, followed by a thunderous explosion. The land above the base is suddenly torn apart by a powerful shockwave, exposing a significant portion of the base to the open air. Many weaker members located at the explosion's epicenter perish instantly, while the majority are buried beneath the falling rubble. In an instant, the Star Scar base is left severely damaged and laid bare before Kazan and Baroka. Meanwhile, Kazan, the instigator of this chaos, gazes mockingly at his handiwork, seemingly recalling something, and repeatedly clicks his tongue. "I never expected such a place existed underground in the abyssal realm, Baroka. Do you think this could be the hiding place of those little mice?" The Demon King's faction has long been aware of the existence of the Star Scar organization, but has not paid it much attention after fruitless searches. One reason is their belief that this organization poses little threat. Another is that, for GLA, the immediate priority is the maturation of the magic crystal. Such insignificant rodents do not warrant his concern. Baroka's eyes turn icy as he declares, "Regardless, reclaiming the magic crystal is our utmost priority. Eliminate them and seize the crystal." "Understood, Lord Baroka." Kazan then raises his hand, rapidly condensing a red energy orb before launching it downwards. Just as the red orb is about to hit the ground, a flash of purple light appears, and the red orb is sent soaring into the air, erupting in an explosion. As the waves of the explosion dissipate, Kazan sees 3 figures slowly rising from the depths of the pit: Reina, Boralis, and Baralila. Indeed, it is the Star Scar organization. "Sister Reina, if you surrender the magic crystal, I can spare your lives and overlook your past transgressions. What do you say?" Kazan proposes. He is all too familiar with Reina, the creator of the Star Scar organization, who, over a decade ago, alongside Gula and others, managed to slay the 4th-ranked Ice Demon General despite being besieged by himself and the Shadow Demon General. In response to Kazan's deceitful words, Reina coldly fixes her gaze upon him, offering no acknowledgement, her aura rising steadily, her purple hair billowing. "Kazan, I know not of this magic crystal you speak. All I know is that today, you shall meet your demise here. Ha ha, a mouse is forever a mouse. You will never perceive your true strength. Even if you were at your peak back then, you could not harm a hair on me. You wish to kill me?" Kazan bursts into laughter, finding the notion utterly ludicrous. He knows Reina's capabilities all too well. She cannot possibly be his opponent. At that moment, Baroka interjects, "Kazan, stop wasting time with them. They are merely stalling." The magic crystal has already been taken in another direction. What? Realizing that the enemy has seen through her plan, Reina ceases her chatter and charges towards Baroka. Meanwhile, Baralis and Baralila fly towards Kazan. Just a minute ago, Reina had entrusted the magic crystal to Drake, instructing him and a few other captains to take it through the underground passage towards the desolate area, while she and the two vice leaders stayed behind to hold off General Blood Demon and Baroka. Certainly, within Reina's heart, the notion of simply holding back was inconceivable. She aimed to seize this opportunity to incapacitate the left and right arms of King Jarre. Chapter 77. The Fusion Entity. Fool, Basra exclaimed. Do you genuinely believe you can harm me? As Reina charged towards him, Baroka expressed disdain. He extended both hands forward, fingers splayed, and a peculiar energy swiftly emanated, enveloping his body. According to Reina's understanding, while this assistant to the Demon Lord possessed certain unique abilities, he was fundamentally weak. Thus, she dismissed his taunts and rapidly approached Baroka, delivering a powerful punch. However, instead of striking Baroka's face, her fist collided with a layer of soft ripples. Upon impact, the ripples created a series of undulating waves, which quickly spiraled and ensnared Reina's arm. What? Reina gasped in surprise, astonished that Baroka could withstand her full-force attack. As she attempted to withdraw, she discovered her arm firmly trapped in midair. A sinister smile crept across Baroka's face as his slit pupils regarded Reina. Ha ha ha. Such a fool. You think you can even touch me? By the time Kazan deals with those two little brats, it will be your end. Observing Baroka's arrogant demeanor, Reina remained composed, firmly believing that as long as neither King Jarre nor the trolls intervened, Lys and Lila would certainly prevail. Is that so? Then how about this? She opened her ensnared hand, gathering a formidable surge of purple energy. The intangible vortex energy continuously decomposed her purple power, forming a tempest of violet energy between Baroka and Reina. Reina intensified her output of energy, causing the purple light within the storm to grow increasingly fierce, teetering on the brink of explosion. Stop! Are you out of your mind? Baroka's voice grew frantic as he gazed at the volatile energy orb threatening to detonate. Ultimately, he could not withstand the pressure and voluntarily dispelled the psychic vortex, retreating hastily. In that fleeting moment when the vortex dissipated, a brilliant violet radiance surged forth, and a terrifying explosion erupted. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, two figures were propelled in opposite directions, crashing into the ground. One was Reina, and the other was Baroka, who had failed to escape in time. As Reina slowly rose from the ground, blood trickled from her lips, her once elegant high ponytail now disheveled. The black combat suit covering her right arm had been obliterated, revealing her scarred, fair skin. Baroka, too, fared poorly. Despite activating his psychic shield at the last moment, the immense shockwave left him disoriented, and he coughed up blood. Such a commotion immediately drew Kazan's attention. Upon witnessing Baroka's injury, he dispatched Lys and Lila with a flurry of punches and kicks, rushing to Baroka's side. Are you all right, Lord Baroka? Cough, cough. Kill. Kill that wretched woman. Baroka, spitting blood, frantically pointed at Reina in the distance. As one who stood nearly equal to King Jarre, he had never endured such humiliation or injury. Now, a singular thought consumed him: to eliminate that woman named Reina. Yes, Lord Baroka. I shall bring her head to you at once. Kazan replied, eager to comply, as he turned and charged towards Reina. An aura of crimson energy enveloped Kazan, his speed surging once more. Just then, two figures obstructed his path. Get out of the way, he roared, astonished that these two pests dared to impede him. He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of red energy towards them. As the wave neared Lys and Lila, they exchanged glances and slowly clasped their hands together. Their bodies gradually transformed into a blend of purple and pink light, coalescing into a singular orb centered around their held hands. Boom! The explosion resounded, and smoke billowed forth. Kazan cursed the two worthless beings, convinced they should have perished. Yet, as he approached the smoke, a pang of unease gripped his heart, forcing him to halt. His gaze fixated on the epicenter of the mist. Kazan, what are you doing? Hurry and kill Reina. Baroka shouted in frustration, but soon he too sensed something was amiss. As the smoke cleared, instead of the two he expected to see dead, a single figure emerged, one that bore resemblance to both Lys and Lila. What? Who are you? Kazan stammered, confronting this unfamiliar yet imposing presence before him. The figure at the center of the explosion slowly turned its neck, displaying a confident yet slightly grave expression. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Basra." Basra was the fusion entity of the siblings, Lis and Lila. This was also the most formidable trump card of the Starscar organization, initially intended to remain concealed until their powers reached a certain threshold, after which they would strike to defeat King Gra. However, the unforeseen circumstances forced an early reveal. Yet, as long as they could vanquish Barocca and Kazan, it would all be worthwhile. The four individuals present, aside from Basra and Reina, exhibited shock. Moments prior, in black cloaks, Lin Yuan and Mela had stealthily followed Barocca and the Blood Demon to the vicinity of the base. Upon arrival, they witnessed Reina's sudden attack on Barocca, as well as the subsequent events leading to Basra's emergence. Barocca and Kazan were left in a state of bewildered astonishment, while Mela was shocked that Sister Reina was still alive. Only Lin Yuan was astounded to witness a fusion technique within the little demon realm. Although it did not seem to resemble either the dance fusion or the earring fusion, it was nonetheless a pleasant surprise. It was worth noting that Lis and Lila, initially possessing a combat power of merely around 2,000, had transformed into Basra, whose battle prowess now soared to an astounding 200 million. Meanwhile, as turmoil unfolded in the little demon realm, several new adversaries emerged on Earth. In the 5 years following the conclusion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku and Piccolo had joined forces to defeat and seal Carrick II. Now, under the influence of the Demon Star, Carrick II and his subordinates had significantly enhanced their strength, escaping the Death Zone once more and arriving on Earth. Their first target, the god of the Heavenly Temple. As Carrick II and his minions approached the Heavenly Temple to ambush the god, Gohan, Lin Ichi, Tin Shinhan, and others sensed the malevolent energy, instinctively flying towards the direction of the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 78. Kazan's Fury in the Little Demon Realm. At the edge of the Demon Abyss, Basra confronted Kazan. With the appearance of the fused Basra featuring a hairstyle reminiscent of Android 17, albeit in purple, their delicate features rendered gender indiscernible. From his concealed position, Lin Yuan whispered to Mela, "Hey, Mela, did you see that? Those two merged into one, and their strength has significantly increased. I just can't tell if it's male or female." Lin Yuan pointed at Basra and gestured towards himself. Mela, initially elated by the news of Reina's survival, suddenly fell silent, as she instinctively comprehended Lin Yuan's implication. Essentially, it was, before merging, they were quite voluptuous, but now they appeared rather flat. Due to Reina, Lis, and Lila all wearing black, form-fitting combat suits, their figures were distinctly outlined. Meanwhile, the merged Basra seemed to possess a rather flat physique above and below. Upon this realization, Mela quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing. "What on earth am I thinking?" With a sidelong glance at Lin Yuan, Mela snapped, "What time is it? Is this what you're concerned about?" "Humph. Ha ha ha, just joking." It's no wonder Lin Yuan was preoccupied. In his recollection, there seemed to be no instances of male and female fusion in Dragon Ball. Coupled with the noticeably flat aspect, he couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Subsequently, Lin Yuan learned that the disheveled woman behind Basra was none other than a captain under her father's command, named Reina. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he asked, "Mela, is that so? This Reina should know how to escape the little demon realm, right?" Initially, Lin Yuan and Mela intended to evade capture while searching for the magic crystal and a way out of the little demon realm. If all else failed, they would attempt to forcefully break through the barrier. Encountering Reina, especially since she was familiar to Mela, made her the most suitable source of information. Mela excitedly nodded. "Exactly. Here, aside from some of the Demon King's trusted subordinates, I doubt anyone knows this place better than Sister Reina." Observing Mela's childlike enthusiasm, Lin Yuan understood completely. If he were to see his family or brothers from Earth, he would likely feel equally exhilarated. "Let's go, Mela. We should head to Reina," Lin Yuan softly urged as he flew toward Reina's direction, with Mela hurriedly following suit. Initially, Mela considered stopping Lin Yuan, as the Blood Demon General was still present, and approaching could be perilous. However, recalling Lin Yuan's strength, the current situation on the battlefield, and her eagerness to see Reina, Mela ultimately chose to silently trail behind Lin Yuan. As the two approached Reina, the battle between Basra and Kazan had already been underway for some time. With their combined power, Basra relentlessly suppressed Kazan, repeatedly driving him into the ground. Boom. Struggling, The blood demon General Kazan clawed his way from the deep pit. His body battered, with crimson skin seeping blue blood, his breath erratic. He could not fathom why the fusion of the two bugs was so formidable. Haha. Perhaps I haven't fought in so long that I would lose to a couple of kids. Kazan mocked himself, his demeanor softening as he turned his gaze toward Baroka. Lord Baroka, use that on me. I won't lose this time. Startled by Kazan's sudden call, Baroka paused for a moment before comprehending Kazan's intent, snorting disdainfully. Humph. I almost forgot, considering I haven't used the berserk form in over a decade. Baroka extended his hand toward Kazan, reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Kazan's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his already giant form swelling even further, a symbol slowly manifesting on his bulging forehead. Aya! Kazan let out a roar toward the heavens, a surge of powerful magic erupting from his body, crimson flames soaring. Haha, it's been so long since I felt this way. How exhilarating. Kazan gleefully pounded his chest, then turned his gaze toward Basra. Come on, watch me tear you apart, little man. With that, Kazan transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Basra, who likewise surged forward to meet him. Both unleashed their fists simultaneously, and at the moment of collision, the ground beneath them collapsed under the immense force, the two becoming streaks of light as they engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Mela and Lin Yuan had reached Reina. Upon seeing the two, Reina recognized one of them completely, and her body trembled at the sight of the other. Although Mela had been away from the little demon realm for over a decade, her appearance had changed little. Reina's lips quivered as she slowly spoke. Is it really you? Mela? Tears glimmered in Mela's eyes as she replied. It's me, Sister Reina. I'm so relieved to see you safe. I thought I would never see you again. Before she could finish, Reina embraced Mela tightly, both women bursting into tears. Mela had been under Reina's watchful eye since childhood, aside from those departed teammates. Reina longed to see Mela the most. After all, Reina's former big brother, Guro, had cared for her deeply, and without the sacrifices of their comrades, she would not have survived. I missed you too, silly child. You shouldn't have returned to the little demon realm. It's too dangerous here. After speaking, Reina released Mela. Mela wanted to explain but didn't know where to start, so she introduced Lin Yuan instead. It's a long story. In short, we stumbled in here. Sister Reina, let me introduce you to my friend Lin Yuan, from Earth. Lin Yuan offered Reina a friendly nod and presented her with a senzu bean, saying, Hello, Sister Reina. This is a senzu bean. Consuming it will heal your injuries. Consider it a gift. Haha, Mela's friend is also my friend. This place isn't safe. Once we reach a secure location, we can have a proper chat. Reina acceptingly took the senzu bean and swallowed it without hesitation. After her injuries healed, she was surprised but not shocked, as similar items existed in the demon realm where she once lived. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise interrupted their conversation. It was the shockwave from the clash between Basra and the Berserk Kazan. With Kazan's berserk power reaching 19 billion, he matched Basra closely, resulting in a deadlock. Chapter 79. Lin Yuan takes action. Witnessing the fierce battle, Reina pointed in a direction and told Lin Yuan and Mela, now is your chance. Head in this direction, and you will reunite with our main force. Drake will ensure your safety. Hurry. Mela quickly shook her head in response. Sister Reina, I won't leave. We can help. Lin Yuan is very powerful. As she spoke, Mela glanced up at Lin Yuan. She initially intended to say that Lin Yuan could defeat the Blood Demon General, and then they could all leave together. However, Mela suddenly realized that Lin Yuan might not have a compelling reason to help her. Her original intention in asking Lin Yuan to take her along was based on her knowledge of the Demon Star and the Little Demon Realm, believing she could assist him. But it had become apparent that she had only entangled Lin Yuan in the Little Demon Realm and was now in no position to request his help against the Blood Demon General. Thus, she altered her words. Lin Yuan, perhaps you should go ahead. Before she could finish, Lin Yuan raised his hand to interrupt her. There's no need to rush. Given the current battle situation, the chances of the fused entity winning are quite high. The Blood Demon General's strength is already beginning to wane. It seems the secret technique that enhances his power is nearing its end. Lin Yuan's assessment was indeed accurate. Kazan's berserk power was close to its conclusion. Based on his judgment, the fused entity was almost guaranteed victory. However, Reina shook her head, expressing her dismay. No, it's not enough. Although Kazan's berserk state is ending, Basra's fusion is also nearing its time limit. If only they could have grown stronger for a few more years. Reina lamented softly. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had assumed that the fusion technique was akin to the dance fusion, which wouldn't last long. To his surprise, it had been less than 15 minutes since the fusion, and it was already close to its limit. It seemed that the power after fusion was only half that of the dance fusion, and the duration was similarly halved. Lin Yuan was perplexed but did not intend to leave. Since he was already here, he would assist Reina and her companions. After all, to venture out, one still requires the information and resources provided by Reina. Rest assured, dear Reina, if Basra is unable to defeat the Blood Demon General, I shall vanquish him myself. Lin Yuan said casually. Reina was momentarily taken aback. A mere human? Defeating a general whose prowess ranks among the top 3 in the minor demon realm? It was unthinkable. Reina assumed Lin Yuan was jesting, exclaiming, "What? Lin Yuan, do you claim you can defeat that old ghost Kazan?" Such skepticism was to be expected, and Lin Yuan paid it no mind, responding with a slight smile, "Of course." Mei La then interjected, lowering her voice to explain, "Reina, do not underestimate Lin Yuan. I'll let you in on a secret. The Shadow Demon General was defeated by him with just a few moves." Reina's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yuan. If Mei La's words were true, and the Shadow Demon General was indeed dead at Lin Yuan's hands, it would be monumental news for their Star Scar organization. "Is that true?" Reina asked Mei La, a mix of astonishment and delight in her voice. Mei La nodded affirmatively. With that confirmation, Reina ceased her inquiries. Mei La had no reason to deceive her. Afterward, the 3 turned their attention back to the battlefield, where the blood demon was being thoroughly suppressed once more. His form was gradually diminishing, and the mark on his forehead was becoming faint. With a powerful kick, Basra struck the blood demon, sending him flying and causing him to shrink further, his frenzy coming to an end. Observing the weakened blood demon, Basra swiftly raised his hands, aiming in the demon's direction. Purple energy began to coalesce. "It seems I have persevered until the end. Die, Kazan," he shouted. Just as Basra's furious cry resonated and the energy in his palms reached its peak, the fusion time had arrived. Basra's body transformed into a swirling mass of purple and pink energy. It appeared as if a blade cleaved through the energy, splitting it in two. Oops. 2 figures stumbled, exchanging bewildered glances. "What now, Nissan? The time is up." Lila looked at Lise in disarray. Lise, equally perplexed, gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it. If that's the case, let us charge in. Kazan's frenzy has ended, and he must be weakened. There might still be a chance." With that, he flew toward the fallen Kazan, energy gathering in his hands. Lila, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit. At that moment, a figure intercepted Lise and Lila. It was Lin Yuan, accompanied by Mei La and Reina. After elucidating the situation, the Lise siblings abandoned their pursuit of Kazan and turned to join Reina in charging toward Baroka, who was watching the battle from a distance with a venomous glare directed at Kazan, muttering curses under his breath, such as waste and fool. Suddenly, he noticed Reina and her companions rushing toward him, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Panic etched across his face. "Damn, if I had known, I would have ensured to eradicate you vermin over the past decade." With that, Baroka touched the silver crystal pendant at his chest, exhaling deeply, the panic in his expression dissipating. "It seems there is no other choice." As Reina and her group neared Baroka, he regarded them with a resentful glare, as if they owed him a fortune. Then, a silver shield of light enveloped him, flickering momentarily before he vanished from sight. Reina and her companions came to an abrupt halt, utterly unprepared for Baroka's escape tactic, nor did they expect him to abandon Kazan so decisively. Reina sighed inwardly, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the center of the demon realm. She understood all too well that with Baroka's flight, their next confrontation would be with the Demon King, Gra. Meanwhile, at the heart of the demon realm, within the Demon King's castle, a ripple of energy surged through the space, and in a flash of silver light, Baroka appeared inside. Cough, cough. Ugh. Upon landing, Baroka coughed violently, expelling blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he ascended slowly toward Jorei's throne. "You are doomed. Next time, I shall ensure you suffer beyond imagination." Chapter 80. Cowrick II. After Baroka's retreat, Lin Yuan engaged in battle with the Blood Demon General. The tide of the conflict was overwhelmingly in Lin Yuan's favor. In his Super Saiyan form, Kazan found himself utterly powerless. Slowly, Kazan clawed his way up from the rubble. The arrogance he once boasted completely erased, replaced by sheer exhaustion. The aftermath of his frenzy had left him vulnerable, compounded by Lin Yuan's relentless assaults and Barocca's abandonment. Kazan, both physically and mentally drained, relinquished any thought of resistance. Gazing at the cold-eyed, golden-haired man before him, Kazan weakly declared, "I concede. Just kill me." Lin Yuan slowly raised his hand, gathering silvery energy. "In your next life, may you be born into a better fate and refrain from committing evil." Lin Yuan spoke with an icy tone. To be frank, Lin Yuan did not embody justice, but he was undeniably a man of integrity. Killing a demon of such malevolence weighed not upon his conscience, for he understood that had he not intervened today, Reina and the entire Starscar organization would face annihilation. Without the Starscar organization, the innocent demons residing here would inevitably perish, left without a glimmer of hope. The lower-class demons in the minor demon realm lived in abysmal conditions, yet they had not succumbed to total despair. They clung to the hope that the Starscar organization still existed, a beacon of liberation and freedom. With a resounding crash of white light, Kazan's presence vanished from Lin Yuan's sight. The second-ranked blood demon general was no more. On Earth, a perspiring Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber. Having sensed several powerful energies engaged in battle, including Gohan's. "Damn Kakarot, where the hell have you run off to? I am eager to defeat you myself." Vegeta seethed, clenching his fists in anger, a formidable purple aura enveloping him. As Vegeta's energy surged, powerful gusts began to sway the surrounding trees and grass. Inside, Bulma and Dr. Brief felt the tremors and rushed outside to investigate. Upon realizing it was Vegeta's doing, Bulma launched an immediate verbal onslaught. "Hey, Vegeta, what on earth is wrong with you in broad daylight?" Unfazed by Bulma's barrage, Vegeta huffed dismissively and began to ascend into the air. "Annoying woman. Just wait until I find Kakarot. I will personally defeat him before you, proving that I am the strongest warrior among the Saiyans." With that proclamation, Vegeta departed, leaving Bulma fuming in his wake. Once Vegeta was gone, Bulma muttered in confusion, "Honestly, he trained so hard every day just to defeat Goku. I truly don't understand these so-called Saiyans." Reflecting on the past few weeks, she recalled how Vegeta had pushed himself to the brink under 300 times gravity, often leaving him battered and unable to rise from bed, and she shook her head, retreating into the house. Meanwhile, Vegeta's destination was none other than the sacred land of the Kais. Following the battle on Namek, he had devoted over a year to not only enhancing his energy, but also honing his ability to sense and control it. Thus, it becomes rather effortless to pinpoint the location of the ongoing battle. Vegeta intends to investigate the situation, for he has been training diligently and has not engaged in physical activity for quite some time. Upon arriving at the temple, he witnesses Lin Ichi and Gohan grappling with a robust figure possessing greenish skin, seemingly a demon, who appears to be gaining the upper hand. These two youngsters, being the offspring of Saiyans, cannot even handle such trash. How disgraceful. Vegeta mutters to himself from his vantage point in the sky. At that moment, Gohan valiantly assaults Karak II, but with a misstep, he is sent flying, crashing against the temple's white pillars. Just as Karak II is about to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure launches towards him. Lin Ichi delivers a fierce kick to Karak II's face. Karak II merely flinches before seizing Lin Ichi's calf, spinning around, and hurling him away. After stopping, Karak glances at his hand, sensing something amiss. What is happening? My power is dwindling. This should not be, as the demon star should be at its closest proximity to Earth. My strength ought to be greater. As Karak II grapples with confusion, another figure gracefully descends before him. Gohan and Lin Ichi struggle to rise, recognizing the newcomer. It is none other than Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta, are you here to assist us?" Gohan innocently inquires. Vegeta scoffs, then replies, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely feeling a bit restless after such a long absence from battle. Moreover, you two are the last remnants of Saiyan blood. How could you possibly perish at the hands of such filth?" Vegeta crosses his arms, speaking coldly without turning back. Gohan finds solace in Vegeta's words, breaking into a naive smile. At this moment, Lin Ichi interjects, "Uncle Vegeta, are you truly alright? He is quite formidable. Neither Gohan nor I can match him." "Ha! You two little brats, do not underestimate your opponents. Even with one finger, I could dispatch such scum." Vegeta bursts into laughter. The three of them are left speechless. Karak II is at a loss, perceiving Vegeta as overly arrogant and a bit too self-important. Meanwhile, Lin Ichi and Gohan recall the time on Namek when they had pinned Vegeta down. Gohan, Lin Ichi, are you really okay? In fact, Vegeta indeed proves his prowess. Against Carrick too, he defeats him using merely one hand and within 3 moves. This astonishes Gohan and Lin Ichi, considering that on Namek, Vegeta was far from their equal. Who would have thought he has become so powerful now? Humph, how dull. I cannot even manage a proper warm-up. Vegeta remarks disdainfully. He then turns to Gohan, stating, "You little brat, when your father returns, tell him that I, Prince Vegeta, can hardly wait to defeat him." With that, he ignores the gazes of the two and soars out of the temple. At this moment, Lin Ichi rushes to Gohan's side and speaks. "Well, Gohan, do you think Uncle Vegeta can defeat your father?" Gohan's face reflects a conflicted expression, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, although Vegeta is strong, I believe Dad can surely defeat him. After all, he is a Super Saiyan." "Ha ha, indeed," Lin Ichi concurs. The two then descend from the temple, heading towards West City. Chapter 81. The fury of GRA. Having dealt with the blood demon, Lin Yuan and his companions swiftly traverse the mountains in pursuit of the Star Trace Army's trail. "What? Are you saying that the blood demon possessed a token allowing free access through the barrier?" Lin Yuan questions loudly. Reina, positioned slightly ahead on Lin Yuan's left, glances back and smiles, saying, "Yes, I forgot to mention it. After you obliterated him into dust, the token was lost." "Damn," Lin Yuan feels frustrated. "I was the fool here. The opportunity to escape was right in front of me, and I missed it twice." Just moments ago, Lin Yuan learned from Reina about the method to freely enter and exit the demon realm. Besides GRA and Baroka, only the 4 great demon generals possess this ability. Additionally, only high-ranking members of the Demon Guard or demons of status in the Demon King's realm can apply for permission to exit, which is typically not granted. Lin Yuan had slain both the Shadow Demon General and the Blood Demon General, but unfortunately, he had reduced them to dust with his ki blast, leaving no trace of the tokens behind. Sensing Lin Yuan's discontent, Reina adds, "However, you need not worry. Even without the Blood Demon's token, I have a way to get you out." "Really? What method?" Lin Yuan eagerly inquires. Reina turns back to Lin Yuan and reveals her plan. Upon hearing it, Lin Yuan is taken aback, realizing that Reina possesses more than he anticipated. No wonder she is confident enough to challenge GRA in a few years. Shortly thereafter, Reina leads the way into a rocky mountain. Lin Yuan, Mei La, and the others follow suit, soon encountering the Star Trace Army led by Drake. Upon contact, Drake reports the casualties, 7 dead, over 10 injured. After the report, Reina instructs the leaders to take their team to another base within the mountain. As Drake departs, he catches a glimpse of Mei La among the crowd, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Miss Mei La, is that you?" Naturally, Mei La recognizes Drake, and the two engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan poses a question to Reina. "Sister Reina, do you have the magic crystal in your possession?" Reina's eyes flash with surprise, which she quickly suppresses. Before Reina can respond, Lin Yuan continues, "I mean no harm. In fact, Mei La and I returned to the demon realm entirely because of the magic crystal." Lin Yuan then recounts the series of events following his arrival on Demon Star to Reina. "I see." After listening to Lin Yuan's narrative, Reina finally comprehends. No wonder there were reports of several explosions in the hub within the realm just a day ago. Reina is unsure of the cause, but senses it must be a positive development. Although she suspects something went awry on Demon Star, she did not anticipate that the mastermind was Lin Yuan. Immediately, Reina extends an olive branch. "Lin Yuan, may I ask a favor of you?" Though Lin Yuan has already surmised Reina's request, he still inquires, "What favor?" "I would like to ask you to join the Star Trace organization and help us fight against GRA." Reina's expression is earnest, as if she sees hope in him. "You possess immense power." With your addition, before Reina can finish, Lin Yuan shakes his head. A fleeting look of disappointment crosses Reina's face as she continues. "If you can help us defeat GRA, we are willing to crown you as king. The entire demon realm would be under your rule." Or, taking a deep breath, Reina states, "I could replace Brother Gullo and arrange for Mei La to unite with you, becoming your queen." Lin Yuan, left utterly speechless. Good heavens, first the allure of power, now the temptation of beauty. Is this how you test your subordinates? Beside them, Mei La, who had been engrossed in conversation with Drake, suddenly sneezes. "Mei La, who just insulted me?" "There are no insults directed at you, but there is indeed someone selling you out. Your dear sister." when Reina noticed that Lin Yuan remained silent, staring intently at her. Her delicate body trembled involuntarily. She crossed her arms protectively over her chest, pondering, could it be that this young man has set his sights on me? Yet, I am nearly 400 years old. Observing Reina's demeanor, Lin Yuan, fearing she might utter something shocking, quickly interjected, "What are you thinking, Sister Reina?" "What I meant to say is that even without joining the Star Mark organization, I shall still assist you in contending against King Jella." "Ah, oh ha." Reina chuckled awkwardly, extending her hand. "Regardless of whether we succeed in the end, Lin Yuan, I express my gratitude on behalf of the beings of the Little Demon Realm." Lin Yuan reciprocated the handshake, albeit puzzled. Why the sudden politeness? And Sister Reina's hand feels a bit warm. Is she unwell? Subsequently, Lin Yuan followed Reina into the stronghold nestled within the mountain. Although referred to as a stronghold, it was merely a hollowed-out cave with a few chairs and a sand table inside. Fortunately, the space was sufficiently large to accommodate over 100 members of the Star Mark organization. The team members settled in to recuperate and gather their strength. Meanwhile, Reina summoned the Li's siblings along with Lin Yuan to commence the plan for the destruction of the magic crystal. At that moment, within the demonic castle of the Demon King realm, the enraged voice of Jella echoed. "You mean to say that the Star Mark organization, established by Gyro's subordinates, has seized the magic crystal? And they have also slain Kazan?" A barrage of questions revealed Jella's fury and confusion. "Do you truly believe they could defeat the Berserk Kazan? Are you certain you haven't misspoken, Baroka?" Baroka, whose injuries had now healed, produced a pendant from around his neck. The silver crystal embedded within had shattered, turning to gray. "It is indeed true. Had I not utilized this, I too would have met my end," Baroka continued. "Within their organization, there are two individuals capable of merging. It was this merged being who defeated the Berserk Kazan." Baroka's account was largely accurate, albeit omitting some unpleasant details. "All right, the Star Mark organization, is it?" Jella pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Inform the blue demons and the giants to assemble all the demon guards. Proceed to the Demon Abyss Plaza and detain everyone. Release the message. For every minute the Star Mark organization remains unseen, 10 individuals shall be slain in the plaza. I wish to see how long they can endure." Chapter 82. The Hidden Abilities of Cells. The revolution begins. Bang. Boom. Huh. In a forest outside the Demon Abyss realm, a series of tremendous sounds echoed. "This thing is exceedingly sturdy, Jinnah. Are you certain this can be broken through sheer force?" Reina, panting, questioned a diminutive, bespectacled female demon. Beside her, the merged Basra also appeared somewhat winded. 10 minutes prior, Reina and Basra had relentlessly attacked the magic crystal, striking, kicking, and bombarding it with energy blasts. Yet the magic crystal remained as steadfast as ever, showing no signs of yielding. Jinnah adjusted her glasses and replied, "It seems that until it fully matures, it is quite challenging to destroy it." "I misjudged." Jinnah was another captain of the Star Mark organization, one of the original proponents of destroying the magic crystal and well-versed in magical energy. According to her initial assessment, the outer shell of the magic crystal was an impenetrable vessel of magical energy, its hardness nothing short of miraculous. Now, the crystal was accumulating an immensely terrifying amount of magical power, which steadily intensified, gradually eroding the internal shell. Presently, the protective layer of the magic crystal was at its thinnest, yet unexpectedly, even this delicate shell proved unbreakable to them. How can this be? Gazing at the magic crystal in their hands, the group felt utterly stumped. Lin Yuan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet the result was the same, unyielding. "Let me give it another try," Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed. "All right." Reina handed the magic crystal to Lin Yuan, though she held little hope, as he had previously exerted his full strength to no avail. Lin Yuan took the magic crystal, a silver aura gradually emanating from his feet, his eyes transforming to silver. A powerful energy swirling around him. Reina and the others felt a surge of strength emanating from Lin Yuan. They realized he had grown even more formidable. What immense power! To think that the earlier violent force was not his full strength. Reina mused inwardly. At this juncture, Lin Yuan intensified his grip, and his energy continued to rise. The silver aura enveloping his body expanded further. 85 billion, 9 billion, 95 billion, 5 billion. Before long, Lin Yuan's combat power shattered the 500 million threshold and continued to soar. The overwhelming force caused the ground to tremble, fissures sprouting beneath his feet. Reina and the others were nearly knocked off balance, but Basra steadied them. This power is astonishing. With Lin Yuan's assistance, Jella shall surely be no match for us. Basra exclaimed, his eyes alight with hope, a sentiment echoed by Reina and Jianna. Lin Yuan had fully concentrated on his own body. Upon entering the Demon Star, he had sensed a gradual increase in his strength, initially dismissing it as inconsequential. However, after arriving in the little demon realm, he began to realize that the cells within him, the perfect cells, had become increasingly active. Thus, combining his earlier experiences, Lin Yuan formed a hypothesis, which now seemed to be corroborated by the evidence. During his time on the Demon Star, the demonic energy that sought to invade his body, as well as the magical energy released from the explosion of the red crystal pillar, had been partially absorbed by his cells. At that time, Lin Yuan had been too preoccupied with other matters, and the absorption of this energy had not resulted in any significant change, so he had overlooked it. Now, Lin Yuan discovered that a minuscule portion of the absorbed energy had been returned to his body, providing a slight boost to his strength, while the majority had been stored within his cells. This stored power could be unleashed all at once during transformation. Presently, his combat power had reached 5 billion, an increase of a staggering 90 times his normal state. Lin Yuan sensed that his strength was still capable of rising. Although Super Saiyan at full power could also accumulate and release energy, the extent of that accumulation was nowhere near this magnitude. Having confirmed this, Lin Yuan refrained from further increasing his power and reverted from his perfect Super Saiyan transformation. Using sheer force alone would not suffice to breach the crystal shell. At least with Lin Yuan's current strength, it was impossible. Perhaps a force of 5 billion units or more would present an opportunity for a trial of brute strength. Lin Yuan contemplated. Noticing Lin Yuan's sudden reduction in power, Reina naturally assumed he was unable to break it and comforted him. It's all right, Lin Yuan. With your tremendous strength, even if we cannot destroy the magic crystal, Jella may still not be our opponent. Once we deal with Jella, the existence of the magic crystal will matter little. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. You are correct, Sister Reina, but I believe I may indeed have a way to destroy this magic crystal. It merely requires some time. What? The group exclaimed in disbelief. Is that true, Lin Yuan? How long will it take? Lin Yuan held the magic crystal, silver light enveloping his palm, and replied slowly, perhaps. At least an hour. An hour. That's wonderful. Reina and Jianna exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. At this moment, Basra also reverted from their combined form, transforming back into two distinct individuals. Lin Yuan had confirmed his ability to open the crystal shell through recent evidence. His cells possessed the capacity to absorb energy, and likewise, the silver energy activated by these cells exhibited a faint semblance of this power. Coincidentally, the outer layer of this magic crystal was indeed a form of energy entity. Although Lin Yuan did not fully comprehend the nature of this energy, he realized he could gradually dismantle it. At that moment, a member of the Star Scar team flew in from a distance, panic evident on his face. Report, Captain Reina. We have received news from the outpost. He spoke in haste. Take your time. No need to rush, Reina soothed, placing a gentle hand on the soldier's shoulder. The newcomer was the same intelligence officer who had previously informed them of the Blood Demon General's whereabouts. Noticing the distress etched on his face, a foreboding sensation crept into Reina's heart. King Gra has dispatched all the demon guards and sealed off the demon abyss realm. He has gathered everyone in the square and demands to see all members of the Star Scar organization. If they do not appear, he will execute 10 individuals every interval. What? Reina gasped, her heart racing with disbelief, soon overtaken by an overwhelming wave of fury. Gather everyone at once. We shall head to the square of the demon abyss. We will overthrow King Gra. The revolution begins now. Chapter 83, The Wrath of Drake. Battle commences. My Lord Demon Guard, what exactly has transpired? On the chaotic streets leading to the largest square of the demon abyss, a woman clutched a young boy tightly, inquiring of the leading demon guard. Be silent. Do not ask questions, just follow. The demon guard snapped, visibly irked. The added burden of overtime was already taxing, and the incessant questions only exacerbated his annoyance. Undeterred by his reprimand, Yuan produced several copper coins from her pocket and pressed them into the demon guard's hand. Continuing her inquiries. Please, my lord, just a hint of information. I merely wish to secure a better chance for my son to survive. Receiving the bribe. The demon guard glanced around and bellowed to the group. Keep in line, do not scatter. Then, in a hushed tone directed at Yulan, he advised, stay towards the back. Consequently, Yulan slowed her pace, swiftly guiding little G to the rear of the line. The demon guard spoke in a low voice. When we reach the square, try to position yourself at the back. It may increase your chances of survival. That's all I can share. With that, he resumed his stoic march forward. Yulan again grasped the demon guard's hand, pushing more coins into it, her face a mask of fear and desperation. Could you tell me what this is about? I am terrified. I do not wish to perish without understanding. I have my child to protect. Tears welled in her eyes. Seeing her distress, the demon guard, who initially intended to say that she would know soon enough, sighed and relented. Very well, it matters not. You'll find out in due course. The demon lord has crafted a trap to lure out the members of the Star Scar organization by using you as bait. If they fail to show, 10 of you will be executed every 10 minutes. Upon hearing this revelation, Yulan's pupils dilated in shock. Observing her astonishment, the demon guard continued. Just heed my advice and stay towards the back. There's a high probability you will be safe, considering the Star Scar members will not stand idly by. Let me share another secret. Even the giant demon general will make an appearance. The Star Scar organization is doomed. At the mention of the giant demon general, a flicker of dread and admiration crossed Disnolin's eyes as he stepped into the middle of the left side of the line. As an elite demon guard, he possessed knowledge far beyond that of ordinary guards. Elite demon guards were formidable warriors selected from the ranks of regular guards. And achieving this status was a stepping stone to potentially becoming a captain. A captain in the demon guard was a pivotal figure within the minor demon realm, entitled to a residence in the demon lord's domain and the authority to manage and mobilize nearly 100 guards. Becoming a captain, or even one of the 4 demon generals, had always been Disnolin's ultimate ambition. In the minor demon realm, everyone had the opportunity to become a demon guard, and one of the greatest advantages of this position was the exemption from the burdensome monthly tribute of blood crystals. The path to becoming a demon guard involved securing a top 10 position in the annual minor demon realm tournament. Regular guards, upon reaching a certain level of strength and obtaining the captain's endorsement, could ascend to elite status. Elite demon guards had the privilege to challenge any captain during the annual tournament, and if victorious, would replace them as the new captain. Captains, feeling sufficiently powerful, could even challenge for the position of the 4 demon generals. However, it had been years since such challenges were witnessed, with the last successful one being the 4th demon general, the Blue Demon General. The 3 generals above him, Shadow, Blood, and Giant, had maintained their positions since their ascension, reflecting their absolute strength. As Disnolin led the team while envisioning his future aspirations, he suddenly noticed 2 figures fleeing from the end of the line. The escapees were Yulan, cradling little G. She had slipped away into a narrow alley, aware that deep within lay a hidden outpost of the Star Scar. She intended to relay a warning to the outpost, urging them to stay away. It was a trap. Unfortunately, a silhouette blocked her path. How could this be? Yulan's face turned despondent as she clutched G tightly. She had miscalculated. Under normal circumstances, a standard demon guard might not have noticed her. However, due to a shortage of personnel, even elite guards were involved, and by unfortunate coincidence, Disnolin was one of them. Thus, he easily detected her escape. I never anticipated you would dare to flee. You truly overestimate your worth. Disnolin glared at Yulan with a grim countenance, his voice icy. Yulan shook her head incessantly, attempting to plead for mercy, but a powerful hand seized her throat, lifting her and G off the ground. Very well. Since you fear death so much, I will certainly report to the captain, ensuring that you and your child proceed on your way first. Meanwhile, in the square of the demon abyss, GRA observed with keen interest the 10 trembling demons before him. Surrounding these 10 individuals lay approximately 20 corpses, clearly the remnants of the 3rd wave. Standing behind GRA were his aide Baloka, the giant demon general, the blue demon general, and 8 demon guard captains. At this moment, GRA slowly declared, the time has come. Let us begin. 10 demon guards stepped forward, raising their weapons, aiming at the frail demons in front of them. A captain leaned close to Baloka, whispering something urgently. Upon hearing, Baloka conveyed the information to GRA. Oh, some wish to escape? How intriguing. Bring them forth. Following the captain's command, Disnolin hurriedly emerged, dragging the bloodied Yulan and the bruised G with him. Little G's large, frightened eyes reflected terror. Moments ago, he had witnessed the demon guard assault his mother, prompting him to intervene, only to be met with a brutal beating in return. After unceremoniously tossing the pair to the ground, Disneyland returned to the ranks. GRA, expressionless, regarded Yulan and Ji as if they were mere insects, casually remarking, "So it is you too who sought to flee. In that case, let us add you to the third wave of executions, bringing the total to 12. Haha. As soon as Gregor finished speaking, two vigilant demon guards rushed out with guns drawn, aiming at the mother and son, Yulan. Hidden within a nearby building surrounding the square, a man watched in fury as his wife and child lay on the ground. "You shall all perish," he growled, and with remarkable speed, Drake charged forward. The battle commenced. Chapter 84, Captain. Captain. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the square. Drake sprinted towards the center, and before anyone could react, the two executing demon guards had already been taken down. Casting a pained glance at his wife and child, Drake waved his hand and shouted to the demons in the square, "Run. Get away from this place." No sooner had the words left his mouth than numerous warriors wielding energy guns surged from the surrounding buildings. They were members of the Star Scar organization. As the warriors entered the fray, they caught the dazed demon guards off guard. Several demon guards were struck by energy blasts and fell to the ground, incapacitated. The demons who had been detained in the square, along with the captains of the guards, finally regained their senses and began to shout loudly. Chaos erupted in the square of the demon abyss realm. "It's the Star Scar organization. They've finally arrived. Kill every last one of them. Don't let any escape. Quick, run." The air was thick with panic. "Mother, I'm so scared." Among the fleeing demons, some recognized the Star Scar organization and wept with excitement, while others, paralyzed with fear, instinctively fled. The warriors of Star Scar, pushing against the tide of demon guards, faced an overwhelming number. At least 300 demon guards had gathered in the square, while the Star Scar fighters numbered only about 150, a mere half of the guard's strength. Fortunately, the guards were disorganized, and some of the more cowardly ones, upon witnessing their comrades fall, contemplated retreat. In contrast, the Star Scar's offensive tactics were meticulously organized. What appeared to be a chaotic charge was, upon closer inspection, a coordinated effort of small teams supporting each other in battle. In an instant, the demon guards suffered heavy losses, while the morale of the Star Scar organization soared. "What is happening, Baroka? Did you not say the Star Scar organization was still far from us?" King Gregor, unable to remain calm, demanded an explanation from his aide, Baroka. Baroka, equally bewildered, closed his eyes to sense the situation and realized that the magic crystal was indeed still distant. "This is peculiar. The crystal's position hasn't changed. Could it be?" A sudden realization struck Baroka. "I understand now, Your Highness Gregor. They left the magic crystal behind and brought their main force here, knowing we would use the crystal's location to track their movements." "What?" Gregor fumed, ordering all demon guard captains to engage and eliminate the enemy. "All of you, go forth. Slay every last one of the Star Scar organization." Enraged, he seethed. How infuriating. Just a moment ago, Baroka was confident in claiming the enemy posed no threat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they appeared right under our noses and launched their attack, leaving us in a vulnerable position. Responding to the command, the demon guard captains began to join the fray, while the captains of Star Scar also revealed themselves. The clash of their elite forces was imminent. At that moment, Drake delivered a powerful punch that sent one demon guard captain flying. Before he could catch his breath, he felt a sharp pain across his face, propelling him backward. "Humph, you can't even defeat such lowly trash. It seems I, the 7th captain, must step in." The captain who had just been sent flying, the 6th demon guard captain, rose again, shouting back, "I don't need your help. I was merely careless. Get out of my way." With that, he charged at Drake once more. The 7th captain scoffed and followed suit. "King Gregor is furious. We must end this swiftly. Do you think I want to assist you, you fool?" With no further words exchanged, the two captains attacked Drake together. As an experienced captain, Drake, formidable in strength, held his ground against the two adversaries. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a brawny warrior faced the onslaught of two, forced to defend himself and conserve his energy. After all, his opponents were the 2nd and 3rd ranking demon guard captains. With their combined assault, he had little opportunity to counterattack. "Damn it, if you have the guts, come at me one by one. What kind of skill is this, 2 against 1? Get away from me." Kero roared, his energy surging as he landed a heavy punch into the abdomen of the third captain, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, the second captain vanished from sight and reappeared behind Kero, firing an energy blast. Kero's pupils contracted in alarm, realizing, I'm in trouble. The energy blast struck him squarely, erupting in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kero emerged with a gaping hole in his battle suit, revealing a bloodied back, his strength waning. Damn it! I was careless. You despicable scoundrel. Kero gasped, fists clenched, glaring at the second captain. With a sneering expression, the second captain taunted, how childish. In battle, the victor takes all. There is no room for notions of treachery. Raising his hand, he gathered energy, aiming it at Kero. Blame your fate for being a member of the Star Scar organization. Die. Suddenly, a cold feminine voice interrupted from behind the second captain. Indeed, there is no treachery in battle. The victor reigns, and the vanquished are but scum. The second captain looked down to find a jade hand piercing through his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling as he uttered, despicable wretch, and then succumbed to silence. Kero, witnessing the unexpected arrival who had slain the second captain, felt a surge of relief. Sister Ray, you arrived just in time. Had it not been for your ambush, I might have perished. Ray pulled her hand back, casting a disdainful glance at Kero. What do you mean by ambush? Such a harsh term. Haha, I know, it was a King-S strike. Kero chuckled, scratching his head. You are an invaluable asset. You cannot fall. Ray admonished sternly yet with concern. Understood. I will fight until my last breath for you, Sister Ray. Kero stood tall, resolutely responding. As one of the 5 captains of the Star Scar organization, Kero's prowess was second only to Ray, Liz, and Lila. Just then, a figure clad in blue descended slowly before Kero and Ray. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ray's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems the demon general has joined the fray. Kero, I leave the other captain to you. This side is mine. Understood, Sister Ray. The newcomer was none other than the 4th-ranking demon general. Chapter 85. The giant demon appears. Lin Yuan to the rescue. At this rate, it may take a while. Lin Yuan observed the magic crystal enveloped in silvery light in his hands. At that moment, the surface of the crystal exhibited a couple of minute cracks. If given another 10 minutes, Lin Yuan could open the crystal, but time was running short. 2 demon generals had already entered the battle in the square. The most formidable among them was the giant demon general, whose aura surpassed even that of Gregor. With the current strength of the Star Scar organization, no one could withstand him. If Lin Yuan did not intervene, the situation would become dire. I must first confront the giant demon. The magic crystal shell, even in my absence, is destined to shatter. It is merely a question of time. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided to take the magic crystal and advance to the battlefield alongside Mela. Initially, the plan was for Lin Yuan to obliterate the magic crystal before proceeding to support the Star Trace organization. However, the progression of events seemed to have accelerated. In the Demon Abyss realm, above the square, Lin Yuan and Mela's figures appeared prominently. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Yuan took a moment to observe and understand the current situation. After a period of combat, the clash between the Star Trace members and the Demon Guards had devolved into close-quarters fighting. The circumstances were not looking favorable for the Star Trace organization. Although the tactical coordination and individual strength of the Star Trace members were superior, they were outnumbered by the Demon Guards. If it were merely the original number of Demon Guards, the Star Trace organization would have held an absolute advantage. However, as the battle raged on, a relentless influx of Demon Guards surged from the surrounding streets, disrupting the formation of the Star Trace team and creating a coordinated assault. On the captain's battlefield, the Star Trace side had initially held the upper hand, but with the full participation of the Demon Guard captains and the emergence of the giant demon general, the situation spiraled out of control. Beside Lin Yuan, Mela's face was flushed with anger, her small fists clenched tightly. Lin Yuan, I'm going to help. You should assist Sister Na and the others. All right, stay safe. Just deal with those ordinary Demon Guards. They need help the most. After acknowledging Lin Yuan's advice, Mela charged into the battlefield. With her current combat prowess, she would wreak havoc in the ordinary battlefield. Even the lower-ranking Demon Guard captains would struggle to match her. Lin Yuan directed his gaze toward a towering figure in the distance. Even from several kilometers away, he could easily identify the giant demon general. Without needing to sense his aura, Lin Yuan was confident he was correct. This was indeed the giant demon. His stature was astonishingly tall, surpassing most of the surrounding buildings by a considerable margin, an estimated height of 20 meters. He resembles a monster from Ultraman. After a brief moment of humor, Lin Yuan instantly teleported to the location of the giant demon general. At that moment, beneath the feet of the giant, Ballas was cradling a middle-aged man, whose eyes were vacant and body limp, with a face full of sorrow. Uncle Zwa, why did you do something so foolish? You risked your life to save me. As he spoke, Ballas' eyes began to glisten with tears. Just moments ago, Ballas, along with Balila and Uncle Zwa, had defeated 2 demon guard captains. And while they were discussing their next move to provide support, a colossal figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. It was the giant demon general, Pim. Pim raised his foot and aimed it at Ballas, as if preparing to crush an ant. Ballas, locked in place by Pim's overwhelming presence, found himself unable to move. Just as the giant foot was about to descend, Uncle Zwa intervened, pushing Ballas aside but sacrificing himself to Pim's terrifying strike. Standing beside Ballas was his sister, Balila, who wore a face of grief, her eyes already moist. The 2 siblings reminisced about their early days in the Star Trace organization, when they were mere strangers and ordinary members. It was Uncle Zwa who guided them through training, helping them grow and integrate into the group, allowing them to feel the warmth of home. I will avenge Uncle Zwa. Yes. Slowly, their expressions synchronized, growing cold and determined. Ballas gently laid Uncle Zwa on the ground and stood, fixing his gaze on Pim. At that moment, Pim lowered his massive head, his voice booming like a bell. There are still 2 insects left. Once I finish them, I shall retire for the day. With that, Pim lifted his foot again, aiming to crush the 2. With Pim's current combat strength, it was nearly impossible for Ballas and Balila to escape if they were targeted, unless they combined their powers. This was precisely their plan. Just as they prepared to merge, a silver meteor streaked through the air, crashing into Pim's face with tremendous force. Bang! The immense impact sent Pim flying back, crashing into a cluster of buildings. Ballas and Balila stood there, momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan, who had arrived to provide assistance, gradually descended before the pair. Upon seeing the tears on their faces and the limp form of Uncle Zwa behind them, he instantly understood the situation and produced a magical bean, handing it to them. Stop dawdling. Feed this to that uncle. He might still have a chance. Ballas was initially taken aback, but quickly seized the magical bean and gently administered it to Uncle Zwa. Though Uncle Zwa's internal organs had been severely injured, he still had a faint pulse, and, being inherently strong, coupled with Lin Yuan's timely arrival, his chances of survival were significant. After all, even Clin had been revived from a state of apparent death. Sure enough, after consuming the magical bean, Uncle Zwa's heart began to gradually regain its rhythm, and he started to breathe once more. We'll save the gratitude for later. There's still a giant to deal with. You 2 go provide support elsewhere. I'll handle this one. Without waiting for their thanks, Lin Yuan interjected, having sensed the surge of energy emanating from the giant demon general. He must be enraged. Thud! Thud! Damn it! Who dares to strike my face? That hurts. Pim was advancing toward Lin Yuan, each step causing the ground to tremble. Then this one is left to you, Mr. Lin Yuan. We shall assist Sister Reina. Not wasting time, Ballas hoisted Uncle Zwa and, along with Balila, retreated from the battlefield. As Uncle Zwa slowly opened his eyes, confusion on his face, he asked, Am I still alive? I am not dead. It was Mr. Lin Yuan who saved you. He fed you something called a magical bean, bringing you back from the brink. I thought I would never see you again. Is that so? I must express my gratitude to young Lin Yuan later. Setting Uncle Zwa down, the 3 of them soared toward Reina's direction. Their next task was to eliminate the remaining demon guards and set their sights on the little demon king, Jare. Chapter 86. The Terrifying Giant Demon General. A turn of events. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, the first giant Lin Yuan encountered was the enlarged Piccolo. Pim was the second giant he faced. Unlike Piccolo who, upon enlarging, did not gain additional energy, but rather lost some control over his body, Pim exhibited no such drawbacks. He could fully unleash his combat prowess and exhibit strength far beyond his natural abilities. Pim raised his hand, fingers splayed, and struck toward Lin Yuan with ferocious force, akin to a high-speed train barreling down at him. Sensing the overwhelming power of this attack, Lin Yuan did not dare to underestimate it. If he were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yuan executed a rapid movement to evade to the side of Pim's abdomen. As Pim's strike missed, The sheer force generated a tempest, uprooting buildings and raising clouds of dust. Searching for Lin Yuan's figure, Pim suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and cried out loudly, "Damn ants! My stomach! It hurts so much." The pain ignited a surge of strength and speed within Pim, who immediately turned and delivered a powerful kick into the air. Lin Yuan, having just landed a punch to Pim's abdomen, was caught off guard by a massive blow sweeping towards him. Boom! The kick shattered the surrounding buildings, leaving a crescent-shaped area of ruins. Lin Yuan was sent flying several thousand meters, crashing through numerous structures. Although he managed to block the blow at the last moment, a numbing sensation coursed through his arm and spread throughout his body, while the powerful impact shook his very core. Adjusting his position mid-air, Lin Yuan eventually landed against the side of a rocky mountain, coming to a halt. Looking back, he exclaimed, "Wow, I've already reached the desolate land." One kick had propelled him straight into the abyssal realm. Based on Lin Yuan's assessment, Pim's strike possessed a destructive force exceeding 600 million. How monstrous! Slowly, Lin Yuan hovered in the air. The next moment, Pim's colossal figure arced through the sky, hurtling towards him. Boom! As Pim landed, the ground around him caved in. Did this guy just jump over? Lin Yuan thought to himself, wiping his brow. You hurt me so badly. I need to finish you off quickly so I can return home to sleep and snack. Pim's voice echoed, a blend of anger and innocence. Lin Yuan. Why do I feel this guy is so silly? From the first time he heard Pim speak, Lin Yuan found it strange. Now, looking into Pim's round, beady eyes, he felt an inexplicable oddity. Why does he seem like a child? Hey, what's your name? Why do you want to kill me? Lin Yuan asked without rushing to attack. Oh, because if I kill you, I can go to sleep and enjoy delicious food. My name is Pim. I see. Lin Yuan feigned a sudden realization. Is that guy named Jella making you do this? Pim nodded. Lin Yuan continued. You are clearly much stronger than that Jella fellow. Why do you still listen to him? Brother Jella gives me good food, and I usually just sleep. I only need to help him fight occasionally. That's how we agreed. Pim replied thoughtfully. I can offer you even better food. You could sleep all day. In fact, you could take a nice nap right now. How about it? Let's stop fighting. Pim's expression grew serious as he quickly shook his head. That won't do. We made a pact. I will always help him. And he will always provide me with good food. No backing out. Is that so? Then let's continue fighting. Lin Yuan shrugged and assumed a combat stance. Initially, he had just wanted to play around and tease him, but he never expected this ogre general to be so naive. He had revealed everything. This gave Lin Yuan thoughts of enlisting him, but that would have to wait until Jella was defeated. However, if Pim's words were accurate, Jella must be hiding his true power. Based on Lin Yuan's initial perception, Jella's strength was approximately 35 billion, while Pim's was around 4 billion. Now, since Pim claimed Jella was even stronger than him, it was reasonable to conclude that Jella was concealing his abilities. These thoughts flickered momentarily. Lin Yuan unleashed a silver aura and charged towards Pim once more. Pim exhaled 2 clouds of steam from his nostrils and also launched an attack on Lin Yuan. The scene shifted to the plaza of the abyssal realm. The plaza no longer resembled its former self, now transformed into a wasteland littered with collapsed structures. Jella and Baloka floated in the air, surveying the battlefield below. The tide of battle had shifted once again, with the Star organization gaining the upper hand. The Demon Guard was beginning to crumble. What on earth is happening? Why did Pim and Dimar enter the battlefield with no effect whatsoever? Jella's face darkened as he continued to question, causing Baloka to break into a cold sweat. Dimar is one thing, but logically, those little bugs shouldn't be able to withstand Pim's onslaught. Could it be that merged person? Baloka pondered, equally perplexed. Indeed, it was illogical for the members of the Star organization to be capable of countering Pim. In Baloka's view, even that merged individual named Basra would be no match. After all, even Kazan in his berserk form could contend with Basra, and Pim was several times stronger than Kazan. Suddenly, Baloka's expression shifted, and he slowly spoke, Your Majesty. I believe it isn't that merged individual. He lacks the strength. Moreover, Baloka glanced at several familiar figures on the ground, stating, Those 2 merged individuals are right under our noses. What? Following Baloka's gaze, Jella saw several figures swiftly eliminating the demon guards, including Reina, the Bari's siblings, Uncle Zwa, and Cao. The tide had turned because the demon guard leader had been vanquished by their combined efforts. The remaining forces consisted of thousands to tens of thousands of demon guards and elite demon guards, which were hardly a threat. Chapter 87. Basra's Return, Absolute Power. I truly underestimated the Starscar organization. They have so many experts. It seems I must take action. Jellah's gaze turned icy as his rotund figure slowly descended. Your Majesty, do you need help? No, dealing with these few won't require my berserk form. It's just right, Jellah said, stretching his chubby neck. It's been a while since I've moved my muscles. Boom. With a mighty crash, Jellah landed, shaking his beer belly 3 times, blocking the path of Reyna and her companions. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, Jellah's eerie green eyes glinted with malevolence, fixated on Reyna. Jellah, everyone, be careful. Reyna and her comrades recognized Jellah, their bodies tensing as they gritted their teeth and assumed combat stances. It's been years, Reyna. It seems you've been doing well, Jellah sneered. You managed to deal with that barbarian Kazan, surpassing your older brother. Oh yes, yes. Gura. Ha. At the mention of Gura, a flicker of anger crossed Reyna's face. But she quickly regained her composure, wearing a smile. Yes, he must be very happy to hear that Kazan is dead, so I've decided to make Brother Gura even happier. Jellah, we were just about to find you. Today is your last day. With that, Reyna's aura surged, and Uncle Zwa and Kao began to radiate their own power. The three's energies gradually fused into a semicircular energy storm, enveloping all 5 of them. Jellah was puzzled but sensed no fear from this power. He raised his arm to strike the energy mass, laughing. Ha, is this your power? Even combined, you won't be my match. Is that so? Well, we shall see, Jellah. Reyna's voice resonated as the energy mass began to dissipate, causing Jellah's descending arm to pause. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned the foreheads of Reyna, Kao, and Uncle Zwa, yet they all shared a knowing smile. Basra, go. The 3 voices rang out simultaneously, understood. Baris and Balila, filled with fervor, responded as they clasped their hands together. After a dazzling flash of light, Basra made his reappearance. So this is the combined entity. It does not seem particularly impressive. Basra, with unshakable confidence, challenged, oh, why not give it a try and find out? Arrogant. Gralla barked as he stepped forward, his sturdy left leg advancing, and his right fist propelled forward with ferocity. Basra exhibited no fear, launching a powerful punch from the air in response. The 2 fists, vastly differing in size, collided with a thunderous impact. Boom. The force of the collision sent debris from the surrounding ruins flying, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 100 meters. Gralla staggered backward, feeling a numbing sensation in his entire right arm. A wave of disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? His strength surpasses mine. Before Gralla could gather his thoughts, Basra was already upon him, delivering a swift kick. Even with Gralla's robust physique, the blow sent him reeling, crashing into a heap of rubble behind him. In the air, Baloka's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, muttering, this cannot be. His previous strength was not this formidable. Could it be? Realizing the combined might of Reyna and her companions before their fusion, Baloka began to piece together the puzzle. No wonder. The 3 of them had concentrated all their power into this combined entity, resulting in such a tremendous display of strength. At that moment, a figure clad in azure appeared beside Baloka, bowing slightly. It was the Blue Demon General, Dimar. Ah, Dimar, what brings you here? Did not Prince Gralla instruct you to deal with those captains? Dimar bowed once more, replying, reporting to Lord Baloka, my abilities are limited. I managed to eliminate 1 captain from the Starscar organization before being beset by several others in a united assault. Despite my best efforts, I was overpowered and barely escaped with my life. Baloka nodded, noticing Dimar's injuries, and offered words of comfort. Fear not, you have done well. Prince Gralla is currently engaged with those captains. You can take this opportunity to recuperate. Yes, thank you, Lord Baloka. Though Dimar ranked 4th among the 4 demon generals, and bore the same title as the Blood and Shadow demons, his actual status was somewhat inferior. In the minor demon realm, strength dictated rank. Thus, he treated Baloka with utmost respect. Baloka allowed Dimar to remain, partly for his recuperation, but also for protection. After all, he found himself on the battlefield. Although he possessed some means of self-preservation, his safety could not be guaranteed. With the blue demon at his side, he felt a semblance of security. Dimar quietly positioned himself behind Baloka, observing the chaos below with a pensive expression. Meanwhile, the battle between Gralla and Basra raged on. Basra's fists, akin to springs, relentlessly pounded towards Gralla. Struggling, Gralla raised his arms to defend, sliding backward under the assault. Suddenly, seizing an opening, a glimmer of determination ignited in Grala's eyes as he transformed defense into offense, swiftly launching a left hook. However, what he thought would be a decisive blow struck only air. A sense of foreboding gripped Grala. Indeed, a light chuckle echoed from behind him. "Foolish of you to take the bait. What did you say?" Grala shouted, turning abruptly. Alas, his words were cut short as a fist collided with his face, followed by a torrential barrage of punches and kicks from Basra. With his defenses compromised, Grala could only endure the assault. His once robust visage now marred with crimson and purple, blood splattering everywhere. With a powerful knee strike landing squarely in Grala's chest, he clutched his torso in agony. His massive frame collapsing onto the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. "Damn you! You've reduced me to this. I will kill you." "Is that so?" Basra's cold voice replied. "Unfortunately, you shall have no opportunity for that. Descend into hell, beast." A surge of formidable purple energy erupted from Basra, engulfing the terror-stricken Grala. Boom! A small mushroom cloud ascended from the explosion's epicenter. Reina and the captains exchanged excited glances, their eyes glistening as they exclaimed, "At long last, we have vanquished this demon. The minor demon realm is saved. Rogo, we have succeeded." In the heights above, Baloka inquired of Mater, "Mater, what is your assessment?" Mater, in disbelief, stammered, "How can this be? Prince Grala has actually lost." Baloka sneered with disdain. "Not so fast. If they believe they have defeated Prince Grala, they are gravely mistaken. Just wait. The real spectacle is yet to unfold." Chapter 88. Grala's True Form. A clash of strength. The smoke and dust in the air began to dissipate. Grala, battered and on the verge of collapse, gradually emerged before the spectators. Basra's earlier excitement waned into dismay. How infuriating that he withstood such a tremendous assault. Reina and the other captains were equally astonished, unable to fathom how anyone could survive that last strike. Grala's resilience is extraordinary. He should have perished from that. Left Uncle and Cow remarked, "Good heavens, if it were me, I would have been reduced to nothing." Reina urgently called out to Basra, "Basra, Grala is on his last legs. Seize the moment and strike." Basra nodded, channeling powerful energy once more as he surged toward the motionless Grala. "Close-range assault. There's no way you can withstand this." Just then, Grala's muscles began to tremble as he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. It has been ages since I encountered such a formidable opponent since the death of that fool, my father." With that, his laughter ceased, and Grala's expression transformed into one of calm excitement, his eyes gleaming with madness as he regarded the approaching Basra. Slowly, he declared, "Very well. Allow these ants to witness my true form." A sense of foreboding settled within Basra as he drew near Grala, preparing to unleash his energy blast. A wave of potent energy surged forth, sending him sprawling backward, the energy blast falling harmlessly to the ground, resulting in an explosion. "What is happening?" Basra struggled to regain his footing mid-air, landing steadily while gazing at Grala, his eyes filled with shock. Grala was enveloped in a powerful red energy, his bones cracking audibly, steam emanating from his body. As his form diminished, his magical power surged exponentially. Realizing the impending danger, Basra, Reina, and the others unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Grala. In an instant, countless energy waves hurtled toward him. However, as those energy blasts approached Grala, they were either deflected or detonated, creating clouds of smoke. Regardless, none could penetrate the protective energy barrier surrounding him. Thus, they could only watch in astonishment as Grala's form shrank from 5 meters to approximately 2. His excess flesh evaporating to reveal a robust physique. A curved horn sprouted from his forehead. Compared to his previous corpulent appearance, this newly transformed Grala resembled a true demon lord. In the skies above, Dimar's face displayed shock. So this is the full extent of Prince Grala's power. A truly terrifying force. Baroka's demeanor remained unchanged, though a flicker of exhilaration danced in his eyes as he spoke. "Daimel, it is only natural that you, having become a demon general for just a few years, do not fully comprehend the entirety of King Giele's power. Do you understand why King Giele has persisted in using that previous form? I am not entirely sure. Perhaps to conceal his strength?" Daimel ventured a response. "No. Do you think King Giele needs to hide anything within the lesser demon realm? Indeed. Then what could be the reason? I simply cannot fathom it. The reason is that, in his previous form, King Giele's power is restricted to half, yet his lifespan diminishes at a much slower rate. To ensure he has ample time to await the maturation of the demon crystal and ultimately unify the greater demon realm, I employed a unique method to transform His Highness into that large and rotund form. However, Baraka continued, producing a shattered white crystal. I did not anticipate the emergence of the Starscar organization, which not only killed Kazan and forced me to utilize the life-preserving crystal, but also compelled the true form of His Highness GLA to be revealed. I truly underestimated them. Mater, standing behind Baraka, briefly sparkled with a glint of intelligence before quickly returning to his usual demeanor, complimenting, "Rest assured, Lord Baraka, once King GLA strikes, the Starscar organization will not last much longer. Once they are vanquished, this lesser demon realm, and indeed the greater demon realm, shall once again fall under your and King GLA's command." Ha ha, that is inevitable. The mere thought of returning to the greater demon realm filled Baraka's heart with longing. However, he vaguely felt that he had overlooked something of great significance. What could it be? Baraka furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an unusual wave of energy. It is the aura of the demon crystal. How could I have forgotten about the demon crystal? And yet, it is right here within the abyss of demons. At that moment, the bearer of the demon crystal, Lin Yuan, was engaged in a fierce battle with Pim at the edge of the abyss of demons. Lin Yuan transformed into a silver streak of light, continuously flashing and striking various parts of Pim's body. In contrast, Pim's counterattacks appeared sluggish and were unable to connect with Lin Yuan. It was evident that Lin Yuan had completely outpaced Pim in speed and even in strength. He showed no signs of weakness. This was due to the perfect form's exceptionally high endurance at full power, even after such a prolonged battle. Lin Yuan exhibited no signs of fatigue or power depletion. He had also thoroughly discerned Pim's combat style. This individual relied solely on brute force and instinct, devoid of any tactical finesse. Conversely, Pim, due to his massive size, experienced a rapid depletion of strength and was already panting heavily. "Curse it, I can't land a hit on you. If you have the ability, let us fight fairly without dodging." Pim shouted angrily at Lin Yuan, who was hovering before him with arms crossed, bemused by Pim's words. "Hey, that's because your attacks are all telegraphed. My body instinctively evades them. Now you're calling me a coward? I don't care. If you have the guts, let us compare our strength. I will not lose to you." "Oh, that's feasible. But if you lose, your agreement with GLA will be nullified, and you must grant me one request." "What do you say?" After pondering Lin Yuan's proposition for a moment, Pim agreed. After all, he was no fool. If they continued fighting as they were, he would undoubtedly be defeated by Lin Yuan. "Very well, I accept. One punch each." And the first to falter concedes. "Absolutely." Lin Yuan concurred. "Since you were just beaten so badly, I'll let you strike first." "Humph. I will show you what true strength is." With that, Pim raised his fist, which was comparable in size to Lin Yuan's entire body, and gathered his strength before launching it at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Bam! A tremendous force kicked up a cloud of dust. Yet Lin Yuan merely slid back half a meter, having successfully absorbed the blow. "It seems your power is not all that impressive." Pim retracted his fist. Disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible. How could you so effortlessly withstand my full force strike?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly, shaking his hands. "Now it's my turn, Pim. Are you ready?" A flicker of panic crossed Pim's eyes, and he quickly crossed his arms again, assuming a defensive stance. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." "Excellent." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, transforming into a silver streak as he charged at Pim. Chapter 89. Rare System Reward in Truth. Given the initial explosive power Pim had displayed, Lin Yuan was hesitant to engage in a direct exchange of blows. However, Pim's energy depletion was alarmingly rapid. Initially, Pim's combat power was at 400 million, and during his fury, it had surged to around 500 million. With his colossal physique enhancing his strikes, each blow could unleash over 500 million in combat power. Yet, after merely a few minutes of battle, his strength had already fallen below normal levels, dipping below 400 million. In this regard, he bore some resemblance to a typical Super Saiyan at the primary stage. However, in every other aspect, Pim was vastly superior to a primary Super Saiyan. Notably, in terms of resilience, if he were to face a Super Saiyan at 500 million combat power, such as Vegeta or Goku, Lin Yuan was confident that he could shatter their Super Saiyan form within 10 strikes. This was a significant drawback of relying on transformation to exponentially boost combat power. In contrast, Pim, even after enduring dozens of Lin Yuan strikes, had only lost about 30 of his magical energy, which was quite remarkable. This exemplified the benefits of maintaining a constant 500 million. The so-called Super Saiyan full power refers to the effort to cultivate the Super Saiyan form to a constant state. Lin Yuan's perfect Super Saiyan full power, however, allowed him to achieve a transformation that was infinitely close to a static state. Bang! With a resounding thud, a meteor trailing a silver tail crashed down upon Pim's colossal arm. The overwhelming force forced Pim's blocking arms to collide against his chest. He felt as though his arms had been pierced by a massive iron nail, driving straight into his chest. With a sudden spurt of blood, Pim's mountainous body was sent flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. This strike saw Lin Yuan draw on a fraction of the power stored within his cells. The immense pressure left Pim with no chance to defend. Struggling to rise, Pim felt the excruciating pain in his arm. It must be fractured. How could this little fellow possess such immense power? At that moment, Lin Yuan flashed beside Pim and asked, "Do we still need to continue this fight, Pim?" Gone was Pim's arrogance and hubris. He replied with a humbled expression, "No need, I concede. What is your name?" Even if he wished to continue, his body was no longer able to comply. Moreover, he admired strength, and the small figure before him was undeniably more powerful. There was no shame in admitting that. Lin Yuan smiled. "My name is Lin Yuan. Now, regarding your promise, I will fulfill my promise. I will no longer pursue members of the Star Scar organization. Now, what is your request?" "I have not yet formulated my request. I will discuss it with you later, all right?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan raised his head. Sensing that GLA's previously weakened aura was rapidly expanding, soon approaching double its original strength. 3, 5 billion, 4, 5 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion, as expected. GLA had hidden his true power. From the outset, Lin Yuan had been engaged in battle with Pim while simultaneously monitoring the fluctuations in GLA's energy. He noted the sudden surge in energy from Balas and Barira, which had doubled from 2,000 to 4,000. As the formidable Basra, with a battle power reaching 400 million, engaged in combat with GRA, the latter's aura began to wane before abruptly surging to over 700 million. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. "Pim, my request is simple. You should return to your place and rest. I must venture elsewhere." "You're not considering confronting King GRA, are you?" Pim hesitated, inquiring. Lin Yuan nodded. "That's impossible. I acknowledge your strength, but King GRA's power is beyond your capacity to withstand. You should leave swiftly. I can assist you in exiting the Little Demon realm." This time, Lin Yuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Indeed, GRA is incredibly powerful, but I must go. After all, I made a promise to Lina." As he spoke, excitement flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such a formidable opponent. I certainly do not wish to miss this opportunity. Since Lin Yuan had transformed and acquired the Saiyan bloodline, evolving into a Super Saiyan, he had yet to encounter a true adversary capable of instilling a sense of pressure. Pim could barely qualify as half of one, while the might displayed by the Demon King Jarre was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Host has encountered a formidable enemy," triggering a random mission. Defeat the King of the Little Demon Realm, GRA. Mission reward, basic battle power of 2 million, divine power of 10 points. Will the host accept? System? Divine power. I didn't expect the system to offer such a boon. Since the battle with Frisia, Lin Yuan had primarily utilized the system to check character information, having almost forgotten about the mission system. Now, with the sudden emergence of the system and the prospect of divine power as a reward, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Yet, he could not comprehend what random divine power entailed. Regardless, he resolved, I accept. In Lin Yuan's mind, the 2 million basic battle power was not of paramount importance. However, the exceedingly rare divine power was an immense temptation. Thus, he felt no need to hesitate. As for GRA, despite his formidable battle power, Lin Yuan also recognized his chances of defeating him. After all, if he unleashed all the energy stored within his cells, his strength would significantly increase. This was the confidence that allowed Lin Yuan to accept the task without a second thought. Humph. If you perish, do not blame me for not warning you. Seeing Lin Yuan's determination, Pim retorted sarcastically before turning away towards the abyss of demons, his resting place. Hey, Pim, let us compete in strength again when you become stronger. Lin Yuan called after him as Pim began to walk away. Pim paused momentarily, then resumed his heavy steps, muttering, "Lin Yuan, if you survive, we can compete. But that opportunity may never arise." In the throes of battle, Lin Yuan sensed that this so-called general of the giants was not an inherently evil being. He might be of use to Lina in the future. This was why Lin Yuan refrained from making demands immediately, choosing instead to wait until GRA was vanquished to win Pim over. Pim, in turn, held a degree of respect for Lin Yuan, recognizing that in the little demon realm, strength commanded respect. If Lin Yuan so desired, he could easily eliminate Pim without engaging in any contest of strength. Pim understood this well. Chapter 90. For the sake of rewards, we fight. In a realm suffused with crimson energy, GRA stood resolute. His surface was enveloped in layers of red energy waves that expanded outward, gradually forming this energy domain. Nearby, Lina, Cao, and Uncle's were already struggling to breathe under the oppressive force of GRA's overwhelming aura. Even Basra, the closest to GRA, was not faring any better, bearing the brunt of the immense pressure. Suddenly, with a furious roar from GRA, the red energy began to swirl chaotically, erupting. Almost instantaneously, a red tornado enveloped GRA, his aura reaching its zenith. The crimson whirlwind vanished, revealing GRA, now shrouded in a blaze of scarlet energy. It has been centuries since I have transformed like this. This long-lost power is truly magnificent. As GRA reveled in his newfound strength, Lina, Basra, and the others could no longer remain idle. Escape was impossible, for there was nowhere to flee. To fight, they could hardly muster the strength to move, let alone engage in battle. They had already expended most of their magical energy on the Bari siblings. At this point, merely standing under GRA's oppressive aura was a feat accomplished by sheer willpower. What do we do now? I can't move at all. Cao gritted his teeth, struggling to swallow. This power is astonishingly overwhelming. If I weren't holding on, I would have collapsed by now, Uncle's added, equally strained. At this moment, Lina's hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks, twisted into strands. She understood that even Basra could not possibly contend with GRA at this moment. Setting aside whether their strengths could match, Basra's fusion was nearing its limit. Once Basra's fusion was undone, they would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Though aware of the grim reality, she still uttered words of encouragement, despite their futility. Cao and Uncle's shared her understanding. Basra's fusion was about to be undone. As fate would have it, mere moments after Lina spoke, Basra reverted to the Bari siblings. Lina realized their chance was utterly lost. Sigh, in the end, we still couldn't defeat GRA. I am sorry, Brother Gullo. Lina lamented, her eyes filled with unyielding regret as she gazed at GRA. She recalled the words of her late brother Gullo, who had once assured her, I will lead everyone to defeat GRA. Back then, she was merely a spirited girl of under 200 years, trailing in Gullo's footsteps. Life in the little demon realm was relatively stable, until GRA slew her father and ascended as the Demon King, sealing the realm. Soon after, he began summoning demons, forcing the residents to wear gaudy crimson crystal watches, regularly extracting sustenance for the magical crystals. Life in the little demon realm descended into a hellish existence. Within less than a century, countless older demons succumbed to premature death due to the relentless siphoning of their life force and magical energy. GRA even dispatched agents beyond the barrier to lure other demons from the great demon realm into the little demon realm to serve as new sources of nourishment for his crystals. It was during this time that Ashura and his parents were deceived into the little demon realm. Subsequently, Lina's parents, too, fell victim to GRA's malevolent policies, leaving her forever bereft. The plight Lina endured was not unique. Gullo shared a similar fate. From that moment, they resolved to overthrow King GRA's tyrannical rule. They believed in Gullo's promise, I will lead everyone to defeat GRA. Thus, they devised plans to remove the blood crystals from their wrists, hiding in the shadows. Amassing strength for the day they could counterattack. Eventually, an unexpected event forced them into direct confrontation with GRA, resulting in a crushing defeat. One that left them utterly vanquished without GRA or the giant Pim even needing to intervene. Kazan led the remaining 2 demon generals and the demon guards in a near-total annihilation of their entire organization. Ultimately, they had grossly underestimated the power of the 4 demon generals. After Giro's demise, the fortunate survivor, Reina, resolved to inherit Gyuro's will and defeat GRA. Thus, the clandestine Star Scar organization was established. Now, with a bitter smile, Reina shook her head, acknowledging that they had still underestimated GRA's might. Unless they could afford enough time for the Bari's siblings, alas, there were no ifs. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged in Reina's mind, a figure who had once spoken to her in a manner reminiscent of her elder brother Gyuro. I will help you defeat GRA. Recalling Lin Yuan's silver aura, exuding an air of indifference towards everything, a flicker of hope ignited in Reina's eyes. If it were Lin Yuan, perhaps gradually. It seemed that the silver figure of Lin Yuan truly materialized before Reina. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Lin Yuan, is that you? Upon instantaneously teleporting to this location, Lin Yuan heard Reina's voice and turned to see her in a daze. It felt as though she were under an illusion, her gaze unfocused. Lin Yuan waved his hand before her, calling out, Can you see me? It's me, Lin Yuan. Who else could it be? Reina blinked, focused her eyes, and realized that Lin Yuan had indeed arrived. Her expression brightened as she grasped his hand, exclaiming, Lin Yuan, it's really you. How wonderful. With Lin Yuan's arrival, the oppressive force sensed by Reina and her companions dissipated, restoring their ability to move. Uncles sighed in relief and nodded at Lin Yuan in gratitude. Cao chuckled heartily and said, You arrived just in time, my brother Lin Yuan. We were about to defeat GRA, but we didn't expect him to harbor such immense power. We were at a loss regarding how to respond. And then you showed up, haha. Lin Yuan nodded, his expression slightly grave. I sensed GRA's formidable aura, which compelled me to come. I had no idea it would be this powerful. At that moment, GRA's aura had intensified further compared to just a minute ago, increasing the pressure on Lin Yuan. Reina noticed Lin Yuan's expression and released his hand. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. Lin Yuan, I am truly grateful for your willingness to assist us. However, I have changed my mind. Huh, Sister Reina. What do you mean? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. GRA's current power is far too great, exceeding what we can handle. I previously thought that with you in Basra, we would be more than capable of defeating GRA and the Demon General. It appears we miscalculated. Therefore, Lin Yuan, I implore you, take Baris, Balila, and Mela and escape. With that, Mela produced a cerulean token from her garment and handed it to Lin Yuan. With this token, take them away from the little demon realm. We will momentarily hold GRA back. As long as those two children are alive, there is still hope. Gazing at the token inscribed with azure characters, Lin Yuan replied with annoyance, Sister Reina, I cannot abandon you here to face death. Otherwise, Mela would surely scold me to death. Besides, how can you be so certain that I am not GRA's match? Lin Yuan flashed a confident smile, his eyes alight with fighting spirit. I have vowed to help you defeat GRA, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise. Those words echoed like thunder in Reina's mind. Tears uncontrollably fell from her beautiful eyes. When she looked back at Lin Yuan, there was a glimmer of something more in her gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already turned his attention back to GRA. Oblivious to Reina's unusual reaction, as a single thought occupied his mind, for the reward. Chapter 91. Lin Yuan's full power unleashed, Baroka Falls. Step by step, Lin Yuan advanced toward GRA, the unique silver aura of the perfect Super Saiyan slowly rising from his feet. GRA turned to regard Lin Yuan, slightly surprised. Oh, an outsider among the demon clan? Who are you, boy? Are you perhaps a reinforcement summoned by the Starscar organization? Sort of. I am a human from the outside world. Human? GRA's face twisted with disbelief. Isn't that a notably weak race? Upon seeing the tail coiling around Lin Yuan's waist, GRA fell into contemplation and quickly recalled, Ah, I see. You are one of Frisia's subordinates, right? I believe you are called a Scion. Am I correct? Now it was Lin Yuan's turn to be astonished. He hadn't expected GRA to possess such knowledge. Indeed, I am a Scion. But I am no longer a subordinate of Frisia. He has been vanquished. Oh, though GRA's little demon realm was not located in the northern galaxy, he had heard of Frisia's deeds. To GRA, while Frisia may not have been as powerful as his brother or father, as a member of the Frost Demons, his strength could almost dominate the universe. Such was the innate talent they possessed, much like the giant clan of their great demon realm, who required no training, just time to grow and attain exceptional strength. Pym bore the bloodline of the giant clan. The fact that the infamous Frisia, who ruled the northern galaxy, had been defeated surprised GRA. Though GRA thought little of Frisia, he recognized that not everyone could triumph over him. It appeared that a formidable expert had emerged in the universe. So, Scion, are you certain you wish to aid this group of useless Star members in battling me? GRA's gaze and tone dripped with mockery, dismissing Lin Yuan entirely. To him, this individual possessed some strength, but not much. Lin Yuan remained silent, allowing his actions to speak volumes. With a fierce determination, Lin Yuan clenched his fists, and the silver aura that had been gently rising suddenly erupted, his presence surging once more. Silver light flickered around him as his cells ignited, unleashing a formidable current that engulfed the arena. Except for GRA, who remained unaffected. The others struggled to open their eyes, astonished. Cao shielded his face with his arms, exclaiming, "My heavens! This terrifying power from Lin Yuan is likely on par with that of GRA. At my current level, I can't discern who is stronger. I hope Lin Yuan prevails." Listening to Cao and Uncle Zhua, Reina cast a meaningful glance towards Lin Yuan, feeling a twinge of concern. As Uncle Zhua had noted, she too could not predict the outcome of the impending battle. She could only silently pray, "Lin Yuan, you must win. I believe in you." Having reached the pinnacle of his power, Lin Yuan gazed contentedly at his hands, murmuring, "The perfect Super Saiyan 1 at full power. What an incredible force." At this moment, Lin Yuan had fully unleashed the power stored within his cells, achieving an astonishing combat strength of 7.2 billion. "Sorry to keep you waiting, GRA. Let us begin," he declared, meeting GRA's astonished gaze. "Humph, now this is getting interesting." With that, Lin Yuan and GRA simultaneously assumed their battle stances. The surroundings fell into an immediate silence. As Reina and the others, acting as spectators, held their breaths, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the world of combat, true skill is revealed with the first move. From GRA's stance, Lin Yuan could discern that GRA was not merely a brute who relied on sheer strength. He exhibited a high level of control over his magical power and physique, quite impressive. Both fighters were searching for the perfect moment to strike. And then, the next second, the gazes of the two men suddenly turned sharp, and their bodies vanished from their original positions. Bang! Before Reina could comprehend how they had disappeared, a dull thud echoed above her. She looked up to see Lin Yuan and GLA engaged in an aerial battle, clashing fiercely in midair. Within mere seconds, they exchanged hundreds of blows, each strike landing with palpable force. Neither Lin Yuan nor GLA retreated an inch. To be forced back would signify a loss of momentum and morale. "Ha ha ha, you're quite impressive, Scion. But how about this?" GLA's heavy punch suddenly morphed into a vertical palm strike, his entire arm enveloped in crimson energy, lunging toward Lin Yuan. Sensing the danger, Lin Yuan swiftly sidestepped to evade the thrust. A faint smile appeared on GLA's lips as he swept his right arm towards Lin Yuan, unleashing the fiery energy from his palm in a massive arc that aimed directly at him. Panic surged within Lin Yuan. The crimson slash was terrifyingly swift, and with their comparable strength, evading it seemed nearly impossible. GLA envisioned Lin Yuan being cleaved in two, but ultimately, the red blaze sliced through the air and struck the ground, leaving a deep chasm. Fortunately, Lin Yuan managed to execute a teleportation just in the nick of time, narrowly escaping the attack. Teleporting behind GLA, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Phew, that was close. I didn't expect you to possess such a technique." This move bore resemblance to Krillin's energy slash, albeit manifested differently. GLA slowly turned to face Lin Yuan, genuinely impressed. "I never thought you could evade my surprise attack. However, that makes it all the more enjoyable. Killing you too easily would be rather dull." Lin Yuan beckoned GLA with a finger, retorting, "Using the same trick again will yield no results. Besides, who lives or dies is not for you to decide." With that, both warriors surged forward once more. High above, Beloka's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Indeed, the magic crystal resides within this individual. Who is he to hold his own against Prince GLA? Just moments ago, Beloka had been astonished by this newcomer's ability to contend with GLA. He then discerned a potent surge of magic crystal energy emanating from Lin Yuan, far more intense than before, confirming his suspicions. Meanwhile, Dimar remained silent, standing quietly behind Beloka, contemplating the urgency of alerting GLA. "We must find an opportunity to inform Prince GLA." Beloka urgently commanded Dimar. "You must tell Prince GLA that the magic crystal is within that silver-haired individual. We must resolve this swiftly." After a brief pause, he continued, Just say the magic crystal's condition seems off. We need to end this quickly. I will unleash my super frenzy, and that silver-haired man will surely be no match for me. Yes, Lord Baloka, Dimar replied. This matter is of utmost importance. Suddenly, Baloka, mid-sentence, coughed up blood, looking down in disbelief to see a hand piercing through his heart. Cough. You, Dimar, expressionless, withdrew his right hand, palm facing Baloka. I am Dimaros of the Star Scar organization. Go to hell, Baloka. Impossible. With those words, a flash of light flickered. The vice commander of the little demon realm, Baloka, vanished from this world forever. Chapter 92. The last stand of GLA. Approximately an hour prior, Disno, under the command of Demon King GLA, was dispatched to eliminate the leader of the Star Scar organization. Upon receiving his orders, he first arrived at the battle zone of KO. At that moment, the second commander of the demon guards had already perished. The third commander, anticipating a near-fatal encounter with KO and Reina, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the blue demon general, Dimar. In that instant, hope surged within him. He decided to engage the third commander, hoping to provide Dimar with the optimal opportunity to eliminate Reina. However, after an extended struggle, he realized that the blue demon general had neither dealt with Reina nor seemed inclined to do so. Dimar, I can barely hold on. Please act swiftly, he implored, only to be met with a powerful beam from Dimar. Thus, the third commander fell to the hands of the general he revered, dying without understanding why. After the third commander's demise, Dimar presented a blue token to Reina and received the final combat orders. She and her companions were to draw GLA's attention and eliminate him, while Disno was to return to the unguarded Baloka and seize the opportunity to slay him. Disno then inflicted injuries upon himself to return to Baloka. This led to the scene of Disno single-handedly dispatching Baloka. Disno, a formidable warrior within the Star Scar organization, akin to the powerful siblings Balrus and Balila, had previously participated in the Little Demon Realm's martial arts tournament under Reina's covert orders, ultimately claiming first place due to his overwhelming prowess. This outstanding display of strength earned him an exceptional promotion to an elite demon guard. In subsequent tournaments, he challenged the positions of the demon guards and the 4 demon generals, ascending to become one of the 4 demon generals. After years of subterfuge and diligent work, he gained the trust of both GLA and Baloka, all in preparation for this decisive day. In retrospect, Disno's undercover mission was undeniably flawless. Despite having to perform some actions that conflicted with his own beliefs due to GLA and Baloka's orders, such sacrifices seemed trivial in light of the greater goal. After eliminating Baloka, Disno found himself in a daze, then took a deep breath, gazing at the crimson sky. The oppressive atmosphere he usually felt from the sky today brought him a sense of liberation. It is finally over. Once he regained his composure, Disno looked down to see GLA engaged in a fierce battle with the reinforcements Reina had summoned. All of this information had been relayed to him by Reina. GLA, it's just you now. Lin Yuan, you must hold on. From Disno's perspective, GLA had truly become a lone commander, with no subordinates left. Among the demon generals, many had perished or defected, while the remaining captains and soldiers had mostly hidden away. It was clear that if GLA fell, the revolution would succeed. With that realization, Disno saw no reason to remain hidden. He descended gracefully from the sky and approached Reina. Upon witnessing Disno's open arrival, Reina understood that Baloka had likely met his end. Mission accomplished. Baloka has gone to hell. Disno spoke first, his voice quivering with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. Reina enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "You have worked so hard over the years. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home." The Bayless siblings, Cow, and uncles all enveloped Disno in a warm embrace. They were acutely aware of the immense effort Disno had expended over the years to earn GRA's trust and achieve success. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy shattered the amiable atmosphere. Lin Yuan and GRA locked arms, their energies surging forth. Silver energy clashed against crimson, creating a semicircular energy field, with arcs of red and white crackling around them. This was a contest between Lin Yuan's spirit and GRA's magical prowess. The intensity of the energy clash was formidable, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. This area can barely withstand such force, Disno remarked with a grave expression. As the two engaged in their energetic duel, fissures began to appear in the earth, threatening imminent collapse. Not good. Lin Yuan seems to be at a disadvantage. Come on, Lin Yuan. At that moment, GRA's crimson aura intensified. The energy, once evenly matched at 55 to 55, began to tip in GRA's favor, shifting to 46 to 54. Cao and Bayless, drenched in sweat, fervently cheered Lin Yuan on, wishing they could lend their strength. Lin Yuan's forehead was already bulging with veins, his energy surging outward. GRA, too, was exerting his magic while taunting Lin Yuan. Is this all the power you possess? Watch as I effortlessly defeat you. With a fierce yell, GRA amplified his magical output, pressing Lin Yuan further into a corner. I can't allow this to continue, Lin Yuan silently resolved. In terms of physical combat, Lin Yuan was evenly matched with GRA. However, when it came to total energy, Lin Yuan was slightly outmatched. Should GRA's magic completely overwhelm Lin Yuan's spirit, there would inevitably come a moment of vulnerability, placing Lin Yuan at a distinct disadvantage. With a sudden burst of strength, Lin Yuan drove his left knee toward GRA's abdomen, only to be blocked by GRA's knee. GRA seemed to have anticipated this move, chuckling. Oh, trying to sneak an attack? Not a chance. I've seen through your tactics. Ignoring GRA's taunts, Lin Yuan persisted, launching knee strikes that GRA skillfully defended against. After a brief stalemate, Lin Yuan unexpectedly changed tactics, summoning all his strength to charge at GRA with his head. GRA, having already lifted his leg to intercept Lin Yuan's knee, was taken aback by the sudden maneuver. With a resounding thud, the collision echoed, sending GRA reeling backward. Sensing GRA's diminishing strength, Lin Yuan unleashed a sudden burst of power. Huh! The energy field shattered instantly. You treacherous scoundrel! GRA exclaimed. Lin Yuan rubbed his head, chuckling. Oh, come now, don't say that. It hurts me too. Observing this exchange, Reina and the others stood in stunned silence. Is this really happening?